Chapter 1211 Transaction. Disappointment, panic, or any other emotion? In short, the expression on Ayane's face is very complicated. Lin patted her shoulder, comforted her, and encouraged her. Beauty, these words I said are not directed at you. Don't take it to heart. Turning to Wilder Walker Fu Tung, who was hit by a series of accidents and his whole plan failed. He didn't know what to do except improvise. Lin said, Gift-giving is a very complicated knowledge. Some people value that. It is a favor. So they don't care about accepting a bunch of things they don't need. Some people think it's embarrassing to take things they don't need, because they can't return it, and they still owe the other person a favor. It was rare to see the confused look on the fat elf's face, and someone felt that it was a good achievement to finally peel away a little of his seemingly sincere fake smile. However, the purpose of giving gifts is to maintain the relationship between the two parties, and even to obtain a return gift that is much more than the value of the gift itself. However, no one can guarantee whether the gift sent can achieve the originally envisioned purpose, let alone give it away. Inappropriate gifts can actually lead to enmity. So, compared to giving gifts, which is so laborious and may not necessarily lead to good behavior, I prefer transactions. A certain fat elf's sad expression softened slightly, and it looked like he had figured out his thoughts. The so-called transaction means that both parties get what they need, as long as both parties believe that there is a consideration for the things or labor they pay. Then the transaction can be established and continue. When what both parties pay no longer has a consideration, or the goal of one of the parties is eliminated, then the transaction will be suspended. To maintain such a relationship, there is no need to worry about others' thoughts. Do you agree with this statement? Of course. Of course. I couldn't agree more. The quick-thinking fat elf immediately figured out the magician's intention. He smiled happily and said, Maintaining a good relationship with your excellency is the unanimous wish of the whole kingdom. So is there anything that the kingdom needs to do for you? If the matter is not complicated, I can make a decision directly. Bao Shun lets you satisfy. Patting the fat elf on the back, Lin said, Friend, I believe that you are capable of doing many things, but there are some things that cannot be accomplished by one or two people. They require the efforts of the whole country. Personal power is just to push it forward. So be humble and be a messenger and send a plan to your king. Lin sat back at the bar, added some whiskey to himself, took a sip, and then ordered his apprentice, Kaya, go and make a copy of document number 10, as well as Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, and give them to our good friends in the Kingdom of Armenia. Yes, teacher. The black-haired and brown-skinned female apprentice, who received the instruction, did not want to take the formal magician qualification test. She came to the small table in the corner, took out a fragment of a red magic stone, and place it in a clearly visible magic circle on the small table. The next step is to open his own water mirror screen, and then go through some operations. Finally, the magic stone containing written information was placed on the tray and presented to the envoy from the Elf Kingdom with both hands. Wild Walker Fu Tung did not take over the magic stone immediately, but was waiting for the magician's explanation. In mystery, most people who serve as messengers will not know anything about the contents of the letters. At the very least, the sender will tell the messenger what the letter is about, how important it is, whether it needs to be kept confidential, and other key points. After understanding all this, the messenger will understand what attitude he should use to face this letter. Instead of bragging about who you are delivering the letter for during the process of delivering the letter. If the content was important, it would be like seeking death. Of course, it is not impossible that the content of the confession and the content of the letter are not the same thing. If the recipient is angered, the messenger may die. Although Midi also has the practice of, when two armies are fighting, the envoy will not be killed. But the envoy here refers to a formal envoy and has a noble status, and messengers are usually not included. Wild Walker Fu Tung certainly didn't think that His Majesty the King would chop off his head to vent his anger just because of a letter. After all, no matter what his identity is, he is a branch of the royal family. As long as it is not a serious crime of treason, it will not lead to death. But it's not wrong to listen to the magician for any additional explanation. Lin didn't let the fat elf wait. He said, I don't know how much you or your king know about the plans to be carried out later, but these things I give you, no matter how much you know or how little you know, you must rely on the power of the kingdom to implement them. So I will definitely let you know. Even if you don't come today, I will find time to deliver the things to you. It's just early. After digesting what the magician in front of him said, Wilder Walker Footing accepted the magic stone. He did not put it away, but waved it in front of his eyes, as if he wanted to see the information stored inside. Lin added, "And if you take this thing back, you can explain it to your other majesty. It's not that I don't take their affairs to heart. This matter is really too important, even if the details are not perfect. But without a complete plan, I dare not release this thing easily. I have been sorting out my thoughts since I solved the 4 elven kingdoms and liberated the 4 world trees. And I have been busy intermittently until now. Be careful. If you take one wrong step, you will be doomed." Hearing someone's last comment, the fat elf was startled and asked, "Is the matter so serious? Will many people die? Dead people?" No. 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 Believe me, death can be said to be the simplest relief. If this thing is released, if it goes according to my idea, the fate of the country is at stake. Can you control it? Or become it? Slave. That's all." The fat elf made an exaggerated frightened expression and said, "I already regret getting this thing. No. I even regret coming here. Can everything be repeated? Unfortunately, it can't be done. And didn't I say that if you don't come over, I will go find you too? This just brings things forward." Lin suddenly thought of it and said, "By the way, since you are here, that's all. Don't bother me. Master, please help me make a copy of this thing and transfer it to the other 4 elf kingdoms." "Transfer it to me?" the fat elf said in surprise. "Isn't this—" Wild Walker Fu Tung made a punching gesture. "You shouldn't think that this information will allow your country to defeat the other 4 elven kingdoms and then stand out." Lin laughed. "Isn't that right?" "Of course not," Lin Jinsa said. "Your vision is too narrow. This is not just a competition between a few of your elven kingdoms, but a competition that includes all the kingdoms above and below the ground, no matter who their main races are. Will it cause too much trouble? Can we win the fight?" the fat elf asked worriedly. "This is not a question of winning or not winning. What I call competition is not a life and death war on the battlefield, but a competition that has nothing to do with human life. For example, a group of people compete with the same person under the same conditions, on a straight track. It's a competition to see who can run faster. People with good physical fitness will naturally run faster than others. But this information gives you a chance to start before others know it. Let you grab some of the advantages first. Then whether you can continue this advantage depends on your ability. You may still not be able to challenge the 5 major empires of the human world, but compared with other small countries, you can still win. If all the advantages gained in the early stage are lost, then I can only say that your officials are not competent at all. There are no sports competitions in Lost Land. Almost all competitions are related to life and death. In other words, death has always been a possibility, a certain outcome, and absolutely none of the prerequisites for competition is safety. That's why Wild Walker Fu Tung had a different association when he first heard it. But a certain magician's explanation allowed him to redefine what competition was. If it were just a matter of comparing who is better, then the elves would be quite confident that they would not lose to other races. In fact, this is also true in terms of individual qualifications. The elves are indeed superior to many Homo sapiens races in the Lost Land. However, hearing someone say this made Wild Walker Fu Tung curious about the content of the information. Asked, "Friend, can I read the content?" "Okay. Anyway, your king will need a lot of help when the time comes, and most of the things inside don't need to be kept secret." After getting permission, Wild Walker Fu Tung used his 4 magic stone without hesitation to read the contents of the data magic stone and read it in summary. At the same time, out of curiosity, the person who read and opened the file himself was Azad, who had lived in this home for a period of time. A lot of Lin's information has no restrictions, as long as you know how to use this forum browser water mirror that can be opened anywhere at home. You can view its content while waiting for everyone to read. Lin said, "Please transfer this information to the other 4 elven kingdoms. In fact, you are tacitly allowing you to benefit from it. How much benefit you can get depends on your ability. But to be honest, I hope that your attitude will be to unite the 5 elven kingdoms, so that each other's advantages can be connected, and they can work together to compete with others. In the future, there will be a world where having more friends is more important than defeating more enemies. The size of the elven kingdom is not enough to compete with the existence of the empire. But the most important thing for you is to retain a certain say in the future poker table, instead of continuing to seal the country with walls and borders as in the past. No contact with outsiders. I can conclude that if someone makes such a choice, He will be eliminated in the future. Chapter 1212 Gold Coin Goddess. The speed at which the demon prince watched was obviously much faster and more casual than that of the fat elf. But that doesn't mean he didn't look carefully. And Lin couldn't guarantee it. Reading is also a matter of talent. In my hometown, there are so-called 1 eye and 10 lines, and photographic memory, which refers to the kind of people with extraordinary talents. But it's also very possible that Azad was really just looking casually. But he still said, "The thing you want me to stay and help with must not be related to this." Lin nodded and said bluntly, "Yes." Boring. He waved his hand to disturb the condensed water mirror. And Azad was very bored, with his hair gradually turning red. He looked at someone with a strange look and said, "I can't believe you actually want me to find land and train people. Do you think that's something I can do? Of course. If I'm happy to let me do it in my own way. But I guess I won't be able to do much because I only see the word boring in the whole plan." Seeing Azad's murderous intent getting stronger, Lin was a little helpless and had to say, "This plan is not for you to implement. You read it without permission and criticized it without permission. What's going on?" He forcibly poured wine into Azad's empty glass, and then thrust the half-full whiskey into the hands of the demon prince, who was obviously impatient. Lin Kai said, "Are you familiar with the capital of your empire? The imperial capital of Nineveh? The streets and alleys are familiar to you, and you can navigate both the underworld and the white street." The color of his hair turned pink in an instant. Azad seemed to be intrigued. He looked at someone with bright eyes and said, "Originally, I wanted to say that I knew him. But after hearing your last 2 conditions, I feel like I'm not familiar with it. But that's okay. I can tell you the way. Even if there's a place I don't know, I know who to ask. Do you want to know the secret way to the palace? No need to ask anyone. I know many of them, and have laid many traps. If anyone tries to escape through the secret passage, it will definitely be a disaster." Nest grass. This cheating guy is ruining my life. Someone was still helpless and said, "I don't want to enter the palace. But if things go well, I may enter the palace and talk to your great father, the emperor of the empire. But it must be done through formal channels. No need to be secretive. The thing I ask of you is to find a temple." "Temple? That kind of thing is not found in the streets. Even your city of Astali, which is known as the city of magicians, has a temple. Is that such a strange thing that you have to ask me to find it?" Lin spread his hands and said, "If you look for any god's temple, of course there are all over the streets. But what I am looking for is a subordinate god with weak divine power. There are not many temples of this kind of god in the world. There are not many believers and not enough financial resources. So the temples are few and far between. Weak divine power? From God? Who? Goddess of gold coins. Queen." Lin also didn't shy away from calling God by his name, which would arouse the other person's attention. "Queen? Is there such a god?" Azad said unceremoniously. "If a mortal slanders a god, in serious cases he will be punished by the gods. In minor cases, he may be abandoned by the concept of the god. It's that feeling of getting worse and worse. And when the devil slanders God, that is commonplace. The gods are too lazy to care about this kind of thing unless the devil comes to knock on the door. As for the supernatural beings with demonic blood slandering gods," the god said, "I wonder if the god whose name I mentioned has directed his attention to this place." It was impossible for Lin to follow the demon prince's words and tease a god, even if he was just a weak god. Besides, there is the possibility of cooperation in the future, and Lin is unlikely to offend the other party. So for now, he can only explain. Coin is lawful neutral in the genealogy of the gods. His concept is a combination of the 2 powerful powers of Brutus, the Lord of Wealth, and Roxanne, the Lord of Destiny. It is quite rare to use physical coins as a concept, and the achievement of a god. So he is a subordinate god, or 2 people belonging to different camps. Perhaps because of this, her belief is not widely worshipped, and only a few businessmen or gamblers occasionally worship her. He prayed, "Pray that when you collect money, you will not receive bad or fake money, or that you can guess correctly when betting on the heads and tails of coins. If his uses are these 2, then I can only say that he can still maintain the Lord of Destiny has already taken more care of such a weak person." Azad continued to taunt. Yes, this is the situation of the gold coin goddess Cain in the mortal world. In fact, among the gods, his situation was worse. Different from the gods in the old era, who were created through natural anthropomorphic images. The gods in the new era, who are created through concepts, are very particular about their positions and alignments. Being imaginary, conciliatory and vacillating. Trying to be a mere wallflower is not enough. Unfortunately, the Lord of Wealth is one of the 8 powerful powers. Although he is not opposed to the Lord of Destiny, the relationship between the two parties is not very friendly. The crux is Klein, the mysterious lord who is also one of the 8 powers. The Master of Mysteries believes that fate should be subordinate to him, and the Master of Fates has the same view on mysteries. The result is that no one is in charge of anyone, and 2 related concepts are divided between 2 powerful powers. Fortunately, the 2 of them were not the kind of people who liked to fight. At most, they would only have a few words, and then the believers below would start arguing. In fact, the dispute between these 2 gods also represents the discord between magicians and diviners. In a land where barter is still a means of large-scale transactions, money is a kind of wealth. But wealth is not just money. Land, livestock, family population, etc., can all be considered a type of wealth. So when Queen became a god with coins, she undoubtedly found the Lord of Wealth, sought refuge, and became his subordinate god, thus deciding her position and alignment. But gamblers guess the heads and tails of coins, which is another classic gambling technique. Losing or winning, guessing right or wrong is all related to luck. The slave god of the Lord of Wealth was forced by his followers to be associated with the Lord of Destiny. If the new concept is weak and can be easily discarded, so be it. And it just so happens that when people pray for themselves to become richer, they will look for the Lord of Wealth instead of the goddess of gold coins. Only when gamblers hope to win money and get good luck will they kiss the coins in their hands and pray to the gods. Although in the genealogy of gods, there are not many situations where this self-concept is related to gods of various other concepts. But as long as it is a long-established god with a large base of believers and a solid concept of godhood, there may not be so much trouble. On the contrary, you will feel happy that your concepts have been expanded and your base of believers has been increased. It's a pity that the goddess of gold coins is not. The result of this unclear positioning is also reflected in his status among the gods. The manifestation in the human world is that the priests and monks who serve other gods never mention the goddess of gold coins. There are no enemies or allies, and it seems as if they are about to be forgotten. Because of this, when someone wants to find this great god, he doesn't know where to look. Kneeling in front of the bed and praying is also a way to directly hear from heaven. But the gods will pay attention to the sound of such blessings. Either the person praying is particularly pious, or the person is scolding the gods. If it weren't for the first 2, the probability of getting an answer to this kind of prayer would be less than 10%. And there would be almost no chance of you receiving a divine bird. The weaker the god, the less adept he is at handling such casual prayers. Just imagine that a traveler browsed the web before traveling through time, only to find a bunch of advertisements washed out. How many people will read those ads seriously? Unless you really meet someone who is in need and very interested. Therefore, if you want to contact a certain god and hope to get a response, besides entering the other party's god, the best way is to go to the temple of this god and ask the favored priest to convey the message on your behalf. It's like a salesman coming to sell you door to door. Whether you like it or not, you will always listen. And this is the reason why Lin wants to find the temple of the gold coin goddess. In short, Lin said emphatically to Azad, I have searched many places, but few people even know that this goddess exists, let alone know the location of her temple. Now I am staying in the technical field. I have also asked the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance in the guild, but no one knows. Your familiarity with the imperial capital of Nineveh is my best option. If you can't find it again, I may have to consider taking risks. The Players Guild issued a reward. A magician put a bounty on the temple of a weak god, and those who didn't know thought you were planning to kill the god. If that's the case, maybe I would be a little interested. Azad sneered. Lin said seriously, well, to be honest, it's not impossible to get to this point. Azad's eyes lit up as he took a long sip of whiskey. Oh, tell me. You see, finding the temple of Goddess Coin is just the first step. The next step is to convince him to cooperate with us. This is the second step. As for how to convince, well, I don't really care. You know what I mean. Someone's eyebrows twitched. Looking at Azad, he showed a malicious smile. If the other party refuses to cooperate, then beat him to death. At most, you can find another person willing to take over this godhead, and then help this willing partner to become a god. Well, when it comes to this, I feel that you're asking for trouble. Although the relevant plan has been brewing in someone's mind for a long time, he has never discussed it with anyone. It means that no one around him is qualified to discuss it with him. Even the former demon king who once ruled the land. Someone once asked her how to run the financial economy. The answer was either to rely on slaves or to rely on robbery. Then someone stopped asking stupid questions about this. Now that we finally got a glimpse of it, everyone was shocked whether they knew someone's purpose or not. However, Lin didn't seem to notice the abnormal mood of the others, but thought of something else, and said to the fat elf, "Friend, I forgot to tell you. The thing I just asked you to do is not unlimited. Everything depends on the goddess of gold coins. Is the progress in that area going smoothly? If His Majesty in heaven is also very active, then the free time given to you will be short. If he does not intend to cooperate, then it may take a longer time to find a replacement. So it will take more time to operate. So I can't tell you how long the deadline is. At most, I will notify you a few days in advance before I prepare to take the next step. I'm afraid I want to slow down the progress. The other majesty you serve doesn't agree. It seems like I don't have much time left." Wild Walker Fu Tung said with a smile, pointing to the file on the water mirror screen. The fat elf said, "I don't think any god would reject such a plan, let alone a weak god on the verge of death. I'd like to lend you some good words." Lin picked up the whiskey glass and touched the fat elf's glass and said, Chapter 1213 Nineveh Imperial City. In the lineage of gods in Midland, the most powerful god is Apollos, the recognized lord of guardianship. The reason why this boss is strong is because he is the only god who can use his entire body and freely enter and leave the main plane of the lost land. Moreover, when the protection conditions are met, there are two characteristics: getting stronger with more battles and more courageous with more frustrations. There is no upper limit. In other words, no one or god can touch his upper limit so far, as long as the strength of other gods, evil gods, and demons is above a certain threshold. If they want to enter the mysterious land, they can only cut themselves and lower their strength. If you want to force your way in, the Lord of Guardians will come out to say low every minute and beat you to death. Under the Lord of Guardians, the first echelon of powerful powers are the 8 Lords of Power. However, a very interesting point is that the most widely accepted belief in all areas above and below the ground is the Church of the 3 Holy Lights, namely the 3 gods of protection, justice and life. However, the strength of justice and life is inferior to the 8 Lords of Power. This seems to be contrary to the core of the war of religious beliefs, which is the struggle for the power of belief among believers. But looking at it from another aspect, we can understand why the 8 Lords of Power are the strongest echelon under the Lord of Guardians. Just because in the Lost Land, from magicians to warcraft, from magic towers to magic arrays, there are countless magic creations or magic materials with powers. The 8 powers are widely used, rather than just believed in. It can be said that the 8 powers are the basis of many extraordinary powers in Lost Land. Regardless of whether the magician believes in God or not, he must use the 8 powers. Otherwise, he cannot cast spells. Warcraft do not believe in gods. Or in other words, they do not contribute more faith than Homo sapiens. But if they want to use their innate abilities, they can't avoid the 8 powers. Elemental creatures from other elemental planes may transform and operate the special energy of their respective planes on their own territory, but when they come to the Lost Land and are not transformed into powers, they can only spend several times or dozens of times the price. Come and perform magical effects on your own territory, which can be done as easily as eating and drinking. In contrast, the basis of faith is extremely limited. In most cases, humans do not believe in orc gods or elven gods. And the same goes for other races. Those in the righteous camp will not believe in those in the evil camp, and vice versa. Moreover, there are only so many Homo sapiens and monsters that can provide the power of faith. If any god gets more, the other gods will get less. No god can monopolize the majority. Not to mention that most people do not have a single belief, but a wide range of polytheistic beliefs. For example, when a farmer is farming, he will pray to the god of agriculture. When he is sick, he will pray to the Lord of Life. When facing a military disaster, he will pray to the god of war. When he needs to protect his family, he will pray to the guardian. The Lord prays. Maybe some gods have deeper faith, while some gods just say a few words when needed. There are very few fanatics who truly believe in only one god and exclude other gods. There are so few that every fanatic can receive many gifts from the god, and sometimes they are protected like protected animals. Of course, if you die, you will definitely be taken to your own kingdom of God. giving the other party a chance to continue serving you. Thinking about this, the purpose is to think clearly about one thing: what kind of concept should the selection of the ninth power be, so that it is possible to reach such a height? Play with light and darkness, and wrap up the power of their faith with a concept that is superior to many good gods and evil gods. In this way, not to mention the ninth power, the 10th power has been integrated. Believe it or not, then turned black on the spot, and the Demon King reappeared, killing the person and team who planned to do this to ashes. Even if the Demon King doesn't show up, someone who wants to trample all the existing gods on the ground and make them call him daddy feels that as long as there is even a hint of this intention, he will be turned into a scum in seconds. When the gods come to this world, they may be lost or weakened, but they are not impossible. Then build a magic network and shape yourself into the male version of Mistra in the Lost Land? This is the possibility that Lin has thought about the most. But there are several inherent obstacles that cannot be overcome. First, establishing the magic network means destroying the existing magic system, regardless of the difficulty of the operation. The 8 masters of power cannot sit idly by. After all, what someone is going to do is take away their jobs. Therefore, there will definitely be a protracted and time-consuming war, and it will be the kind that affects the entire Lost Land and will not end until the end. Secondly, assuming that he succeeds and props up the concept of the magic network and it is widely used, then the 8 masters of power will definitely decline. So although he successfully established a concept of comparable power, he destroyed the original 8, which was contrary to the purpose of establishing the 9th Almighty. Such success is no different from failure. These 2 congenital flaws doom the magic network to be a failed idea in the lost world. Then among everything Lin knew, there was only one that had a chance to become the 9th power, and that was money. Compare the 2 fatal flaws of magic network. If the goddess of gold coins strives to reach the top, she will inevitably encounter resistance from other gods. But this can only be regarded as the right thing to do. If the total amount of faith is like a piece of cake, if someone eats a bigger bite, the amount that others can share will be reduced. But this is not like the establishment of the magic network, which will break the balance of the gods and trigger an endless war. The challenges that the gold coin goddess will face will only be of low intensity and small scale, because the concept of using money has nothing to do with the gods, and they can all coexist. As long as this can be proven, the gods will not do thankless things and target another god. Likewise, challenges from the 8 lords of power will be minimal or even non-existent, because there is no conflict of interest between the 2 parties. Or in other words, there is still room for cooperation. This is the same with all gods. But before that, the being sitting on the gold coin godhead must first prove that he is qualified to cooperate with other gods, and that cooperation can bring about a win-win situation. However, before all this is implemented, the main premise is, where is the temple of the broken goddess? The one complaining was Azad, who was wearing a bright red phoenix robe. This jacquard made from someone's home is of course not as good as the phoenix robe worn by the queen of the Qing dynasty in her hometown. But it is also the continuation of the bride's bright red wedding dress since the Ming dynasty. To put it simply, it is extremely gorgeous. Compared to the monotonous level of Mitty's clothing, he is obviously a man, but he wears a woman's wedding dress. Well, someone has not wanted to complain about this little problem for a long time. Anyway, the Mitty natives didn't know what kind of person that gorgeous red hanfu was supposed to be worn on. But the person who wore it put a pony bun on himself, put in 3 golden phoenix hairpins, put blush on his face, and rouge on his mouth. He made himself look like a fish and a duck. And then he even showed off. Someone is doing all sorts of things. Others don't understand. But I understand. Lin would never admit that the first time he saw Azad dressed in this outfit, he actually felt moved. But the cold that followed was like a lingering nightmare. Seeing the culture of my hometown being so ruined by this guy, I really want to kill him. However, if you can't win, you can only let him go. Compared to someone wearing a black basalt robe and Azad in a bright red phoenix robe, what is more eye-catching is the gorilla demon incarnation Sita, who is following behind them, wearing revealing clothing and a strong abyss simple style. Lina, this eldest sister, who is over 2 meters tall, did not care at all that she was in one of the most well-prepared cities in the world. She did not hide her origins, and just used her body to walk on the street. But I don't know if her human-like beauty is too disguised, or if people are always attracted to beautiful things and lose their alertness to danger. Anyway, the gorilla demon who loves to cry and loves to follow had to follow him on this trip. And when she came to the human world, the capital of one of the 5 great empires, She was actually walking on the street in broad daylight. Since the people of the Guana Empire can allow a demon to roam the streets, why should Lin worry about them? Besides, some people can also feel that with a transvestite and a devil girl, he has become the public enemy of men. If those hostile eyes could penetrate people, I'm afraid someone's body would already be riddled with holes. But these people probably don't know that a certain leading party that can't find a way out is on the verge of breaking out. Speaking of which, it's someone's fault to expect that a person who does things as he pleases and adapts his actions to the situation can be as observant as a detective. And since I have never gone out with this guy, someone actually doesn't know that this guy is a road idiot who can't distinguish between east, west, north and south. Not to mention that His Highness, the 14th Prince, was being led around in his family's imperial capital. Lin also took this opportunity to take a good look at the place he came to for the first time. The capital of an empire, and one of the most prosperous cities in the Lost Land. The architectural style here is different from Lin's memory of the Earth. And it is not the kind of weird buildings that can only be seen in science fiction themes. Rather, it is a combination of various styles, giving birth to an architectural image unique to the Guana Empire. In the imperial city of Nineveh, there were no row upon row of buildings, and the houses were all separated. All houses have their own small courtyard, or the courtyard includes a house, or the house includes a courtyard. No house is made of simple green tiles and pink walls, or is made of red bricks with orderly layers, or is made of stones, orderly in the chaos. Each house has its own characteristics. The windowsills and rain covers are all carefully carved. There are even more types of roofs and eaves, including domes, conical roofs, high triangular ridges, and flat rooftops. Some houses will have gargoyle carvings on the four corners of their roofs as protection. And some gargoyles are not just stone sculptures. The power fluctuations emitted by the core magic stone show that when necessary, these gargoyles will fly up, wave their claws, and use the weight of the stone statues to repel incoming enemies. If Lin had to comment on the architectural style he saw, it would be that he felt like he had arrived at the United Nations. Chapter 12:14 Unexpected Trouble. People walking on the road are dressed in much the same style. Of course, this does not refer to consistency in style. Speaking of which, it is not much different from what you can see in the holy city of Starry, except that there are fewer magicians. But the spirit of the people in the imperial city of Nineveh was completely different. Everyone walks with their heads held high. Even the wild dogs and cats on the road looked arrogant. It shows their pride as people of the imperial city, but not the annoying arrogance with their noses pointing upward. The whole city looks lively and positive. I still remember a saying from my hometown: if you don't have a BJ, you don't know your official status. The same applies to the imperial city of Nineveh, the capital of the Guana Empire. Especially in this empire, all high-status nobles will gather in this prosperous city unless there is a special reason, and their respective fiefs will be handed over to family members or close associates, who are only responsible for enjoying themselves in the imperial city. Tax benefits. If anyone can tell, the empire is changing from a feudal system to a centralized system. The first step is for the emperor to put all the important people under his nose. Therefore, compared with the holy city of Starry, although there are fewer people dressed as magicians here, there are many more nobles or servants of nobles, some of whom have noble status themselves, and some who do not. There are no cars running around on the road, but retro and gorgeous horse-drawn carriages running around, just like the scene in the holy city a few years ago. It can be said that it would be very embarrassing for a person of some status to travel without a magnificent carriage, and without a glamorous knight and horse as a guide. But there is another saying in my hometown: a big tree must have dead branches, and a large number of people must have idiots. What will happen when a very slender man in black robe walks on the road with two delicate beauties? A pickup scene that was so vulgar that someone thought it would never happen in reality was played out before their eyes. A certain aristocratic talent riding in a two-wheeled carriage drunkenly got out of his gorgeous carriage with his family's crest inlaid with gems. Of the 8 attendant knights, 4 dismounted and 4 were immediately on alert. The group of people surrounded Lin and the other 3. "Oh, 2 beautiful ladies. Letting your feet touch the soil is a sin that we noble gentlemen cannot bear. Do you have the honor to invite you 2 to my carriage? Maybe you will have the opportunity to attend my banquet in the evening. Encounter a beautiful love." After the drunken noble invited a fake girl and a demon girl in vain, he glanced at someone up and down, and said, "Magician, according to my magic training, the robe you are wearing is not bad. Like this well, I'll buy it from you for 10 gold and give it to me directly." As he said that, There was not only an old magician with white hair and beard behind the noble, but also his family knights were secretly approaching. To be honest, if someone has been wandering around in the Lost Land for so long, even in the Southwest Peninsula, which is known as a wild land, the nobles there will not do this kind of forced buying on the street in a big city, and also pick up other girls. Things. Then, in the central area of the Lost Land with the longest cultural history, we met the capital of a powerful empire. Lin was so surprised that he was speechless. After a while, he turned around and asked about the demon prince. Well, is this style of play popular here? The transvestite wearing a scarlet phoenix robe had a golden hairpin swaying slightly on her head. But her hair color did not change. Because this guy wears a wig. It is the personal belongings of Fun and his two young apprentices. He pretended to have a soft voice, with a bit of coquettishness. And after giving a wink, he said softly, Sir, the good things we have are not just the magician's robes. I think, such a thing you can use it better. As he spoke, Azad held the unsheathed sword tied to his waist in front of him with both hands. This is a Hakakiri. Hakakiri is almost synonymous with magical weapons. As long as you are a warrior, you will not be moved by it until you see it. Everyone thinks that they will be the chosen one and will definitely be recognized by Hagiri. Little did they know that the actual situation was completely different. The drunken noble in front of him was obviously not the kind of person who could know the inside story. Maybe he's not good at swordsmanship. And he's also not good at magic. But that doesn't stop him from being able to carry a box cutter and rely on the strength of the weapon to reach the pinnacle of a warrior. He showed a greedy look and said, Oh, beauty, are you going to dedicate this box to me? It's not impossible to dedicate it to you. Azad pretended to be a girl and said sweetly, But before that, please remember the name of this Sakakiri. Inzadu. Because this familiar name scared the noble young man to the point of sobering up. He wanted to retreat. He wanted to call his guards to come forward and protect himself. But it was too late. In his eyes, there was only a flash of sword light and a heavy blow to the waist and kidneys. Before Azad used Inzadu to slit the noble youth's neck, Lin kicked the boy away, who was so frightened that he was sober. Then, he used the flashing technique in dangerous ways to avoid Insadu's swing. An enemy of that level would not allow Azad to pursue the opponent relentlessly even after missing a single blow. He just looked at the person who was blocking him with some annoyance. The strand of real hair exposed outside the wig turned bright red. Like blood. Anyone who disturbs my fun will die badly. Even you. If you could do this kind of thing, you would have done it long ago, Lin said sarcastically. Okay. Then if there is no good reason, I will always be angry. As long as I stay angry, many people will suffer. Do you think this is threatening? Azad pretended to be that way again. The playful voice asked. The reason? You wait for me to think about it first. Okay. I have thought of it. How about this? Look. You haven't found the way yet anyway. It's rare for someone to come to your door without asking first. After asking, you can do whatever you want. I will never hinder the second time. How about this? Seeing Azad's exaggerated expression of displeasure, Lin knew that this man was stable for the time being. Only then did he turn to look at the nobles who had escaped and his followers. The guarding knights drew their weapons, but hesitated. The young aristocratic man was slumped on the ground, having already pissed himself with fear. The old magician, on the other hand, did not run away or hide, but stood in front of the young man and looked at everyone warily. The reputation of the demon prince and Inzadu was so great that they did not stop children from crying at night in the imperial city because they were not even allowed to mention them. Perhaps Azad's appearance would make it difficult for people who know him to recognize him for a while. But the ability to swing a sword like lightning cannot be faked. The old magician, who had seen the portrait of the 14th prince of the empire, did not bother to confirm whether this person was actually that person. As for the young magician wearing a black artifact-level robe, after being transformed into a demon, he no longer looks like he is in his 40s. Originally, he was thought to be a lucky person to obtain such a treasure, as well as winning the hearts of two beauties that he should not be worthy of. But now it seems that's not the case at all. Although the tall beauty did not make a move, the old magician could still smell the stink of the abyss from her body. However, the imperial city of Nineveh gathered all races in the land, including demons. It's not news that people like this are walking on the street. But when combined with the return of the 14th prince, the nature is completely different. A prince with demon blood. Suddenly, his eyesight was dazzled, and the young magician wearing the black robe of the artifact, disappeared from his eyes. The old magician knew that the first time he was dazzled, when the magician stopped Azad from killing his young master, was not a coincidence. Look, I explained it to you. So what you should do now is to prove your worth. Otherwise, I believe what happens next will not be what you like to see. The old magician realized that the sound came from behind. He turned around and saw that the young man was already squatting next to his young master and talking. The frightened young aristocratic young man stared blankly at the extremely charming His Highness the Prince, unable to say anything or even have a normal reaction. The old magician made no more unnecessary moves. Now he could see that the 14th prince alone was more than he could handle. All the guard knights present and himself were not enough to fight. Now there is a magician who can be evenly matched with the 14th prince, and a demon of unknown depth. It is useless to do anything on your own. So think about how to save your life. Lin, who had not waited for a response, turned around and asked, His Royal Highness, do you know this, noble lord? Unfortunately, I actually know him. In other words, I know this guy's family. Azad pointed to the carriage, which was decorated with gems, and was too gorgeous to be true. The family emblem was too gorgeous to be true. Only then did Lin notice something special about the family crest. Maybe someone is not proficient in the heraldry of Lost Land, but in a world with a large number of powerful nobles, some basic common sense is still necessary. The characteristic of this badge is that it has a crown, according to the rules of the aristocratic world of Midland. This means that this family has the blood of the royal family, or is a close associate of the king or emperor. Moreover, the confidant here does not just refer to a certain person in the family, but the kind of confidant who has served for generations. The Baron Mohishebisi family is a small family that has served the royal family for generations. By the way, did I mention it? Although the world always likes to emphasize that I once killed all the emperor's personal guards. This achievement. But in fact, this achievement, it's really embarrassing to put it on my head, because not all the guards are dead. At least the old man of his family survived. I don't know where this kid ranks in his family, but I'm sure he has several elder brothers. He's already dead, so I don't know if it's his turn to be the first in the line of succession. Well, I have to emphasize that the deaths of those people in his family were not caused by me. Chapter 12:15 The Tax Collector Family. Lin was surprised and said, How can a baron family afford such a grand ceremony? Whether it's a senior magician who looks very experienced and 8 well-equipped knights, or a family crest inlaid with gems, these all require sacrifice, a hefty price tag. And if a baron family relies solely on its territory to make a living, it really shouldn't be able to afford it unless the family has a mine. And it has to be a gold mine. Their family specializes in collecting taxes for my old man, the royal estates, and the direct knights. In other words, no matter who is the emperor, the Mohishebisi family is the best at collecting taxes. Well, this is even better than having a mine at home. Do you know which is the strongest law enforcement agency in Magnesia? Not the CIA, not the FBI, not the PDs everywhere, not the USPS, and certainly not the MIB, but the IRS. It is said that the country on the other side of the Pacific is a country founded on capitalism, and plutocrats control everything. Rich people represent omnipotence. Even if it is a crime, no judge can convict them, because these thunder dads can easily organize an all-star team of lawyers to truly make big things into small things and small things into nothingness. But the IRS is specifically designed to deal with these rich people, regardless of how outstanding the IRS's military exploits are in the land of the Magnesium Emperor. It is still another bastard organization that dares not touch the tigers, and only dares to invade those below the middle class. The tax collector with the same function is in the Lost Land. He is definitely a fat job that everyone hates, but everyone yearns for. Being able to occupy this position for generations, let alone whether their family is making a lot of money. They cannot sit still without some real ability. The first priority for tax collectors is to pass the test with fighting strength, in addition to being able to use his fists to persuade tenants and vassals to pay taxes when necessary. He also had to ensure that the collected taxes could be safely returned to the emperor's treasury, instead of being robbed by robbers along the way. Then, there is the acumen for money. After hearing the other party mentioning the identity and background of the family master, the old magician wanted to threaten the other party as usual. We are members of the royal family. Who has the courage to challenge the emperor's authority? This kind of thing can be offensive to anyone, and it will always be harmful. But it cannot be said to people in the royal family. It is normal for a minister to rebel against his master and be beaten to death on the spot. Otherwise there will be enmity. It doesn't matter if I lose my fat job. I'm afraid that I will always take on some thankless tasks and always be left in the shoes. As the elder of the family branch, in addition to taking care of the younger generations, the old magician certainly cannot make such a mistake that will bring trouble to the family. Not to mention the day when it was announced that the crown prince would take over as the prime minister of the empire. The old emperor's sincerity towards his 14th son made everyone dare not regard this prince as a fallen prince who could be bullied by everyone. On the contrary, as long as this person has the slightest intention, he will be the next leader of the empire. There will be no accidents and no one will dare to object. The best situation is to let him live happily from a distance, and be so happy that he forgets that there is an emperor who can be such a thing. Anyway, he himself had no intention of doing this, and he had never had any covetous attitude towards the throne that everyone was eager for. But I'm afraid of this guy's whim. Everyone is afraid of this prince. Isn't it because his character is unpredictable, and no one can grasp it? So the old magician regretted it. I regretted that when this grandnephew had thoughts about the beauty on the road. I said something too much. The robe on that young magician was also a rare and good thing. Although the beauty is beautiful and the robe is precious, none of these can compare with the danger of that prince. I just hope that the other party can save the person, not kill people in other ways. Lin was completely uninterested in the old magician's psychology, even though he could easily detect what the other person was thinking when he had the Hakiri in his hand. Lin never thought of using the Hakiri to figure out everyone's attitude. He just patted the young man's cheek and said, "So, young man from the Baron Nuhasibesi family, can I know your name? Or do you want to sit here and say nothing?" Such an action finally brought the noble young man back to his senses. He touched the spot where he had just been kicked and said in a daze, "You just kicked me. It hurts. Okay, I will pay attention next time. When a sword is about to slit your neck, I will watch it slit your throat with my own eyes, and then save you without taking a step." Lin stood up and moved towards Azat and said, "Well, do you want to try it now? I always do what I say." "No. You want me to do it. But I won't do it." Azad acted like a little girl, pouting and puffing up her cheeks to refuse. Someone is feeling the cold again. He resisted the urge to summon Hagiri Khan and kill him. On the one hand, it was also because the noble young man who understood his situation clung to the hem of someone's robe with a strong desire to survive. He forced a smile, stood up and said, "Your Majesty the magician, I am from the Mahishabisi family. Well, I am the eldest son now. My name is Efren Mahishabisi. Is there anything I can do for you?" Lin was a little impressed by this weirdo, who could still speak seriously even though he had wet his pants. Although someone had some guesses about what he would do before. For example, after the eldest brother died, he suddenly rose to power. And he was in a family that was so powerful even though it was just a fake, and under the influence of alcohol. So he wanted to try out the power in his hands. The result was that he was kicked onto the iron plate. But whether the facts were the same as his guess, Lin didn't want to verify it from the young man in front of him. Anyway, this guy will only become a sidekick in his journey. So there is no need to fight for feelings with the other person, or even to find out his details, and find out what is going on in that stupid head. Lin asked directly, "I'm looking for the temple of the goddess of gold coins. Do you know the location?" "Coin? The goddess of gold coins? Yes. Of course, I know the location of his temple." "Oh, no. It's not that I know. There is a record in my family. It was a small house. Only a little better than a slum. There are several holy statues, a few two old priests, and a few young children. But although she is the goddess of gold coins, their money box is actually empty enough for rats to escape. If you want to replace him, there may be better choices for other weaker powers. But if you insist on looking for this one, please allow me to send my loyal family knight back to get the confirmed map information. And I will personally lead you. Go. Look, this kid is not as embarrassed as he looks. He is still a little smart." Lin nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. Then should we stand here and wait now? Or..." After receiving permission, the noble young man just waved his hand and asked the old magician to arrange for the manpower to go back. And this group, the 4 knights, rode back quickly, completely ignoring that they were in a densely populated city. Efren, the noble boy, waved his hand and invited, "You 3, please get on the carriage. Before waiting for the news of my family's arrival." We moved towards the Xiqing district. All temples, whether big gods or small gods, are only allowed to be built in Xiqing district. There are no temples here in Dongcheng district. Someone's eyes could not help but drift towards a certain prince who had been leading him around the East City. I heard that this is your family's responsibility. Yeah. But a little thing like this, I don't know is a normal thing. Okay. What he said made a certain magician speechless. Fortunately, Lin never expected this person to be a competent leader from the beginning. The real role of the 14th Prince Azad Khazalnia is that he can gain recognition in this city, even if he is deprived of the right to inherit the emperor and loses all his noble status. This person is still the biological son of the current emperor, especially since his mother is still here. For a succubus princess to say that she has no power in the palace is like saying that a weasel in a chicken coop doesn't know how to eat chicken. But just before Lin and Azad were about to get on the carriage, the big demon passed by Ephron. With lightning speed, Starry grabbed the noble young man's neck and lifted him up, letting him leave ground. It was still the same voice as noise, and flames were coming from the corners of her mouth. Starry said, "He sent people away, and he must be preparing to recruit people to ambush and attack us." The young man who was choked turned blue, clawing and kicking with his hands and feet, but could not speak. The old magician anxiously wanted to stop a big demon, but he did not dare to use powerful attack magic for fear of accidental injury. He could only say in a pleading voice, "No, we don't want to do anything like that. Never. Put Ephron down. Put him down. Devil. There's no point in strangling him," Lin said. The previous display of power gave the magician a certain weight in the eyes of this gorilla demon. Therefore, Starry did not dare to ignore what Lin said. But she still objected. "No, Your Excellency. It is fatal to trust a cunning human easily. I will not let you make such a mistake. I also don't want to be surrounded by human armies in a place like this." Maybe the latter is what this demon is worried about. Lin thought so. But he still said, "I know that there is a possibility that we will be trapped in a tight siege. But it depends on whether your man has enough face and strength to pass the test." "What do you mean, Your Excellency?" Starry asked in confusion. Azad seemed to have already figured it out, but he still looked unhappy. "Your man is the biological son of the current emperor of the empire. Although I heard that he was deprived of some rights. That kind of thing is innocuous to people in the royal family, because blood cannot be taken away. And I also heard that he is regarded as a natural disaster within the empire and is feared by everyone. If Azad is really as powerful as he says, then the best thing to do is ignore this moving natural disaster for those who have military power. So for me, this opportunity is a test to test how much faith Azad has in this city. And this is related to my next move. I understand that Azad is also better. You understand. So put that wretch off your hands." Chapter 12:16 Ambition. The magician's straightforward analysis made the noble young man, who was thrown to the ground, and the old magician think clearly about some things again. Did they ask the family for help? Of course there is. And indeed, as the black-robed magician said, they agreed to ambush where the carriage was about to pass. As long as they stabilize each other and walk into the ambush, stronger people will naturally take over the rest. But in their desperation, they forgot that the target they wanted to ambush was a monster that could destroy the emperor's personal guards and an army of 10,000 people with one man's power. No matter how strong their family is, they are not enough to deal with such a person. Even if the emperor, the backer behind the family, is involved, it won't work. You don't need to think about it to know that the emperor will never seriously deal with his own son. To be honest, many people believe that the reason why the emperor's personal guards were destroyed in the first place was because the emperor's restrictions prevented the personal guards from exerting their full strength, which was why the 14th prince achieved such amazing results. Otherwise, as one of the 13 regular legions of the empire, one of the top 3 in strength, how could the legion responsible for guarding the safety of the palace be so fragile that it could be destroyed by one person? What the facts are is not a question that needs to be delved into at present. Ephron only hoped that his father would not make a wrong judgment because he wanted to save his last son. Although on the surface he hoped that his father would make rational decisions, he also secretly hoped that he would make some irrational actions out of concern for family ties. But Ephron understands better than anyone else that his father's choice will only be crueler than he imagined. I'm afraid that when he heard the name of the 14th prince, he would become another abandoned son. And he himself is either preparing to have another son, or looking for an adoptive partner from a branch of the family. That old man is so smart. But just when the people of Mushabisi's family were regretting it, Azad seemed to remember something and said, "You may bet that there will be no one in the ambush place, or there will be a large army waiting. But I will say, the ambush location is not deserted, but it is not a large army. The number of troops is meaningless in front of us, isn't it? We know this, and the stubborn old man also knows this. So he will come forward before the old man has to come forward. Come to me. So hurry up and get in the carriage. Don't keep the stubborn old man waiting. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw you. I really miss him just a little bit. When there is a gap in my teeth, I will think of his goodness. Azad's excited look confused Lin and asked, Who is the stubborn old man? Who is the old man? In your eyes, as long as the hair is gray, you will call others this old man or that old man. Yes, people have their own names. While kicking Starry in his ass and letting the tall girl squeeze into the narrow carriage, Azad answered someone. The name is too hard to remember. I'm lazy. And the stubborn old man is the old man's secret. Guard. They look alike, but no one knows about him. The stubborn old man is also my swordsmanship teacher. Well, he is the only one who taught me swordsmanship anyway. I am very sure. It sounds like the Emperor's stand-in. Not only is he extremely powerful, but he is also unknown to outsiders. At this time, everyone else present began to worry about whether they would be killed and silenced. However, Lin was very concerned about the news. For a state machine, a conventional and reasonable organization can easily judge its trends and formulate response plans. With my current strength, I can at least escape if I can't afford to offend him. But I am afraid of that kind of unreasonable existence. It just so happened that this was a mysterious place. With magic as an unreasonable thing, Lin didn't dare to bet that there weren't people who were qualified and unreasonable. Especially since Azad personally confirmed that that person was another fierce man who could survive from his hands. As both warriors, another person Lin knew who was evenly matched with Azad was the White Sword Master William Greco. He was also a strong man with a monster-level talent. But the transvestite in the red phoenix robe began to count carefully after getting on the carriage. If I remember correctly, the last time we met, I chopped off one of his arms. The time before that, I dug out one of his eyeballs. The time before that, I trampled on one of his legs. If it hadn't been for another old man with a bad mouth. If you come to save him, there won't be so many things later. Oh, and every time I destroy him, my old man will always save him at any cost. In short, he is a very difficult person. Okay, maybe I'm worrying too much. It sounds like Azad is looking forward to another fight rather than looking forward to meeting. And he was still looking forward to sending that stubborn old man to H.L. this time. There is also a big devil next to him, who guarantees a direct train from H.L. Even as Azad kept taking stock of his past achievements, he did not forget to remind the noble young man who was also sitting in the carriage and said, Don't deliberately go around to other roads so that I can't meet anyone. If I can't see people, the consequences will be serious, and someone will suffer. Guess who will suffer? No detours. Your Highness, we promise not to take detours, Ephraim said with a forced smile, looking at the poor little guy. Under Azad's pressure, it seemed as if he was about to wet his pants for the second time, in view of the vague smell of urine in the carriage, which was already bad enough. Lin didn't want to add a fresh one, so he could only change the subject and asked, You said that there are people in your family. Is the information about the location of the gold coin goddess temple true? It's true. Of course it's true. Your Excellency, I'm absolutely telling the truth. My family has a map of the location of all the temples of the gods in the imperial city of Nineveh. There are also nobles and big businessmen. This is the name of my family for His Majesty the Emperor. The biggest reliance on tax collection. Okay, this is the first time today that I feel helpless. This kid was so frightened that he couldn't speak at all. These words were allowed to be said. However, the old magician who was originally qualified to sit in the carriage was forced to sit in the driver's seat. So the young man was left unattended. Although Lin was not interested in this young man at the beginning, now he is very curious about the location map Ephraim mentioned. Although I can use my arcane eyes to detect terrain features, as long as I have time, it is easy to grasp the whole picture of Nineveh City. Even the secret passages and underground waterways, if they exist, are clearly understood and are not a big problem. But even if he could use sonar-like technology to dig out all the secret passages in the city, Lin wouldn't be able to figure out which house belonged to whom. However, the information on this tax collector's family could just make up for this shortcoming. And Lin had to be curious about the content of the information. However, it is natural for a family that collects taxes to find out the details of those nobles and wealthy merchants. But to find out the temple? Lin curiously asked. Do you have the location of all the temples? including the gods they believe in? Not only who is the god we believe in, but also who the priest or bishop is in charge of the temple. Our family also knows it all, Everin said proudly. I just asked out of curiosity. With your family's background, it is your duty to find out the nobles and big businessmen. What is the temple for? Is it possible that your family is also responsible for espionage matters? Oh, if I ask this, you don't want to kill people and silence them. After a few dry laughs, Ephraim said, No. His Majesty's intelligence work is handled by full-time people, and it is not something that a small person like me can know. My family has information about various temples because we have a vision that one day you can collect taxes for the emperor to enter those temples. Wow! This is really a grand wish, Lin exclaimed. Whether on Earth or in mystery, it is customary for religious groups not to pay taxes. The original intention was to allow monks and Taoists not to worry about government taxes and taxes, so that they could concentrate on serving gods and Buddhas. How it later became a tool to win people's hearts and make money is not the focus here. As for the temple in Lost Land, there really is a god there. It's not like the Earth, where you can only scare people with the words. There is a god at the top of your head. The so-called gods, even if they only have weak divine power, are still above the pinnacle of mortals. The power of the gods is another level of power, and the gap between them cannot be made up by sheer numbers. This is also the reason why the royal power or the imperial power dare not challenge the gods easily. Even in the age of the old gods thousands of years ago, the divine right of kings was the main axis of that period. So how can a king collect taxes from the gods who gave him power? What if his power is taken away? Today's new god age no longer pays attention to the divine right of kings. The king's legal authority comes from his noble bloodline and the support of equally noble people. That is, the nobles. In other words, this is a method to boast about class and divide people's hearts. But no one is investigating the origin of the noble bloodline. All leaders today avoid basing their power on divine recognition. The two sides are like two worlds fused together, each operating with its own rules. Moreover, the two merged worlds are compromising each other, rather than destroying each other, reflected in the actual operation of forces. The forces on both sides will not enter the other party's territory without invitation. In other words, the temple to the noble lords is like a country within a country, not subordinate to each other. Under such circumstances, if the nobles wanted to collect taxes, they would certainly not be able to collect them from the temple. Fortunately, the temple will not expand its power without limit. Basically, it will not leave the palace to serve them. This is the bottom line of the gods. The excess is the result of the struggle between their believers in the human world and the local forces. If the nobles there were not discerning enough to break into the temple, they would offend a certain big boss in the sky. Even if someone is not mortal and directly destroys the country, there will still be various means to cause headaches to those nobles who have offended the gods. However, Everin said that one of the wishes of the Muhishibishi family is to enter the temple to collect taxes. Of course, this cannot mean chasing ordinary people's tax arrears into temples, but rather collecting taxes and passing them on to the gods. It must be said that this kind of ambition can only be expressed by the subjects of the empire, and ordinary small countries may not even dare to think about it. Chapter 1217 Unexpected Trouble 2. You shouldn't have come back, Your Highness. A tower-like man blocked the only path forward for the carriage, and said in a voice so low that it was almost hoarse. The giant man was dressed in gold and silver, an armor that was so luxurious that it blinded others. He wore a bright red, blood-like cloak, a full-covering mask, and wielded a sword that shone with a strange light, like a door panel. Great sword. The badges that represent the royal family and belong directly to the emperor are made of gems and metals of various colors and are embedded in the front of the breastplate. This is just great. Someone knows where the bad taste of having the family crest inlaid with gemstones come from in the carriage we are riding in now. But no one would think that this outfit is just a look and has not been beaten, because the aura of magical power shone from the horns on the top of the helmet to the tips of the shoes that looked like tiger fangs. With this armor, a weak chicken can turn into a dragon. But no one would think that someone would create this body specially just for the use of weak and inexperienced people. In particular, there is not just one set of armor like this, but hundreds of sets, and perhaps more. And these hundreds of warriors wearing such powerful weapons block the carriage in front and behind, blocking the way forward and backward. The houses on both sides are just like a house with a courtyard. In other words, they don't have any courtyard walls, just brick walls rising straight up like a fortress. There are no windows in the low place, and the only door is a thick and heavy wooden door with iron bars nailed on it, which is difficult to open easily. This is indeed the best place to set up an ambush, just like Azad's vague warning before. Moreover, the houses on both sides were not as isolated as one might imagine. Some rooftops had only vaguely visible figures, and some rooftops were simply occupied by people pretending to be the same as the soldiers blocking the road. They bent their bows and arrows, and their target was obviously the only carriage. As for the men set back by Ephron, they were squeezed on the outermost edge of the encirclement net, looking worriedly at the position of the carriage. Although Lin didn't poke his head out and look around, he had already figured out the situation around him. He even knew where there was someone. Seeing such a battle, Lin had no choice but to side towards the demon prince, who was originally full of confidence, even affecting his judgment. It seems that the reaction of your family is completely different from what you thought. But you guessed it right. They will bypass the Mucha family and come directly to greet you. It's the Muhishabisi family. Ephron pointed at the side and said in a soft and inaudible voice. And of course he was ignored. Azad did not retort as expected, or complain nonsense. After hearing the sound, he excitedly got off the carriage, took a few steps forward, and greeted the people in front who were surrounding him with a vicious attitude. Hey, stubborn old man. Long time no see. The part that was chopped off last time. Have you grown up again? Is there any way you can leave alive this time? The clear threat made the surrounding soldiers pay great attention. Everyone put their hands on the hilts of their swords, clearly showing the intention of using force. It seemed that if they disagreed with each other, they would rush forward. Seeing this scene, Azad shook his head in shock. I don't know if I'm not optimistic about their actions, or I'm disappointed with their reactions. At this time, Lin also followed Starina and got off the carriage. At the same time, he said, Is this the Emperor's Guards Corps? It's just that you said the stubborn old man. The person who took the lead in speaking is a woman. Are you so lazy that you don't even want to separate the old man and the old woman? Speaking of your Emperor's Guards, inside is there a woman? Female, Azad said in surprise, and he looked at the leader again. The heavy armor of the Emperor's bodyguards covered the whole person so airtight that it was not only difficult to tell the gender, but also who was who. And there's only one size, so everyone looks the same. Azad tilted his head and asked doubtfully, It's not the stubborn old man who leads the team. Then who are you? Woman, you don't need to know. Your Highness, you just need to remember that His Majesty the Emperor's will is not only to deprive you of your identity, but also to expel you from the imperial city. So please leave. The speaker maintained the same tone and the same low tone, said the hoarse voice. Lin was quite surprised to hear Azad's words being pushed back with neither softness nor force. Maybe the demon prince's status in this huge country is not what he imagined. However, the prince who was contradicted did not get angry. He just looked at the person in front of him with a very interested expression, and then looked around. That's it? Is this how you feel confident to say these things? Azad said with disdain and murderous intent. Lin had a guess at this time and asked, Let me guess. They didn't get instructions from your emperor when they went out? Is your army allowed to play like this? Azad, whose momentum was interrupted, did not feel dissatisfied. He replied seriously, The personal guards have the duty to protect the imperial city. If such a large empire needs the instructions of my old man for everything, then he would have long ago. It means that even if you don't handle everything yourself, it's not an easy job. In other words, do we count it as a security incident? I'm curious. Do we count it as the victim or the perpetrator? Lin's malicious eyes drifted towards the somewhat helpless Ephron. But it's not over yet. The Emperor's personal guard, whose conversation with Azad was interrupted, turned his attention to the black-robed magician. He opened his mouth and asked, Magic, are you Gabriel Ashtripwood? After being called out, Lin couldn't continue to act stupid. Okay. With the etiquette of a magician, Lin said politely, Yes, Your Excellency. I don't know if you have any advice? If it's you, go to HL. As soon as he finished speaking, without seeing any instructions or actions from the other party, a wave of arrows shot out from the rooftops on both sides. Lin easily calculated the impact point from the trajectory of the arrow, and the attack target was directly around the carriage. Not only himself, but also the big devil Starina, as well as the members of the Muchishabisi family of Evren. And of course, this young noble member, who was frightened and at a loss. The only thing to do was to avoid the Princess Kazalnia. Moreover, the arrow rain is not an ordinary arrow rain. Flame, freezing air, Electric light and other magic are intertwined, which coincides with a certain pattern. It can be said that everyone present can enjoy the package of different magic arrows attacking at the same time. And no one is missed. But when the people below were about to run away from the originally fierce wave of arrows, the arrows disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ephron and his family looked at the sky in fear, wondering where the wave of arrows following the sound of vibrating strings had gone. Those who had the same doubts were the Emperor's personal guards and the great demon Starry. Lin spoke, breaking the silence. Everyone, is there any misunderstanding? I didn't hurt anyone. I don't need to kill anyone in person. And the wave just now didn't look like I was trying to save anyone. As long as you are Jeebrish Tripwood, you must pay the price for instigating a fight between the two Grand Dukes. The leading Emperor's personal guard raised his giant sword and pointed it at the magician in front of him. This was like a signal to start a war, causing all the guards to pull out their weapons and stand them in front of him. Knowing the reason for being in trouble, Lin raised his hand to stop everyone and said, I can explain this matter. Can we have a good talk? If you want to explain, you can only surrender and go to prison. Someone will naturally talk to you about the crime you committed. Kill! With an order, all the guards moved together. Everyone stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a battle formation and launching a silent charge. However, the sound of iron boots hitting the ground was more shocking than any other sound. And it also raised the charging momentum of the guards to the extreme. Seeing this heavily armored group charging, everyone who faced them became frightened. Although the bodyguards of the Muhishabizi family were considered skilled, they were far less elite than the Emperor's personal guards. They could only reluctantly gather around the young master, hoping that no accidental injuries would occur. Starry felt threatened. The battle formation charge of the top legion in the Lost Landlord's plane was not something that a big demon could withstand. The only difference is Azad. Even when he was on the way to charge, he looked like he was watching a show. Obviously, he didn't think anyone would kill him, even if someone didn't have eyesight. He didn't think he would lose to the opponent. However, Lin spent some time thinking about what went wrong to cause this misfortune. But when I thought about it seriously, I realized that the person on the other side was really not wrong. I guess I deserve the blame. Then the next question is how to solve or avoid this trouble. Blink strategy transfer? This method, which has always worked well, seems to be unsuitable for the current situation, especially when the temple of the gold coin goddess has not yet been found. Then the clues were brought back by the Mucha family. Before they had time to find out, were they going to give up and run away? Or run with you? What should I do if this group of people keeps chasing me? Thousands of thoughts finally turned into a snap of fingers. The night starry sky unfolds, and the white destructive light interweaves like a network. Fleeting. Then the world became quiet. The hard bones, as well as the metal armor and weapons, were cut into small pieces and scattered throughout this lish scene, mixed with blood, and their original appearance could no longer be seen. Only the occasional shining bright light is not dazzling, but definitely scary. On the entire road, not an inch of the original appearance of the stone road could be seen, and the scarlet blood kept sliding to the side, expanding the area of the red carpet wantonly. There were no cries before death, nor moans of the wounded on the battlefield. Everything unfolded silently, and then ended silently, leaving only a horrifying red color and a pungent smell that I don't know how to describe. The Emperor's Guards Corps of the Guana Empire now only has a head in the hands of a certain magician. Lin just stared straight at this last remnant. Chapter 12:18 The battle ends. Lin opened the helmet on the head in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was a beautiful face, but with a few scars. Even so, it could not conceal her heroic beauty. Even the angry expression with gritted teeth gives people a heroic feeling like a Valkyrie rather than a ferocious look. However, she didn't realize what was happening, and her expression always stayed at the moment when she gave the order to charge. The gradually losing blood took away her rosy complexion, and the gradually changing paleness was set off by the bright red background, which was only indescribably weird. It was as if countless ghosts gathered around the only intact head and howled, wanting to cry to the living people present, compared to a certain magician who didn't know what he was thinking. Azad's reaction was more direct. He said dissatisfiedly, "A person who enjoys all the fun alone will suffer misfortune." Lin, who had returned to his normal state, was equally displeased and retorted, "Who was watching the show with a nonchalant attitude from the beginning? Such people have no right to complain." After saying that, Lin turned away with the head in his hand. He faced Azad and asked, "Do you recognize who she is?" "Of course I don't recognize it. You haven't forgotten what the women here look like." Azad also made a show of reaching out and brushing his hand in front of his face, indicating that he was covering his face. Linden remembered that it was a courtesy and taboo for women in the Guana Empire not to show an inch of their skin in front of men. Therefore, most of the women you see showing your face on the street are from other places. Local women, especially female aristocrats, whenever they appear in a public place with members of the opposite sex, they will cover their entire bodies tightly, and even their faces will be covered with a layer of black gauze. Of course, don't even think about recognizing his face. Thinking of this incident, Lin no longer delved into the question of who this woman was. He said casually, "Really? Forget it." With a throw of his hand, the magic metal helmet and head were chopped into pieces by the white destructive light again, and fell into the blood mud pile on the ground. At this time, Azad said belatedly, "Ah, I remembered a rumor about you. I heard that you once destroyed a regular brigade of the Vader army. The deaths seem to be like this. That was indeed done by you, not by the devil?" Lin should be surprised that Azad, who has always been aloof from worldly affairs, knew about rumors related to him. After all, he caught the eye of this demon prince and was taken seriously by him, based on someone's understanding of his royal highness. This is not the kind of treatment that ordinary people would receive. But in fact, upon hearing this, Lin sarcastically said angrily, "Of course I didn't do it. I was so weak. Everything was done by the Demon King. You see, the most interesting part is here. People are reluctant to admit Finn's identity as the Demon King in the past. But as long as he went encountering any killings, I impatiently put the matter on her head and never considered other possibilities. Anyway, I seem to be soft and easy to bully. Even this time, the name is thrown at me. Is it written on my face that I have a soft waist and a tender body that is easy to push down?" Azad used his feet to stir up the blood mud on the ground again, and shook the blood on his feet in disgust, and said at the same time, "You can't blame others for this. Of all the people present, you are indeed aware of the weakest one." Faced with such straightforward criticism, Lin said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, the robe I am wearing is definitely not an ordinary thing. All I have to do is embroider the words 'I am an artifact' on the front and back. This is a bigger problem. For such a weak person to wear a very precious robe, it is no different from a child holding a lot of gold. If others don't rob you, who will rob you? But you shouldn't know how it's so cruel to cut people into pieces because of such a small complaint. I'm not that hateful, even though I like it. After a few times when I thought I had killed the enemy, but was suddenly attacked by a dead man, or when I spared a bandit, but was attacked in the back, I wanted to understand one thing. What should I do? Either way, I don't think that if I just cut off one of their arms, they won't be hostile to me. So why not make them unable to jump up and continue to cut me?" Lin's eyes drifted to the only demon present. This tragic situation of piles of blood, mud, broken bones, and blood and brains on the ground is no different from the scene of a demonic blood sacrifice. It would not be surprising at all if a few abyssal creatures burst out from this pile of mincemeat. Not to mention that there is a real demon present. So no matter what weird things happen, it will not be surprising. But the big demon who noticed the eyes of a certain magician shook his head in horror. Yes, it likes scenes of blood sacrifice and killing. And the more cruel it is, the more it pleases it. The premise is that you will not be turned into a sacrifice, and you will be in the mood to enjoy all this. However, even in its intact state, it couldn't withstand the blow the magician just showed. Even though greed is a virtue for demons, sending yourself to death is a stupid and ridiculous thing for any group of people. Therefore, Starry did not want to offend the magician at this time, and did not want to do anything that might arouse the other person's fear. Although one does not know. The big demon shakes his head furiously. What does it really mean? But judging from the other party's attitude, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin put down what was going on here and waved to the guards not far away who had been sent back by the nobles. Although most people were frightened by the sight in front of him, there was still an alert person. After seeing the magician's waving action, he controlled the horse and stepped through the flesh, mud and blood to come to the magician. He lowered his head, expressed his respect and fear, and greeted, "Your Excellency, have any of you asked about the location of the gold coin goddess temple that I want?" Although this question was not loud, it was extremely clear in this deathly silent environment. However, the person being asked felt embarrassed, and he realized that this embarrassment might turn into a crisis. They left and asked where the temple was. The 4 guards reported to the 4 places, all reporting the news that His Royal Highness the 14th Prince had returned to the imperial city of Nineveh. This is Highness. The farther away from the imperial city, the better. This is the tacit consensus of everyone. The man who came forward to respond to the magician returned to the family mansion and informed the head of the family of the young master's situation. He is the person closest to that information. Despite this, he never thought of consulting that information. In other words, no one expected that it would turn into such a situation. Just when the magician's face darkened and became more and more ugly, Evren Mahishabisi, the last son in the family, who was looked down upon by no one, said loudly, "Your Excellency, I remembered it. I remembered the temple of the goddess coin location. Please let me lead the way." Ignoring the man's repeated statement that he didn't know before, and now that he remembered it, Lin nodded expressionlessly and said, "Now that we know, let's go. A lot of time has been wasted." Efren quickly got into the driver's seat. No matter what, he didn't want to be crowded in the same carriage with this group of people anymore. The old magician had the same idea. So he climbed to the back of the carriage and stood there, where the followers and guards were. The horses covered by blindfolds began to step forward under the control of the reins, pulling the carriage forward. The mud-like flesh and blood, as well as the fine bones and metal fragments, could not stop the two-wheeled carriage. They splashed out one after another, or were pushed away by the wheels that rolled over. Just like that, they opened a path. The guard knights who were not greeted wanted to escape, but their duties did not allow such a thing. The crime of fleeing from one's lord is both dishonorable, and the punishment is quite severe, up to and including death. So they could only follow the carriage, and follow as closely behind the carriage as possible, instead of coming to the front as a leader, because none of them knew the way. After the carriage left, people appeared again on this deserted street. 1, 2, 3, 4. The windows high up in the houses on both sides were also reopened, and even the thick wooden doors were opened a small crack. Everyone was peering at the scene on the street, but what they saw was bright red that they had never seen before. Blood flowed like a river. These 4 words so clearly described the scene in front of me, but none of them saw what happened. They only saw the extremely horrifying result. The Emperor's personal guards, who were supposed to be on the streets, capturing criminals, were nowhere to be found. On the rooftop, there are also the Emperor's personal guards posted here. They were supposed to use their commanding position to shoot arrows to snipe criminals, or to cover and support their brothers on the ground to prevent criminals from escaping. Now, all that is left of them is a headless corpse lying on the rooftop. The fracture at the neck still showed traces of raging magic. This shows that their heads exploded due to a magical attack. Some are bursting flames. Some are ice that freezes and then shatters. Some are carbonized by lightning and then reduced to ashes. And some are corroded by strong acid. And these injuries, without exception, also have a powerful impact. It shows that the source of the attack is arrows with powerful magical effects. Arrows they shot themselves. So the cause of these people's deaths was that the Emperor's bodyguards were on official missions to resolve past issues due to personal vendettas? This is the least likely option, because there are at most 1 or 2 people who have a grudge. It is impossible for the entire team to dislike each other and form a grudge, and then kill each other on the same day and in the same mission. His mind was under control. So he shot each other left and right? This is inconsistent with the direction in which everyone is lying. How about shooting with the guy across the street? This is inconsistent with the number of people on both sides. The number of people deployed on both sides of the street is not equal, but more on one side and less on the other. Judging from the number of arrows left in the quiver, everyone only shot 1 arrow. This means that if you shoot each other with your colleagues across the street while your mind is under control, there will definitely be more people left alive. You have to use other ways to solve it. This is inconsistent with the situation on site. Then the only possibility left is that they shot the magic arrow that killed them. But how can a person shoot an arrow that will hit his own head? No one can figure it out. But the people who lent their rooftops to the Imperial Guards knew one thing, and that was that they were in trouble. Whether it's from the royal family, the Guards Corps, or other nobles. And the biggest trouble is the person who did all this. Chapter 1219 Plan Revision. Those who left certainly didn't think they had gotten into any trouble. Azad was as heartless as ever. While Ling quickly revised his plan and excluded Nineveh Imperial City from his first batch of subsequent implementation lists. Someone originally had a delusional idea that relying on Azad's relationship with the Imperial royal family and the convenience of the gold coin goddess temple, he could quickly launch subsequent development plans in the Nineveh Imperial City. But none of this took into account the empire's attitude towards itself. Now that we know that some people think that they are the trigger of the war between the two Grand Dukes, it means that the business they are about to carry out will not go well. Although there are no permanent enemies in politics, only permanent interests, there are always difficulties in implementing things. Rather than trying to convince everyone to agree with the benefits in the presence of political opponents, it is better to find another place to start that is free of bias. What's more, is the capital of the Guana Empire, the imperial city of Nineveh, an indispensable part of a startup plan? Of course not. There's nothing wrong with an empire's capital being important. But Midi has 5 empires, and many more large cities. None of these cities has an absolute leadership position in the financial market, like Wall Street in New York on Earth, and cannot give up under any circumstances. Not to mention that there is only one person, and it is impossible to expand on multiple points at the same time. Of course, you have to make choices. You can choose other easier locations to implement the plan, and the progress of Nineveh Imperial City can either be shelved or handed over to others, instead of having to forcefully implement your plan in the face of a bunch of enemies. Then when encountering resistance that is difficult to overcome or unreasonable, rely on strength to break through forcefully. Doing so can easily expand conflicts, perhaps under the inducement of interests. You will find people who are willing to cooperate, but the resistance from the other party will also become greater. Even the appearance of cooperative people will inadvertently push people with opposing positions to the side that resists the plan. Political party disputes are usually not so rational, and all of these will cause unpredictable damage the moment conflicts break out. Instead of doing this, it is better to make achievements elsewhere and naturally attract flies attracted by the smell of profit. At the same time, the potential political opponents who may have become resistance in the past have no opportunity to compete head-on, so that their resistance is minimized, so that they can happily accept the poisonous benefits. It is always easier to persuade people after you have achieved results. There is no need to start in literally difficult place like Nineveh Imperial City when you haven't achieved any results yet. Now that he had a clue about the subsequent revision of the plan, Lin returned to a more relaxed mood and let the carriage carry him to the temple of the gold coin goddess. Meeting His Majesty Queen is the most important purpose of this trip, and everything else is secondary. Not to mention the solemn atmosphere of the others who were traveling with him. Azad maintained a cheerful mood along the way, chatting with someone without saying a word. In fact, the two of them knew that this was a useless conversation. The other party was thinking about other things, and was not focused on the conversation. But at this time, it's easier to reveal flaws. I counted, and it seems that we need more than 100,000 extraordinary soldiers. At least 100 near-god warriors, to be able to defeat that move of yours. It's the move that turns everything around you into night. Use the white destructive light. Cutting the enemy can only be regarded as the first wave of offensive. The real killer move is the person hidden behind those eyes. If my feeling is not wrong, there are at least 6 or 7 people similar to me. What? I don't. Wrong number. Well, how should I answer you? When asked this question unexpectedly, Lin thought for a moment and replied seriously. First of all, this is a false proposition, because the range of my night starry sky cannot cover 10 people. The number of soldiers is 100,000, let alone a battlefield of 100,000 people versus 100,000 people. So it is impossible to gather such a force to attack me. In other words, no matter how you fight, in your territory, others will always be able to fight more with less. Azad pointed out the key point. That's right. Secondly, the number of 100,000 is correct. I don't know whether it is correct or not. Even if you said that there are existences of the same level as you, I believe that there are. But I don't know whether the number is as you said. I took the opportunity just now, not targeting you, to observe the night sky. The results of the observation are only the current situation. It does not represent the limit of the night sky, nor does it mean that it can exert the same power every time. Lin said with a little helplessness. Does this mean that you can only control the power of the first level, but the strength after the second level is not something you can fully control? Of course, if I could fully grasp it, understand its secrets, and use it freely, don't you think you would be dead long enough that your bones can play drums? Azad rarely refuted. He recalled the oppressive feeling brought by those wide-open eyes every time he was shrouded in the night sky. Even he, who was not afraid of the sky or the earth, had to retreat, because he knew very well that it was not just oppression. As long as someone has a thought, the oppressive feeling will turn into actual murderous intention at any time, and it is still enough to threaten oneself. This feeling was something Azad had never experienced anywhere else. Even though he had been exploring the abyss for 2 years, and had asked the Lord of the Abyss for advice. Even if he was trapped in a tight siege, it did not bring him a sense of crisis like being in the starry sky at night. The area covered by that magic gave Azad a unique feeling. If we were to say it was similar, it would probably be the kingdom of the gods, or the hell under the control of the Lord of the Abyss, that would give him a similar feeling. But in terms of threat, gods and demons are far less threatening than that dark night. Thinking of the new news he had received these days, Azad made some guesses and asked, "Is the dark night magic related to your origin?" "That's right. This is a little protection he gave me after I established basic contact with my hometown. But it can only be used under the cover of night. If I step out of this range, I'm afraid the Lord of Guardians will have to come. Talk to me." Lin made no secret of telling the key information. Regardless of whether the person in the driver's seat of the carriage, or the devil sitting next to him, could hear the conversation between him and Azad. Although this information is not so easy to understand without some prerequisites. But Azad was slightly surprised by admitting and saying it so easily. The Demon Prince doesn't care if someone has a special purpose. He only cares about the things he is curious about. Asked, "If you have mastered the power of a world, then killing the gods will not be a troublesome thing for you." Well, to be honest, the actual situation may be different from what you imagined. But from a certain point of view, you are right. Killing gods is really not a troublesome matter. Azad asked, "Killed?" Someone replied, "I really killed him." "Who?" "I guess you don't know either. Those are Vulcan of metals, the god of war-seeking that very few dwarves believe in. And Pajuntsabo, who is also the god of war-seeking. They are also earth elements. Lord. But they can't even establish a kingdom of God. Even among the weak gods. They are still weak gods." Azad looked at and smelled someone. After a lot of tossing, he said strangely, "Except for the black robe on your body, I don't feel that you have mastered other gods. Then why did you kill those 2 people in the first place? Bored of practicing? How could it be so boring?" Lin laughed. "Simply because they hindered my plan, and there was no possibility of compromise. I had no choice but to kill them to ensure the smooth implementation of my plan." "Wow. So cruel. I think you are even more cruel than me. Just because they hindered your plan." "TSK, TSK, TSK, TSK. Azad said with an exaggerated smacking expression. "Don't just talk about me. You are willing to follow me to find Kain. Just because it is possible to get to this point. Don't say that you are not interested in challenging the gods at all," Lin said angrily. "This guy has never done this before. He probably just couldn't find a good reason to provoke. The call came out of nowhere, and I was too tired. So I didn't bother the gods." Azad smiled happily and said, "Of course I'm interested. It's just not like you. The god of killing talks like he's killing a chicken. It's really cruel. But I like it. To be honest. As long as you find the right method. Although it is not as simple as killing a chicken. The gods are not incomprehensible. Besides what?" Azad asked curiously. Lin gave Azad a meaningful look and said, "The gods have the same problem as most nations. That is, they are so arrogant that they don't bother to know those seemingly weak opponents. And this gave me chances are. They will be killed by me before they learn the correct way to deal with me. But I have to admit that this is not something I can do alone. The same goes for Vulcan and Pajuntsibo's record. I didn't kill them all by myself. Speaking of which, you are much more difficult to deal with than those gods. Should I be happy with such praise? Sir." Azad made an exaggerated and nondescript salute in the narrow carriage, full of irony. "Happy? Humble? Come on. My prince, even if you have those 2 emotions, it will never be the reason why you said it. The biggest reason why you can survive is because you are facing the unknown first when attacking. You retreated. You retreated cleverly and brilliantly. At least so many people didn't even have the chance to realize that they should retreat. Or they knew it was time to retreat. But it was too late. This is what you, and those who are disdainful do. The biggest difference is to get to know your enemies. Their arrogance not only blinds you, it also becomes an opportunity for me. Oh, is it possible that this is why you say so many words to me? Do you want to give me some reward for being humble?" Azad, who was still bent over, raised his head, looked up at someone, but used a look that overlooks all living things. Chapter 1220 Shiching Temple Area. "Of course not. My friend, you know very well that this is just bait. Tell you the information that interests you to lure you to stay. As long as you are willing to stay, you will expose more in front of me, allowing me to find and kill you. Opportunity. Would you be surprised if I said that? Azad thought seriously and said after a moment, Habits. Are they habits? You hope to find my own rules and habits for my daily life. That's it. I thought that as long as unnecessary battles are reduced, just avoid exposing the limits of my ability. It turns out that as long as I stay longer, the longer I am exposed to you, the higher the chance of losing my life. And it is really disgusting to be so sneaky. Do this kind of thing. In this regard, you are not the same. You keep testing my defense loopholes. We are both doing the same thing. It depends on who can find the way to the end first and end the other person's life. After saying this, Lin was inexplicably happy, laughing loudly. He, who has always believed in seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, would leave such a dangerous scourge around him. This was something he had never expected. When the Lich resurrected and discovered that he was the Demon King from 1,000 years ago, Lin also left him behind. At that time, someone was gambling. Although betting on the opponent's ability was dangerous, his heart was not. As long as she doesn't violate the taboos of the Lich. It's better to say that Finn doesn't want to meddle in other people's business than she is peace-loving. And it turned out afterwards that the resurrected Demon King was just as someone had guessed. Demon Prince Azad was definitely no less dangerous than the former Demon King, who was no longer a Lich. But Lin still kept such a dangerous person. Is it really just to find an opportunity to kill the opponent? Lin himself wasn't sure if that was the only good reason to put himself in danger. That's what I said. Then tell me, what did you do just now? Wasn't it that our great magician Jibra Ashtrapwood was arrogant and annihilated a group of the Emperor's personal guards without asking? Do you feel sorry for your soldiers? You killed an entire legion. How many people did you just kill? How much? Azad asked provocatively. Have you mastered the enemy's strength? Are you sure you can handle the next thing? Or are you planning to rely on my face to get through? It's like you tricked me into coming here. The same? Speaking of which, you are just like other men. A liar and a heartless man. As he spoke, Azad covered his face and sobbed. Hey! Where did the heartless man come from? And you don't want to be like a little girl, crying, making trouble, and hanging yourself. Don't think that if you cover your face, I don't know. Not only do you have no tears, you are still snickering at the corner of your mouth. It's revealed. Azad held his cheek and half stuck out his tongue, showing a playful expression. It makes someone hard to look at. The fist is hard. Not sure of victory. Lin gave up his plan to cause trouble in the carriage. Hold your hands in front of your chest. Turn your head. And look out of sight. But he still said, there are 101 people on the street, which is exactly the number of a squadron plus one commander. There are 76 people on the left roof and 24 on the right roof. Together, they are also the number of a squadron. The strongest among them is the woman who spoke. And her strength is probably between 60 and 70% of yours. Wait a minute. You said that the most powerful among them is 70% as good as me? TSK. You really should take action and verify it. Looking at Azad's unbelieving look, Lin explained, don't get me wrong. That's just an indicator. Just like a magician needs to meditate day after day to expand and accumulate his own power as a medium for casting spells. Level warriors also do something similar. Whether you call it fighting spirit or something else. The power that belongs to you warriors also needs to be accumulated through daily exercise. It's easy to compare other people's skills with a reference. Lin pointed at the prince in front of him and indicated who he was using as the standard for comparison. And in my observation, as long as it exceeds a certain quantitative level, there will be a qualitative change. Besides, it does not mean that the energy indicators of the warriors are similar. It means that the strength of the two people is similar. How proficient they are in using skills, and whether they are familiar with each other. In combat, there are many additional factors that cannot be digitized, which affect the evaluation of a person's strength and weakness. So you don't have to doubt that, given your age and level of effort. I admit that you are a person who needs to accumulate hard work. Geniuses. But they don't win much against those mediocre people who work very hard every day. But in terms of the development of natural abilities and killing skills, even though I haven't seen many warriors, I think you should be the best in the world. That group of people. What do you think? Do you feel better when I say this? Azad's face softened, and his displeasure subsided slightly. Lin continued, in the previous battle, in addition to the equipment that can be distinguished as the same group of Emperor's personal guards, within a range of 100 meters, there were 27 potential threats at the warrior level and 6 magician level ones. There are only 31 people who are higher than ordinary people. These people are much weaker than the Emperor's personal guards, and they are not a real threat. In other words, if we start a fight, my winning rate is 50%. The remaining consideration is not a question of victory or defeat, but what are the benefits of fighting or not fighting? Azad tilted his head, thought for a while, and asked, I'm not good at math, so I have a question. You said your winning rate is 50%, so you dare to fight with others. This is considered high. Low? What could be the other 50% of failure? This time it was a certain magician who was dissatisfied. Lin pointed at the pretending to be a coquettish girl in front of him and said, the other 50% of the variables are always you. I still can't guarantee that I can accurately predict your behavior. So when I do it, whether you will make a sneak attack or help your father's army fight with me is something I can't guess. So I can only gamble. Your behavior will only be obstructive or non-obstructive. And there are 2 chances for each. 1%. In other words, regardless of my words. Do you think you can win? Of course. Why not? I can't find any possibility of losing. Not even a potential possibility. I don't detect any fatal danger indicators. Nothing that threatens me. Especially nothing that could prevent me from escaping. In this case, I will certainly make the best choice for me. It's this kind of approach based on the premise of being able to escape. I kind of understand your family's dissatisfaction with you. If you don't have the consciousness to fight to the death, and you don't have the confidence to challenge the limits of life and death, why do you climb up again and again? Go to the top and try to challenge me? Come on. My dear prince, don't ask me for the actions of a warrior or a hot-blooded idiot. Even you yourself won't believe that kind of thing. I believe in making all preparations and collecting all possible information. The key to victory is to easily win the battle. If you can train to level 99 to abuse the king, you don't need to abuse yourself with a level 1 challenge. I am a magician, and the only thing I can rely on is my wisdom. Not just my passion. A fool who can conquer anything. Azad muttered. I just said that we two are very similar. In fact, I prefer the kind of warrior-type hot-blooded idiots, because they are easier and more exciting to fight. After saying that, it seemed like the door was opened. It was like a switch. He stretched out his sleeves to cover his mouth and laughed softly. The silver bell-like laughter is very sweet. Just hearing the sound makes people imagine the charming smile. But after passing through the small window in front of the carriage, which was used by the occupants to communicate with the driver, Evren Mahishabisi felt his scalp was numb and the soles of his feet were cold. What I just heard was just a joke. He is killing gods and mocking the empire. If it wasn't a joke, would he still be alive to leave today? They probably wouldn't notice that the small window that wasn't closed allowed the sounds inside the carriage to come out. Maybe it's windy outside, and the other person will think it's normal that they didn't hear anything. So they dare to speak loudly. This aristocratic young man whose eldest brothers died in an accident began to worry about his own life and the continuation of his family. My father should be preparing to give birth to a son again. But no matter how high the conversation is, and how uncomfortable it is for those who are forced to eavesdrop, the journey will eventually end, especially after entering the temple area of Shicheng. Lin spoke less. He focused most of his attention on the temple building outside the carriage window, watching with his own eyes. The buildings in the temple area are different from the gorgeous forms of mortal buildings. After all, ordinary people build houses, even in an empire that incorporates multicultural styles. Etiquette and taboos must be taken into consideration. You can't just cover it however you want. According to the status of the occupants, the houses have physical restrictions. How high can it be built, and what kind of exterior decoration should be used? If you exceed your status, you can't just pay a fine. It can range from death to death to death to the entire family. In an era when monarchy was supreme, this was non-negotiable. But the gods don't have such scruples. Basically, they can be as grand and beautiful as they want. Moreover, there is no problem of violating the rules among the gods. It is not a problem for a temple with a weak divine power to be built more luxuriously than a temple with a powerful divine power. The only thing that limits this extravagant behavior is the church's financial resources. Those temples are not built by the gods themselves like the kingdom of gods. All the materials come from the void, or are collected physical objects, or are the embodiment of pure energy. These basic materials for building the kingdom of God are just a matter of time. There are no other sources, and money cannot buy them. Since the temple on earth is the responsibility of the human church, the materials to build it cost money, And the workers who built it also need wages. The better the materials, the more expensive the materials, and the more skilled the craftsmen, the higher the wages. High-ceiling palaces, exquisite statues, pictures depicting the deeds of gods, and works of art created by various new technologies, as long as they are conducive to promoting their own gods. The churches will do their best to compete for excellence, even if any temple uses something new. As long as it is well received, other temples will follow and show the same or similar things. All of this is like flowers competing for beauty, with no upper limit. Chapter 1221 Koin Temple. Consider that this is the capital of an empire. If you want to gather believers with high enough status, the number must be large enough. Of course, the temple's grandeur cannot be inferior to that of other churches. At this time, what the church is fighting for is not miracles, but faith. At least those mortals who think they are big shots don't want to walk into a poor and shabby place and prostrate themselves on the ground before an idol of the god. The more believers who have enough status and high status, the more wealth the church can amass. The stronger the financial resources, the more luxurious the temple can be decorated. This is like a spiral that develops towards both ends, making the rich richer and the poor poorer, making it difficult to turn back. Those churches that do not have strong financial resources and do not have broad-based beliefs will naturally not be able to compete with those large churches for appearance. The temples of these small churches are usually built in scattered small open spaces between large churches. Although there is no feng shui in Midi, the buildings still pay attention to symmetry or a certain shape. For example, a regular pentagon or a regular hexagon. Especially the gods of the lawful camp regard symmetry and coordination as a kind of beauty. Of course, the connection between the large church temple group and other large church temple groups cannot be perfectly connected without any gaps. They would not do this unless necessary, no matter how tense the situation was. Just like in the secular world, the territories of big countries rarely directly border each other, and there will always be some small countries in the middle as buffer areas. The territory between the gods is similar. These scattered small open spaces not occupied by large churches have become the accommodation space for small churches in the church temple area of Nineveh Imperial City. Most of the temples of these small churches have one hall and one courtyard. The hall is divided into two parts. The front hall is for the gods, and the back hall is the living area for the priests. In terms of construction, of course, it cannot be as gorgeous and grand as the main halls of large churches. The temple of the small church, in addition to the style of the deity itself that was influenced by the race of origin, also reflects the ingenuity and taste of the previous priests. The so-called style of the former may be changed by the latter. Of course, there are some gods who don't pay so much attention to the appearance of the temple, and they are not little-known minor gods. For example, the famous god of beggars is one of the gods with the widest distribution of temples, not losing to another widespread belief, the Church of the Three Holy Lights. The most important thing for the temple of this god is a shack and a few haystacks. Construction is too easy. On the other hand, it is also because there are so many believers, and they are spread all over the place. In fact, the god of beggars was not the god of beggars at first. The concept he really represents is actually penance, which is the source of all the ascetics in the lost land. But because that image was so close to that of a beggar, it simply became the object of beggars' prayers for getting enough food today, and later became a common belief among beggars. However, those real ascetics hidden in the beggar church exist in trouble that no one wants to cause. It doesn't matter how strong you are. To use someone's hometown saying, you are barefoot and not afraid of wet shoes. For those who have a little wealth, they simply can't afford the ascetic monk style of playing with the consciousness of smashing everything to pieces. And they are not even afraid of self-mutilation. So even if beggars are despised by most people, the god of beggars and his church still stand firm. Bullying beggars, these people who live at the bottom of society, can be regarded as a daily evil for those with bad personalities, but no one will offend them to death, because they don't know whether the person being bullied is an ascetic monk who abides by the precepts. Just because ascetics endure all kinds of suffering does not mean that they will accept death calmly. When they rise up to resist, there are no moral constraints or rules such as not hurting innocent people or harming their families. At least kindness is not among the precepts and requirements of the ascetics. If they were classified by the 9 well-known camps in a certain time period, they would belong to the chaotic neutral group. As for the temple of Koin, the goddess of gold coins, of course, it cannot be solved in a shack like the god of beggars. At any rate, he is also the subordinate god of the Lord of Wealth, representing the god of money. even if it cannot be compared with those wealthy churches. The temple in front of you can still see the ambition of the successive priests to make it magnificent. But it is a pity that the people who originally built all this do not seem to have considered the difficulty of subsequent maintenance. Moreover, it seems that future generations either took care of it carelessly, or had no intention of doing so. The outer wall of the temple, which is full of sculptures, is now covered with various vines, and even small animals can be seen living on it. The open space in the courtyard that was supposed to be a place for believers to take a nap was instead overgrown with overgrown grass and intertwined trees. Even in inconspicuous places, you can see discarded items piled up and left to rot. At the end of this summer, in the afternoon of autumn, of course, mosquitoes are flying around, which is very annoying. Walking into the temple, the modeled gold-plated statue reveals the muddy part underneath. The glass-spliced windows have long been filthy. They should have shown colorful, dazzling light under the light. But now only dim colors remain. The altar where the candles should have been lit, and the sacrifices placed were left with only a lonely candlestick and uncleaned wax tears. If there are some cobwebs, dust, and rags swaying in the wind, someone will think that they have arrived at an abandoned temple in the mountains and forests of their hometown, like Lanru Temple or something like that. However, the place was kept fairly clean and was not left abandoned. Looking at the mottled spots on the statue, someone was trying to identify whether the missing gold foil had been scraped off and used in exchange for money. It means that there really are gods in this world. Doing such a thing would offend those beings. Or is this man so generous that he is willing to sacrifice for his devout believers, even if he scrapes off the gold foil on his own statue? When someone was thinking, a panicked voice came from the side, saying, "You, who are you? What are you doing here?" Strange question. Do we look threatening? Otherwise, why would people be so scared? Lin looked to his side. The aristocratic young man who peed his pants. What was he doing following him? A transvestite wearing a red phoenix robe? Well, it's pretty normal, if you don't consider his gender and pretentiousness. But the big beautiful devil wearing scantily clad clothes is related to the word sexual immorality, and can be classified as a member of the sin, or at least be labeled as a disrespectful act that disrespects the gods. As for himself, although black robes are quite conspicuous in the temple area dominated by white robes, they are not so rare that they can be directly equated with sin. Looking back, one person immediately understood the crux of the other person's fear. The wheels of the carriage that passed through the previous slaughterhouse were stained with blood and mud. Not only did it stain a small half of the wheel spokes red, it even left clear blood-red wheel marks on the street. The two horses driving the car specially selected tall draft horses. One of their characteristics is that the parts above the horseshoes called pasterns and metacarpals have thick manes. Now, the coat, which should have been the same color as the horse's back and tail, was stained with blood. The same goes for the horses that guard the knights of the family of Muhespesh. The hoofs of each horse are like stained with red ink pads, like stamps, leaving conspicuous traces of their journey. In short, there were 8 riders in this car. Regardless of whether the people who saw it thought they had stepped on the red soil and left such marks, or they had just walked away from a massacre. The messy red marks on the ground were indeed frightening. Bad to many people. If they knew that it was the latter, they would probably close the door of the temple tightly and not dare to come out. Only then did Lin look at the priests, who were serving the goddess of gold coins in the temple in the imperial city of Nineveh. These people do live up to Ephron's previous assessment. Old and young. The older priests are afraid of being over 70 years old. In Midland, an environment with backward nutrition and medicine, and a ferocious natural ecology, it is really not easy to live to this age. In addition, the gods they serve are not known for their physical vitality. So each of these old priests looks very old. No one would be surprised if he lay directly in the coffin the next second. As for the younger ones, they are probably just like the children taken in by the family. The oldest one is probably no more than 8 years old. There are also a few that have to be held by others. These children were wearing yellowish white robes, but they did not leave the temple and question someone with fear like the old priests. The children were hiding in the temple, all under the windowsill, peeking at them from time to time. The only exception was the source of the panicked voice that just spoke. A teenage girl. She stood in front of the old priests, wearing leather chest armor, wrist guards and leggings, which were the only protection, and holding a long sword that she could not easily lift. She raised it horizontally with difficulty and pointed it at this group of unexpected visitors, thinking that he was the only one who looked normal among the people present. Lin took a few steps forward and joked. I remember that no matter which god it is, one of the commandments of the Templars is not to use sharp weapons. Little girl, I am the magician Gabriel Tripwood. May I ask what your identity is? Templar warriors generally refer to warriors appointed by the gods, not a military group unique to a certain god. However, because they are recognized by the gods, the status of the Templar warriors is usually equivalent to that of priests, and they are qualified to represent the gods to promote their will in the mortal world. However, as long as there are no special circumstances, people recognized by the gods have their own precepts and oaths that they must abide by. What Lin said about not using open weapons is one of the commandments of most gods. The original meaning is the warrior of the gods, and its purpose is to spread faith, not death. Therefore, they can raise weapons to protect the church and believers, but they are not allowed to kill with their own will. When Lin asked this question, he also wanted to know who the person in front of him was. If it had nothing to do with the Church of the Gold Coin Goddess, he would just go directly to those old priests instead of wasting time on an insignificant little girl. In the previous conversation with the woman who was the Emperor's personal guard, the other party's unreasonable attitude had already worn away a little bit of someone's patience. He wasn't sure he was in the mood to deal with a second unreasonable person, male or female. The girl hesitated, but then, as if she had made up her mind, she said firmly, I am a trainee Templar of His Majesty Queen, and my name is Lucretia. Lucretia. What? Lin asked the other party's last name. The girl replied, No, just Lucretia. It's really special. I don't have a surname, but I have a noble name. Lin bowed and said, Your Excellency, trainee Templar, I'm here to pray to His Majesty Queen. Of course, being able to meet him is the best thing. Okay, could you please convey it? Chapter 1222 The Dilemma of the Weak Divine Power Church. Most of the churches in Lost Land have the same class system. Let us not mention the special titles used by individual churches. Belief in a certain god, regardless of the depth of belief, can be called a believer. Those who are willing to take refuge in a certain god and abide by the teachings and precepts are monks. Such people can usually perform elementary miracles. That is, use divine magic. It doesn't necessarily require magic talent. Anyway, there is a big boss behind you. When your faith reaches a certain level, you can directly communicate with the gods. No doubt. It is indeed a direct conversation. The gods of the Lost Land are not as reserved as the gods of the earth. They are happy to talk and show their abilities, provided there is reward. That is, those who have a firm belief, or are willing to change their beliefs. Especially the latter. They always give preferential treatment, although the betrayed party will be furious. Those who can communicate with gods are priests. They can use higher level magic, depending on how deeply the gods' blessings are. Above the priests is the bishop, who is the agent of the gods in the human world, and is of course responsible for managing the church on earth. It is not limited to one person. If there are multiple people, there will be separate zones. And these divisions will not be like the enclosures of noble lords, where adjacent areas are circled together and managed by one person. Basically, it depends on whoever is in charge of each region is willing to follow. And whoever is in charge will be under the jurisdiction. Although this distribution method completely ignores the various administrative advantages of regional management. But the church is not an ordinary country, and people's thoughts are more important than land. Above the bishops there is also the pope. There is only one person, but there is no vacancy. And not just anyone can be the one who wants to be. Basically, it must have the fact of religious establishment. That is, it must have territory and be recognized by all bishops and priests. It also needs to be widely recognized by other churches of the same camp in order to have such a title. Speaking of which, the Pope is almost the same as a king. It is worth mentioning that for a long time, no church in Midland has had a pope, although there is a papal state in Lost Land today. Its name is a bit unrealistic. No one can call you your majesty except themselves. As for titles such as Mianxia and Nixia, someone in Lost Land has never heard of them. The above is the classification of civil service. The classification of military positions is the system of the Templars. A Templar captain is equivalent to a bishop, and a Templar is equivalent to a priest. Then monks are still monks. It's just that the subjects they study are more liberal arts or martial arts, or they study both civil and martial arts. As for the warrior monks, they are closer to ascetics who do not use weapons, and are not within the general church system. As for the mission of the church in the human world, In addition to spreading the belief in gods, they also have two major social functions. That is to care for orphans and provide education. There is no special orphanage in Lost Land. Moreover, before someone started the craze of academies and provided various academies with a continuous fund, that is, the income from the sales of browser magic stones by each district's magician association, there was no such organization as a school in Midland. Nobles could hire tutors, or have knowledgeable members of the family teach their children knowledge. But if ordinary people want to learn knowledge, the easiest way to achieve it is through the Church of God on earth. Of course, when churches do these things, it is not because they have a noble consciousness or because they believe they are shouldering social responsibilities. Just doing this is convenient for spreading faith, whether they are orphans or people who come to the church to learn knowledge. It is impossible to escape the fact that the church will bring in some private goods in the process of teaching them. As someone said before time travel, it is placement marketing. So no matter where you are in the church or temple, you can always see some young children living in them. Moreover, in addition to receiving care and education, they can also do some simple tasks. Not just eating and doing nothing. In Lost Land, there are no restrictions against child labor, and basic education is not compulsory. Everything has a price. But when the children grow up, they can choose their own future, and the church will not interfere too much at this time, whether they want to stay or leave. Those who stay will naturally enter the church system and develop step by step. Those who leave can only remember this instance and repay it if they have the opportunity in the future. And they will owe it if they don't have the opportunity. And then they will live and die on their own. Some doctrines are more in line with children's delusions of being heroes. Or churches that are relatively wealthy can certainly easily attract these children who have just entered adulthood to stay and develop. It is a pity that neither the teachings of the gold coin goddess nor the current situation of the church are that attractive. Therefore, although children are constantly being brought from other places to the temple of the gold coin goddess in the imperial city of Nineveh, most of them will choose to leave when they grow up to be old enough to stand on their own. That's why the church of the gold coin goddess is in such a state of decline, showing a lapse in talents. Moreover, as the old priests get older and become more and more powerless in all aspects of affairs, the problems faced by the temple become more serious. According to Lin's chats with the old priests, this dilemma is not only true in the temples in the imperial city of Nineveh. The goddess of gold coin also faces the same dilemma in churches all over the land. In other words, this is a common phenomenon shared by gods with weak divine power in churches on earth. In the temple of the imperial city of Nineveh, the only girl who was barely close to being an adult was Lucretia. It was at the age when she was facing a choice that she showed such hesitation before. The final words were more like a decision to stay in the church, rather than her future. She cherishes her family, who grew up with her in the church. To be fair, the old priests hope that the girl can leave the church and develop on her own. Maybe as you get older, and there is no other better place to go, then you can come back to the church to help, rather than wasting the best time of his life on the church of the gold coin goddess. After all, the daily affairs of their local churches do not require young people who can be active on the front line. Some elderly people with limited mobility can also easily get started, because there is nothing difficult and nothing important. By the way, this is really a common phenomenon among weak divine churches. The Church of the Gold Coin Goddess, in addition to providing a place for gamblers to pray before gambling, is only visited once a year by businessmen. Normally it would be a crowded place, but it would be a bit too lively. The reality is that even sparrows don't bother to visit. The reason why we had such an inexplicable conversation was that these priests, who seemed to be too old to be useful, were implicitly hinting that even if they were replaced by the goddess of gold coins, they would only inherit a person who was so pathetic that I don't know how to describe it. Priesthood. Therefore, if you have any ideas about becoming a god or godhood, it is best to find other gods instead of bullying Miss Queen. Alright. Everyone felt that they could see the cunning wisdom with dark eyes and red eyes in the kind old faces. Sure enough, in Lost Land, people who can live to this age will not be stupid or weak. Someone thought to himself that this was the reason why the other party speculated that a certain magician was visiting. Maybe because he wanted to harm the gods they served. That's why I wanted to show weakness to try to dispel my thoughts. Lin felt that even these old men wouldn't believe it if he directly said the bold words that he was here to save them from the fire. As for those who were younger, at most they think of themselves as storytellers or bragging. He looked helplessly at the hot tea in his hand, which was just brought to him by the girl Lucretia. She showed a little temper and stood behind the old priests. It seems that he believed the subtext of the old man who raised him and regarded himself as an enemy. It is said that the high-quality dried flowers of the elves are brewed with holy water. Drinking it can beautify the skin and maintain youthful vitality. In fact, it was just the girl who dug a well in the backyard to boil water, and then threw away a few flower petals she picked from nowhere. No taste or fragrance. Moreover, when making tea with holy water, a certain traveler always wants to go in strange ways, let alone drink it. Even if you know where the water comes from, there is no good way for someone to deal with the hostility of this family. Except for the local nobles of the imperial city of Nineveh, who were captured to lead the way, who were considered pure human beings. What kind of existence were the people who were traveling with him? No wonder the other party's hostility is so obvious. Starina, a true evil. Although it changed its appearance, it did not try to cover up anything from its smell to its sounds. As long as you are not blind, you will know that this product is not a good thing. Maybe men will be temporarily confused by Starina's appearance, but that definitely does not include those cunning old men in their 70s, or young girls, who are just starting out. By the way, this big demon did not enter the temple. The relationship between the temple and the church is like the relationship between the magic tower and the magician. It is difficult for outsiders to know how much power left behind by the gods is hidden in this building. It is not impossible to destroy demons with a single thought. Of course, Starina didn't want to test whether a god with weak divine power could kill it with one finger. The 14th prince, Azad Kazalnia, is recognized as a walking natural disaster in the Guana Empire. Wherever it goes, it either brings destruction or death. This guy followed someone into the temple to receive hospitality. Lin had to admit that although he could use his status as a prince to build his reputation, he also ignored the negative impact of Azad's reputation. You might as well come here secretly, ask for directions from low-ranking people, and be careful not to expose your identity in front of the nobles, and you won't be in so much trouble. Seeing that these old men looked indifferent, and the younger ones were obviously hostile, Lin felt helpless. As for the younger ones, they hid behind the benches, thinking that no one could see them. Maybe these children are not hostile, but just curious. But of course, they are of no use in front of him. What right to speak do they have? Therefore, the classic old method clears the way. Lin took out a small silk bag from his arms and shook it, making a jingling sound like coins knocking against each other. Said, "Let's do this. I am willing to donate a sum of money and offer an offering. I will ask a few priests to help me hold a prayer ceremony and say something to His Majesty in heaven. No matter what kind of reply I get after that, or simply if there is no reply, I will accept it and leave." Chapter 12:23 The Hesitation of the Elderly. The old priests still had their professional level kind smiles, neither agreeing nor rejecting. It might be that the sound coming from the silk packet was quite clear and not heavy at all. This means that the number of coins is a bit small, so it failed to impress these old men. Lin went directly to the second step and poured out the coins in the silk bag. They were more than a dozen golden Guana Empire double-sided gold coins, which made everyone's eyes shine. The coins of the Guana Empire are round in shape and have symbols of the casting age engraved on the edges. On one side is a portrait of the emperor from the time of the casting, and on the other side is a print representing tulips of the imperial family. The precision of the casting fully reflects the exquisite casting technology of the empire, compared with the coins minted by other countries. It may be that a piece of gold is softened and then the pattern is pressed out like a seal. Most of them are single-sided and will not be deliberately rounded, but only have enough weight. Ugly is ugly, but the quality of coins is more important than their appearance than issues with casting technology. MIDI does not have alloy technology, so the fineness of coins is based on the degree of purification of the metal. But it is impossible to purify it to 100% pure gold, pure silver, or pure copper, not only because it cannot be done, but also because metals with too high purity are too soft and cannot withstand a few uses after being cast into coins, and they may turn into gold lumps that no one can recognize. So the choice depends on the conscience of the caster. The coins of several major empires are of high quality and beautifully minted. Even if you want to use other metals with similar colors to make counterfeit coins, it is of course very difficult to imitate them. This is also the reason why the coins minted by the Guana Empire are called good coins. Most of the coins minted by other countries are just coins, even bad coins that most people disdain to use. In terms of use, these coins and bad coins may not be used as one coin in other places except in the country where they were minted. You need more money to buy something at a certain price, and you may even be banned from using it, although mathematics has begun to spread in the mysterious world in recent years. However, there is no such explanation in the exchange rate of money, bad money and good money. And there is still no general understanding. When merchants encounter coins that are not good coins during transactions, they still use the past practice of bidding purely based on their feelings or not accepting it. Under Midi's current economic system, the purchasing power of the dozen or so Gowana Empire gold coins that Lin took out was astonishing, regardless of the magician's different perception of money from ordinary people. After all, the price of magic materials is not affordable at all. These more than 10 gold coins are enough for a family in this temple. And they will spend a whole year on food and clothing. Don't squander it. So after seeing the gold coins of the Gowana Empire in the silk bag that was not heavy at all, even the old priests, who had seen the world, their eyes lit up. The children even ran to the table, big and small, all clinging to the edge of the table. While looking at the gold coins, they exclaimed in a milky voice, "Is this KIR? It's the first time I've seen it!" "Hey, this is the temple of the gold coin goddess." A group of little kids said they saw gold coins for the first time. How miserable they were. As if the little girl Lucretia didn't believe it. She actually clasped her hands in her fists and lowered her head to pray. Then there was a magical shot, which shot onto the coins scattered on the table. Under the power of the gods, the gold coins emit a pure white light and look holy and flawless. "Wow, it's really clear," the girl, who seemed to have never seen money in her life, exclaimed in admiration with her eyes shining. "Wait a minute. What was that magical skill just now?" Lin asked curiously. The oldest old priest replied, "It is a kind of identification technique, but it can only be used to identify the quality of coins. The whiter it is, the better the quality is, and the blacker it is not good. Whether it is gold, silver, copper will do. Just like the white light. It means that it is a keel made by the Empire." Wow, there is such magic. A certain person has been wandering around in the lost world for more than 20 years. And he only found out about this today. The point is that this magic is very good and will be of great use in the future. It just needs to be modified. To put it simply, when someone comes to the door with coins, they regard all the coins as one coin. Or after appraising the color, they just call out an exchange rate as merchants are accustomed to. If we want to formulate a credible exchange rule, what is the basis? The free will of the forensic priest? This approach is tantamount to seeking death and is absolutely undesirable. At this time, this magical technique can come in handy, but it must be more detailed. To put it bluntly, it is to digitize the identification results. However, the details of the magic can only be discussed with His Majesty. When priests use divine magic, they can at most show a person's sophistication or inexperience in the timing and method of use. However, the effect of divine magic is the same and cannot be changed by ordinary people. After appraising the quality of the KIR given by Lin, the indifferent attitude of the old priests relaxed, at least under the eager attention of a group of children. They couldn't help but push away the money they almost got. What's more, the purpose of this money is not to make them violate their conscience and do some blasphemous behavior. So the oldest priest thought about it and said, "Your Majesty the magician, you said you wanted to offer a sacrifice, but I don't know what it is. Although the age of the old gods has gone away, and the new gods have come to power in the past 1,000 years. Except for a few who have special requirements for offerings. Most of the gods do not care much about the content of the offerings. They are not demons and need blood, food, or souls. The gods care more about the thoughts that come with the offerings. Some people are truly devout and willing to offer their most precious things to the gods, but there are also people who regard offerings as a bargaining chip. For example, the offerings that magicians sacrifice to the 8 lords of power during meditation rituals fall into the latter category. But not everything can be sacrificed. Every god still has its restricted areas. If you violate these taboos, the divine punishment will be considered light. But you will only worry about hurting other people, like a priest presiding over the ceremony. Therefore, when the old priest asked this question, he also wanted to ensure that the offerings of the magician in front of him would not violate the taboos of His Majesty in the sky, and then make him angry. In fact, asking this also implies that he agrees with the magician's request and is just doing the final check. Lin was certainly not dissatisfied with this result. He took out another small silk bag from his arms, took out a red magic stone, placed it on the table, and pushed it forward. The offerings to the gods of Midi still more or less continue the traditions of the old god era. The sacrifices are considered to be quite high standard offerings, followed by the works of art made of precious metals such as gold and silver. I don't know whether it's because the magic materials are in high demand and cannot be used as sacrifices to the gods. Or it's because the big bosses in the sky don't look down on the magic materials that can be donated in the world. Or maybe it's too precious. And neither magicians nor ordinary nobles would be willing to give away such precious things. In short, it is quite rare to take a magic stone as an offering. Almost no normal person would do this. But the magician in front of him did it. The old priest picked up the magic stone and looked at it carefully. Hexagonal column type. Double heads or pointed cones. When grasped in one hand, both ends of the pointed cone protrude slightly, which is the standard cut of magic stone. It is said that the magic stone cut like this is the easiest way to release the power contained in the magic stone. However, such a magic stone is not a work of art that can be placed on the altar of gods. The old priest did not directly reject the object in his hand, but planned to ask for clarification before making a reply. So he asked, "Your Excellency, this offering is..." "Sir, you don't think that I just offer a magic stone. What I offer is the most precious thing for magicians, which is our knowledge." Lin nodded his head confidently. He added, "The message is stored and it can be read by opening it with the browser magic stone. I believe that simple little magic can't trouble His Majesty in the sky." The old priest still didn't agree. He asked carefully, "Your Excellency, I wonder if I can read the content first." "I am asking this more because I am afraid that the content recorded in the magic stone, even if it is not blasphemous remarks, is still related to personal privacy, no matter which one it is. It is definitely not a good idea to rashly offer it to His Majesty in heaven." Although Lin didn't understand the old priest's real thoughts, he didn't understand such concerns. For example, before time travel, if someone wanted to send a note or letter to the boss above him through himself, he would worry about whether the content contained any nonsense. Don't fail to sell the favor and lead yourself into a ditch. So Lin made a please gesture, indicating that he would allow the old priest to check the contents. After receiving permission, the priests did not pretend to be reserved. Several people took out their own browser magic stones, opened the water mirror screen skillfully, and used their own magic stones to touch the red brilliant magic stone that Lin was about to present, and read its contents. The content is about the establishment and operation model of an organization, and it is related to money. After the priests briefly read it, they couldn't say they appreciated or rejected it. Although it feels like it would be a good thing if the organizational structure described in the material can be established. But they are all quite old, and their acceptance of new things is not that fast. However, these judgments should not be made by them. At least the content of the magic stone doesn't have any words that would offend the gods. So I'll just offer it. Several old priests looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. "Lu, take the other children to clean up the altar and prepare for a sacrifice." The old priest directly instructed the girl, who stayed in the church and was mainly responsible for taking care of the young children. After saying that, the priests also stood up and made their own preparations. Lin asked at this time, "Everyone, I wonder if I can stay and watch the ceremony." "Of course, Your Majesty the Magician. Anyone who believes in our Lord is a believer of His Majesty Queen. Your Majesty will not refuse anyone to participate in the ceremony of worshipping him." Seeing the perfunctory attitude of the old priests, Lin was non-committal. Anyway, as long as you achieve your own goals, you don't care what other people think. And the most important purpose, which has never been mentioned to others, is to hold a sacrificial ceremony in the temple, so that there should be an opportunity to peek into the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. As long as you let yourself see it at a glance, you should be able to determine the coordinates of the other party. If things don't go as expected, Plan B can be implemented immediately. Chapter 12:24 God Descends. The altar was rearranged, and the candlesticks were filled with special white candles. The lit candle is about a knuckle long, and it is not an ordinary yellow flame with a blue heart, but a special azure flame. At least someone with limited knowledge of chemistry would not know what ingredients should be added to a candle to produce a fire of this color. The incense, which is only lit during the annual Holy Day ceremony, is also sending out thin plumes of smoke. Not only is the fragrance fragrant, it can also make people feel trance-like and fall into a mysterious thought. It sounds a lot like the drug-taking state described before time travel. But in fact it is not a drug or a psychedelic drug. It is a special incense that is often used in magicians' meditation rituals to help communicate with those very special beings, or to connect the spirit to a higher level world. At least this stuff isn't addictive. The priests put on sacrificial robes. The thick and solid wool felt is embroidered with exquisite sacred patterns, which are densely packed and form a secret text that mortals cannot understand. This is not only beautiful, but also contains the blessing of the gods. If used as armor during an adventure, it is also a powerful protective robe comparable to armor. Even so, the priests were reluctant to wear it as daily wear. Only on important occasions would one be willing to put on the ironed and starched holy robe. The children also wore a white robe and took on the duties of the choir, under the direction of the eldest child Lucretia. Carols were sung softly. Although their voices are immature, they have obviously been well trained to work together. At least everyone is singing in the same key, not out of tune or out of tune. In such a cautious and solemn ceremony, Lin once again saw the belief pursued by the gods in the lost land and one of the 8 powers. The source of power comes from the energy tie created by the world tree absorbing the dimensional gap between other worlds and the lost world, and then spitting it out, just like ordinary plants absorb carbon dioxide and then emit oxygen. However, faith, one of the 8 powers, is the only power that Lin has discovered so far that has a second source. That is when mortals establish a connection with the gods. This power will be sublimated from the sound of prayer, or condensed from the soul. According to various religious scriptures, this power will float to the kingdom of God and turn into bricks, tiles, sand and stones in that kingdom, or it will enter the body of gods and become the nourishment that nourishes their godhood. The actual situation remains unknown. So how does this faith condense from the mortal soul? Lin was once very curious, but because he had no suitable experimental subjects, he never studied it further. But the location of the power of faith in front of him did allow Lin to get a glimpse of the divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins, and calculate its coordinates that could be used for the flash technique. No matter what, the goal of this trip has been less than half achieved, and we are in an invincible position. Lin smiled slightly and thought in his heart. Then the next step is to see whether His Majesty in the sky is willing to cooperate. The red brilliant magic stone used as an offering has always been placed in the center of the altar. As the power of faith in the environment became stronger, Lin became slightly uncomfortable as a magician. We learned from past research that the existence of power has its own balance proportions. Once out of balance, the environment will automatically adjust to restore balance. But when the imbalance is man-made, it cannot be easily restored. Just like the air that people breathe is a mixture of several gases in proportions. People cannot breathe normally in an environment of pure oxygen, pure carbon dioxide, or some kind of pure gas. This is the situation Lin is facing now. When faith dominates the 8 powers, no magician can feel comfortable. But Lin did not stop the ceremony from proceeding. Instead, he allowed this power of faith to continue to grow, and condensed a ball of light that ordinary people could not see in front of the statue of His Majesty Queen. When the ball of light condensed into something substantial, a thread-like beam of light swayed, extending from the ball of light towards the magic stone. It was as if His Majesty in the sky was carefully testing this magic stone and coming into contact with it cautiously. When the connection is established, there are dots of starlight crystals, which are absorbed from the magic stone into the light ball in front of the statue along the tortuous connection path. At first it was just like a trickle, but after a breath, the entire temple environment seemed like a great terror had descended. Everyone felt discomfort and pressure, as if it was going to crush everyone present in one breath. After all, the damage was not done and disappeared in an instant. In other words, it was simply an illusion. At least someone's self-protection system was not triggered. But there may be another situation. That is, the stress just now was a new type of attack, which someone has not recorded yet, and therefore did not trigger self-protection. No matter which one it was, everyone felt a strange sense of prying eyes and another indescribable feeling before the discomfort occurred. It was Lin's first experience with that feeling, but it was not his first time encountering a special curve pattern in the environment variables. In the old days of the Tower of the Great Sage, the gate of the abyss was about to open, and when demons crossed the realm and came to the lost land, similar special changes would occur. In other words, is there some kind of existence planning to come to Lost Land? Probably not. Lin wondered in his heart, recalling the expressions of the old priests before and now. They were originally pious, but somewhat heavy. Later, their frowns gradually widened, revealing expressions of joy. Now, that joy has turned into fear, and he looks at the statue of Goddess Koin with an expression that can be said to be dumbfounded. Lin had an intuition that it might be the situation he guessed. At least let's communicate with His Majesty through the mouths of the old men present. After going back and forth several times, we decided on the intention or gain trust before we met to discuss it. By the way, we brought along the 25 partners, who would definitely come in. Now I am so impatient that I have to skip the foreplay and go straight to the topic. How impatient it is. Suddenly, a strong sense of direct gaze made Lin know that his guess had come true. It should be invisible to mortals. But the ball of light condensed in front of the statue of the goddess turned into an eye. The big eye suspended in midair blinked several times, looking left and right, as if it didn't see the desired target. In the end, I could only make do with it and focus on the eldest old priest. A warm beam of light enveloped the priest, who was kneeling in prayer. The old man, bathed in divine grace, appeared to be rejuvenated and transformed, but as if he was maladaptive. The old priest showed a ferocious look of pain. The beam of light immediately dissipated, and the old priest's appearance returned to its original state. Is this because he wants to descend from the gods? But his body is not strong enough to withstand the torment of the big boss in the sky. So he is back down? Lin wondered in his mind. But one failure will not dissuade this goddess from her intentions. He changed his approach and no longer looked for the body of a saint who could bear his power. That kind of person is rare even in large churches and needs special training. The gold coin goddess Cain chose a more direct method and came in her true form. The eye that turned into a ball of light turned back into a ball of light. This time it changes again. Instead of condensing inwards, it expands its scope outwards and shrinks backwards. Although Lin did not move his position, he clearly felt that the expanding ball of light did not really sink back. Instead, the inside of the light ball extends toward an unknown high-dimensional world, like a passage. Could it be that the real body is coming? Lin didn't know it, but the smile on his face became a little stiff. Fortunately, I didn't have a plan to deal with such changes. After calming down, he quickly revised his follow-up plan in his mind. In fact, there were only a few details. However, specific changes can only be dealt with after seeing His Majesty's true intentions. But the wait took longer than he expected. At least the passage leading to the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins has always remained open and has not been closed. Any phenomenon that goes against the laws of nature must be paid for, and the passage in front of us is no exception. Lin reasonably guessed that the maintainer should be the goddess, and the price was high. As a god with weak divine power, he has the capital to squander it like this? Lin was a little unsure for a moment. The purpose of this passage was to invite him, so it was left open like this. However, he stood there ungratefully, wasting each other's time and the other's divine power. Or is the one really ready to come? Just as he was thinking about his next move, there was a loud noise in the passage. Lin didn't know if others could hear it, but he could guarantee that not many people could understand it. Maybe a few old priests can. When they can communicate with the gods they believe in, they will understand the special language of their gods. Although the language used by each god is different. From Lin's current perspective, after mastering the original language of mantra, the high-frequency language of dragon language, and the idea inheritance ability used by World Tree, he has to decipher divine speech is not particularly difficult. Lin even felt that he had come into contact with the legendary knowledge of the original language, the starting point of all languages. Just understanding those voices seemed to make me even more confused. Oppo, what are you doing here? You can't just rush down like this. It's my job to stop you from making a big mistake. I don't care. I just want to go down. If you insist on stopping me, I will sue your sister. There is no need to discuss it with anyone. Either consciousness comes, or it is granted human agency, or it kills oneself. If you want to go down, there is no other way. No time. Oh, damn it. You are such a dead kid who always stands in front of others. I was really blind before. Why should I help you? I regret it very much now. I have to sue your sister. Don't bite. You are not a dog. Okay. You want to go down, and I'll help you. Just wait until I add a seal to you. And don't cause damage to the main plane. Anyway, you didn't go down there to cause trouble. Right? Well, no. Come on. I won't care about you if you are slow. It seemed like I heard some very unusual conversation. This conversation was very fast. Probably more than the blink of an eye. The next moment, a fat girl burst out of the channel formed by the light ball. He was short in stature, wearing only a simple burqa with a golden hemp rope tied around his waist. The honey-colored short hair seemed to be alive, undulating with the fat girl's step. She pinched the magic stone on the altar with her little hands, rushed to a certain magician, and asked anxiously, "Is it true? Is this true?" Chapter 1225 The Halfling God. Lin didn't care about this goddess, who appeared suddenly, but had such a unique image. She almost put the red magic stone into her nose in excitement. Instead, he took a step back and looked at the statue of the goddess in the temple. It was of a normal human body shape, as plump as a loving mother, and her face was covered with a black veil in line with the empire's tradition. Then she compared it with the statue that came to her in person. Bit halfling? Lynn asked doubtfully, even though she doesn't have the ability to read minds. The female halfling spirit's ability to observe words and emotions is also very high. He followed someone's line of sight, saw his own statue, and knew what the human being in front of him was thinking. Say, which one do you like better? Do you want me to look like that? Or do you have a problem with halflings? Halflings, dwarfs, dwarves, and goblins are the four major races in Midland that are only half the height of normal humans. Compared with magic, the talents of these four races are more suitable for taking the technological route. But for some unknown reason, the technological development of MIDI did not go very smoothly. Goblins have a green, wrinkled appearance and are greedy in character. They are uncivilized tribes, and everyone screams for beatings. If it weren't for the fact that there is no word for cancer in the land, the uncivilized goblins could be regarded as the cancer of the land. Even if they are civilized ethnic groups, they still have flaws, big and small, that they don't want others to see. And their technological strength is also the best. Some are very strong, some are very weak, but they are all equally unsafe. Dwarf, stout, lean, bearded, one of the powerful fighting races of MIDI, second only to goblins in population. They are good at metal processing such as forging, especially weapons and armor. Dwarf. Some people jokingly call him a dwarf without a beard. He is more of a scholar type and is good at making exquisite props, mechanisms and other things. They are not as united as the dwarf clans, so their power in the mysterious land is not strong. And there are few heroes in history. Halflings are very similar to dwarves, but more mediocre. The advantage is that they are optimistic about fate. There is nothing particularly good at it. If I really want to say it, it is just some life and agricultural skills. But compared to the dwarfs, the halflings may be weaker and know better how to stick together to save their lives. So they are quite united. Moreover, the halfling race has often given people unexpected surprises, and has produced several heroes in history. As for the difference between dwarfs and halflings, this question is probably lost in the world, and there is no good answer. Some people believe that the two races are actually the same race, but they just have different values and behaviors. But in the eyes of a certain transvestite, a failed biologist who only studied high school biology, the difference between the two lies in the proportions of their bodies. Halflings, dwarves, and goblins are like humans who haven't grown taller, but dwarfs have short legs and long hands, and their body proportions are closer to those of gorillas, which is different from normal people. This is why when Lin saw the fat girl with short stature in front of him, he immediately recognized her as a halfling instead of mistaking her for a dwarf. It's just that there are some racial differences in Midland, and the skin color problem is much more serious than that on Earth. So when he heard the interrogation from this god, who came to the mortal world, Lin certainly couldn't admit or not answer. It was like acquiescence. He explained, "Of course not, Your Majesty. I'm just curious why your image is different from your statue." It's very simple. Because when they are looking for someone to sculpt a statue of a god, they don't contact me to be a portrait model. They just create what they think is the most beautiful look in their imagination. This is really a word that wakes up the dreamer. Although there are gods in Lost Land, they do not appear in the human world all the time. Being able to send a voice and answer believers is already amazing. The gods prefer to maintain a bit of mystery than demons, who prefer to manifest themselves in other ways. This is because the demon appears and can scare humans with its vicious or ugly appearance. Gods remain mysterious because they expose their true images too much, which makes people lose their awe and gain less power of faith. All of these are done in different ways according to their needs. Therefore, the image of the gods in the human world is left to the free development of the human church, with little active interference. Think about the idol-worshipping religions on Earth, with pictures and statues of various gods. Which one is not based on the simple description of characteristics by the Creator, and then perfected through his own artistic development? This is of course prone to distortions and inconsistencies with the facts. Then it becomes guest-oriented, which makes people forget the original appearance. The most famous example is Zhang Fei from his hometown of the Three Kingdoms. He was a fair boy who was the descendant of a Taoyuan school painter, but was transformed into a black-faced rough man by a novel, and then passed down through the ages. Someone recalled the few temples he visited in Lost Land. Even though they serve the same master, the images created by the statues are different. It's just that this situation of getting the race wrong is intentional. Or unintentionally. After all, humans are in charge of the current world of Lost Land. So the human form would be more advantageous than the halfling form? If you don't like my appearance, I can become like that. As for my face, would it be better to cover it with a layer of black gauze? Or what should I look like? The halfling goddess asked calmly. But he also had a narrow look in his eyes. Lin rejected this good intention and said, Your Majesty, you have the right to appear anywhere in an appearance that satisfies you. My respect for you will not diminish in any way. I just feel that those who create the bastard of the idol is misleading people and makes me a little angry. Huh? Ku'in laughed in agreement. Unbelievers, in your mathematical terms, if you regard 0 as the smallest number, then no matter how much you subtract from 0, it will still be 0. So don't use words of reverence. I won't believe it. You yourself, it's sad to say. He laughed a few times and gently brought up this disrespectful topic. Only then did Lin answer the goddess's original question and said, Your Majesty, you just asked about whether the magic stone is true or false. This is a wrong question. It is just an implementation method. And there is no question of true or false. Some are just feasible. Since you came to me, I believe that you also think that what is recorded in this magic stone is very promising. So you are so anxious. So the real question you should ask is, how to do this? Implementation and promotion. Ku'in was quite dissatisfied with the words of the mortal in front of him. He looked at the magic stone in his hand, just wanting to get a clearer message. That is, the plan written here is indeed feasible. That's all. And he also got the answer he wanted, although it was not a positive answer. So he subconsciously threw the magic stone and said, What's the problem? At the same time, he turned around and walked back, ignoring the surprised looks of the young and old in the temple. He sat down on the altar. The old priest wanted to reprimand this blasphemous and rude behavior, but His Majesty himself sat on it. Is this considered blasphemy? The old man couldn't think straight for a while and was struggling. As for the younger group, they were either dumbfounded or stunned. No one knew what to do or even what expression to make. With the same dull expression, there was also the young member of the tax collector family who followed the temple and hid in the corner. Ephraim Mahishabisi. He would enter the temple completely unconsciously, not intending to investigate anything. But when he saw God coming, he regretted it. There is no harmony between divine power and imperial power. And with his identity, he shouldn't be exposed to these. The person with the most cavalier attitude is Azad, who watched the play from beginning to end. It was rare for him to sit quietly in the back row. Starting from Ku'in Lithan, his expression showed unspeakable disappointment and gradually became impatient. Now this goddess's attitude of disapproval aroused his interest. As if the long-awaited opportunity is about to appear. He is ready to kill the god at any time. On the other side, seeing the goddess with such a negligent attitude, Lin Xian half sneered, half sighed, and said, Your Majesty, things are not as easy as you think. That's all I ask. Similar things have never happened before. Have you ever? Ku'in, who was playing with the magic stone, was stunned. It is impossible to hide anything related to money that is involved in the mystery. Although the organizational method written in the magic stone is more comprehensive and detailed, it is indeed not the only one in his perception. In past experience, some money movements have been used in similar ways, but the scale is very small. So small that if he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't notice it at all. Moreover, it didn't take long before it all ended without causing any trouble. It is even more mindless than the daily prayers of believers. Ku'in therefore said, It did happen, but it happened in the past. You didn't mention it, so I haven't noticed it yet. Sure enough, it has happened. Then it is exactly what I thought. What do you mean? Ku'in asked puzzledly. It means what I want to do. Lin pointed at the magic stone again. It's not that no one has tried it. And regardless of whether what was originally established still exists today, I think the attempt can be regarded as a failure. Then does your Majesty still think that as long as this method is obtained, even if you follow it with a dog, it will be successful? In other words, this method is flawed? The goddess, who felt that she was being tricked, showed an unhappy look in her eyes, like a sharp knife stabbing someone. But then he denied it himself. No, it's not that the method is defective, but that there are difficulties other than this method that hinder it. What is that? Ling gave the answer directly, saying, Simply put, inducement and trust. Explain clearly. Cain no longer looked as eager as when he first arrived. Instead, he restored his true nature as a god, a majesty that was higher than all things in the world. The invention of money has solved one of the most embarrassing problems for both parties in the old barter transaction method, which is that the items that can be exchanged are not necessarily the items I need. Money is valuable as an intermediary. Anyone can exchange what they have into money, and then find other objects to exchange the money for what they need. I believe that your majesty understands it better than I do. There are no shortcomings, such as being an easy target for robbers, or the difficulty of transporting large amounts of coins. What I propose is to strengthen the use of money and improve its shortcomings, just to give the money to His Majesty for safekeeping. You don't have to carry a large amount of money and become a target for robbers. It seems that anyone can do this method. But why should a rich person give his money to others for safekeeping? Believe that this custodian will not take your money and disappear without a trace. This is what I call inducement and trust. Chapter 1226 Solution. Solution? Cain asked directly for the answer. Let's talk about the easy solution first. That is the issue of trust. This is the most difficult for me, but it is the easiest for His Majesty. Because I am a god? The god who exists because of money certainly has enough acumen to calculate the advantages of the method proposed by the magician in front of him. Simply put, this method makes up for some of the inherent shortcomings of currency as an intermediary for transactions. Not only does it expand the concept of coins, it also makes it possible for the belief in the gold coin goddess to spread more widely. But to be honest, he, the god, does not necessarily have to come forward to carry out all of this. In his perception, the money flows that had operated in this way had no direct relationship with him as a god. However, this man came to the door and offered this method. What was his intention? This would certainly arouse Cain's suspicion. It's just that he didn't ask immediately. But if you say that you are the solution to the problem, it seems that you can understand why this human being came to find you. Lin further explained. That's right. If it were me, or I found a noble, king or big businessman to handle this matter, everyone except themselves would have the same question. That is why should I put money into their treasury in exchange for a piece of paper? What if the person who received the money refuses to accept it, or runs away after receiving it? It takes years of careful behavior to cultivate enough trust. In comparison, Your Majesty, if you show up as a god, this matter will be much easier. What's the difference? Cain was a little confused. With a flip of his palm, Lin conjured a gold coin in his hand and said, Your Majesty, I just want to ask, can gold coins be used to trade between gods? The halfling goddess shook her head matter-of-factly. Gold coins are of no use to the gods. No god even thought of collecting them and giving them to believers. Lin smiled and said, That's right. Gold coins are useful to us mortals, but useless to gods. Through the method I designed, people need to chant your gods when depositing or withdrawing coins from their personal accounts. Name and pray. In this process, your power will grow. And this is the benefit you can get. The collected coins are really just for you to keep and will be kept by the depositor. Change it back when needed. But people may misappropriate the collected coins without permission because of greed. This is the difference that people worry about when people or gods come to implement it. The issue of trust in financial institutions such as banks seems to have ceased to exist in the 21st century. That is only because of the endorsement of official organizations and the support of some financial policies, which allows people to open accounts and save money when they need to. Consider the ease of use, not the trustworthiness of a particular bank. However, don't look at the fact that during World War II, the Swiss bank refused to hand over funds from Jewish accounts to Hitler. Such a highly talked about behavior made people think that the bank was an ethical organization that was not afraid of power. In reality, there are many cases where a court order or even an administrative order allows banks to infringe on personal property in accordance with the law. If the money in the account is the criminal proceeds of the holder, then of course he deserves it, whether it is frozen or confiscated. But are there really no parasites living in institutions that abuse their power or use their power for personal gain? Therefore, some unfounded people have proposed the idea of decentralization to make the financial instrument of money more pure. To put it bluntly, while avoiding supervision and control, it also attempts to break the old financial order and establish new rules. And because the number of virtual coins has its design limit, without the possibility of unlimited money printing, the phenomenon of inflation will be greatly suppressed. The official counterattack cannot withstand the trend of technological progress. Just like a ship's cannon that blasts away the city wall, its sword and shield, It is irresistible. At best, it's just procrastination and trying to establish new rules of the game. In comparison, capital's counterattack is truly fatal. When financial instruments with high hopes are turned into financial commodities, and when people talk about virtual currencies, their first thought is investment and profit. Decentralized virtual currencies become a joke. It cannot buy vegetables in the market. It cannot buy cigarettes in the store. And only criminals use it to launder money. Virtual currency is just the fourth good place for capital to harvest leaks besides the stock market, foreign exchange market and futures. Only a fool would touch it. What if, in addition to its own value, the central pillar of currency is not a person or an organization, but a god? It eliminates the human operations caused by human greed and allows the money flow to operate according to fixed rules under the supervision of gods. And these rules will not be changed, it will due to the wishes of a few people. Such a currency system should be better than the blood-sucking system on Earth that has been magically modified to the point where it is difficult for normal people to understand. Okay, I roughly understand your intention of finding me. So what do you mean by the inducement? Queen continued to ask. It's very simple. Your Majesty. You see, before this method existed, everyone could still live by using coins made of three precious metals, gold, silver, and copper. Even though there would be some inconveniences. Who didn't live like this? In this case, a different method of using coins is proposed. How many people will give up the old method they are accustomed to for no reason and use a new method with complicated and unfamiliar rules? At this time, incentives are needed. It can also be said to be a demand. You can agree. Not only Queen nodded, but everyone else in the temple also nodded mechanically. Lin continued. To find out what kind of people have demand for the new method of using currency, we must first know the differences between the old and new methods. First of all, I want to emphasize that the difference in usage is because of the value of the currency itself. It will not change. So the biggest difference between keeping the coins by yourself and giving them to your Majesty in exchange for a piece of paper is, of course, the safety and convenience of being robbed or ripped off. If you carry more coins, the weight of the coins will become a huge burden. If you carry more coins, you won't be able to carry them with you, and you will need to transport them by car, and more people will be needed to protect them. The cost will increase invisibly. Right. As if teaching a student, Lin waited for everyone to nod again before taking a breath and continued. Then those who need new methods that have the two advantages of safety and convenience are businessmen and those who hold a large amount of coins. People with circulation needs. The former is easy to solve. Just tell them that although sending the coins to His Majesty's treasury and registering them in their personal accounts will require a storage fee, when the amount of money is quite large, the extra manpower required for transportation is absolutely a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of guarding. Not to mention the risk of betrayal if there are too many people hired to transport coins and guards. As long as it is a profit-seeking businessman, they all know how to choose. So for them, the remaining consideration is the issue of convenience. That is, if I deposit coins in the Gold Coin Goddess Temple somewhere, is there a place to withdraw it at my destination? Or, would the person I am trading with be willing to transfer the agreed transaction amount directly from one personal account to another under your Majesty's witness, thereby saving the huge amount of money from your Majesty? After withdrawing it from your treasury and giving it to someone else, the other person may then turn around and deposit the same amount of money into your treasury, wasting each other's time and energy. Before the establishment of the modern banking system, the East and the West had different development trajectories regarding the operation of money. The Western world, which is dominated by Europe, began in Venice, Italy in the 13th century. They were actually loan sharks and did not have the various functions of modern banks. The Eastern world in my hometown originated from the flying money business in the Tang dynasty. This has nothing to do with lending, but the off-site deposit and withdrawal, or exchange business, that Lin wants to develop in Midi. Xianzhuang and Jiaozi began to exist in the Song dynasty. The former was related to lending, and the latter was the prototype of paper money. It was not until the Ming and Qing dynasties that there were ticket numbers, and a more standardized exchange business was carried out. This does not mean that there were no loan sharks in my hometown before the Song dynasty, but before the emergence of banks. Most of the lenders and borrowers were landlords and tenants, and there were no institutions like banks that operated externally. Similarly, the usury business in the Western world did not only exist in the 13th century. Before that, it was the church and the nobility who conducted money-lending business. The so-called businessman must have one of the two identities, or both. The route arranged by Lin for Mitty was actually the exchange route of flying money and ticket numbers. As for the reason why I don't want to get involved in lending, in addition to the fact that the land itself has its own lending system, the lending business is added to the system dominated by the goddess of gold coins, which has the ability to rule the entire financial system of the land. It is easy to lend money on the same scale as the earth, or even an even more vicious financial monster, whether it is the aggression brought by capital or the L of inflation. A certain people in time who have suffered deeply do not want to bring such pain to the natives of other worlds. Confucius said, "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." Even though as the person who built this financial system, he can firmly stand on the side of vested interests and suck the blood of the whole land. But does this make sense? If someone doesn't fight for the king and hegemony, the possibility of letting this monster come out and backfire on him is almost 100%. Someone still wants to have a good night's sleep and find a way home, instead of being forced into the endless L of pursuing profits or repaying debts. I wonder if this halfling woman knows about a certain magician's worries. He thought about the idea proposed by Lin and found no serious flaws. Then asked, "The businessman solved it. But what about the nobles?" Chapter 12:27 Three Knives. Faced with this last key, Lin helplessly spread his hands and said, "There is no good way to target the nobles, because whether it is safety or convenience, they have enough manpower, and even the army can guarantee it. Then we can only find people who are willing to cooperate and integrate the new currency usage method into the land under their jurisdiction, and make it a part of people's lives. Fortunately, humans have a mentality of comparison and hurting. As long as a group of people use it, even if it is just a few people, some of the advantages are easy for others to imitate. And by gradually expanding outward, your Majesty's faith will eventually spread throughout the land. Then who will be the first group of people at the beginning? According to what you said, do they have a reason to do this? If not, how can they achieve the goal you described?" Queen used someone to ask questioned. Lin cracked a smile and said, "I have 3 knives in my hand that can cut through thorns. Use this to enter the game. As long as you use them well, you don't have to worry about those nobles not taking the initiative." "Oh, which 3? Queen asked curiously. "First, the 5 elven kingdoms. The elven kingdoms are relatively closed, but as far as I know, many of the elven specialties are pursued by human countries, and there have always been smuggled out, although the numbers are rare. If the elven kingdoms can, your new method is a transaction settlement method that opens the country to a limited extent. It seems that countries and chambers of commerce that want to trade with the elf kingdom don't have many options." Queen agreed. "That's true. I know the first one. But what about the second one? The technology guild that I established in the holy city of Starry. This transaction method of non-physical currency was originally thought up in response to the fact that after the technology guild went to other places to provide goods and services, they were robbed and killed because they carried too much money. A solution. As long as the security can be guaranteed, it is absolutely no problem for everyone in the technology guild to become His Majesty's believers. Then those who want to trade with the technology guild can enjoy a discount on the transaction amount as long as they are witnessed by you. I believe that your faith is definitely not only within the guild, but can also be expanded outwards. Well, you know about the technology guild, right?" After Lin finished speaking, he thought of this question. "The organization you set up is an organization united by craftsmen. I still know about it, although they are not nobles. Their influence is not less. So what is the third one? Hey, there is a place. I have been looking for a way to conduct transactions without face-to-face for a long time. With these good methods, the people above have no reason not to use them. Guess where it is?" Lin sold it. Guanzi. The halfling goddess didn't feel dissatisfied. She lowered her head and thought about it seriously. The red magic stone rolled and rolled in his hands, playing various tricks. At this moment, looking at the magic stone in his hand, he was startled and vaguely touched the answer. After a while, he looked at someone with an uncertain look and asked, "Is this a forum?" "Correct. The way of transactions in MIDI has always been face-to-face, with one hand paying the money and the other hand delivering the goods. The payment must be settled in cash, and installments are not accepted. Of course, there are no issues with checks and bill expiration dates. When it comes to entrusting a merchant with a specified item that is not in stock, the custom is to pay the full price in advance and let the merchant go look for it elsewhere. All expenses incurred during the trip are included in the purchase price and are non-refundable and non-refundable. Therefore, Whether you can make money depends on the businessman's own ability. As for whether you are worried about taking the money and running away, people who basically insist on purchasing designated items instead of just looking for substitutes are usually the kind of people who are not afraid of merchants running away with their money. There is no crime of breach of trust or fraud in MIDI. Basically, they are hunted down thousands of miles and beaten to death. What is more likely to happen is that the merchant dies during the journey, and the deal naturally ends in vain. As for whether the buyer can recover the money he paid in advance, it depends on his own ability. Besides, there are a lot of necromancy or prophecy magic in the Lost Land. Just because a person dies does not mean that the clues are cut off. There are still traces to follow. But when forums, a new thing, appeared in the Lost Continent, the distance between people became blurred. It is possible to live thousands of miles apart, but still be able to chat without any hindrance through forums. At this time, information on some rare items also quickly circulated. But business transactions have not kept pace with the exchange of intelligence. The bottom line is that in MIDI's traditional trading methods, most of the risks involved in the transaction process are concentrated on merchants, who need to travel around and transport goods. What if they go through all the trouble to deliver the goods to their destination, only to find that the buyer is missing, or that the entire transaction is actually a scam? Losing time and money is a small matter. But in serious cases, you may lose the life of the guardian, or even your own life. In this case, the guarantee that the transaction can proceed smoothly is that the merchant can obtain the full payment in advance. However, the trust between the two parties in the transaction is equivalent to nothing, and it takes 2 or 3 exchanges to establish the most basic mutual trust. The natives of Midland are quite restrained in the degree of trust they place on the friends they meet on the forum. You will not decide to conduct a risky long-distance transaction just because of a few words of empty guarantee from the other party. Therefore, if you want to complete a long-distance transaction to buy rare items, the buyer can only come to the door in person or entrust someone else to bring the money, and then go home after buying the items. In this way, it takes 1 round-trip time. It's quite time-consuming, and the buyer also bears the risk of the journey on himself. If there is a function similar to the Earth network transfer at this time, the seller can receive the full payment without meeting. Then, under the premise that the transaction has been guaranteed to be established, the seller will naturally have to fulfill the subsequent contracts. As for being cheated, distance may not necessarily be a protective shield for the scammer, even if the deceived party is too lazy to cross such a long distance to seek revenge. Don't forget that it is much easier to pay for a murder in a lost place than back home, regardless of whether it is an adventurers guild or a mercenary guild. As long as the reason is reasonable, a bounty on someone's head can still be put on the taskbar. Otherwise, there are also some shady dark transactions of the 2 major guilds, or the assassination business of the Thieves Guild, which can all be solved with money. In addition to the aforementioned situation, there is another kind of transaction on the forum that requires this kind of transfer function, which is to purchase certain knowledge that has restricted circulation on the forum and exists in files. Simply put, it is non-physical goods. It may be extremely confidential map information, or adventure information in dangerous areas, or information about the presence of warcraft in a certain area, although this information is publicly available for free on the forum. Since the development of the forum, there has been a mixture of true and false information, especially information related to timeliness. Sometimes it's not the updater who is a liar. It's just that his information is out of date. If you want to buy a reputable and more accurate version, the old method is for the buyer to come directly to the website. After paying the sufficient amount of money, the restricted section of the forum will be open to the buyer, or the willing buyer entrusts someone else to send the money to the seller, and then opens the permissions. This kind of transaction method cannot avoid sending money to your door anyway, which is a waste of time. If the buyer and seller are far apart, it can be fatal. At this time, the goddess of gold coins can provide a transaction method that strangers can trust. Why should everyone refuse to use it? Even if the priests or bishops of the church devoutly believe in the master they serve, the gods will not prohibit their believers from contacting other gods, or even paying respects, unless the camps are really different, or they are mortal enemies. However, the goddess of gold coins is the kind of weak god who has no sense of existence, and is so serious that she has no enemies. After explaining all the above, Lin regretted that he didn't bring any water with him. With his mouth dry, he could only drink the unknown scented tea that Lucretia had brewed with holy water before, and had cooled down. After hearing the vision described by someone, Kuyin didn't look as dizzy as when he first saw the plan. Having calmed down, he once again confirmed that this whole thing was indeed promising. But the mortal in front of him still seemed to have something to say. Even with a god-level thinking ability, Kuyin hasn't thought through the whole thing yet. This made Kuyin's attitude cool down, and he calmly looked at the mortal in front of him. The indifference possessed by the god seems to have returned to this one. He stretched out 3 short fingers and said, 3 questions. There are many things in your plan that I can't do. Even though I am a god, what I can't do is that I can't do it. This requires what should I do? Secondly, I don't have enough manpower to cover the entire lost land like you said. In fact, just one country is enough. What do you get by pushing this? I've seen a lot of selfless fools, but none of them are magicians. Facing the sudden questioning from the halfling goddess in front of him, Lin felt a little admiration. He was not as hot-headed as imagined and blindly believed that he could do everything. It was not that he refused the proposal without any qualms in order to maintain the arrogance of the gods. It is not an easy thing to be able to stay calm and see yourself through many temptations. Lin clasped his hands together and said, if you can't do something, you can try and study it. Otherwise, you can also ask friends for help. Suddenly, someone's fingers were flying, and his hands were forming seals. The powerful holy seals belonging to the world tree condensed in front of him one by one. Finally, a pixelated version of the 3-headed monkey. Lin said, Abrash Tripwood, the leader of the Turtle Dove Alliance, hereby invites His Majesty Coin to join. And what I want comes from them, what they want comes from you. So as a condition in exchange, I was sent here. Oh! After hearing the new information, Kuyin quickly rethought all this, and whether there was a trap hidden inside. As for the problem of manpower, I think this is the least thing to worry about. As long as you relax your standards, and don't have to be very religious in your beliefs, you can use everything you will build. Then you will find that there will be many people willing to join them, whether as a user or as your human helper. Just like the 8 Lords of Power, they do not require magicians to have devout faith, but they still do not reduce their power. No. Kuyin was shocked when he heard the object of comparison. He forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you want to do? Chapter 1228 Return to the Kingdom of God. Lin did not answer the intriguing question of a certain halfling goddess, but made an equally interesting expression and said, Your Majesty, this is the end of today's conversation. Please familiarize yourself with the information. We will hold a high-level meeting another day. Discuss. Kuyin, who was a little dissatisfied with being so emotionally disturbed, said, Can't we just go over there? Of course, I don't have any objection. But if you want to go to the territory of the 25 like this, that's a world outside of the Lost Land. Although they don't come in real form, there's nothing you can do to deal with you like this. Difficult. Lin hinted that a certain goddess came to the Lost Land for her true body, and was sealed by another mysterious voice in the process. The severity of that seal directly reduced the power of this god to the level of an ordinary person. I'm afraid a farmer can easily deal with this person, as long as Kuyin doesn't have any special ability to defend himself. This is when he is most vulnerable. Although the kingdom of God is immortal, the gods are immortal. However, he who came to the Lost Land in the sealed state of his true body was severely damaged, and it would take time to return to his full glory in the kingdom of God. And before he fully recovered, he entered the kingdom of God. It can be said that the great deed of killing God was easily achieved. Even so, this halfling goddess still looks confident. Is there another trump card that has not been revealed? Or is there another god covering it? For example, the one who just talked to him. Not to mention the magician who is planning to find out about a god. The halfling goddess, who was awakened, looked at her appearance and realized that it was indeed not a good time to meet outsiders. In a hurry, I didn't notice that I was slapped hard by that stupid big guy. His strength is already ranked last among the gods. And now he is even worse than a mortal. Although the plants of the world tree do not have a bad reputation, they do not have a good reputation either. Especially those 2 ancient ones. They are existences that even the gods must look up to. The ancient Fastnas even ruled a ferocious dark elf tribe. No one would believe how normal His Majesty the World Tree was. So it didn't seem right to meet them naked like this. He agreed with what the magician in front of him said. Kuyin waved his hand and sent out a little divine essence wrapped in a ball, slowly floating towards Lin. The speed of the light ball is extremely slow, but it has an indescribable meaning in everyone's eyes. A child was curious and wanted to reach out to catch it, but found that although the light ball was slow, his own speed was even slower. The thought of reaching out and moving kept coming over and over, but it was as if he was being restrained. His body moved, but there was no bigger movement. The three knowledgeable old priests also wanted to extend their hands. I can't say that getting that bit of divine power essence will prolong their lives, but it will also allow them to take a big step forward with their strength, which is limited by their old age. If the old priests read it correctly, the essence of this divine power is of greater significance than the improvement of strength. It is the seed of the chosen people, and those who obtain it are equivalent to possessing part of the power of the gods. Just give it to an outsider, a person who has no faith in the mouth of the gods. But Lin didn't just let others push him around. In this strange time and space, not only can he move freely, but Azad, who is sitting in the back and shouts that he is bored, can also do it. However, the demon prince did not move. But Lin stretched out his left hand and tapped the unknown light ball released by the god with his index finger. At the moment when he was about to touch it, Lin understood the meaning of this ball of light, but he did not accept it calmly. The pupil of the left eye turned into a tower shape, and the right eye became an hourglass. He recited a rapid secret language with tens of millions of words. In the ears of others, he said, "Sickness." The left index finger did not flinch after all, but allowed the ball of light to invade his body. But just before the ball of light dissociated, and this divine power was integrated into every corner of the body, someone's original magic binding spell took the lead and restrained the ball of light. He imprisoned this magical power in a spell, turned it into lines, and left Ko Yin's holy seal on the back of his left hand. Of course, this change cannot be hidden from the owner of the divine power. The halfling goddess looked at the magician in front of her with interest and said, "Oh, that's really interesting. It seems that I made a mistake in treating you as one of the mortals." Lin raised his left hand, showing the holy seal on his arm. As the spiritual light fades, the traces of the holy seal gradually disappear into the skin. This was considered a compromise by someone, and he said, "Thank you for your majesty's favor. But you also know, magician, we cherish our free will very much, and we are willing to accept such an honor, just in our own way. You won't blame it on us." Ko Yin stood on the altar. With his height, he could look at someone at eye level. Said, "No, this is good. At least I know that the people who come to me for cooperation are not weak people who will throw away their lives easily. This is a good thing. So, when will we meet next time?" Bowing and saluting, Lin said, "In 3 days, I will personally go to His Majesty's seat to welcome you to the high seat meeting. Is this arrangement okay? Just do as you say. In 3 days. Yes. 3 days later." Lin repeated. "Oppo, take me back. You have tied my hands and feet, so I can't go home on my own?" Ko Yin's face turned slightly backward, and he shouted out syllables that ordinary people could not understand toward the passage opened by him. Everyone was dazzled when a tall and handsome blonde man appeared behind the halfling goddess. The extremely powerful divine power turned into almost tangible spiritual pressure, impacting everyone's minds. Comparing Ko Yin's magical power, the difference is like a firefly and a blazing sun. But what others feel is actually just the aftermath of the divine power, outside the scope of the temple of the gold coin goddess. Except for a very few people and the gods paying attention to this place, no one noticed the appearance of the second god, and someone's old acquaintance. Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, actually focused all his attention on the magician in front of him, and later on, the royal heir with demon blood. For the latter, he only warned, but the former has the identity he hates most. A foreigner. It is one of Apollos' eternal responsibilities to protect the mysterious land from visitors from other worlds. But it is undeniable that some of the changes brought about by outsiders are good, and their intentions can be classified as good. Such a person will be accepted by Io, the god of gods, and will allow him to stay in Lost Land. But this attitude is not constant. That unspoken permission can be revoked at any time due to the other party's evil doing. At that time, he will abide by the oath of guardianship and assume the responsibility of expelling visitors from other worlds. The person in front of me is accepted for the time being. At least when I saw him, I didn't have that strong feeling of wanting to knock him away. It is the intuition of the gods, the sixth sense that comes from the indescribable. So Apollos didn't say any harsh words. He just pointed at someone, and then pointed at his own eyes, meaning he is watching him all the time. This was not the first time I met this guardian lord. Although the previous few times were not pleasant, there were no major conflicts. So Lin certainly wouldn't take this silent threat to heart. From the past to the present, there have been many people who have threatened him. The one person who is qualified to threaten him is the one in front of him. But as long as there is no action, Lin will not fight back. This is the principle. The halfling goddess, who called out a certain god, put her hands on her hips and raised her chin proudly. It was as if he had accomplished something extraordinary, or he wanted to show how strong his backing was. But what I didn't expect was that the Lord of Guardians didn't show any respect at all. He grabbed Queen under his arm with one hand, when she realized that her feet were off the ground and she was being held like a piggy. Of course our goddess exploded. The short stature was waving its hands and feet wildly and kicking, cursing another unsmiling god. Puh! What stupid thing are you doing? Put me down. Don't you want me to take you back and unlock the seal on the way? Apollo said coldly, expressionless. That's right. But I didn't ask you to pick me up like a potato sack. Put me down. I have my own feet and can walk. Your legs are too short. When you arrive, I will go back to rest. This is faster. A certain god's voice was still cold. You bastard. I'm going to sue your sister. If you think it would be useful, just say it. But we all know what the outcome will be. Queen hit the god who was carrying him hard. But even the goddess of gold coins in her heyday could not hurt the Lord of Guardians in the slightest. The strength gap between the two gods was really too big. Not to mention that now that most of his strength has been blocked, his fists and kicks are not as powerful as scratching an itch. Just before being carried into the passage, Queen changed his attitude. With one hand, he patted Apollo's thigh desperately, and with the other hand, he pointed at the red magic stone that he had dropped, and said, "Ah, that one. That one should be taken away together." A certain halfling goddess was suddenly picked up and caught off guard. She was so frightened that she dropped the magic stone in her hand to the ground. Apollos didn't bend down when he stopped. He just approached the magic stone, stepped lightly with his foot, and tipped his toes. And the magic stone bounced upwards and fell back into his hand. He casually put the magic stone into Kuyen's hand, misplaced his feet, jumped back, and the two gods disappeared from the temporarily open passage. At the same time, the twisted space opened by the passage gradually recovered, and the divine power that maintained it gradually dissipated. The frightening sense of oppression also disappeared instantly. Everything returned to normal. And what just happened was like a dream. The first group of people to come to their senses were a few old priests, who were accustomed to the world. Several people came to Lin and Azad and said kindly, "Lord Tripwood, I would like to ask you to forget some of the inappropriate scenes you just saw." "That's no problem." At the same time, several other old men picked up sticks and walked towards the group of children. Is this a plan to perform a poor man's version of memory erasure? That's a guarantee of erasing memory. Anyway, it will either damage the person's brain, or hit him until the other person swears he didn't see anything. It's the easiest magic that even an idiot can learn. It's just too cruel to use it on a group of children. Just when I was thinking about whether to stop him, the door of the gold coin goddess temple, which had no protective effect, was violently knocked open. The great demon Starry flew in awkwardly, her hanging right arm unable to move. The broken arm bone pierced the skin, and the unique stench of the blood of abyssal creatures lingered in the temple. "Magic! Come out and die!" He spoke very softly, but the rough voice seemed to have penetrating power and poured into everyone's ears. Chapter 1229, the second wave of conflict. Ignoring how seriously Starry was injured and whether she was still alive, Azad just curiously looked outside the temple and said, "Hey, I seem to be here to find you. Hello, is that a stubborn old man outside? I admitted my mistake once, but I don't want to admit it a second time." Azad first said to Lin, and then shouted outside. Lin muttered to himself, "After waiting for so long, I thought there wouldn't be a second wave of trouble. It's just here now." In his environment detection perception, there were many people coming, divided into two groups. People should have different affiliations. One group is all men. The other group is all women. The all-male team wore the same standard equipment as the Emperor's personal guards they encountered before, while the all-female team had different equipment. Their strength was not much inferior to that of the men. The similarity is that the two parties are staying at a considerable distance. If they want to attack, they have to run a long distance. There was only one person provoking outside the temple, and he was undoubtedly a strong man, although Starry takes the form of a human. The devil's strength does not differ based on its different forms. They change into different appearances, mostly to bring psychological pressure or for other purposes. And being able to beat a big demon to the point where there is only one breath left is something that only a strong person can do. As for the fact that only one person came to provoke, maybe it was for the sake of the temple. Without looking at the other party, he just asked himself to go out, without barging in. Starry fell, Lin didn't think that the guard knights of the Muhishibizi family outside could block the opponent. It was even a question of whether they would block it, since no one could stop him or come in. Only the difference between politics and religion in Midi made the other party have some scruples. Don't look at the fact that the goddess of gold coins is quite weak. Her temple located in the imperial city of Nineveh has almost no defensive power. What kind of threat can a few old men and a group of young men bring? But as long as people from the empire are the first to break in, the first to jump will be the temples of other powerful gods. After all, as long as you get started, many things will fall into place. Beat up a demon, no matter where the demon flies or what it crashes. Neither party has anything to say. But if soldiers representing the imperial power step into the temple area, or if the Templar warriors break into the palace without being summoned, it will be the beginning of a war. So both sides were quite restrained. So, run? Now use Flash to go home and save trouble. But in Lin's heart, he still wanted to struggle to the death. Try to talk things out and see if you can resolve the hatred between the two parties. After all, being cared about by an empire would not be a good thing. The magician who thought this way stepped out. The situation outside the temple was the same as what Lin had detected. The energy intensity of the warriors displayed by the Emperor's personal guards blocking the entrance to the temple was much higher than that of other Emperor's personal guards, and was already close to Azad's past level. Of course, it cannot be compared with the current Demon Prince. He was wearing an armor that looked similar to the magic equipment of the Emperor's personal guards, but according to Lin's detection feedback, it was completely different. The armor of the strong man in front of him was much stronger than those mass-produced items. Even the giant sword he held in front of him and sheathed was more powerful than that held by the female warrior who was among the Emperor's personal guards. It was as if the person in front of him was the real thing, and the group of Emperor's personal guards were just imitations. Lin walked out of the temple and looked at the Emperor's personal guards, who came alone. It is guessed that the other party probably thought that there were too many people to deal with him, and was reluctant to use them as cannon fodder. So they threw the group of people far away. And he is quite confident in his own strength, and indeed has the capital to be so confident. So he dares to challenge alone and appear here. Lin showed up and bowed respectfully. It is a good habit that someone has been taught since he was a child. Even when he came to the Lost Land, this attitude has not changed. Said, "My lord, I am the magician Gabriel Tripwood. I think there are some misunderstandings between us that need to be explained. Maybe you can give me a moment." The Emperor's personal guard in front of him interrupted Lin's speech and said, "No need to explain. Magician, you killed my granddaughter, and the only way to pay for it is with death." After saying this, he reached out and pulled out the giant sword in front of him. So, is it considered a personal vendetta now? No more talking. Someone is helpless. In Midi, a place where the law is not strong, conflicts of interest are easy to resolve, but personal vendettas are difficult to resolve. So Lin didn't plan to continue wasting words, but began to retreat, as if he was retreating closer to the temple to seek shelter. "Don't try to escape," the person opposite shouted loudly, and his power rose sharply. The air around him was like a whirlpool, concentrating on him with him as the center. Lin's figure was immediately stagnated, unable to retreat any further. At the same time, the Emperor's personal guard raised the weapon in front of him, and was about to pull the giant sword out of its sheath. When the sword was 3 points out, the magician he was staring at suddenly disappeared from his eyes. The next moment, the person was close in front of him, holding a long sword with no harpoon and a broad blade. He slashed across. The old guard took advantage of the situation and pushed the half-drawn giant sword to the side, intending to parry the opponent's blow. With the power of the legendary weapon in his hand, he never thought that he would not be able to stop the opponent. The only thought in his mind was that if the opponent's weapon was of poor quality and was directly broken by the Vashi giant sword in his hand, he would push the sword and cut off the opponent's head. He dared to fight directly because the old guard still remembered a piece of confidential information. People from the Holy Sword Society had already visited this magician, although I later heard that other changes had occurred within the Holy Sword Club. The Hakiri weapon in the magician's hand had indeed been recovered, and this was something that Grand Duke Risal was fueling. And the royal family just didn't stop it. As for the weapon in the opponent's hand now, it looks very fancy. But how could it be the enemy of the legendary weapon Vashi Great Sword? This is a powerful weapon that has killed giant dragons and has the same name as the dragon-slaying Holy Sword. But before the old guard could verify whether the weapon in the magician's hand was qualified to fight against the Vashi giant sword, A powerful blow came from his flank. He was kicked dozens of steps away. Fortunately, the giant sword was still tightly held in his hand, but the scabbard flew out in other directions. Lin, who swung his sword in the air, maintained his posture and looked at Azad, who was standing next to him, and kicked the person away. He wanted to chase down the demon prince, but unfortunately, the sword of Haikiri Khan was suppressed by Haikiri Inzadu and could not be used. Lin's face was calm, looking at the beautiful face that was almost cheek to cheek with his own. Azad rarely has a ferocious expression when killing people. He always wears a variety of sincere smiles. But this makes it even more unclear what he is thinking. When he saved another person with the same expression, Lin was also confused. Lin asked, "Can you tell me why?" "Oh, you still want to observe my behavior pattern?" Azad's arm muscles hidden under the red phoenix robe rose up, powerfully suppressing Haikiri Khan's attempt to counterattack. "I've never seen you save anyone, nor heard any rumors about you saving anyone. So I'm curious," Azad said with a bright smile. "If I said that only I can touch my toys, and if other people want to touch them, I will be very unhappy. I believe you. I have never seen you unhappy." The Khan in Lin's hand was slightly raised, showing that under the blessing of magic, he used his strength to overpower Azad and took a slight advantage. Okay. Skip the unhappy part. But the idea that only I can move my stuff is true. So? The conversation between the two was interrupted by another voice. The Emperor's old guard struck the ground with his sword, propped himself up and said, "Your Highness, you should not come back." Azad showed an impatient look of disgust and said, "Another one told me that I shouldn't come back. How about where I want to go today and where I want to stay? Do I need your permission?" Khan suddenly felt light in Lin's hand, and with the strength of his efforts to lift up, Hagari, who had lost his control, was thrown into the sky. Although the weapon was not released, the balance of the body was slightly damaged. Under normal circumstances, Azad would never let go of such an opportunity. There is no set of combos to chase and fight. At least it is just a punch and a kick. But this time, Azad didn't kill anyone. He increased his speed with all his strength and stabbed Inzadu towards the old guard. The sword is so fierce, but it is rushing to kill people. Perhaps it was because His Highness the Prince's offensive was reversed, which made the old guard's reaction a beat slower. Or maybe Azad's speed was already so fast that it was hard to guard against. The old guard wanted to block with his sword, but the tip of Sadu's sword was close to his eyeball. Push another 3 points and he will die through his brain. The sword force stopped suddenly. The metallic coldness of the tip of Sadu's sword seemed to reach his eyeballs. Just so close. However, this time, it was the Haikiri Khan in Lin's hands who stopped Inzadu. It just happened to get stuck on Insadu's sword, preventing the weapon from making another 3 points. Azad asked curiously, "You don't want him to die, so why stop me?" While tilting their heads to think. The weapons in their hands did not stop competing. Lin said, "Well, it's simple things that I can handle myself. I don't like to owe favors." What a nasty guy. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, but he spares no effort when selling favors to others. In the process of complaining, Azad was not suppressed in vain. He flipped his flexible wrist, trying to get Inzadu out of Khan's control, and stabbed the stubborn old man in his mouth from various directions. Of course, Lin couldn't let such an act go. He also flipped his wrist, not only using Khan to restrain Inzadu, but also taking advantage of Khan's sharpness to try to cut off a piece of Insadu's sword blade. Or they might seize the opportunity and try to kill the old guard quickly. The swords of the two people stuck to each other and went back and forth. To someone, it looked like a push-hand sparring session in Tai Chi. It's just that the Emperor's personal guard, who came alone to provoke him, pressed forward step by step. Of course, the old guard didn't just stand there, waiting to be killed. He used his footwork and moved left and right. But the two swords were intertwined like snakes and never left his face. Finally, while constantly retreating, the old guard found an opportunity and took advantage of the situation to use his sword. Vax's giant sword slashed from bottom to top, but it didn't swing the two swords at once as expected. A single blow in the air left his middle door wide open. If the opponent is mediocre, the old guard can regroup and fight the newcomer. He was full of strength and heart, and his chest was filled with the desire for battle and revenge. His beating heart transported hot blood to his limbs, urging him to kill people with his sword. But the opponent is not mediocre. And there are two more. Khan and Inzadu. One on the left and one on the right. One up and down, stabbed at the place beyond the reach of the old guard. Chapter 1233 People fight together. Yomel, the commander of the Emperor's guards, never showed his true face to outsiders. He is not responsible for any military affairs, and only protects the Emperor personally. The specific affairs of the Legion are handled by several deputy Legion commanders. The reason why such a person is named the Legion Commander is because when necessary, he can directly command and dispatch the personal guard legion without anyone's permission. Old Yomel had no official wife, only a few concubines, and his heirs were also born from concubines. However, not even his favorite concubine, nor the son he regarded as his heir, had ever seen his true face. There might be, but he was sure that no such person would survive. Old Yomel didn't care much about such things, because he came to this country alone, and was picked up by the Emperor, who was not the Emperor at the time. The so-called home is more like something given by the Emperor. His whole life was to stay by the Emperor's side. But even for such an old man, he still has a cherished treasure, which is his granddaughter who joined the Guards Corps with his support. Because as you get older, you will care about certain things that you didn't care about in the past. The day when his granddaughter was born was like a turning point in the life of old Yomel. He liked the feeling of the little monkey crawling on him. And he also liked having someone learn from his swordsmanship from famous masters from all over the world. But that all came to an abrupt end today. So he came here alone. Old Yomel might have the ability to defeat a big demon with one blow. But when facing two strong men above him, he had no good way to save himself. He could only keep retreating, struggling to find opportunities that occasionally appeared. And the opportunity also lies with these two rare strong men. The two people who attacked Lao Yimel were not of the same mind. They rushed to kill the only Emperor's personal guard in front of them. And they also fought against each other and fought. When they realized that their swords would be half a point slower than the other opponents, they would hold each other back to help save Meyer's life. Old Yomel, who was angry, no longer cared about the title of prince. Vashi's giant sword always slashed at the opponents he could kill, even if he swung it empty again and again. It couldn't make him feel a little depressed. In other words, in such a battle, he had no room to feel frustrated. I can only grit my teeth and try my best to keep up with the speed of these two people. Three people, three battles intertwined, attacking and defending each other. Even though old Yomel was the weakest among the three, the other two gave up their offensive again and again to pester the other opponent in order to protect him. Seeing the swords and swords flashing in front of him and behind him, with the left and right sides constantly flashing, old Ymir tried his best to launch an occasional counterattack. He spent more time chasing the two long swords like spiritual snakes, trying to block the way and block every attack. But his speed was too slow. Maybe as soon as he had an idea, if he made a slight movement, the two long swords attacking him would have already changed their moves and disappeared to unknown places. For Lin, the battle with Azad was the most enjoyable battle he had ever fought. Azad's natural ability and speed have been a problem for him for a long time and cannot be solved. But this time, when both of them want to kill the Emperor's personal guards, the one who is slow to the front line will turn to defense and delay the other side's offensive. This forces the two weapons to come into contact, hindering the other's attack. Khan's advantage as a weapon is something that Enkidu still cannot match. Therefore, Lin is very bold in using the sword, completely taking the route of head-on confrontation. Azad, however, could not be like Lin, who allowed Enkidu to attack the Khan. Therefore, he could only make more changes to ensure that every time Enkidu blocked Khan, he would hit the opponent's sword face, or use clever force to deflect the opponent's offensive. Instead of sword-to-sword fighting, everyone gritted their teeth and stared to compare their strength. One increase and one decrease. And the result is that Lin, who can only retaliate one or two moves at the right time out of 10, is now fighting Azad with back and forth. It is no longer the way he was suppressed by this demon prince with his extraordinary speed and skills in the past. Old Yomel, caught between the two of them's attacks, wasn't just standing there stupidly like a wooden stake. Even though it was difficult, he always tried his best to adjust his posture and hit the two men with fatal blows. Especially when he realized that his life would always be protected by another person. He simply gave up on defense and exchanged injuries for injuries, and lives for lives with every move. But the efforts of the Emperor's personal guards were not even an obstacle in the eyes of Lin and Azad. Just as they were fighting on the streets of the temple area, every stone, tree, wind flow, and light direction were all in their calculations. Just the control of the body and the use of skills are not enough to determine the outcome between these two people. The position and movements of the Emperor's personal guards are just one of the environmental variables. Neither lethal nor threatening. Because Lin has mastered the flash technique. Azad also has the speed to surpass the physical limit of the Lost Landmaster plane with the bonus of talent. As long as the two of them want to escape, it will be difficult for the other side to even pursue them. Under such a premise, if they want to pose a threat to the opponent, they must find the key point that may not exist between the kill and the kill, in order to truly kill the opponent. Therefore, every time Lin and Azad fight, they are testing their own limits and constantly raising their upper limits. Even if both sides want to kill each other, if it is not necessary or there is a certain reason, they will not fight like enemies and enemies when they meet, because this will only make the opponent more difficult to deal with next time. This was a state that was difficult for others to understand. Even though he was at the forefront of the fight between the two, Yulma was not aware of this. Or again, he didn't have time to notice. Old Yulma felt like a small boat caught between the strong wind and the huge waves, fighting against two natural disasters with his mortal strength. Fortunately, the strong wind was only focused on competing with the huge waves. They all wanted to knock the boat off, but they all managed to save it from the other party's hands. But even if he is not the protagonist in this confrontation, he can still capsize if he is not careful. Therefore, he must work hard to survive in this crack. In the eyes of outsiders, the Emperor's personal guard seemed to be dancing alone. There were two other dancers beside him, dancing a fast dance for two with different rhythms. Because no matter how fierce their battle was, they didn't damage any plants or trees, let alone trample on the cobblestones, or break any walls. The armor of the Emperor's personal guard was still shiny, with no scratches at all. It didn't look like he was in a life and death struggle at all. It's not like he was caught in the fight between the two, became their own target, and killed them both with his backhand. Just because this didn't look like a battle, but more like a joke. Someone decided to take action. Although this place is under the imperial city of Nineveh, it is within the temple area established by the Church of the Gods. Of course, those who serve the gods are not all civilian priests. There are still Templars who serve as facades. The Templars who will be assigned to the capital of the empire will not be just young men. Regardless of whether he is experienced or is a smooth person, his strength must be at a certain level. It can also be said that if you are not a proud man of heaven, it is not his turn to be sent to the imperial city of Nineveh. How could such a person keep silent while watching outsiders causing trouble in his own territory? As for whom to help, is there any question? He helped the Emperor's bodyguard deal with a sword-wielding magician and another nondescript warrior in bright red. He lost the Emperor's face and gained the reputation of a Templar. No one wants to stand by and watch such a good thing happen. So in the first wave, 6 or 7 people rushed out from different temples. Those who were a step slower could only stand within the confines of their own temples and sigh. They also know each other well, just by looking at the person who comes out. Others feel that there is no need for them to come on stage, and the matter can be sorted out. So there was a lack of interest. But the development of things was different from what everyone imagined. As the Emperor's personal guard, Yulma was able to survive because both Lin and Azad wanted to kill him. Killing is no longer a goal now, but more like a competitive goal. But why can others live? Is it because of the abilities they only possess after being blessed by the gods? Wearing a suit of silver-white god-given armor, carrying a mace, and bathed in the holy light, the Templar stepped in forcefully, assuming a posture to separate the two sides. As long as the Emperor's personal guards are saved first, others can take advantage of the situation and kill the two who are besieging the personal guards. Although everyone did not discuss it in advance, there was a tacit understanding that this was the best tactical choice. But as soon as the stance was opened, 2 swords, one left and one right, one up and one down, cleanly removed the Templar's arms. Lin and Azad pushed lightly with their free hands, and their broken arms rushed towards the person on the opposite side like a battering ram. Several Templar warriors, who had no time to stop, also joined the battle circle. They had different equipment, different weapons, different skills, and different sizes. But each of them is like a puppet with strings. Their limbs are moved at angles that ordinary people cannot do. And under the push of one person, they attack another person. Sometimes it is not a direct attack, but a series of chain reactions of several people's limbs, with feet touching hands, elbows touching shoulders, left arms passing to right arms, attacking another person from unexpected angles. However, the method of defense is not so complicated. If Khan fights where Inzadu blocks, his hands will be broken and his feet will be disabled. Within a few moments, the Templar warriors who tried to intervene in the 3-man fight fell to the ground, all crippled. and their lives and deaths uncertain. The three people fighting each other are still the same, but they are no longer sword to sword, but they are fighting hand and foot in close combat. The most uncomfortable one among them was Yomel, who used the giant sword. The shape and weight of the giant sword determine that it must be opened and closed in order to have sufficient destructive power. Originally, it was just swords and swords clashing against his face. As long as Yomel adjusted his posture and exerted his strength, he could make the giant sword sweep or slash. Even if he can't hurt anyone, he can still force the two people around him to change their attack. But when it comes to close combat with fists and feet and two swords fighting, the changes are even more dazzling than when only two swords are fighting. Fist to elbow, palm to shoulder, finger sword to foot knife, palm knife to sword spine, fist arm to sword surface. Every blow has fatal power. But every blow is in vain. At the same time, Yomel's offensive was no longer something that could be exchanged for lives with Lin and Azad regardless. Often when a sword is about to be swung, either the tip of the sword is pushed away, or the sword force is removed before the new strength is generated and the old strength is about to be exhausted, or it is turned to attack another person's vital spot. However, Lin and Azad were very restrained in their movements, because if they were too rough and might hurt someone, both sides would put the protection of the Emperor's personal guards first. Yomel was spinning between the two of them like a top. The dance has entered another new realm. Chapter 1231, Collect, Transform and Transport. Can the failure of a few people scare away a group of talented people? Of course it's impossible. There is a saying in my hometown, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Why is it so easy to become a hero? Isn't it because most people don't shed tears until they see the coffin? Even if they see the coffin, they don't think that they will be lying there. You are so confident as a person, and then you get slapped in the face. Especially among the three people. Except for the Emperor's personal guards. The one wearing a bright red robe seemed to be a rare beauty with red lips and white teeth. The magician in black looks like a bad guy. This is definitely not because the Templars are prejudiced, but because many people think that while selling favors to the Emperor, it would be great to gain the heart of a beautiful woman. Lin's fight with Azad just looked so unthreatening. Even if a few people died in front of them, it seemed like they happened by chance or bad luck. Neither sullen nor angry. As if they didn't have any strength at all. They were just fast. More than a little fancy, but not powerful enough. This was the evaluation of the battle between the two in the eyes of outsiders. No one can understand the horror within it without being in it. Once they step into the battle ring with full confidence, it's too late to quit. They can't even warn others. So everyone just tries to survive, and then realizes it's all in vain. Entering the battle circle, they fully realized what it means to be in control. Their limbs will turn into weapons under the guidance of one of them and attack the other. If it's just an ordinary arm swing or kick, then forget it. Sometimes, with a gentle clap, one's broken bones will pierce through the muscles and skin and shoot out to the other side. The body is like this, and the weapons and armor on it are even worse. The armor given by the gods was like paper, cut into pieces by a sword, and then picked out by a blow, attacking the person opposite. The same goes for weapons. All turned into fragments all over the sky, filling the battle circle. But such an offensive could only be regarded as a small trick in the eyes of the two opponents. With a flick of the sword tip and a flick of the finger, it is not a big problem to resolve these broken bones or fragments, or the dangling limbs. But how could Lin and Azad be so wasteful? It was the most basic thing to just go back where they came from. Using these bits and pieces to counterattack their opponents was their focused approach. For a time, all kinds of broken arms and limbs were flying in the fighting circle, and fragments of weapons and equipment were swirling like winds. And as the two took turns to attack again and again, as the medium between them, the size also became smaller and smaller between the alternate attacks. In the end, the calmness of the three dancing alone was restored in the battle circle. All those fragmentary things were turned into dust, and no trace of their original appearance remained. When everyone watching the battle stopped trying to join the fight, there were already a group of Templars from various churches left on the streets of the temple area. No one could remain intact, not even moaning, making one wonder whether they were dead or alive. As for the fact that no one continued to join, it may be that everyone has recognized the strength of the people fighting. Or it may be that those young guys who were hot-headed and easy to get into trouble all died or fell to the ground. In short, after the street was left with red marks and unknown people, no one came forward. After the disturbance caused by someone's intrusion, Lin, Azad and Yomel's offensive changed again. The fight that was originally as fast as lightning became extremely slow. Every movement and detail fell into the eyes of onlookers. They could clearly see the placement of fingers, every wrinkle on the robe, and even the expressions of the three people. Except for the Emperor's personal guards. He is still mysterious in his helmet. Khan faced Enzadu. The sword spine faced the sword face. The two swords kept moving around each other, moving smoothly, as if they were connected together. With his free hand, he touched the palm knife against the palm knife, fist against fist, solidly and slowly. In this round of fighting, everyone could see that the magician in black robe had lost. In both of his strikes, he retreated half a point more and retracted his hand an inch more. It needs to be charged from a longer distance to deliver what should be a balanced blow. But both times were disappointing. The third blow, palm to palm. The magician's palm is also light and fluttery, as if weak. In comparison, the beauty in the bright red robe moves slowly with her palm, but seemed to be carrying the force of wind and thunder, overwhelming mountains and seas. With great confidence, Azad fired the third palm that he considered to be his masterpiece. Perhaps he would never be able to strike the same palm again in his life. This palm left a dark force, which was able to accurately grasp the first two exchanges. It was a pity that I could not take advantage of the victory and pursue the pursuit, and kill the magician in front of me in one fell swoop, because in the first two fights, his victory was more than what outsiders thought possible. Instead, he directed all his strength into the magician's arm. Seeing the even worse blow from him in the second blow, Azad felt that the situation was certain, and he could only wait for the third blow. However, when the two palms met, it was not as one-sided as the previous two fights. The first bright force hit the opponent's palm, and when the second dark force was about to follow, Lin shook his body as fast as lightning, stepping forward, twisting the waist, throwing shoulders, and raising arms. A series of force was pushed onto the palm, but it hit Azad's second secret energy 100 times or 10 times. In shock, Azad's arm was hit so high that his muscles, bones, and skin were all injured. On the arms hidden in the sleeves, drops of blood seeped out from every pore. And the force of this blow didn't just hit the arm. His shoulder was also shaken, shaking Azad's nerves. And he actually paused briefly. But before this fatal flaw, Lin hesitated. Should I take advantage of the situation to kill Azad? Or should I kill the Emperor's personal guards as originally intended? Is this a good question? It's a pity that Azad didn't give people much time to choose. The arm that was knocked away made a fist and swung it down faster. Although the condition of his arm has not yet fully recovered, even in its full condition, it is still unable to withstand the magician's palm. But there is no need to worry about using weapons. The arm he weighed down seemed to pull out a weapon from nothingness. An alien long knife, exuding a strange abyss aura. It only appeared for such a moment, and the defensive barriers of all the surrounding temples were touched. It was a long sword made entirely of L-Orihar steel. It was not forged, but a weapon born from the corpse of a dead abyss lord. In other words, it is also a demon. The magic sword Forkas. At the same time, it is the metal material that Hagiri Enzadu finally learned from. And it is also one of the trump cards of the Demon Prince. At the moment when Khan was restrained by Enzadu, the magician in front of him could only use his artifact-level black robe to take this blow. Or even better, run away far away and leave the Emperor's bodyguard as a living prize to be slaughtered by him. Azad smiled proudly, although the incident that just happened forced him to use this demon knife. But it seems that it is not without gain. If this magician foolishly used his body to catch it, and an Abyss Lord-level demon chopped off a half-finished robe inhabited by a god, it would be wonderful. But a clear sound of gold and iron clashing broke Azad's delusion. The second Khan, the second Lin, stood up with their swords to block the magic sword Forkas. The blade of Hagiri Khan was mercilessly embedded in the blade of the magic sword, without directly cutting himself off. The magic sword Forkas was enough to outshine all other weapons. Before I could figure out how the second group of people appeared, whether they were real or fake, a gust of wind rose in the back of my head. Without hesitation, Azad lowered his head, drew his sword, and kicked old Umair next to him. In addition to kicking the stubborn old man away, he also took advantage of the situation and retreated in another direction. At this time, Azad also saw clearly that the gust of wind behind his head was caused by the third Lin waving the third Hikaki Khan. When the 5 people distanced themselves from each other, Azad stared at the 3 identical magicians standing together. The gap on the magic sword Forkas was not fake. And neither was the feeling of Insada's previous suppression. Although the sword did not hit the back of his head, Azad did not think that the third Hagiri Khan was a phantom. In other words, all three of them are real. But this terrifying scene could not last long, as the two extra magicians disappeared suddenly. Just as they appear, they are so hard to guard against. Lin Guling was left alone, holding the Shikiki Khan in his hand, looking warily in the direction of Azad and Yomel. Judging from his position, no matter who he attacks, he will inevitably face the Demon Prince. However, Azad did not continue to attack anyone. He just stood there, swords crossed in front of him, with a displeased look on his face. He said, "Next time someone calls you a magician, help me spit and drown them. The palm you just slapped is not like a move that a magician can do. My whole arm is still. It's numb." Ha. As a killer move, although it was used for the first time in actual combat, it only achieved such results. To be honest, Lin was very dissatisfied. So when faced with Azad's words, he only laughed twice. Mostly because he was speechless. Instead, a pair of eyes glanced at the position of the Emperor's personal guards, as if he planned to launch another offensive, with a strong sense of demonstration. Of course, it was impossible for Azad not to notice someone's small movements. But he continued as if he was not interested. "A warrior's clone will separate parts of his own strength to create another almost physical body. The disadvantage is that the strength of the magician will be reduced as much as the energy is released. In addition to the phantom technique, the so-called clone technique is more like having an extra mouth to recite spells, but it can only perform arranged actions. Such a clone cannot copy those special weapons and equipment. So, what is going on with your clone? Do you have any plans to tell me?" Lin smiled and said, "Oh, how could I tell you the secret of 3 transformations for one person? Besides, my clone technique doesn't last long. So what do you have to worry about? Why don't we continue fighting? You said you wouldn't tell secrets, and you brought up the shortcomings of your short time. I believe you. You idiot. How did you show up? I don't know how many times you can do this, let alone how many people will show up like this. Question. Don't fight. You can kill whoever you want. I can't stop 3 of you. Come on. I'll run away as soon as possible." Azad pouted and said dissatisfied. Chapter 1232 Secret Art. Azad acted a little indifferent and seemed to be unable to fight. Lin looked at the Emperor's bodyguard, who had been kicked away. Although the kick just now was not fatal, it was not easy to take. The tower-like man was now half kneeling on the ground, pressing the spot where Azad had kicked him. And that part of the armor was also severely twisted and deformed. And the whole thing was dented inwards. In short, there will be internal injuries even if there are no external injuries. When the other party noticed his gaze, he didn't look like he was going to kill him when he heard his name. The Emperor's personal guard still insisted on grabbing his weapon and blocking the giant sword in front of him. A pair of sharp eyes hidden under the helmet stared closely at the magician in front of him. This is a defensive stance. If he wanted to attack again, according to Lin's assessment, the Emperor's personal guard would probably be able to do it with gritted teeth and slow movements. He couldn't launch an effective surprise attack unless the other party had some secret skills of a warrior. The warriors of Lost Land have different secret techniques from different inheritances. Lin doesn't know all of them, so it's hard to guarantee that the other side will have any means of comeback. But judging from the apparent strength and damage, this Emperor's personal guard no longer poses an immediate threat. Since there is no threat, should we continue the pursuit? Lin couldn't help but feel a little unmotivated. Stretch your body, especially the right arm you just used. Although Azad's left arm, which had received his own blow, was recovering, it seemed to be still semi-paralyzed. However, his right arm wasn't much better either. This recruitment of Huayanfa is to absorb the power of the enemy's attack, accumulate it in one's own body, and then return it in one breath. The interval between absorption and release cannot be too long. It should be about the time it takes to hold a breath. The theory is very simple, but only after you get this half-demon body can you turn your vision into reality. Because this move is very harmful to the body of an ordinary human being. Or in other words, even if its original body quality is strengthened by auxiliary magic, it cannot even absorb the power in the first step, and will be directly reduced to slag. The second step is to accumulate the enemy's strength in your own body. In the past, Lin had no idea how to achieve this. But since the body has been transformed into a semi-demon and everything is centered around the subdimensional tower, it is theoretically possible to achieve cell-level control. So the method is not difficult. It is to store the kinetic energy transmitted by the opponent's attack evenly in one's own cells by using cell vibration, and to disperse the vibration energy to a level that does not cause self-injury. This state can be superimposed, depending on the amount of energy entering the body and the toughness of the cells. When you want to fight back, control the cells to send out this energy shock at the same time and in the same direction, causing an attack against an opponent who is too weak. There is no need to use such a move, but against an opponent who is too strong. Although such a move can produce miraculous effects, it seems that it cannot be expected to work a second time. At least Len hasn't seen Azad fall into the same trap more than twice. As for conventional methods, Azad's shrewdness can find patterns and avoid them. Thinking of this, someone couldn't help but feel a little regretful for using this secret technique rashly without achieving corresponding results. When I was hesitant to choose between the two before, was I worried about something? Or perhaps, whether it was killing Azad or the Emperor's bodyguard. It was not an urgent goal for him, so he would think about what choice to make instead of making an intuitive decision. Sigh softly, Lin said low, and with a flick of his hand, Khan was sent back to the sub-dimensional tower to reunite with his compatriots. Then he said, "Forget it. As long as no one troubles me, I won't bother to trouble others. Killing is not an easy choice for me. Well, regarding this sentence, why don't you look back and see what you have done?" Azad couldn't help but complain about a guy who pretended to be compassionate. "You can't blame me. It wasn't me who rushed over to kill them, but they broke into our fight out of nowhere. Do you think I have the ability to save the lives of so many people while being wary of you? Not to mention that they are also targeting me. Can I just stand there and not fight back?" Someone complained. "Okay. Anyway, it's everyone else's fault. The fault is that they are too weak. Hee. It's finally my turn to say this. You know how helpless I am. I'm obviously no different from a scum, but I have to live and die like a clown." He jumped in front of me and was pinched to death by a finger. In the end, I still have to bear the blame. However, some people like to seek death. Azad regained his composure. Complained a certain magician who had the same problem, not wanting to discuss too much about whether to kill his whole family in other people's territory. Lin changed the focus and asked, "Don't you have an extra knife? That knife looks quite powerful. What's its origin?" "What a piece of trash. No matter what the origin is," Azad criticized. Then he raised the magic knife in front of him and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't be unhappy with the gap. You really have the ability to cut off the opponent. Getting angry at me will not make you more advantageous." Rubbish. The latter sentence was like what Azad said to the weapon in his hand. Linda was surprised and asked, "Is this knife also conscious?" Azad threw the knife in his hand disdainfully, as if throwing it into an unknown place. In fact, this knife has been kept by Starina in a special weapon storage space. This is one of the great devil's talents. Azad had obtained the magic knife before, and now he was throwing the knife with the help of the big demon gorilla who had woken up from serious injuries. Throwing away the magic knife and tying Nzadu back to the rope around his waist, Azad said casually, "It is also a demon. It has inherited the status of an Abyss Lord and is in charge of a crater. In addition to being an addition to weapons, it is also good at controlling those little demons with hands and feet. And it is said to be the hardest and most powerful weapon in the Abyss. So I originally wanted to hide it with Nzadu. I wanted to give you a surprise with the knife. I didn't expect it to be forced out when my hand was still numb. But even if my arm was fine, I didn't think I could win. It looks really disappointing. This broken knife." When Azad told the origin of the magic sword, the priests were Templar warriors who were hiding and watching. Some of the knowledgeable people had already guessed the common name of the Abyss Lord and said, "Perkas, Lord of the Abyss. Forget about the big devil. How did you smuggle an Abyss Lord into the Lost Lands? Didn't you encounter any difficulties in the process?" Someone's eyes couldn't help but drift towards the temple of the Church of Three Holy Lights. Although the Guardian Lord has separated from them, the holy emblem of the Guardian Lord still hangs on their temple. Then he complained about the negligence of some god. Someone just used the box cutter Khan to fight against the magic sword Forkas. But it was not easy at all. Countless evil thoughts, as well as resentment that almost drives people crazy, poured into their minds at the moment of contact. If Len hadn't been forcibly baptized in the Abyss, he would have almost become the Lord of the Abyss, a higher ranking being than the Lord of the Abyss. Although all of that has become a thing of the past with the removal of the Fat House, it will eventually leave traces on someone. It was this experience that made Lin's resistance to these evil thoughts high enough to allow him to quickly return to normal. As for the ability of one person to transform into 3 people, it is a special application method of summoning oneself from parallel worlds in different time periods. It is to divide the self in the same time period into 3 or even more. This is used to avoid problems that may arise from touching the past or future. To use an analogy, it is similar to film or television. Take a film with 24 frames per second. Take one every 2 frames, and edit it into 3 videos on average. In this way, although there are only 8 frames left in 1 second, the things recorded in the picture happened within the same time period. Perhaps ordinary film will lose the visual persistence effect at 8 frames per second. But as long as the number of film frames is enough, whether it is 60 frames, 120 frames, 360 frames, or even higher, after being divided into 3, the visual persistence will be lost. There will not be any flickering, but will be regarded as continuous. In the same way, as long as time is cut carefully enough, the differentiated self in reality will look like a complete self, and there is no upper limit to the theoretical value of differentiation. According to someone's theory of time and space, time is a parallel world with different coordinate axes. Whether it is flashing to the past or the future, the longer the distance, the higher the difficulty and cost. Moreover, in doing so, he will also come into contact with some unclear things, which Lin has not yet thoroughly studied. That may be what Buddha said about cause and effect. In comparison, cutting a large number of very close times, splitting it into 3, is a bit more troublesome. But someone's way of using magic is close to the logic of the programming language, and they are least afraid of mass processing. Therefore, there are 2 methods of summoning oneself in different time periods. One is expensive, difficult, and will touch the law of cause and effect. The other is less difficult and has nothing to do with cause and effect. Although in the case of heavy use, the consumption may not be lower than the former. But in comparison, adhering to the principle of not touching unfamiliar things as much as possible, Lin still chose the latter's insurance approach. Of course, it has been experimented several times before. But this time, just like the Xuanhua Yunfa, it was used in actual combat for the first time. Although in terms of consumption, he claims to be able to use flash technique unlimitedly. In actual combat, it is not enough to maintain the time cutting of clones, especially when facing an opponent of Azad's level. How much computing power and energy do you have to spend? Pay attention to the environment and the opponent's actions, and predict and make judgments, so that you can gain a little advantage in the battle, or at least not fall behind too far. If he reduced his investment in this area in order to maintain his clones, Azad would definitely dare to move forward even if he transformed into 11 clones to make up a dozen. Having more people is never an advantage for people like Lin and Azad. It is precisely because the 3 forests were cut into themselves in the same time period. So as long as one of them is affected by the magic knife, it means that all 3 are affected. And instead of the 3 people sharing the mental invasion of the magic sword equally, each person withstood the complete mental attack of the magic sword. This is a flaw that someone accidentally discovered in actual combat. And it is also one of the reasons why he failed to pursue the victory before. So was Azad aware of such a flaw? Lin pretended to be casual and glanced at the demon prince. However, His Highness the Prince remained the same, making people confused. Chapter 1233 The Aftermath. What are you looking at? You are obsessed with me. Sensing someone's eager gaze, Azad crossed his arms and made a shy gesture. Seeing the charming look of His Highness the Prince, Lin clenched his fists and wanted to punch them in the guy's eye sockets. Turn the brain inside into a pulp, and then pull it out. But he still took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and fists in his chest, and kept saying like self-hypnosis, I am broad-minded, tolerant, and a rare good person. At the same time, he looked far away, realizing that he was being ignored. Azad followed someone bored. He was holding the back of his head and yelled, pointed somewhere and said, Look, there are butterflies. Lin subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction Azad pointed. Then he lowered his head and stature, narrowly avoiding the sword aimed at his head. The movements were coherent and done in one go, as if Lin had already known to dodge the blow. He did not forget to say, I stopped playing tricks like this after I was 3 years old. You still want to lie to me? I'm not lying to you. I just saw that your head is on your neck, which is a bit annoying. I just want to help you fix it. I've heard of hair trimming, eyebrow trimming, and hair trimming, But I've never heard of head trimming. Can people still live if their heads are trimmed off? I have confidence in you. It's not a problem to cut off one head and grow 2 more heads. Azad gestured with his thumbs and showed a bright and confident smile. You think I'm a hydra? Even if all the heads are chopped off, they can still grow back together. Someone couldn't help but complained again. After complaining about a certain prince, he said impatiently, Forget it. Let's go back. There are still many things to be busy with, and I don't have time to waste time here. After that, he flashed away. Now it was the demon prince's turn to be dumbfounded. He shook his fist towards the empty place and said, Hey, I'm still here. Damn that guy. His Royal Highness, who had been let go, had no choice but to attack the great demon Starry, who was following from a distance. This is a rare move. Most of the time, this big demon takes the initiative and clings tightly to this strongman who has been wandering the abyss for more than 2 years. I have never seen this person take the initiative to summon him. It's just that it walks limpingly and not very fast. It seems that it has not fully recovered from the heavy damage it suffered at the hands of the Emperor's personal guards. Azad jumped directly onto Starry's shoulders and sat down, grinding his teeth, and said viciously, Remember the location. Let's go back to Estali. I'm going to kick that bastard's ass. Starry raised its head and roared, instantly returning to its tall true form. And the injuries caused before were quickly restored by the release of the devil's power. Such behavior is of course a serious provocation in the temple area surrounded by the Church of the Gods. But with countless dead people in front of them, no one stepped forward to stop or punish this big demon. He just watched helplessly as it disappeared into a cloud of black and purple smelly smoke, carrying the beautiful and powerful person wearing a bright red robe. As for the pair of eyes hidden in the sky, in fact, they were just showing off at the door, and they didn't come in. Could it be that the world does not allow others to show their authority in public areas? That would be too bully. Besides, no one called them, and it was not a simple matter to be lost in the mortal world. So the gods tacitly ignored what happened in the imperial city of Nineveh. However, lurking aside were not only the gods in the sky or the church personnel on the ground, but also a group of Emperor's personal guards, and the Black Gauze army hiding in another place. Observing the temple area, that army was composed entirely of noble women, and was responsible for protecting female dignitaries. The squadron of guards quickly gathered around their legion commander. They had no right to untie the legion commander's armor, and naturally they had no way to solve the problem of the armor continuing to compress his internal organs after being kicked to the point of deformation. Except for the heavy blow to the waist and abdomen, the other parts of the armor were as shiny as ever, not looking like they had experienced a battle at all. However, the severe injuries to the waist and abdomen were not minor at all, and needed to be treated as soon as possible. So the group of people scrambled to help their legion commander into a temporarily requisitioned carriage, and took him to the palace. At the same time, following the carriage were members of the Mohishabisi family, and the guard knights, the tax collector family that belonged exclusively to the emperor, where the Black Veil army was hiding. There were several gaps overlooking the previous battle location. This group of women are all the most skilled in martial arts. They did not forget that a sister from the Black Veil army died in that magician's home in order to protect and control the Marquis of Balin. So this time, they came for revenge. Everyone brought the hardest crossbows, the best armor, and the best weapons. The original intention is to wait for the target and the Emperor's personal guard commander to fight in full swing, then rush out in one go and grab the head. And the arrows still cleared the way. Anyway, they knew that with the legendary armor of the guard's commander, their arrow feathers could not cause fatal injuries, and flesh injuries were inevitable. As long as the legion leader survives, the Emperor will have an easy explanation. But the magician without heavy equipment must die until he can no longer die. This is the initial plan of the Sisters of the Black Veil army. When the battle officially started, an unexpected figure appeared. His Royal Highness the 14th Prince. Although it is difficult for women in the Empire to stand on the political stage, it does not mean that they are not informed. On the day when the Crown Prince was appointed as the new Prime Minister of the Empire, the controversy that took place in the palace certainly reached the ears of these women. However, this group of women will not have any scruples because of the Emperor's attitude. The hatred between the 14th Prince and the Black Veil army was earlier and more numerous. While that prince was still in the palace, he had already made countless friendships. The reason why they don't move is because they can't beat them. There must be a victim who constantly consumes the prince's energy and physical strength and reduces his condition to the limit before it is possible to kill him. But the victims can't be the Sisters of the Black Veil army. They have to be the men who think they have control over everything. Today's battle was originally a rare opportunity in the eyes of the sisters of the Black Veil army. The enemy of the deceased sister was holding the imperial prince in check. There is also the strongest supporter around the emperor, who is also in the battle circle. His armor ensured that he would not die in the rain of arrows. As for the other two, they should report to the land of Styx under the irresistible army offensive. But the development of the battle and the level of the battle were different from what they imagined. Maybe they can't understand it. And they can't understand how terrifying it is to be in the battle circle. But they would count how many Templars had forced their way in. And then, like the dolls they had given up and dismantled when they were children, they would be dismembered and scattered all over the place without any resistance. Those Templar warriors who joined the battle circle were not all unknowns or weaklings. Many of them were young talents that even they admired. If the family didn't need them to marry a suitable partner and achieve a political alliance, those outstanding Templars would actually be the best candidates for their husbands. Such people also failed, especially the weapons flying in the air, provoked by the sword tips of the two men, flew in the direction the instigator wanted. From broken arms and limbs to small pieces of metal, none of them could land safely. They were all thrown into the air and used as faster weapons to kill the other person. Then it continues to wear away and eventually turns into fly ash. In this case, what different results will be achieved when the fine steel arrow feathers are fired from the hand? Any chance of shooting someone unlucky? At this moment, all the sisters from the Black Veil army who came here were no longer so confident. They could only wait patiently for that opportunity that may not come along. Until the end of the battle, both targets disappeared from sight, and they were unable to take any action and could only leave sadly. The seemingly peaceful street was filled with whimpers and occasional shouts, which could attract a group of people. That was when personnel from various churches began to search for the injured and tidy up the road that should have been used by people, but was now stained red with blood. At the beginning, no one thought that this would be such a tragic battle. The most disgusting thing is that, as the magician said, it was not them who went to the temple to provoke the gods. So the Templars had to launch a holy war to defend their lord. But this group of proud men with eyes on their heads thought they could sweep through everything. So they just broke in, and then broke their heads and broke their blood. Not many unlucky people actually died, because the two fighting men didn't pay attention to the group of Templar warriors who entered the battle at all. But not even half of them were able to escape intact, and all of them had some degree of physical disability. The least injured ones had at least their hands and feet twisted and deformed. The most serious injury was caused by being caught between the two people competing for strength, and his internal organs were directly turned into a ball of mud. Being able to survive is all due to the divine power brought by faith and holding on to that last breath. Fortunately, the Church of Three Holy Lights is nearby, and there are plenty of life priests. Don't say that the person is not dead. Even if he is dead, he can be brought back by using the resurrection spell. It doesn't matter if the body is mutilated or has serious internal injuries. Even if it costs a lot of money, every Templar is worth saving. This is the only one of the high priests at the bishop level who is sitting in the temple in the imperial city of Nineveh. The rest are said to have gone to the holy city of Starry to learn new life magic. Otherwise, the injured could be treated faster. Now we can only rely on the help of the young monks to do some simple processing and take a breath, so that people will not be favored by God so quickly. But in the eyes of the elders in various churches, the biggest loss should be that the spirit of these young people has been shattered. Their failure cannot be described in a tragic word. If the rescued people can get back on their feet, then they will be able to draw enough nutrients from this battle that they should not be involved in to allow them to transcend several realms. It can be said that even if this group of people cannot reach the same height as the two who are fighting, they can at least increase their original potential limit by several levels and have better prospects. But there is probably only 1 out of 10 people who can cheer up. More people will have their confidence shattered and will stagnate at their current level from then on, and may even regress. After living such a mediocre life, they will no longer see the wonderful life they once had as the proud sons of heaven. Demon Prince Azad's strength can indeed bring despair to people, and the rumors spread by the royal family are true. What's even more frightening is that there is more than one such person. The same goes for the magician, living in the same era as such a person. Perhaps no one is qualified to call himself a genius. Chapter 1230 for the destruction of the past. Nineveh Palace. One of the safest places on the lost continent. The highly favored commander of the guards had his own room in this palace, adjacent to the emperor's palace. The exclusive knight attendant was struggling to disassemble the legendary armor. The armor was deformed on the waist and abdomen, and many movable buckles were stuck. This made the job, which was not easy in the first place, even more difficult. The royal medical officer was examining the injury of the commander of the Guards Corps. However, except for the waist and abdomen, which were not yet visible, there were no internal or external injuries, not even a single bruise. It was completely impossible to tell that he had just experienced a big battle. But for the person involved, the mental fatigue is more serious than the internal and external injuries. No one can remain calm in the ups and downs of being on the verge of death again and again and escaping death again and again. Moreover, when His Highness the Prince drew out the magic sword to attack people, even though it was only for a moment, and he was not the main target, old Yomo was still affected by the aura of the Abyss Lord. This is why when the three of them separated, he didn't pick up his sword and fight again, but put himself on the defensive, because at that time, he was struggling to resist the countless dark thoughts in his mind. With a muffled groan, the armor on the waist was finally dismantled. A large piece of the chain mail originally used for lining had been bitten into the flesh of the abdomen. You have to carefully stretch the muscles that have been trained to be very hard before you can pull out the chain armor. The surrounding bruises were so dark that there was no bleeding on the surface, but the inside of the stomach was probably a mess. When the experienced medical officer saw this, without saying a word, he took out a thin tube for bloodletting and inserted it into the slightly swollen belly. The thick black blood in his belly was drained out along the thin tube. This is not a form of healing that everyone can do. Generally, bloodletting therapy involves cutting hands or feet. There are too many important organs in the abdomen. If anyone is injured, it will not be easy to deal with later. The old medical officer's therapy. If it is inserted too deep or in the wrong position and hurts the internal organs, there will be endless troubles. Fortunately, the old medical officer's skills were strong enough and Yomo's physique was extraordinary, so he could use such a treatment method. At this time, a sound of mountain calls and announcements came closer and closer, and the Emperor of the Empire, Armin Kazalnia, came to visit the old man he trusted most in his room. Although the old emperor's attitude towards his subordinates was gentle and kind, if he forgot his duty as a minister, it would be tantamount to betrayal. So no matter how many times the old emperor emphasized it, Yomo still struggled to get up and salute. His Majesty. The old emperor didn't say much. He stopped the guard leader's movements with his own hands and pushed him back into the chair so that the medical officer could continue to treat the injury. The old emperor said, "Tough guy. You look pretty bad. Tell me what happened." Yomo didn't hide anything and told everything he knew. The old emperor combined the information he got from the leader of the Imperial Guard on the way here and roughly deduced the cause and effect. Specifically, the young man of the Muishibishi family met the 14th son of the emperor and a magician. And the magician was regarded as the initiator of the dispute between the two Grand Dukes, Risa and Kawi. So the granddaughter of the old man in front of me led her team to capture the magician. Regardless of life or death, who would have known that the woman and her team, who were granted permission to enter the personal guard, would never return? So the old man in front of him rushed to take revenge. Unexpectedly, revenge failed and ended up like this. "So, who kicked those 2 kicks in your body? Your Majesty. These are all masterpieces by His Royal Highness the 14th Emperor." Old Yomo had 2 injuries on his body, one serious and one minor. One was the injury sustained by the 14th Prince to save himself when he was attacked by the magician at the beginning of the war. The other serious injury was a heavy kick from the 14th Prince to himself at the end of the battle in order to use his strength to escape. And this kick also got him out of the battle circle and stopped the magician from continuing to attack. The old Emperor Armin felt mixed emotions when he learned that the 2 wounds on his most trusted subordinate came from his own son. He asked directly, "In this case, should I be proud of my son, or should I be angry for your heavy injury?" "Be proud, Your Majesty. His Royal Highness, the 14th Emperor, has indeed grown to an unimaginable level. At least, it is impossible for us to deal with him like the last time." Old Yomo said bluntly. "I heard the person I trust the most give such a comment." The old emperor felt relieved and had a headache. Emperor Armin didn't ask about the same thing as last time in Yomo's mouth. And he also knew that the other person was talking about the matter of the 14th Prince's destruction of the Guards Corps. There are many rumors about that incident, and many of them are true, but no matter how they are spread, they are not the complete truth. At least no one can explain correctly why 10,000 people lined up to die and did not retreat until they were all dead. The rumored reason is that because they have to guard the safety of the palace. The bodyguards cannot retreat, and can only attack the 14th Prince, who was red-eyed at the time until they are all dead. But the truth of the matter is that Emperor Armin personally ordered it, forcing his bodyguards to die one after another. It stands to reason that in a war in the cold weapon era, when the battle losses exceed 30%, but the army is still not disintegrated, it is already a rare and strong army, as long as it exceeds 30%. Even if the commander insists on not retreating, the soldiers will find a way to survive on their own. But when the authority of the emperor and the life and death of all their families were in the hands of that supreme being, not retreating became a reminder. However, the reason why the emperor issued such an order was to defeat the 14th prince who had really killed him at that time. Even killing it is not ruled out, except for Azad, who killed the 13th prince, who was a compatriot of his own mother. All living people inside and outside the palace at that time were his targets, including of course the emperor himself. As for the cause of the incident, there is no point in pursuing it. But the old emperor speculated that it was related to the fact that the 14th son had just awakened the devil's physique not long before that incident happened. If you just want to survive, then as someone cuts off the rear, you can let the guards corps protect all the important people and escape. Perhaps it is quite embarrassing for an emperor to be forced to escape from the palace, and it can even be regarded as a lifelong shame. But what Azad did was different from a rebellion or a coup. He didn't want to rule the empire. He just wanted to destroy everything. So running away is not necessarily a bad choice. But who can guarantee that the red-eyed killer will not be chased out? Guarantee that he will not attack ordinary people outside the palace? You must know that every servant in the palace will be killed, and no one can escape if they are seen. Or guarantee that His Highness the Prince will not kill those nobles, or even the family members or himself of the great nobles. It is true that the emperor has considerable authority, but this authority has not yet reached an absolute level. Under the feudal system of Midi, the so-called king or emperor is just the most powerful noble in the country. In addition, there is no theoretical support for the divine right of kings. Compared with the emperor or king under centralized power, the authority is not at the same level at all. Under such a premise, once someone from the royal family wantonly kills a noble, Midi will not use the idea of if the king wants his ministers to die, they will have to die. There is no need to discuss the betrayal of the targeted nobles at any moment. Anyway, everyone's forces have been reshuffled, and whoever can stand out will be in charge. The unlucky ones just disappear. Therefore, in order to prevent the empire from falling into civil strife, and for the sake of the royal family, Emperor Armin could only make a decision to prevent the problem from going beyond the palace. Let your own vassals, the bodyguards, try to kill your own crazy heir. The method that was decided in a hurry was to sacrifice a large number of soldiers to consume the 14th prince's physical strength, and finally send someone to deal with him. There is no clever tactic. Just use more people to defeat the opponent head-on. Even so, old Yomel, who finally showed up, failed to kill Azad, only defeated him. In other words, the 14th prince, who has awakened the demonic constitution, cannot be killed by normal methods. At least the body cannot be completely destroyed. And once the body loses its soul, the next thing that comes in may not be easier to get along with than the original Azad. This was the problem the emperor faced at that time. Fortunately, Azad, who woke up again, no longer had red eyes and continued to chase the others, but returned to his usual unpredictable appearance. Also because of the destruction of the guards corps. This matter was too serious. Therefore, driven by the nobles, the emperor had to order to deprive his beloved son of all rights. This is also a way to protect the royal family as a whole. When Azad went crazy again and pointed the butcher knife at other nobles, those people could not regard such behavior as a reason for royal provocation and held high the banner of rebellion. But in fact, in the heart of the emperor, who consciously moved the entire country closer to a centralized system, a strong leader like Azad was the best candidate for succession. Perhaps no one in this era can clearly explain what enfeeblement is and what centralization is. But a powerful force that can fight and no one can stop is the guarantee for the implementation of all government affairs. As for the direction in which this will take the country, no one can guarantee. In fact, even if we don't do that, who can guarantee that the country will not decline for other reasons? In any case, it is better to fight than to be bullied. This is the universal value of Midland. This was also the reason why Emperor Armin Kazalnia valued his 14th son, even if this son once raised a butcher's knife to him. However, what old Yumel meant was that the old method of dealing with the 14th son was no longer useful. Although this kind of growth was within Armin's expectation, he never expected it to be so fast. But this led to another question. The old emperor asked. If that kid really grew up, how did you survive? That magician? Before coming here, the old emperor had already learned the general story of the matter from the head of the imperial guard. He also came to see the leader of his own bodyguard. In addition to offering condolences out of trust, he also wanted to get first-hand information from the person involved. The key point of this incident lies in the inconspicuous, but very important magician Gabriel Astrapwood. Chapter 1235 Deep Despair. There is indeed a place for this magician in the old emperor's blacklist. After all, it is not unfair at all to provoke the two Grand Dukes of the Empire to confront each other, and to guillotine someone for rebellion, even if the other party is not a subject of the Empire. As for why we made this judgment, and determined that this magician was the one who provoked the dispute. In fact, by listing the relevant events clearly, we can easily reach this conclusion. Although there were conflicts in the political situation within the Empire, everyone was restrained. In the eyes of the Emperor, those little conflicts of interest were considered controllable. During the reign of Emperor Armin, he was considered to be a well-rounded political person, until the automobile industry led by the magician came into the eyes of big shots like them, because of its economic and military value. The Grand Duke of Covey, who was excluded from the political inner circle, joined the automobile industry, regardless of how much money he made, because of the various added values brought by cars. If they can't judge whether they are good or bad, they don't need to be involved in political circles. It is more practical to go back to farming and provide for their retirement, since it is a good thing. Of course, I would like to hold this good thing in my hand. Therefore, relying on the opportunity once a year that all nobles must come to the imperial city to pay tribute and swear allegiance to the emperor, the nobles launched the first wave of political offensive. The situation forced Grand Duke Kawei to open up the technology of the automobile industry to others. It was impossible to give it all away. After all, it was an industry that the Grand Duke had a hand in establishing. At least no one dared to covet the Grand Duke's share. Not even his political opponents. It's one thing to stumble and add some obstacles and difficulties to things that haven't been done yet. Although it is difficult to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. No one is afraid of a toothless tiger. But if the tiger has eaten everything, it is another matter to disembowel it and fish it out. After all, that man is also a great duke. And he is also the most capable of fighting. He is also an extraordinary person. If you just fight for your life, you can kill 99% of the people in the political arena. Who dares to really offend him to death? If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your children and grandchildren. So of course, everyone's target is on the Grand Duke's two collaborators in the automobile industry. A Jialong Chamber of Commerce, whose ancestor was once the king of a country. Although the Chamber of Commerce is powerful, it is not in the eyes of the powerful figures in the empire. Sooner or later it will be sorted out. But there is no rush. Everyone's first target is still a powerless magician. Although the magician contributed his own wisdom, he was also actually involved in the related industry when it was first established. But there is no such thing as technical investment in MIDI. You either have to contribute money or effort. If you just make a start and then want to sit back and enjoy the results, that's impossible. This is the consensus of the vast majority of people. The reason why Lin was able to sit at home and wait for profit dividends, leaving all the hard work to others, was because he had already proven his worth and irreplaceability in front of the Grand Duke of Kawi and the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Van Chao. To this day, Lin, a consultant at the R&D Center, is still consulted from time to time on improvements and research and development, no matter the performance or usage of the car. Therefore, even if they were giving free money on a regular basis, the old Duke and the Ruan brothers would not dare to let such talents go. At least if you do this, you won't have to reinvent the wheel and add a second or third business enemy. Who wants to compete when you can eat alone? But these things cannot be seen by the nobles staying in the capital of the Guana Empire. So when it comes to trying to seize the automobile industry, they naturally chose the magician as the first person to be kicked out. And using the emperor's power, he forced Duke Kawe to have a showdown with his partners. In fact, this also has the intention of provoking friendship between the two. As long as Mr. Kawe's relationship with the magician is severed, then one group of people can swallow up the existing automobile industry, and another group of people can get close to the magician and try to get him to build the same thing again. Then on the day of completion, kick that magician away again. In any case, tools can be reused, and waste is shameful. Who would have thought that when Duke Kawe was forced to go to the holy city of Estali to have a showdown with the magician, the news the nobles received was not that they had won a very lucrative property, but that the Grand Duke was torn apart, raised the bloody flag of vengeance against the family of Grand Duke Risol. At this time, no one cared about taking over the automobile industry, allowing it to expand and transform it into the economic strength of the empire. During this process, no one would believe that the magician was innocent, although there is no conclusive evidence. Everyone regards the magician as an evil person who sows discord. The fight between two great ducal families will inevitably involve other nobles. Even if the emperor explicitly prohibits anyone from intervening, it does not mean that everyone can really stay out of it. At least the interests related to those two families will suffer more or less losses. As a result, it would be unreasonable to say that the nobles were not angry at the initiator of this series of events. Unfortunately, the assassins in the Thieves Guild do not accept jobs related to that magician, no matter how high the bounty is. Not only is the guild unwilling to issue such a bounty, but no killer is willing to accept it. So the nobles kept holding their breath until the magician appeared in the imperial city of Nineveh. Does dealing with this magician count as intervening in the dispute between the two duke families, which is forbidden by the emperor? Duke Kalway did not announce it to the outside world. The magician accepted the protection of his family, and should not be considered a member of the Kalway family. Any action taken against the magician should not be considered a violation of the emperor's prohibition. But how to explain? The power is in the hands of the supreme. No noble wanted to take the initiative to hand over the matter to the emperor. After all, their enmity with the magician was not so deep that they had to kill him. If you can do this kind of thing, just do it easily. There is no need to go into battle personally. Therefore, the granddaughter of Umayyr, a squadron of the emperor's personal guards, would take the initiative to cause trouble for the magician. If there was no instigation behind this, the old emperor would not believe it. But so what? All the guards who attacked were dead. The answer to who the murderer was is also clear. Even if the instigator behind it is found, he cannot be convicted of his conspiracy. Is that magician really that strong? Emperor Armin asked in a low voice, as if talking to himself. Yoma replied seriously, "We are evenly matched with His Highness the 14th Emperor. Perhaps the level of difficulty is even greater than His Highness." At this time, the old emperor remembered that during the big gathering at the beginning of the year, he had talked with the old guy Ricardo Carvi. At that time, he had given warnings and even commented that the magician was on par with the 14th son. But his eyes were still on the level of more than 10 years ago. Simply put, as long as the empire is willing to pay the price, it can still deal with the opponent. But if Azad's level is different from before, and there is a magician who can rival him, how high are these two people? It wasn't until the old emperor saw the plight of his old friend and the losses of the Templars of various churches that he had a more intuitive understanding of how troublesome those two people were now. Do we still have the possibility to intimidate it? Bribing someone is nothing more than coercion and inducement. With the status of the empire, it is of course impossible for him to consider condescending himself to treat a mere magician in the first place. So the old emperor asked. But the leader of his most trusted personal guard simply shook his head and rejected such a proposal. Another thing was mentioned. I remember that the Vader military state rated the magician as a purple-level threat. Although this news was made public, it only caused a stir at the time. And then nothing happened. I suggest that we deal with it accordingly. The old emperor was shocked when he heard this opinion. Ranking threats between actual and potential opponents is something every country does. The subtext is that people who are not strong enough should not take the initiative to seek death. And those who seek death should not blame the backers behind them for not coming forward to seek justice or revenge. After all, they have already said that no matter how threatening that opponent is, those backers may not be able to deal with it, and may even be buried with him. The threat level is compared to the rarity of the magic stone. Red is the lowest grade, and purple is the highest grade. In the vernacular, the way to deal with the purple threat is, unless you are facing a crisis of national subjugation and annihilation, just swallow it. Although the empire is strong, in a world with individual power like the Lost Land, no empire can be as tyrannical as Earth's Magnesium Emperor. Even if we could win by force, it would probably be the same as subjugating the country. Under the premise that a miserable victory does not count as a victory, certain entities are really not good targets for enemies. As for any empire's assessment, the other 4 empires and gods, even if they only have weak divine power, will definitely be rated as purple threats. There are also the mysterious 5 floating islands, which are powerful magician organizations inherited from ancient times. Although many people may not see the shadow of the floating island once in their lives, listing the floating island as a purple-level threat is a kind of tribute. For the Guana Empire, the holy city of Estali, and the owner of the secret forest, the Azure Dragon, were rated as purple threats. Any noble who wants to deal with any magician can do so, as long as there are suitable charges, and no one can find any legal fault. It is only natural for nobles to make trouble for others. Otherwise, they cannot be called managing people. If you want to enter the holy city of Starry and deal with any magician, you can. If you have the ability, do it secretly. Don't make any noise. And go in and out quickly. Whether it is capturing or killing a magician, it is a symbol of noble ability. Others will only admire and send blessings, wanting to declare war on the holy city of Starry, or force them to hand over someone, just like the nobles did against ordinary villages and towns. Unfortunately, no. In other words, please declare your separation from the empire before doing such a thing. Even if he wants to tie the empire into a chariot, I'm afraid the emperor will kill his own people first, and then go to appease the magicians in the holy city and pretend that nothing happened. Although Demon Prince Azad is not on the list, everyone has already assumed that he is also a purple threat. However, he has a royal status, even if he is deprived of his inheritance rights and title. The name of the walking natural disaster will not be added to the official list, so as not to damage the prestige of the royal family. Now to that short list. Should a magician's name be added? Just like changes in the emperor's succession, it will cause major changes in the political arena. That purple list would trigger similar benefits. It is human nature to be friends rather than enemies. But the old emperor asked worriedly, "What about your granddaughter's revenge?" Old Yomel shook his head and said lonely, "Revenge that cannot be avenged is meaningless." The attitude of this loyal friend truly frightened Emperor Armin. It takes such deep despair to beat someone who doesn't give up easily until he loses all his energy. Chapter 1236 The Legendary Team of the Past. Leaving the room of the head of the bodyguard, the old emperor seriously thought about his successor. Of course, he wasn't worried about the old guy's loyalty. It's just that Emperor Armin saw all kinds of people in his life. A warrior like Yomel who has lost his enterprising spirit, especially an old man, will either seek death or run away at critical moments, and does not have the courage to survive in death. Entrusting your life and safety to such a person is just an extra human shield. The old emperor didn't want to have only such people around him at the critical moment of life and death. Only those with a flexible mind and the courage to break through can find a way to survive in the most dangerous times. Of course, it's hard to find such a person, and it's even harder to make yourself trust them. In Armin's life, he only found a talent like Yomel. Hoping to find a second one may be a luxury. However, there is another person to meet in front of me, so I am not in a hurry to find that special person. The person he wanted to see was the other party involved in the Tripwood magician incident. Ephron, the youngest son of the Mohashabizi family. That unlucky kid who was trying to strike up a conversation with women on the street actually struck up a conversation with his own 14th son, who was wearing women's clothing. It is said that the appearance is so beautiful that no one can tell that she is Azad Kazharnia unless she reveals her identity. He is indeed a child with succubus blood. His mother's appearance can be either male or female, both of which are very popular. It's just that the child wore women's clothes and appeared with a magician. Speaking of which, in the Guana Empire, lustful nobles are not rare, and there are also many who like to be walked in and out. So did that child awaken to some extraordinary attribute? The old emperor was confused. Coming to the side hall of the palace. This is where royal affairs are handled, not military affairs. The unfortunate child put on a clean dress, shook his head, and stood tremblingly beside his father. His father, Baron Yergamuesha had been with the old emperor since he was a young knight's attendant, and was one of his absolute confidants. As for what happened, the old emperor also knew roughly what happened from the head of the imperial guard, although the captain of the guards, who was in charge of intelligence for the royal family, asked about the matter in detail, and Uerja persuaded him with his family affection. The child Ephron should not hide anything. But the old emperor still decided to meet this young man in person, mainly because the matter involves the gods, and as long as it is related to the gods, it will not be a trivial matter. Not to mention that according to Ephron's statement, the gold coin goddess Ka'in was actually in person, met the magician once, and had many conversations. This is what the old emperor really wants to know. What is the purpose of the magician coming to Nineveh? Although the old emperor was well-versed in politics and people, he was not without crisis. The reason why those crises did not lead to major disasters was precisely because of his extremely sharp intuition, which allowed him to detect clues at the beginning of the situation and solve the problem, or the person who caused the problem. It's the same this time. A magician, who had been paying close attention to him, and who had been staying in the holy city of Starry suddenly came to the capital of the empire. With him was the 14th son, who was expelled from the royal family, but was actually seen as a way out. And then he met a god. If there is no problem in the middle, he won't believe it even if I beat him to death. As for the big demon, it was simply ignored. The magician's conversation with the gods did not avoid anyone. Of course, by some mistake, Ephron, who entered the temple, listened to the entire conversation. Although Ephron did not see the content of the data stored in the red magic stone, he roughly guessed from the conversation that the magician and the goddess of gold coins would carry out a big plan related to coins. The magician described the vision of the matter in a very attractive way. At least after hearing this, the goddess of gold coins fell deeply into it, and could not extricate herself. The reason why a god is so upset is because the plan is related to how to expand the influence and use of coins. When the concept of a god being born becomes more popular, which means that his beliefs will be accepted by more people, it means that his power will grow accordingly. This is a good thing that no god would refuse, and would even facilitate it in every possible way. However, the use of money is not like the ordinary concept of a good god. Most concepts of a good god are a kind of beautiful character. For a country, advocating these good qualities is a good thing that has no harm. The stronger these gods are, the better the world is moving towards. But money cannot be taken lightly, because it is related to the wealth of a country and its people. Although the economics of Midland has not yet sprouted, even the term economy does not yet exist. Transactions at the national level are still mainly barter, with money only playing a supporting role. But this does not mean that the emperor, who has been in power for decades, will ignore the importance of coins to a country. But no matter how Armin asked, Ephron couldn't tell anything more detailed. Only the magician mentioned some organizational rhetoric and the so-called three swords, which was the power that the magician had already mastered. All that was left was for Ephron to recite the dialogue between the magician and the goddess, and at the same time perform the facial expression interaction between man and god. In addition to the content of their conversation, the old emperor also noticed an important point. Asked again, "My child, are you sure the goddess gave the chosen seed to that magician?" "Yes, your majesty. I am very sure of this. This is what the two of them said personally. It's just that the magician doesn't seem to be a voter like ordinary people. And her majesty the goddess can't say whether she is unhappy or happy about this. In short, just accept this result." The so-called voters do not necessarily have devout faith in gods. Sometimes they are simply collaborators. It's just that gods cooperate with mortals. This statement doesn't sound very revealing of divine power, so they use the identity of electors instead to allow gods to maintain their majesty, being the chosen one of the gods. This status is not a big or small trouble for an empire. The real trouble is the relationship behind the gold coin goddess. The heroic deeds of the gods before they became gods have mostly been covered up, except for a few things of special significance. The purpose is to allow the gods to get rid of their past as humans, to distance themselves from humans, and to make divinity more pure. But the empire still maintains records of these gods' past. In the post-Dark Age, that is, after the death of Demon King Tikal, the Demon King's army did not disappear, but continued to rule the Enchanted Continent. After all, they were the strongest military force of that era, and could not be disbanded for no reason. Instead, they were slowly defeated. Legions after legions became withered bones in the graves, and the dominance of the world was transferred to humans. At that time, the crusade against the remnants of the Demon King's army was especially aimed at those extraordinary weapons that were not within the specifications. The most famous legendary four-man team was composed of Albrecht of the sword and halberd, Apollos of the shield, White Demon Vita, and Handy Coin. Among them, Vita and Apollos are siblings, and Albrecht and Vita are lovers. This team is not only famous, but also has outstanding military achievements, which are proved by the heads of countless remnants of the Demon King's army. In the end, all four members of the legendary team ignited the divine fire, crossed the threshold beyond the extraordinary, and became godheads. The first three are the three majesties served by the three Holy Lights Church: the Lord of Justice, the Lord of Protection, and the Lord of Life. Because of this relationship, the three powerful divine churches are one. Even after becoming gods, the Lord of Guardians and the Lord of Justice parted ways due to disagreements in their ideas. Their churches in the human world did not break up, but maintained their past relationship. The last halfling, Handy Coin, was the last to become a god. What he achieved was not a superior concept that led other concepts, but the two powers of wealth and destiny, becoming the goddess of gold coins, coupled with her own wishes. The Church of the Three Holy Lights did not become the Four Holy Lights, turning into a structure of 3 strong and 1 weak. Instead, it maintained the original stable relationship of the 3 strong. Will the friendship in the human era continue into the era of gods? The old emperor had no answer to this question. But if the answer is yes, it means that the magician, who has become the chosen one of the gold goddess, has 3 more hidden powerful divine allies. His Majesty the Emperor has a headache. Then the old emperor remembered another question, and asked the young man in front of him. Child, you just mentioned that the magician claimed to be the lowest member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, and displayed more than 20 holy seals? That's right. 25. Your Majesty, is the 25 holy seals plus the magician's own 3-headed monkey. A total of 26 marks. And the magician later mentioned the number 25. Fulan replied respectfully, and added some explanation. The High Sea of the Ikaruga Alliance is the world tree that rules the Wood Elves. This is no secret to people of Emperor Armin's level. However, due to the closed nature of the Wood Elves and the hostility of the Turtle Dove Alliance towards the nobles, the intelligence available to the Empire was relatively sparse and backward. At least in the memory of the old Emperor. There were only 11 high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. 25. Where did they come from? Then, the magician sat in the high seat. Even if he was only at the bottom, it meant that he was recognized by World Tree and had the qualifications to sit on an equal footing. His Majesty's head hurt even more. Then, the plan prepared by the magician was intended to promote the cooperation between the Gold Goddess and the Turtle Dove Alliance. No matter how you look at this, it doesn't look good for the Empire. The Turtle Dove Alliance is a group of robbers and bandits who enjoy resisting authority. The old Emperor did not expect at all how much goodwill the new organization established in cooperation with the Gold Coin Goddess would have towards the nobles with such people as its backbone. So the old Emperor no longer thought about whether the magician was put on the Empire's purple threat list. Such people are not considered a threat. So how can they be considered? What he is seriously thinking about now is whether to take action and disrupt this cooperation. If you decide to do this, where can you start? Chapter 1237 Crossroads. The old Emperor's thoughts cannot be guessed by his subordinates, nor can they dare to make wild guesses. So Uerja remained silent. Their family had always been the Emperor's tool. And it was just a tool. Tools have no mouths, and only do things according to orders. But the young man in the family, who had been left alone for a long time, did not have such an awareness. Everyone saw the Emperor lost in thought and mistakenly thought that the old Emperor was very interested in this matter. But he had no way of starting. There was such a misunderstanding because the vision that was depicted while listening to the conversation between the magician and the goddess actually attracted this young man, who had learned a lot of new knowledge. He mustered up the courage to say something. But even if the old Emperor pretends to be amiable, how could he not know his true face as the family of servants closest to him? Not to mention his father's constant teachings and warnings from childhood to adulthood, which made Ephron unable to speak even half of the words and choked them all. But the old Emperor was not a person without eyes. He saw Ephron's hesitant expression and asked kindly, "My child, what do you want to say? It doesn't matter if you say it." Uerja was shocked when he saw this. And Tul took the initiative to speak, which was not in line with family motto. He wanted to shut up his son. But in front of the Emperor, His Majesty also personally told this bastard to speak. So he couldn't stop him. He could only glare at his son fiercely. But unfortunately, the bastard was completely focused on other things, and did not notice the look in his father's eyes. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! After receiving permission, Ephron once again plucked up the courage to say, "If I get your permission, I hope to join what the Gold Goddess and the others are going to do." "Oh, you think the Empire needs to add a lesser goddess of power to what the magicians are going to do? Why?" The old Emperor asked questions in a kind tone, which calmed Ephron's mood a lot and allowed him to express what was in his mind. "Your Majesty, from the conversation between the two men, it can be guessed that sooner or later the methods he mentioned were implemented throughout the whole land. And they were not forcefully promoted. Instead, they were very confident that areas that did not use those methods would be attracted and assimilated by those that used them. So they all wanted to introduce the same methods. If so, then why doesn't the Empire join in as soon as possible? New policies, new weapons, and new methods are all the same, as long as they are feasible. Those who join earlier will get more benefits than others. We can only pick up what others have left, or steal it from others at a higher cost. So I think it is better to do this sooner rather than later. My child, you are right. But you also mentioned an important point. If it is possible, From the words of a god and a magician. Why do you think that what they want to do can definitely be accomplished? This. Ephron blushed, lowered his head, and was speechless for a while. The old emperor did not stop his questioning because of Ephron's retreat. Then he said, "And don't forget, son, your family has responsibilities to the royal family. As far as I know, all your brothers are gone, and you are your father's last son. You must give up the Mohishabisi family. Do you want to do something that you don't know whether it will succeed or not?" The mention of family responsibilities made Ephron stretch his neck, and his voice came out from the bottom of his throat like a shout. "Your Majesty, it is true that my father is the only son left, but it does not mean that there are no other sons in the family. We can still serve your Majesty, and not forget any responsibilities. And I have not been placed in high hopes from the beginning. Children who push their studies. I'm afraid my cousins are better at fulfilling their family responsibilities than I am. I believe my father knows this better than I do. But my strength is mathematics, and I like that subject. The origin of mathematics is that magician. So I think mathematics must play a decisive role in his plan with the gold coin goddess. In this case, I hereby implore your Majesty to let the loyal men of the Mohishabisi family be released. Serve your Majesty where they do best." Speaking of excitement, Ephron even half knelt on the ground, his pleading posture clear. The old emperor did not dislike the passion of young people. He believes that there are many things in this world that need hard-headed young people to tackle. Maybe that seemingly solid wall was knocked down and a new way out was created. So he seriously considered the proposal of the young man in front of him. And from the meaning of what he just said, it is not difficult to detect the resentment of this young man for the neglect of his family, and then the idea of resistance. Such people are more willing to exert greater effort and make more efforts outside the areas in which the family is good at. But if they fail, they will fall worse and more painfully, and they won't even be able to get up. So should you give it a try? As for the so-called responsibility, it was actually just an excuse for the old emperor, not to mention the family that serves him. There are many people who are eyeing the job of tax collector. Even the job of a tax collector cannot be done by one person. In order to protect money, some guards are always needed. The emperor's direct territory is so large that if there is only one group of people collecting taxes, the territory will not be able to complete a round by the end of the year. Not to mention that when there is a temporary tax, there is only one group of people to collect the tax. Even if he breaks his leg, he may not be able to collect all the required money immediately. Therefore, there are many men in the Mohishabisi family who are attacking everywhere. As the confidant in charge of tax collection, Uerja not only went to various places to collect taxes in person, but another important job was to organize the taxes collected by other members of the family from various places, record them in accounts, and submit them to the emperor. Under such circumstances, having one more man or one less man does not seem to be unacceptable, as long as someone can handle the matter. So Emperor Armin looked at Uerju, who was always silent, and asked, "Old man, this is your son. What do you think?" Uerju also had mixed feelings in his heart. There is a gap in age between the younger son and his elder brothers, so I did not urge him to learn family knowledge, but instead allowed him to develop. He just didn't expect that this would become the reason for his anger, and he was indeed interested in some emerging knowledge, including mathematics. He even thought about using mathematics to standardize the family's tax collection methods. But based on the results of a year or two of investigation and actuarial calculations, he concluded that according to the tax standards given by His Majesty the Emperor, the family did not need to collect so much tax from tenants everywhere and lords directly under the Emperor. Is this human language? Using the same rules, using the family's old method of collecting taxes can collect more than using the new method of mathematical calculation. So, as a loyal minister to the Emperor, it is not obvious which method the Mohishabisi family should use. It's just that the child is stubborn and can't think clearly, so he is disgusted by his father. I just didn't expect that several of his eldest brothers would die due to various accidents and diseases in the past few years. The last one was attacked by an unknown creature on his way out to collect taxes, including the guard knights. No one could survive. Ephron became his only remaining son. Although tax collectors are a profession that everyone is jealous of, they are also the objects of disgust. According to the fierceness of the people in Midi and the danger level of the natural environment, tax collection is not a safe occupation in Midi, even with the Emperor's aura behind him. When he got the news that the child was being held hostage by the 14th prince, he had already made up his mind to give him up and prepare to adopt his brother's child as his heir. I just didn't expect that the child would come back alive, let alone that he would make such a request in front of the Emperor. For a moment, Uerja didn't know how to respond to the child's feelings. But when the emperor asked, Uerja could not hold back and not answer. He could only say with an expressionless face as before, "Your Majesty, there are other young people in the Muhishabisi family who can serve you, and he is the best." The last words he uttered were such cold words. Ephron only felt angry at his father's answer. This made him more determined that he did not want to inherit the family business, and he only wanted to join the vision described by the magician. Of course, the old emperor understood that Uerju, the man who had been following him for a long time, was not as cold as he appeared. Maybe he also has his own way of loving his children. But he is not understood. But my own family is in such a mess that I don't seem to be qualified to assume a condescending attitude and teach others anything. Speaking of which, this is a common worry for fathers. But back to business. Emperor Armin certainly couldn't let him run around like a headless fly just because he admired a young man's impetus. As an older man, his duty is to make timely and effective suggestions so that young people have a direction in which to work. But this suggestion is not to force young people to use their efforts in the right direction according to their own ideas. Because who can guarantee that the direction you suggest will be correct? The sense of propriety in this is not so easy to grasp. Fortunately, Armin considers himself very good at being a guiding light for young people, rather than just destroying others' confidence. So the old emperor said, "Child, since you want to join the plan of the gold goddess and the magician, I can't allow it. But I have a condition." Ephron seemed to be recognized and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, please speak. Hey, don't be so happy yet. This is not a promise to you." "Yes." The excited young man lowered his head again and listened respectfully to Yu's voice. "Did you mention that the magician took out a red magic stone, which contained the plan he wanted to make? It was after enshrining the magic stone to the goddess that the one came to Earth and met with the goddess. The magician talks in detail. I need to know the contents of the magic stone and determine what they want to do before I can decide whether to agree with you. I will send someone to join the plan before the goddess makes the invitation. If not, there's no need to talk about other things." This is an extremely reasonable request, Ephron thought, recalling the attitude of the magician. He showed that he was not worried about the leakage of the contents of the magic stone. So he simply agreed to let the priest of the gold goddess inspect the contents. Although it is possible that the priests belong to the same system as the goddess. So there is no need to hide it. But since their plan will be promoted later, it is impossible to hide it from everyone. Therefore, Ephron felt that he had a good chance of obtaining the content of the magic stone first. So he hastily agreed. Seeing the overjoyed expression of the young man in front of him, the old emperor gave a commendatory smile and said nothing more. It is true that it is a choice to interfere with the plot of the magician and the god. But if it is profitable, it is also a way out for the empire to seize a large share or even compete for dominance. The old emperor thought so. Chapter 1238 Kingdom of God. After receiving the promise of the gold coin goddess Queen, Lin Ke, who returned to the holy city of Estali, had no chance to breathe. The subsequent events unfolded in full swing, like being pulled by a locomotive. Since the matter is still in the preparation stage, no one except the planner, that is, myself, knows what the full plan looks like at this time. Therefore, regardless of Lin Qing's unwillingness, the plan must be advanced. And no one can do it for him except himself. So I can only work hard and grit my teeth and keep doing it. After returning to the holy city, he first called Kaya and asked her to transfer her less important daily tasks to others. First, help him as a teacher. Keep an eye on the forums and emails, all the messages contacting him, and reply according to the instructions. Simply put, it is the job of a secretary. In the early stage, an apprentice will be transferred back. If necessary in the middle and later stages, Harumi or even Leonardo may come to help. Kaya's first job was to contact an old acquaintance from the Armenian elf kingdom, the fat elf Wilder Walker Futen. Tell him that His Majesty Queen has initially nodded in agreement, and that the follow-up plan will be launched, leaving him little time. The content of the plan previously given to him needs to be transferred to the other 4 elven kingdoms as soon as possible. I thought that the old elf king, Andrei Kirill, would get some benefit from this matter. Unexpectedly, I learned from Wildwalk that they had transferred plans and information to other elven kingdoms for free. At this time, Lin had to admire that the kingdom of Armenia was indeed the most enlightened one among the 5 elf kingdoms. The old king indeed had the courage of a king. Instead of being a petty person, you want to take advantage of everything you see. In other words, This kind of generosity makes it easier for him to obtain a leadership position later. That said, it's not a bad idea. The next step is to sort out the information at hand and prepare the content to be presented to both World Tree and Ku'in at the high-level meeting. Although I have written a complete version of my related plans, it is not impossible to modify. And not everyone needs to know everything. Just like a large company on Earth, only grassroots personnel need detailed work instructions, while senior people only need to know and grasp the general direction. If it were reversed, it would only allow people on both sides to see the world and open their eyes, and it would not significantly help their respective work. So in order to brief Yggdrasil and Ku'in, Lin still needed to do some selection and deletion. If they want to know the details, the level of the people participating in the meeting is high enough. When the time comes, just throw the full version of the plan over and let them chew on it. There is no need to waste your own saliva on introduction and persuasion. It was already 3 days later when everything was ready, and I was trying to figure out what I was going to say. Just like someone's previous agreement with the Gold Goddess. There was no extra rest time, and no time limit was exceeded. After saying low to the people at home, Lin went on the road alone this time without taking anyone with him. The first flash of light reappeared in the temple of the goddess of gold in the imperial city of Nineveh. The old priests had also listened to the entire conversation between the goddess and the magician before, and knew that today was the day that one god and one person agreed to meet. Therefore, they prepared early to hold a prayer ceremony to inform their goddess. In addition to the old priests who were dressed up, the group of sheltered children were also dressed in starched white robes, looking like a group of little angels. Seeing the magician suddenly appear, the old priests were startled, but without waiting for them to say low, Lin waved his hand and said, "Don't bother. I know the place. Just go there by yourself." After saying that, he flashed again. The location that appeared this time was Ku'in's Kingdom of God. Based on someone's past understanding, the Kingdom of God is to the gods what the phylactery is to the lich. If you want to completely kill the gods, you must destroy the Kingdom of God. Otherwise, as long as the Kingdom of God exists, the gods will be resurrected sooner or later, or another person will occupy the magpie's nest and succeed him as a god. However, no one can say whether the successor is another god or will eventually be assimilated into the previous one. Then thinks the latter will be the case, and there is considerable evidence to support it. But her situation was learned from the old god system. Whether the new god is also the same, this former demon king who enjoys killing gods cannot guarantee, since the Kingdom of God is a weakness. Then the gods dare to show such a weakness openly, and they must rely on it. At least publicly known history proves that destroying the Kingdom of God is more difficult than killing a god. Only other gods can destroy the Kingdom of God. Mortals cannot do this. This is why only gods can seize the concepts of godhead from other gods and cast them into themselves. But mortals can only replace them and become the next god who exists with the same concept. As for the reason why the Kingdom of God is so difficult to destroy, someone didn't understand it before. But now Lin, who has first glimpsed the secrets of the gods, has a general idea. Gods are not simply high-dimensional creatures, but multidimensional creatures. A kind of existence that is even more difficult for the human brain to fully understand. The same is true for the Kingdom of God. The uniqueness of gods allows them to constantly change, shuttle and manifest in the multidimensional world. They exist in countless places at the same time, but they only exist in one place at the same time. The seemingly contradictory explanation is also the difference between mortals and gods. To compare with another classic fantasy character, it's the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. I don't exist, but I'm everywhere. To explain it in scientific theory, it is similar to Schrödinger's jawed cat, but it is different from the observer effect. However, the existence of the Kingdom of God is different from that of gods. The Kingdom of God is a node that exists firmly and simultaneously in the multidimensional world. It has all the characteristics of the connected multidimensional world at the same time, finds an excellent balance point among the chaotic rules, and stubbornly builds a small world. It seems extremely fragile, but in fact it is so strong that even the rules of either world are not enough to destroy such a small world. There are so many contradictions between gods and kingdoms, but they are indeed true. It is precisely because it is difficult for human wisdom to fully understand everything that it is called God. Even someone who has the ability to kill a god can only dare to say that he is like a leopard peeking through a tube, only catching a glimpse of the god, but not the whole picture. The reason why you can kill gods is exactly in line with the saying, destruction is easier than creation. Just like on Earth, no engineer can build a computer from scratch. from gravel and various metal mines. But if you want to smash a computer, even a child can do it. With this understanding, someone who comes to the kingdom of God for the first time will of course pay special attention to the surrounding environment. The scope of the goddess of gold coins kingdom is not large, although it seems to be boundless. Under the perception of someone's environmental detection, the boundary range is encountered faster than oneself imagine. The reason why the boundaries of the kingdom of God can be discerned is because beyond them there is nothingness. It is not the kind of nothing in the universe, but a kind of nothingness that is completely opposite to the being of the kingdom of God. But whether the outside of the boundary is really what he perceives, Lin can't guarantee it without stepping out personally. Just like in a bright environment, people can't see clearly things in dark corners, but in a relatively dark environment, as long as there is a little light, you can see different things. But Kuyin's kingdom of God is different from someone's imagination. With white clouds, blue sky, green grass, and countless flowers blooming at the same time. Tall gear-shaped marble pillars support the high roof, and the smooth, mirror-like white walls separate a passage that is quite narrow compared to the height of the ceiling. However, all of this is too huge for someone to imagine. The forks of the passage connect the passages, and there are no rules for the distribution of the forks, making the god's kingdom of the gold coin goddess look like a maze. In other words, this is a maze. I heard that the scenery of the kingdom of God expresses the thoughts or personality of the gods to some extent. So how should we interpret the character of this goddess, since the kingdom of God is run like a dungeon maze? Lin was thinking about such things as he walked towards the end point, which was the center of the labyrinth of the kingdom of God, where the goddess's throne was located. When he entered the central palace, in addition to the halfling goddess, there was another god, blonde, handsome enough to make men jealous. An acquaintance, Apollos, the Lord of Guardians. Kuyin sat on a seat that was completely incompatible with his size, and was more than enough for a giant to sit on. Apollos was separated from him by a long table, and the chairs were relatively ordinary. But the powerful divine power brings with it the majestic aura, making it no less powerful than Kuyin, who has the advantage of being a landlord. However, seeing these two people, Lin discovered where the sense of disobedience that had been lingering since entering the kingdom of God came from. In this maze, everything is too huge, and the reason is that it has shrunk. Using his own height as a comparison standard, Kuyin is at least 50 meters tall, while Apollos, who has standard human proportions, is over 100 meters tall. In the eyes of these two gods, someone's size is almost the same as looking at a rat in the laboratory. Is this a standard size for gods? Lin thought so for the first time. But when they appeared in the Lost Land, they had the same proportions as other Homo sapiens species, instead of being even more exaggerated in height than the giant race in the Lost Land. Oh, you're here, mortal. What a surprise. I thought you said you wanted to come directly to my kingdom to see me. Just to talk. I didn't expect you actually came here on your own. I can't even open a passage and find all the helpers who are still alive. Koyan specially used the common language of Midi to greet someone. The voice of the gods was so loud. It was like standing in front of the speakers at a concert before traveling through time. It was really deafening. Lin did not respond to the greeting immediately. But he also knew the purpose of the Guardian Lord appearing here. It seems that the relationship between these two is really unusual. Lin didn't think it would be easy to open a passage, because if it were that simple, Kuyin could just do it by himself. Why bother looking for helpers? So, is the relationship between these two really good? Or is there something fishy about it? Regardless of the privacy between the two gods, this kind of conversation with people looking up at them is not something that people are used to at all. After Lin confirmed his surroundings again, he activated the flash technique. This time, someone didn't teleport himself to another place, but appeared where he was. But when he reappeared in Kuyin's kingdom of God, his body proportions were the same as those of the two gods, and he no longer looked like the white mouse he had been before. Chapter 1239, an extra seat in the high seat. Regarding this performance, both Apollos and Coin once again showed a surprised expression. The goddess of gold coin said even more appreciatively, "Oh, that's great. Your ability is stronger than I originally thought. But it's not like the magic of enlargement." Among the apprentice level 3 ring magic, there are the magic of enlargement and reduction. Not only can it be used on items, but it can also be used on yourself, regardless of the scale of enlargement or reduction. Although it is related to the magician's ability, there is a limit. Like the situation just now, magnifying oneself about 20 times and being on an equal footing with the gods is something that no magician can do. Lin didn't intend to hide it, and simply explained, "It is actually a geometric problem of the entry angle, and it is indeed not the magic of enlargement." The two gods looked confused. It's like the relative position of a person in the three-dimensional world to the light source will create a shadow on the two-dimensional ground. At different angles, the length of the shadow will also be different. If you use the flash technique to enter a certain dimensional world, you will encounter such a problem. The parts that were previously regarded as constants are actually parameters that can be modified. However, in the main plane of Lost Land, you cannot fight after zooming in or out. Because of his other physical characteristics, there will be no different results in the same world. In other words, even if he transforms into a giant hundreds of meters tall, he will still only weigh about 80 kilograms. No balloon of the same size will be so light. The same is true for shrinking. There is no setting like Marvel's Ant-Man or DC's Atom, where the density is increased to the point where it will produce a nuclear fission reaction on its own if left alone, let alone maintain the same power. In short, it cannot be used to fight. But is it useful to explain these things to two illiterate people? So Lin laughed, changed the focus, and said, "Then, Your Majesty the Goddess, are you ready to go to the high seat meeting with me?" When it comes to business matters, Ku'in no longer dwells on things he doesn't understand. A halfling goddess dressed in a boy's attire walked on the table and came to the Lord of Guardians and said, "Oppo, can you come with me?" Lin spread his hands and said, "Although I really want to agree, I don't have the final say in that place. I can only say I'm sorry." Hearing that Apollos' request to go with him was not accepted, Coin crossed his shoulders, curled up into a ball like a quail, and trembled, saying, "Is this okay? Isn't it dangerous for me to go there alone?" It was completely unexpected that this goddess actually had such attributes. Ling Gon laughed twice and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Neither you nor I are even qualified to be fertilizers in front of those 25 people. So safety can be guaranteed." Putting down his hands in guard, Ku'in made a helpless expression and said, "It's such a sad truth. Maybe ordinary people wouldn't know it. But how could the gods not know what the world tree is?" As a magician said, the world tree does not need to absorb any nutrients from the place where it takes root. And of course, it does not need any fertilizer required by plants. Their only source of energy and nutrition is the other world they are connected to. But Ku'in didn't agree to follow the human magician in front of him because of this. Instead, he sat on the table and asked with a frivolous expression, "If those 25 people don't have to worry, what about you, magician? Your Majesty, I am just a human being. Do you think I can pose any threat to the divine body?" Lin did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically, "That's right. It's just," a certain goddess said, but her eyes drifted to the guardian lord aside. This deity, whose current persona was blonde and paralyzed, stood up and said coldly, "Don't worry. If you die, I will avenge you." After saying that, he disappeared and walked away, distracted. Koyan stuck out his tongue in the direction where Apollos disappeared in dissatisfaction, making a half face. Then he jumped off the table, came to someone and said, "Okay, let's go. But how are we going to get there? Do you want to hold hands?" As soon as a certain female Shenhua asked her question and stretched out her hand, she realized that she had arrived in a different place. Originally, in my own kingdom of God. Although it looked like a labyrinth palace, it was very bright and not gloomy at all. But the environment we are in now is much smaller. A long ring-like table is surrounded by a circle, with more than 20 chairs evenly placed. Most of the chairs had something on them, either animals or strange trees. They all sit quietly or are arranged on chairs, like sculptures. But Ku'in would not think that these were a group of dead objects because of this, because he could feel that these alien objects were absorbing the free energy escaping from the strange and chaotic scenery outside through the open ceiling. Also because the ceiling is open, this small space is filled with various colors, like a kaleidoscope, constantly changing. Is this the high seat of the world tree? The halfling goddess asked herself in her heart. It worked for the first time. Lin, who appeared in the high seat meeting space with his goddess, said so while rubbing his stubble on his chin. Because of the multidimensional coexistence characteristics of gods, it is quite difficult for him to use flash to locate the opponent. Therefore, whether it is the extra-dimensional exile technique or the various applications of the flash technique, most of them cannot deal with any god, unless you can find a way to process multidimensional data at the same time, or the processing speed is so fast that you can capture the gods when they escape to the next dimensional world. This time was Lin's first trial of the new method. Of course, no one will be complacent and think that such success means that they have truly succeeded in upgrading the flash technique to a level that can deal with gods. At first, Queen did not put in any effort to resist, and he was still cooperative. Secondly, his strength is ranked last among the gods. To deal with such a god can only be regarded as taking the first step, but it has not reached the level of being invincible in the world. Lin's whisper certainly attracted the goddess's attention. Seeing Qian's gaze, Lin put aside his personal matters for the time being. Instead, he put on a business-like professional smile and said, "Your Majesty, welcome to the high-seat meeting of World Tree." When the invited guests arrive, the Yggdrasil clones here certainly cannot continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb. They shake their branches or move their heads to tell others that they have woken up. Then he greeted, "Miss Queen, welcome," pointing to a short dead tree with 8 fruits hanging on it. Lin introduced to Coin. The one who just spoke is His Majesty Yggdrasil. Starting from the first ancient person who spoke, Lin introduced them clockwise, in a circle, and on the last empty seat. The badge on the back of the bench is someone's pixelated version of the 3-headed monkey. Although Queen has the appearance of a halfling, he stood in the open space in the middle of the circular table and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, "The magician said that you came to me for cooperation. So I am not qualified to have a chair here? Of course, Miss Coin. It's our honor that you are willing to join." After Yggdrasil finished speaking, the high-seat conference space suddenly changed. The ring table expands outward in a small circle, with all seats maintaining equal spacing. And in the extra space, a long back chair like everyone else's appeared from the ground. The difference is that the mark on the back of the chair is the holy emblem of the goddess of gold coins. Seeing Queen jumping up and down proudly and sitting on his own chair, someone felt as if he had taken someone up a mountain. It was a wonderful feeling. It was not about brotherhood or the feeling of having something good to share with everyone, but a feeling of pride in being able to trick others. No wonder the characters in Water Margin are keen on turning people up the mountain and sitting on a high chair. So, this is the god that I harmed? Putting away his strange thoughts, Lin sat down in his first place seat. To use the former term, it's really like ranking bandits. So I'm only 27 now, and I'm still on the Tian gang number, In short, as far as the arrangement of seats is concerned, the gold coin goddess is ranked after the world tree, and a certain person is still at the bottom because of his status as a mortal. So Lin's left hand is Coin, and his right hand is the ancient Yggdrasil. After sitting down, Lin placed the magic stones with information stored on the ring table. A magic circle glowing with light blue light immediately appeared on the empty table, covering the magic stone and reading the information inside. At the same time, all the contents are displayed in the open space in the middle of the circular table. Halala's more than 10 large water mirror screens fill the entire space. Because the participants are not human except for themselves, they can read and process information very quickly. And there is no need to display presentations according to human habits. So everything is on display for everyone at the same time. But when someone wants to introduce someone, there must be a sequence. So Lin flicked his fingertips, and the screen that was the first page of the briefing rose and zoomed in, while the others shrunk and fell. On the first page of the briefing, the names of the 8 lords of power are arranged in order. However, at the very end, there are 4 big characters written. Lin noticed the slightly confused look of the goddess of gold coin, and then said, "Coming to the high-level meeting, I think what His Majesty Queen is most concerned about and worried about is what our purpose is and what we want to gain as collaborators. Because if you don't understand this, as long as you are still conscious, you will worry about whether you will be taken advantage of and be kicked aside after you succeed." That's right. Queen didn't say much, but just stared at what was displayed in the field. The goddess did not wait in vain for 3 days in the human world. He carefully considered the contents of the magic stone offered by someone. To be honest, if he hadn't waited for today's meeting, someone also said that he would introduce collaborators to him. And based on the contents of the magic stone, he could have started the entire plan on his own. But he still waited, waiting for the magician to give an answer today. Lin continued, "No one is without desires. Everyone has what they want. No one can deny this. And my needs are the beginning of this series of plans. Your Majesty Yggdrasil knows that I think His Majesty Queen also learned from the Lord of Guardians that I am a stranger, a foreigner, an outsider. Whichever term you are used to using can be used. And what I want is to find a way home." Chapter 1240 Cooperation or Not. Cain thought of Apollos' attitude towards this mortal, which could be summed up in 2 words, disgusting. And the reason for hating him is because this guy is an outsider. For Apollos, as long as he is an outsider, whether he is a human or a god, a cat or a dog, he will hate him. After all, his main opponents after becoming a god are these outsiders, who come from all over the world in an endless stream. The most common thing inside is the demon from the abyss. Almost all the lords of the abyss have had dealings with the Lord of Guardians, the kind that would lead to death. But if an outsider wants to find a way home, it is indeed a feasible direction to ask the World Tree for help in worlds other than the known alien planes, such as the abyss or the 4 elemental planes. But as we all know, these trees are difficult to see, and even more difficult to ask them to do something. The World Tree is guarded by a wood elf tribe or an elf kingdom, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Even if the elves themselves may be able to access the World Tree, whether these supergiant plants can deal with people is another question. Even if they can communicate with the World Tree, why do these plants help people? They have no ordinary human desires. Wealth, power, mean nothing to a plant. Even the gods may not have the leverage to attract these plants to do their work for them. So even if they knew that the materials in the World Tree would make even the gods jealous, not many people or gods could put together a World Tree suit. So the question is, what are the conditions for the deal between humans and World Tree? Moreover, this condition can not only attract all the World Trees, but is also related to oneself. Cain said he was not curious, but he was really taking his halfling bloodline as a joke. If there is a creature in Lost Land more curious than a cat, it is a halfling. Of course, the part that this goddess neglected to mention is that the halfling's 3-minute enthusiasm for one thing is about the same as that of a cat. Lin didn't hide the answer. He didn't even wait for Cain to ask, and said, I want to return to my hometown, and His Majesty the World Tree will provide help. And what I want to provide is a way to promotion. As we all know, one of the ways to advance a tree is to burn another World Tree and seize the heart of the tree to become the basis for your own advancement. However, this method is not unlimited. At least the 2 ancient majesties have encountered this limit. No matter how they capture the tree cores of other World Trees, they cannot make any progress. And they have already reached this limit for nearly 10,000 years, even more than 1,000 years ago. Before the Dark Ages, the conquests between the World Trees never stopped. Do you know this, Your Majesty Cain? Although Cain is a god who only became a god in the past 1,000 years, he is no stranger to the history of World Tree. In other words, as long as you reach a certain level, you will understand how crazy these plants used to be, constantly attracting creatures from other worlds, becoming a source of troops, and conquering other World Trees, never ending. Anyway, with the World Tree on your back, it can't be said that you can be resurrected infinitely, but it's almost there. Therefore, in the war between World Trees, unless it is a sure chance of victory, and the tribe of the loser is sure to be absorbed, no prisoners will be taken, the enemy will be cut into pieces, and the opponent must be in a state where he cannot even use the resurrection spell. That's right. Speaking of war for the purpose of domination, it is really much milder. Lin continued. But a few years ago, I helped His Majesty Waldwo advance, not by capturing the hearts of other World Trees. Later, I also made many suggestions on the advancement of other World Trees or strengthening their essential power. Suggestions. Fortunately, using the knowledge of my hometown, the suggestions I made were proved to be feasible by Your Majesties. So when I asked for help, the 2 ancients made it a condition to break the shackles of their advancement. Let me find a way to solve this matter. The 2 ancients have already encountered it. As long as other World Trees continue to advance, they will also encounter the same restrictions. Therefore, this is something related to all World Trees. No one can escape this matter. Cain said curiously at this time. Let me tell you first, I don't mean any harm. What if we use the heart of the World Tree that has also touched the limit? Is there any way for them to break through the limit? On a short ancient tree, the withered body imprisoned by the vines turned its head and said, Little Cain, you don't think we haven't thought of this method. We have even done it. But it's useless. If those things hadn't been done, there wouldn't be only 2 ancients today, me and Yggdrasil. The speaker was another ancient one fastness. Considering this person's age and strength, even if he was called young, Cain would not be able to lose his temper. So he could only laugh dryly and try to fool him. However, Vasquez did answer Cain's question. So the goddess no longer asked, but looked at the magician sitting next to her and asked, Then what is your method? mortal, ignoring the nouns the other party deliberately mentioned. It has a somewhat derogatory meaning in such an occasion. Lin asked another question. Your Majesty Queen, do you know where the 8 powers of Lost Land come from? Isn't it everywhere? As soon as he said it, Kuyin's eyes widened, and he realized what the problem was. When gods use divine power, it will be consumed. When magicians use magic, they will be consumed. Even the breathing and panting of Warcraft, and the use of talent skills will also be consumed. Since it is constantly being consumed, there must be a source of replenishment. So where is the source? However, no one has ever asked such a question. The latter thought was what surprised Kuyin even more. According to my observation, after the world tree absorbs the energy tide generated by the gap in the dimensions of different worlds, it will be converted into a certain kind of power in their bodies. Part of it will be stored, and the other part will escape to the outside world. Replenish the part consumed by the obsessed land. All the alien worlds connected by the world tree are different, and it is also very difficult to find an alien world that can be stably connected. This is why the world tree used to capture it in the past. Promote your own rank. However, when all world trees are connected to the first alien world, the power generated will definitely be knowledge. If they can connect to the second one, they will generate power. And then in order: faith, wealth, dexterity, and perception. The only ones who can produce the power of mystery are the 2 ancients who connect the 8 worlds. Each additional connected alien world represents the advancement of the world tree level. But the level of the world tree reaches the end. You can accept it. This can almost be regarded as the secret of world tree. In fact, it is so simple that everyone can understand it. And it is also so reasonable that it is impeccable. As for the evidence, while staying in the space of this high-seat meeting, Ko-in could clearly feel that the spirits of the world tree were doing what the magician said. That is to say, it absorbs foreign energy and then transforms it into power and emits it. So is it possible that this is a cleverly arranged scam? Coin had reservations. Continue to listen to what this magician has to say. Facing the limit of the world tree, I made an assumption. This is actually this world. That is, the limit of the main plane of the mysterious land. Moreover, the world tree connects up to 8 alien worlds, which also corresponds to the 8 powers of the mysterious land. Then the problem to be solved is very simple. Since a person's strength has its upper limit, all it takes to increase this upper limit is through exercise. The first step is to improve the world tree itself. This does not refer to the ultimate goal of improving the rank, but to improve the efficiency of converting energy and using power, as well as the most fundamental optimization related to the tree itself. These things, in fact, the Yggdrasils have been doing this, because if they don't do this, they may be killed if they advance rashly. And all I can do is use the knowledge of my hometown to help the Yggdrasils do it. But this is only the first step. Okay, what about the second step? Queen asked. The second step is to improve the whole world. My hometown has the theory of feng shui and dragon vein, which is actually a theory that regards the whole world as a whole. The terrain, wind and water flow will affect the luck of the whole world. And I discovered that the location of the world tree happens to be at certain nodes. Just make some adjustments to unblock the blocked parts, and make the flow smoother, and spread to every corner. The world has become a better place. And we have indeed done so. Your Majesty, you can read the first attachment, since it is not directly related to your part, and it has already been completed. I will not mention it here. Say more. Kuyin casually clicked on the attachment mentioned by a certain magician, and quickly read the content. But the corners of his eyes twitched. It describes the causes and consequences, and also explains the changes made by the world trees. And all of this explains the abnormal changes in MIDI during this period. No one had previously known the reasons for these changes. And because the results of these changes have made the power of the land more abundant, even the power of the god seems to have increased by a level out of thin air. And the benefits gained by mortals are even greater. Since the results are good, no one is wondering where the reasons for the changes come from. Unexpectedly, all of this was the work of World Tree, and it seemed to be very effective. But that's all. I don't know how long it will take for the entire world to be upgraded to the point where the World Tree can connect to the 9th world. So I designed the 3rd step of the plan. The 9th power plan. Since the World Tree with each additional world connected, one more power can be generated. So can it be reversed? By giving birth to a powerful divine power that can become the 9th power, so that the entire world can be promoted to a higher level, thus liberating the limitations of the World Tree. This is the ultimate goal of your plan, said the halfling goddess. Yes, your majesty Queen. And let's put it this way. Even if you don't need any collaborators, as long as you have the will to implement the plan, I think your majesty Yggdrasil doesn't mind waiting, and then waits for the results of your efforts. I believe that when it comes to patience, no one is more patient than his majesty Yggdrasil. Lin Xiaoxiao said. The subtext of a certain magician is, he is afraid of being cheated and does not want help. Okay. As long as a certain god wants to climb up, just be a cow or a horse. Then they can sit back and enjoy what they have achieved. Queen thought with itching teeth. Chapter 1241 Ways of Cooperation. Have you ever thought about what if I refuse to cooperate? Queen said the words and immediately regretted it. Although a certain magician maintained a smiling expression, he hesitated before saying, in that case, I think everyone will wait patiently and wait for the whole world to slowly improve in the second step of our plan, and finally reach our aim. The halfling goddess squinted at a certain magician and said, you believe the nonsense you just said. This is the comfort you want to hear, your majesty. Otherwise, asking questions like this that you already know the answer to is asking for trouble. Someone complained respectfully. Queen also felt that he was stupid. Asking this stupid question is asking others to answer it. So he ignored the hidden cruelty and asked other questions. How did you choose me? Lin replied. To establish the ninth power. General concepts and virtues cannot be achieved. In other words, if it could be done, the ninth power would have appeared long ago. So I based on the existing 8 powers. Draw an inference. Perhaps what we need is not a powerful god with many believers and whose power spreads all over the land, but a concept that has many users like the 8 lords of power. The power is far less than what devout believers can provide. But as long as the base is large enough, the gods can still gain considerable power of faith, thereby reaching the level of powerful divine power. If that's the case, why not consider warriors? Their fighting spirit, or this spirit, that spirit, is no less used by magicians than magicians who use 8 kinds of powers. Queen proposed another method. Possibility. Lin explained. That was indeed a direction, but I quickly rejected it. Because different warrior schools have different so-called fighting chi, and the gods involved are also different. I think it is too difficult to integrate all of this. In comparison, the concept of money is still very superficial here. As long as we can focus on the concept of money, and not involve the concept of wealth, it can be said, there will be too much resistance. Using the experience and knowledge of my hometown, I can create a financial system that is unprecedented and unprecedented in the world. It is much easier for me to do it than to create a fighting spirit. To put it another way, if you want to engage in grudges, you might just start a battle with gods. Someone expressed that he was tired. Oh, you have also considered the enemies or resistance that may appear, Queen said in surprise. Of course. Since there are so many choices, if I want to do it myself, of course I will pick one that is simple and that I am sure to implement. Dochi seems to be feasible, but I can't even imagine how difficult it is to implement. If let the concept of money has really been achieved to achieve the ninth power, and the ultimate goal of His Majesty, the World Tree, has been achieved, which proves that this path is indeed feasible. Then when there is a need to attack the 10th power in the future, perhaps Dochi can become the next step. It's a choice, but I think that's something I won't see in my lifetime. Let's leave it to others. When someone said this, all the world trees and gods realized again that he was really just a mortal. Queen, who saw the whole plan for the first time, was even more amazed by this mortal's generosity. The entire plan does not seem to harm anyone's interests. On the contrary, almost everyone involved will benefit from it. No wonder Apollos, the big-name boy who usually couldn't get him no matter how much he asked for his help, should have done him a favor with this answer and agreed so simply. Queen took a long breath and said, it's somewhat understandable why Oppo hates you so much, but he doesn't dare to have any thoughts or actions towards you, because every move you make has already entered the eyes of that old mother Io. Io, Gaia, God of gods, mother of gods. According to someone's understanding, these names all represent the same thing, which is the consciousness of lost ground. This was the first time Lin heard this term mentioned occasionally in books. Moreover, the people and things involved make Kuyen's words very credible. This should be a good thing, someone thought. This also proves several things from the side. That is, what he and World Tree have done has already entered the eyes of those high-level beings, and all of this is helpful to them. which is why they are given the green light everywhere. Otherwise, given how hostile the Lord of Guardians is to him, he would probably be beaten all over his head even if he didn't kill him. After sighing, "We have to get back to business," Queen said. "Okay, I already understand what everyone can get from this. Basically, we have no conflict of interest, and we have common goals, which is the basis for cooperation. Then the next question is, what do we want to do? How to cooperate?" The focus once again returned to Lin. He cleared his throat and said, "Bank, please allow me to call the organization we are about to establish a bank. The most important thing for a bank to gain trust and allow people to deposit their coins in the bank is, it is security. The money in the bank will not disappear for no reason, and no one can take away the money in your account without your consent. As long as you can do these two things, then the foundation of everything is there." "Got it." The spirits of the world tree, as long as they were in animal form, nodded. The non-animal form also shakes certain parts of its body to show approval. And Queen said, "This is the plan you gave me," emphasizing the need to establish a so-called personal account by identifying souls, in order to ensure the safety of everyone's money in the bank. "Yes. And regardless of good people or evil people, men, women, adults, children, even nobles and beggars, as long as they recite your honorable name, you will treat them equally and ensure that the money they deposit with you is safe, will not become more or less. And this is a big prerequisite. That is, you will not recognize the wrong person. So, Your Majesty, can you tell the difference between them? Even if they are twins, their souls are different. If the gods cannot distinguish them, how can we believe that someone is pious and someone is hypocritical? All those who pray will receive blessings, and this gift will not be given to the wrong people," Queen said with assurance. Hearing such assurance, Lin smiled with satisfaction. On Earth, the most troublesome thing when opening various financial accounts is identity authentication. But in the Lost Land, in the hands of the gods, the cheating technique of soul binding can directly abolish those criminal activities that rely on stealing identities and accounts. It can be said that binding souls not only reduces a considerable amount of work, but also solves many problems that may arise. Of course, this is not without its drawbacks. At least in the future, no one will be able to just throw away an unnamed bank card with 1 million gold coins in a lost place and let people spend it as they please. Anyway, this is either showing off or doing something shameful. It doesn't matter if you can't do this kind of thing to show off your wealth. You don't have any psychological burden at all. Lin just had to find a way to convince the halfling goddess in front of him, who was ready to cooperate, and ensure that no one could get information such as financial flow and personal information from her, and then have the possibility of taking advantage of it. This is safer and more secure than any decentralized blockchain virtual currency. The first problem is solved. Then the second problem, which is the reason why I emphasize that Your Majesty Queen wants to cooperate with His Majesty Yggdrasil, is the transportation problem of coins. You know, in my hometown, from the bank since the establishment of this organization, a popular profession has emerged: bank robbers. Bank robber, well, this is not what I imagined. Queen felt speechless. Lin shook his head helplessly and spread his hands, saying, "It's what you imagined. Since we know that a large amount of money is concentrated, and the money will be moved regularly, then of course there will be people who want to get something for nothing." No. Getting something for nothing should be that's not correct. Because the robbers also risked their lives to work, but they took a large amount of money unreasonably by infringing on the interests of others, which violated the principle of fair trade. However, the robbed party only loses nothing of relative value, and may even lose his life during the robbery. This is not something that can be tolerated. Even if they knew that the money was under my protection, would anyone still choose to do such a thing? Lin did not answer directly, but said, "Even if they know that the land of mystery is protected by the Guardian Lord, the demons still find ways to break in one after another. Have they ever stopped?" Well, it's exactly what you said. And in the magic stone you gave me before, the plan for this part was not clearly written. It only mentioned that it would be coordinated with collaborators. Now that I'm here, so we can tell you what the actual approach is. Of course I can. As for the specific method, I think Your Majesty Queen has experienced it personally just now. I don't know if you have any ideas. Lin reminded. Have I just experienced it? Queen lowered his head and thought for a moment. With his keen mind, he thought of a possibility and asked, "Is it the teleportation magic you used when you brought me here just now?" Lin snapped his fingers and said in praise. That's right. That's my original teleportation magic. The flash technique. It's slightly different from the traditional teleportation magic in Midland. It has a higher degree of freedom, and for those who can use it, the flash technique will be better than the traditional teleportation magic. The teleportation magic is faster. In addition, His Majesty the World Tree has completed the planet-level magic circle Luoshu, which means they have control of most of the flow of power, which is what I call the transportation of coins. You can ask His Majesty the World Tree to work with you to build a cash flow network. When someone wants to deposit, the coins will be sent directly to Your Majesty Koyin's kingdom. The same is true for withdrawals. The fixed amount will be sent directly from the kingdom to the withdrawer. As for the transportation and distribution of coins between banks in the human world, all money is stored in His Majesty's kingdom. This eliminates transportation risks and possible errors caused by human hands or fraudulent behavior to achieve a financial mechanism that truly protects the security of personal property. Chapter 1242 The Road is Ruthless. In the MIDI financial system that Lin plans to build, if Koyin is the heart and the mind, then the world trees are the blood vessels, lymphatics and other circulatory systems throughout the body. Moreover, no one is better at handling the matter of transferring coins at the same time than the world trees, who are in charge of the dragon vein of MIDI. After thinking about it seriously, Koyin said, "This is the plan you gave me before. You confidently said that you would lay out the entire puzzle without worrying too much about the loyalty or piety of the people. Now it seems that to achieve the security requirements you emphasized, you will directly isolate everyone from the money flow network. No one can touch money that does not belong to them. And the manpower of banks everywhere is reduced to explaining the purpose and use of the bank to mortals." Loudspeaker. You don't trust people? Faced with the pointed questions asked by Koyin, Lin said without hesitation, "The road is ruthless and selfless. The system I established for Your Majesty actually only involves 3 things: saving money, withdrawing money, and remittance transfers. There is no need for human beings to judge or review. Your Majesty only needs to strictly follow the established rules. However, people are selfish, and even if they do not seek personal gain, they will make careless mistakes. Adding human elements is equivalent to adding risks and the cost of hiring people. So why should we arrange it this way?" Lin gave up here and stared directly at the halfling goddess, until Koyin couldn't stand this feeling anymore and asked, "Okay, what's the most important thing when using various functions of the bank? Your Majesty, do you want the users to praise your holy name, or to seek the human spokespersons designated by you? Although I am not a god, I intuitively feel that there is a difference between the two." After thinking for a moment, Koyin said, "That's true. Since there is a difference, then why do you let others take over your harvest for such a simple task? And precisely because the thing is very simple, you can design a response system, just like giving a gift to a priest. It's the same as the magic used by monks. You will receive whatever power they pray. You don't need to pay attention to someone and think about whether the other person's request is reasonable or nonsense. It is so simple, but a lot of work becomes your instinct. I believe that if you want to move towards powerful divine power, this is a hurdle that you have to cross. Think about the actions of the 8 lords of power. It is impossible for them. Always pay attention to how the magicians use their powers, and cooperate with them as best you can. It's true." Koyin thought to himself that he couldn't agree more. If you want to refute the truth put forward by the magician in front of you, you can only look at the details word for word and find trouble with fault-finding ideas. But there is no point in doing so, since the direction is right. Koyin certainly hopes to achieve this. So he relaxed and simply asked about specific actions. "I understand. The general direction is as you mentioned, and I have no objection. So specifically, where should I start? There are so many things, so you have to arrange them in order." "Indeed, there is. The first thing we have to do is to ask His Majesty Koyin and all the Yggdrasil Majesties to use the dragon veins of the Lost Land to build a gold flow network for exclusive coins." "Well, this is indeed very important." After Koyin nodded in agreement, he asked, "Then what should we do?" At this time, Lin raised his index finger and shook it, saying, "No, it's not us. It's what you plan to do. I have already written about the bank's 3 basic functions of deposit, withdrawal, and transfer, as well as several key points in security review. It's in the plan. Please follow these requirements and add your thoughts after discussion to construct the financial network. Of course, I will not be involved in any of this, subject to your approval." Why? Kuyin's question was actually a question asked by many world trees. Some of the world tree spirits in the form of living creatures were restless in their respective seats. Lin said calmly, "The reason is very simple. Because what this network wants to control is the movement of money. And this money itself is of no use to your majesties. As long as someone uses it, your majesty, Kuyin, will benefit from it. Your majesty, the world tree, must extend this concept to the point where it can become the ninth power, so that you can achieve the results you want. However, I am different. I am still immortal." The fact that someone emphasized it again surprised Kuyin and said, "Although I can understand that you want to emphasize justice and safety, it is really embarrassing to emphasize that you have to exclude yourself. It's a surprise. Are you sure it's not because you think this matter is too troublesome and you don't want to get involved? So you are blaming it on others?" Someone's eyes wandered and he said righteously, "Of course, I don't want to shirk responsibility. Don't look at me as a normal person. I will be scared when I go crazy. When forced. When the time comes, will I do whatever I can to drag what I can into the water and threaten others by destroying the financial network? Well, even if I don't go crazy, if someone finds my weakness and threatens me, what if they try to seduce me? I can't guarantee the above. So the best way is not to touch these things from the beginning." The Confucian ideological education from childhood to adulthood has taught a person well that there are no shoes in the melon field, and there is no crown in the garden. Simply put, it is to avoid suspicion. It's definitely not laziness. So I want to blame others. Emphasize again. Absolutely. Right. No. Really? Kuyin squinted and stared. And if you think about it, the only things I know are magic and P language. If I were to build a gold flow network across the entire land, I would definitely start from these two aspects. Needless to say, magic. I don't know anything about P language. I teach others without reservation. In other words, if someone wants to cause harm or wants to gain undue advantage from it, they will first be able to understand the entire architecture I design, and then have the opportunity to find loopholes and exploit them. But the foundation of His Majesty's world tree and His Majesty's magical skills are unfamiliar to me. Then when I use them in the future, I can enjoy the convenience from an outsider's perspective, watching a bunch of money flow past me, tempting me to have bad thoughts, secretly intercepting it, destroys the most important fairness and impartiality of the entire system. Len continued to explain. Yet this is also one of the true thoughts of someone. The structure of World Tree's tree body, and the tree pattern of its own system, are very similar to the programming language. But there are some differences. The reason why Yggdrasil could optimize itself before was based on the simplification of program logic. In fact, Lin may have entered the foundation of World Tree and mastered the language of their inheritance. But he did not fully understand it. To use a metaphor, it is like writing a program using Java. While the World Trees use C language, both sides are programming languages. And both sides have similar programming logic. But these are two programming languages, not the same one. There is no need to say that the bottom layer of Java is also C, which is such a big talk. Knowing C is just a matter of learning Java faster, rather than being able to learn it without having to learn it. Between the two programming languages, there is no question of who is better or worse. This is just a matter of different programming languages having their own advantages and disadvantages, and which one users are accustomed to using. Lin had already noticed the difference between the two when he was helping World Tree optimize itself. At that time, I could choose to completely change my bottom layer and replace it with the World Tree system. But in the end, I chose to keep the original system and continue to do in-depth research. Lin doesn't think that the potential of the P language, which is based on 8 powers, has been exhausted after several upgrades, including the introduction of quantization, string theory and multidimensional perspectives. Since there is still room for upgrading and development of your existing system, and there is a lot to be done, why give up and continue to dig deeper and change to a new system? The difference in thought at that time also gave today a better reason to separate from the financial flow network to be built. If you have completely understood what World Tree is doing, then unless this financial network is constructed by Kuyin alone, as long as the World Trees are involved, then there is no point in avoiding suspicion. Fortunately not, someone thought. Just with my current computing power, it seems that it is not difficult to completely analyze the tree patterns of the World Tree. Forget what you just thought. Ignorance is bliss. Someone thought so. Someone who was desperately trying to divert his thoughts suddenly thought of another thing. Ah! I almost forgot. Forgot what? Kuyin, who had just been distracted, asked curiously, "I have something kept here for you, Your Majesty Queen." After Lin finished speaking, he came to the open space in the middle of the circular table and looked towards the dead tree with 8 black fruits hanging on it. "That is, Uptra." Hill nodded and said, "Your Majesty, please take out the 2 items I kept here." The next moment, there was a rumble next to where Lin So was standing, and a round stone pillar rose from the ground. When the stone pillar rose to a height of about 2 people, the stone pillar at about chest height turned into small squares and moved outward, exposing the things stored in it. When that trace of breath leaked out, Queen stood up in surprise and stared at the open stone pillar. There are 2 crystals, one red and one gold, hidden inside. They seem to be extremely hard, but they are constantly changing their shapes like soft mud. Sometimes it looks like a smooth ball. Sometimes it looks like a hard object covered with spikes. Lin selected the golden crystal, held it with both hands, and brought it to Queen. The halfling goddess asked excitedly, "Who's?" "The god of gold seeking. Vulcan. Do you know this person? A weak god with divine power who has not even established a kingdom. I met him on the earth elemental plane. What are you doing giving this to me? You hateful little liar." What Queen was scolding was that someone once asked him if he thought he was enough to threaten the gods as a mortal. Most people would think not. However, the fact that he brought out a pure godhead proved that he had that kind of ability. The original rhetorical question was just a misleading one. Showing a sly smile, Lin said, "I have seen your Majesty have the magic to identify coins. That magic is very good, but I hope to be able to more accurately identify the metal content in the coins. This godhead is for you, Your Majesty, to strengthen research in this area." Chapter 1243 Coin Opportunity. While Queen and the World Trees were busy building a gold flow network, Lin certainly couldn't just sit back and watch the show. If you really dare to sit and watch the show, believe it or not, you will be immediately destroyed by those 26 powerful men. He also has important preparation work to do. That is, at the end of the high seat, the item related to bringing out the godhead of Vulcan. The purpose of analyzing the metal composition of coins circulating in the land is to fairly calculate the correct value of each coin. After all, there are good coins, ordinary coins, and bad coins in Lost Land. Of course, it is impossible to just save a coin and really count it as one. To accurately calculate the value of coins, the most direct way is to accurately measure the metal composition and weight of each coin, and define a gold, silver, and copper coin with a certain composition ratio under a fixed weight as 1. In order to implement the definition of 1, we inevitably encounter a problem. That is, minting coins. To this end, Lin transferred back Freya, a silver-bearded dwarf, who was stationed at the Automobile R&D and Manufacturing Center. It had been a long time since I had mentioned the silver-bearded dwarves. It was definitely not that I had forgotten them, but as the next patriarch and the patriarch's wife of the silverbeard dwarves, Germaine and Marit asked to leave because they were dissatisfied with someone's style. Lin did not stop them, but instead gave them a traveling fee and the remuneration they deserved for working under him for such a long period of time. After deducting, of course, their living expenses and expenses during this period, the silver-bearded dwarf couple took their peaceful weapons and entrusted people from the Turtle Dove Alliance to escort them back to their home in the underground world. Freya was the only one of the 4 silver-bearded dwarves who left Iron City who was willing to stay as a follower. She even received one of the 7 rings, making her a confidant. But usually she doesn't live in a mansion, but in a car center. As the silver-bearded dwarf who is most familiar with machinery, Freya is considered the most outstanding among the magicians who design and develop cars. She is also Lin's representative at the Auto Center, taking on the responsibilities of auditing accounts and collecting dividends. But more often than not, this fierce old girl from the silver-bearded dwarf tribe likes to lead a group of people to modify the car, or add some whimsical mechanical devices, and then test the car herself. The thick skin and rough flesh of the silverbeard dwarves are fully reflected at this time. Has anyone seen a car crash test on Earth? Real people took it directly, and told others what made them uncomfortable. Then he took a sip of wine, and continued doing things as if nothing had happened. Freya's lover, Riley, also stayed behind. However, Riley's thoughts are closer to his best friend Germaine, so he is unwilling to help Lin directly. Riley stayed in the Technology Guild, working as a craftsman, sometimes as a warrior, and doing some odd jobs to make money. Even so, Riley is among the highest ranking people in the guild's ranking of craftsmen. The money he earns can make him live a comfortable life. Of course, you have to ignore the fact that the technical guild is also related to someone in order to live like this. Silverbeard dwarves want to completely escape someone's shadow, unless they leave the holy city of Starry. Otherwise, the projects they are good at are always inseparable from the scope of Lynn's business. The reason Riley stayed was because Freya gave birth to his daughter, Emina. That little thing can be said to be the first newborn of the Silverbeard dwarf clan in more than 500 years. Even Germain, the son of the clan leader who begged to leave, valued it very much. But Freya was unwilling to leave with them and return to the home of the Silverbeard dwarves. Germain could only do the next best thing and let his friend stay and take care of his daughter. It means that even if Riley is forced to leave with him, maybe this friend will recognize his identity and follow him. But he will be sad and worried for a long time. So Germain didn't plan to break up their family, but chose to leave with Marit. Of course, they also brought with them the knowledge they collected during this period of travel. The silver-bearded dwarf couple who stayed in the holy city of Starry did not live together normally. Although the two of them were in the same city, they still gathered less and separated more. But this is the way of life of the Silverbeard dwarves, and there is no incompatibility or feeling that anything is wrong between them. While Freya takes care of her children, she also does her job at the car center perfectly. Riley came to see his daughter occasionally and generously presented her with the proud works that she had used all her skills to produce. In the future, I will also teach my daughter all my craftsmanship. For Silverbeard dwarves, the expression of their love is the inheritance of knowledge and technology. For the next generation, the pride of the Silverbeard dwarves makes them long for the knowledge and skills of their parents, and look forward to the moment when they surpass their elders. This is a race that lives for and is proud of technology. No wonder it will embark on a completely different development path from the mainstream of Midland. So it is not difficult to imagine what a rebellious statement Germain made when he said to his elders, "The world is so big. I want to go out and see it." Those elderly people did not suffer from stroke due to anger, which proves that their blood vessels are tough enough. Of course, bringing Freya back this time is to use her skills to mint coins. This is a thankless job for most people, and even the country. The economy of Midland was still in a very primitive stage. It had just broken away from barter, and the role of coins had not yet been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It can be said that at this time, promoting banknotes, or even launching a credit-based financial system is absolutely stupid. The reason why coins are recognized for their purchasing power is that they are precious metals, and indeed have their corresponding value. What can a piece of paper represent? However, the matter of minting coins is not strictly controlled by the state. There is even a reason to mint coins as a last resort. Take gold for example. To put it simply, in the process of bartering, no one would go out with a large pile of gold ingots. And then when trading with others, they would temporarily cut the gold ingots and cut off a full scale of gold to trade with others. This is not like cutting pork. If it is not enough for the scale, just cut off another strip from a large piece of meat to make up for it. If it is over the scale, cut off a little and take it back. The cutting of gold is difficult and cumbersome, and it is impossible to do it temporarily. So the best way is to make gold into small units from the beginning, such as gold sand or small gold ingots. When trading, you can easily add or subtract until the scale is full. However, the purity of gold has always been an issue. It is very troublesome to check the purity in advance for every transaction. Not to mention that the purity test cannot be judged by looking at it with the naked eye or by touching it with your hands. Therefore, those who have gold mines and have the ability to mine them will print their family crest on the gold lumps they make, as long as such gold is inspected once and then traded with an acquaintance. The other party can roughly judge the value of this gold lump and speed up the transaction. At most, random inspections will be carried out from time to time to ensure that the composition of the gold lumps is maintained at a similar level as in the past. The golden lump stamped with the family crest is the prototype of the gold coin. Basically, any organization that controls precious metal veins, whether it is a country or aristocracy, will cast gold, silver, and copper coins themselves. This is necessary to facilitate transactions. This is like people who do small business with cash on earth. Whether they like it or not, they must prepare some change. How can you do business with big money, now that we know that there are different organizations? The craftsmanship of casting coins is good and bad. So coins can be divided into bad coins and good coins. So why don't organizations or countries with better technology recast bad coins into good coins? When Lin was planning to use money to attack the Ninth Power, he had researched this matter, but could not find the answer. Why does no country want to control the voice of money? In the end, I learned from a dwarf from a technical guild that this was something that everyone in the Lost Land knew. But people who traveled through time were easily misled by their own experience. In a word, it is the word, fire consumption. When the official who supervised the minting of the empire used the empire's technology to recast the 10,000 bad coins collected into 6 or 7,000 good coins, then the official was pushed out and beheaded. Reason, being an official allows you to prey on the villagers, and you can exact exorbitant taxes. But taking the emperor's money is courting death. So there was no discussion about cutting it off. Another person comes. Same thing. No improvement. So it was cut again. When 7 or 8 heads of originally capable officials are cut off, even the slow-minded will know that something is not normal. At this time, people also realized that with this arrangement, the amount and weight of money would become smaller. But no one can say for sure how much less it will be. Therefore, when encountering the task of recoining later, the officials responsible for supervision will usually ask for an allowable level of wear and tear. But if you order too much, it is easy for the officials who deal with it to take advantage of it and line their own pockets. If you order too little, you may lose a few heads. So gradually, the matter of recoining became a problem for various countries, and no one wanted to deal with it. Most of the coins in circulation today are directly minted into money after being mined from the mines. Those bad coins that people are unwilling to use, or coins that have been deformed and worn due to long use, are usually cast into metal ingots and used for other purposes. Those precious metals, even if they are not used as money, are still valuable in themselves and have other uses. Gold can be made into works of art and decorations, and silver can be made into the same, with the added option of being made into tableware. Copper has many more uses. In addition to arts and ornaments, it can also be made into weapons, cooking utensils, and other daily tools. Copperware is preferred over ironware, which rusts easily. Therefore, precious metals can not only be used as money, but also have many other uses. This has also caused another problem that the Earth's financial development history has faced, which is not enough money. This is not because of poverty, but because the currency circulating in the market cannot support the entire economic system. So the barter transaction type has not been completely eliminated. For a long time in the history of our home planet, silk, grain, and other items were regarded as currency. And this was how the economic system was maintained. As Len had considered before, issuing banknotes in Midland is not feasible, and it is easy for others to follow suit. Without the support of complete financial theory, such chaos will not only lead to inflation, it will simply trigger an inflation explosion. In the end, the credit of banknotes will go bankrupt and become a piece of waste paper. There may also be a world wonder where hundreds of millions or trillions of dollars can be spent to buy a steamed bun. Paper money is not feasible. But there are ways to improve the circulation of precious metal coins in the land. And since all countries don't like it, but they have to mint coins, it should be a good thing for everyone that the goddess of gold coins takes over this job that everyone wants to do. Holding the Jinkle cast by the Guana Empire, Lin couldn't help but smile proudly. Freya, who was summoned back from the side, felt a chill. Chapter 1244 New Coins. Who said that the economy of the gold standard system cannot be played? It is just that the economy of the credit standard system has been played. Even if he didn't intend to spoil the land, he still had the money in his hand and couldn't use it to make money. As a member of the great time-traveling crowd, he would have wasted his time traveling in vain. If the power of minting, whose importance has not yet been recognized by the world and is regarded as a snake or scorpion, can really be taken into hands, well, it should be said that it is monopolized by the goddess of gold coins. Then, there will be no need to worry about making a great initiative that has never been done before on Earth. That is a unified currency. Although there are bad coins and good coins in Lost Land, do those who mint bad coins deliberately mint bad coins? There is a difference between inferior and fake. The latter is deliberately deceiving, using lowly and cheap ordinary metals to pass off as precious metals, and using fool's gold as gold. But the former is just because the casting process is not up to par. This is purely a technical issue, not a deliberate attempt to deceive. It was precisely because it was discovered that it was possible to monopolize coins that someone decided to use money to promote the ninth power. If you want to establish the power that is like the pillar of the world, how can you reach such a high level without achieving great unification? In contrast, if you want to promote the ninth power from fighting spirit, just looking at the schools and gods involved, it will make someone want to die and just turn a blind eye. Since coins are to be minted, it is very important to design an appearance that is difficult to imitate and is quite recognizable. However, this does not mean that designing a coin is a flower, which looks flashy, and then making a three-dimensional sculpture is a good design. We also need to consider the convenience of carrying and calculating the quantity, as well as the acceptance of the world. Regarded as good coins, the characteristics of the 5 most well-cast imperial coins in the world's evaluation are round shape, double-sided relief, a portrait of the contemporary emperor on one side, and the imperial royal emblem on the other side. Generally, coins only have one side engraved, either the emblem of the founding organization, or the portrait of the head of the family or the king. Lin had no intention of modifying the general direction of such a classic design, but he just encountered a difficulty here. Who would accept the direct engraving of Kayin's portrait? However, considering that the gods do not object to building their own statues to spread their beliefs, so the halfling goddess shouldn't care about privacy or portrait rights. As for the other side, of course, he would go directly to the holy emblem of the gold coin goddess without thinking about it. However, Lin added a laurel ring pattern to the outer circle, and Kayin's holy symbol was made into a hidden pattern, which when viewed from different angles, turned out to be a prayer on the gold coin goddess codex. The text of the year of casting is on the human head and below the statue of Quinn. The holy scriptures of the gods are not like the Catholic Bible back home, which contains many myths, fables and poems. The first half of Midi's holy book is more like quotations. Compared with the Earth's classics, it is like the Confucian Analects. But it is not as full of wisdom as the Analects. It is just a collection of advertising lines. The second half of the holy book consists of various precepts. Generally speaking, the precepts of good gods are self-cultivation and advocating good deeds. The precepts of evil gods are regular sacrifices and self-exercise. Interestingly, even if it is the belief in evil gods, the holy scriptures do not deliberately encourage people to commit evil. Betrayal, rape, robbery, murder and arson. If you just want to live according to the evil god's commandments, doing those bad things is a shortcut. As for the prayer chosen by Lin, he came across a very interesting passage when he was studying Kayin's holy book. I swear to protect the safety of people's property. The text is written in Quinn's divine language. The gods of Midland all have their own languages and writings. Unless you study them specially, you can only understand them directly with the blessing of the gods, such as monks, priests, bishops and other clergy. The reason why that passage is interesting is that in addition to flaunting Quinn's emphasis on money, it also involves the concept of another god. But the relationship between the two seems to be so good, so it shouldn't matter if the halfling goddess eats the Lord of Guardians tofu. Should. As for the appearance of the coins, the diameter of the coins of the Lost World is mostly between 15 and 20 millimeters, but the thickness is more than 5 millimeters. The thickness is uneven, and even the round shape of the coins is not so standard. Basically, when minting coins, it is remarkable to notice that each coin weighs almost the same. It is really difficult to worry about consistency and standard in appearance. Lin did not intend to maintain the original common size of the coin, but changed it to a new size of 39 millimeters in diameter and 3 millimeters thick, which is larger in area but thinner. The weight of this new size coin will be approximately similar to the coins in circulation in Midland. This helps to determine the ratio of old currency to new currency, so that there is not too much difference. After the design is completed, of course, it is created into a physical form. This part depends on Freya's skills. The magician claims to have good hands-on skills, but in fact they are all magic materials plus shaping techniques. If they were to hammer and chisel something into ordinary wood or stone, 9 out of 10 would fail. If someone can draw and is good at drawing with a ruler, those are skills brought before time travel. But when it comes to knocking, the dwarves are still better than others. Although the wealthy Silverbeard dwarves also mainly use magic materials, they do not trust the magician's shaping skills. Instead, they believe that all iron is useless if it is not broken. And the more it is broken, the better it becomes. This mysterious confidence actually coincides with a scientific fact unexpectedly. In the process of forging metal objects, beating the red-hot metal is helpful to remove impurities. Proper removal of impurities can slightly change the properties of a metal. It doesn't necessarily mean it has gotten better or worse. It just depends on whether the changed characteristics match the purpose. When it comes to making coins, Lin is still prepared to make mother coins made of gold, silver, and copper in one go. This is a delicate job. Although the dexterity of the fingers of the dwarves is not as good as that of the dwarfs or halflings, it is not a big problem to make some finely processed tools with the help of a time-traveling magician. And using tools is what the silver-bearded dwarves are best at. On the contrary, the production of hidden patterns made the two men, one tall and one short, troubled. The principle of three-dimensional invisible light patterns is very simple, but how to make it make someone difficult. Even now, my memory is amazing, and I can clearly dig out all the things deep in my past memory. But those who don't know still don't know. Regarding the production process of three-dimensional invisible light patterns, I only vaguely remember that acid is used for chemical etching, but the information I have read is for stainless steel plates, and it is a very simple description, not the real production process. Although the three metals of gold, silver, and copper can be solved with acid, but which acid can target which metal? Some people are confused. There's no need to talk about aqua regia or anything like 1 nitrate and 3 salts. As soon as you pour it on, it will all melt and light up. It is some kind of chemical etching. What's more, I have a PhD in physics, not chemistry, in my hometown. For chemistry, we also know the degrees of the 3 strong acids, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, and nitric acid. I really don't know anything about applying chemical-level business methods. On Earth, if chemical etching is not used, it is laser processing. Well, this is indeed a way. I have a lot of laser beams, and I have developed a Star Destroyer cannon. I don't believe that I can't deal with gold, silver, and copper metal plates. However, it took Lynn and Freya a lot of effort to program the light engraving process. Fortunately, I have experience in making Jacquard machines. Although the two have completely different uses, the machine logic can be used as a reference. Therefore, Lynn was asked to tinker with a small laser engraving machine in a short period of time. Although the pipelines were exposed, many spare parts required additional drilling and locking screws to fix them to the machine. But at least, you don't have to spend a lot of time researching it from scratch. However, this research aroused Freya's interest. The small light engraving machine that was just built can only engrave some patterns on metal plates at most. It has not yet reached the level of manufacturing wafers and advancing MIDI's technology tree into the semiconductor era in one fell swoop. But even this engraving is still quite useful in manufacturing cars, because as long as the intensity of the beam is increased, engraving can directly turn into cutting. Then, there are more tricks that can be played. Ignoring Freya's plan to move the laser engraving machine to the automobile manufacturing and R&D center to enlarge the machine and intensify the energy of the beam, Lynn still focused on engraving the coins. With the help of the light engraving machine, the invisible light pattern engraving on both sides of the yin and yang was quickly found, and the correct design introduction plan was actually used on the gold, silver, and copper coins that Freya had been preparing for 2 or 3 days. After making it, Lynn weighed the coin with his index thumb and looked at it carefully. To put it bluntly, this money is made in imitation of the shape of Yuan Datu from his hometown. However, there is no coinage habit like the earth, where other metals are mixed into the coins to increase the hardness of the coins. Instead, 3 coins with a purity of 9,999 were minted. Except for copper coins, the purity is too high and the coins are thin, making gold and silver coins quite soft. Lynn could try it. He used gold cakes and silver cakes of the same size before carving the patterns. He repeatedly folded them and broke them with both hands. But he was able to break the gold cakes and silver cakes directly. So Lynn was cautious when holding the newly minted coins. It's just that this money mother is supposed to be the first coin in the world. But why doesn't a miracle like the Heaven Show's splendor and auspicious celebration happen? Someone who was once poisoned by Xianxia novels thought so. If it's not that the novel is a lie, it's that the 3 pieces of money haven't really been completed yet. The fact is that these 3 coins are still one step short of what I thought. And that is not something I can complete. However, Lynn held the coins so carefully and thought thoughtfully. Freya on the side thought that someone was worried about the problem of the coin being too soft, and said, "Sir, the properties of metals with high purity are different from those we usually come into contact with. This is the reason why the coin is too soft and difficult to use. And you made the coin so thin. I'm afraid the money will be twisted when you take it out. Why don't you make it smaller but thicker like the old coins?" Lynn didn't answer. He picked up the silver coin, put it to his mouth, blew hard towards the round edge, and then put it next to Freya's ear. There was only a strange buzzing sound coming from the money, which made Freya crazy. This was a sound she had never heard before, and she didn't know why she was attracted to it. But just because I unconsciously wanted to hear more, my ears moved closer to the source of the sound, which was the direction of the coins. Lynn smiled and said, That's the reason. Chapter 1245, Asking God, who will complete the 3 mother coins that have not yet been completed. Of course, she is the real owner of this matter. The goddess of gold coins. No matter how much a traveler does, he is still just a part-time worker. Some things should not be stretched too far, and some things can be left to others to do without having to worry about it yourself. Some people believe in the principle of not seeking political power if you are not in your position. Letting the 3 mother coins establish their status in the financial system to be established is certainly not something that a mortal can or should do. So Lin and Freya came to Kuyin's kingdom of God again with their mother's money. A very simple light engraving machine. A pile of gold, silver, and copper cakes, as well as a box of various coins circulating in the land. This underground city, a maze-like kingdom of God, is empty and uninhabited. When he came back last time, Lin noticed the coldness and loneliness here. It was just that I was busy with business at the time and didn't think much about it. Now that I'm here again, that feeling of loneliness hits me again. Someone once thought that the lost kingdom of God might be like the Hall of Valor in Nordic mythology. Various gods would lead their devout believers, and after death, they would live in the kingdom of God for a long time and become a member of its heroic spirits. A loyal immortal. Troops. The rest of the people who have no faith will go to the underworld after death. After all, this is a world without reincarnation, and the souls of the dead cannot be recycled and reused. As you learn more about the world, you will gradually correct your past misunderstandings. First of all, it is true that one can be brought into the kingdom of God after death, but one cannot be taken in as a soldier or because one is pious enough to become a perpetual motion machine that provides the power of faith. This alone is not enough to be ushered into the kingdom of God. Being able to become a heroic spirit requires a level of piety that ordinary people cannot imagine. The depth of faith must be so strong that one becomes a part of the faith. Only then after death can one enter the kingdom of God and enjoy an alternative eternal life of living the same life as God. But in fact, such people can be regarded as spirits of gods. But they have different life experiences. Therefore, the number of heroic spirits, from a certain perspective, can also represent the strength of the gods. Moreover, every heroic spirit can be regarded as a part of the gods and a mortal agent. After all, the gods in Lost Land don't have the ability to incarnate into billions, like in Buddhism back home. Someone has never seen the kingdom of God with its powerful divine power. Because I don't want to be a bad guest who breaks into other people's homes and is kicked out by the owner, which will be ugly. But Lin had also seen a powerful heroic spirit, and the target was of course the old acquaintance, the guardian Lord Apollos. The powerful god who shows off his presence from time to time. Always brings his 9-shield heroic spirit with him when he appears. There are men and women, shields big and small. They don't carry weapons, and can defeat a large number of enemies just by shield blasting and charging with a shield. Absolutely strong battle, the kind that can rival other weaker gods. As for how these heroic spirits would normally behave in the kingdom of God, no one knows. But there is absolutely no such heroic spirit in Kuyin's kingdom of God. And there is no possibility that it may just exist in a corner, hiding itself and sleeping in normal times. He is truly alone. But before anyone could sigh, Kuyin came back immediately. This also proves that the gods have a deeper control over their own kingdom, which is far beyond what people can imagine. However, Kuyin, who hurriedly returned to his home territory, took a long breath when he saw someone's figure, and said relaxedly, "It turns out to be you. I thought someone was calling my hometown. Is it worth it?" Someone asked in a confused voice. Of course, Kuyin's face was full of confusion. Lin could only explain his problem, pointed around and said, "Is it worth working so hard just to let yourself spend these countless empty years? What kind of divine kingdom is this? It's basically a self-inflicted prison. Don't say that it's better to be a god than to seek immortality. The pursuit of immortality is the same in many fairy novels, which makes someone quite puzzled. Qin Shi Huang and Tang Taizong pursued immortality because they had unfulfilled ambitions and wanted to have more time to build greater achievements. So they pursued immortality. Some extravagant and dissolute emperors pursued immortality because they were greedy for pleasure and hoped to continue enjoying the glory and wealth for a long time. However, the pursuit in many fairy novels is just to seek immortality, just like working to make money. The purpose should be to enable yourself and your family to live a better life. Even though some people are keen on making money, it is because the process of making money can bring a sense of accomplishment and satisfy psychological needs. But what if the purpose of making money is just to make money? No matter how I heard it, I felt strange. The fly camp and the dog increased the lifespan by 100 years. In the extra 100 years, we will continue to pursue the next 100 years. And then another. And another. Until he attains enlightenment and becomes an emperor. Or beheads a corpse and becomes a saint. Then what? In other fairy tales, at least the princess and the prince lived a happy life. So what should you do when you finally escape from the 3 realms and are no longer among the 5 elements? In short, if someone does not pursue becoming a god or becoming a king, it is really because he cannot understand the purpose of doing those things. But the halfling goddess in front of her didn't have the emotion of someone else. His eyes widened and he asked someone, "You once said that you did all this to find a way home. Is going home that important to you? Not to mention the enjoyable things in my hometown. People, what they pursue is to return to their hometown in rich clothes. And then return to their roots. It is too boring to die in a foreign land. A golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as my own doghouse. I would rather go back. I don't want to be a god in this familiar bed and end up like this. Alone," Lin said. But Cain shook his head and said, "Oppo, that silly boy. He is not pursuing this kind of life. He is seeking to protect everyone. He doesn't want to see anyone die in vain in front of him again. So he uses a shield to protect the people behind him. The same goes for Arna, who doesn't tolerate bullying or injustice. So he stands up for justice. Even that silly girl, Vita, isn't pursuing becoming a lofty god. She just can't bear the death of anyone. Someone is hurt. So do your best to help others. Their status and identity today are not the purpose of their pursuit. It is just conducive to what they want to do. So you know what you are pursuing." "What? That's fine. But you shouldn't underestimate other people's determination or misunderstand other people's goals." "Ha." He laughed twice, laughing at his own ignorance and being misled by the godlike 8 o'clock drama in his hometown in Greece. I thought Zeus thought about mating all day long. Sol thought about drinking or fighting all day long. And Neza's opponent was either the Dragon King or Wenjong. It is thought that these gods have abilities that surpass mortals. But in fact they are inseparable from the same love and hatred as humans. But in those stories, the other characters in the story are beings on the same level as those gods. But in the Lost Land, gods and humans coexist. It does not mean that gods only live gods' lives and humans only live human lives. It turns out that the role of these gods in the Lost Land can also be viewed in terms of bodhisattvas who have made great wishes. Maybe the distance between man and God is not that far. And it is also different from what I imagined. Lin couldn't help but wonder. "What about your majesty? What is the opportunity to become the goddess of gold coins? This is not a virtue or an ambition." "Ambition? What does that mean?" Cain asked, tilting his head. But he didn't want an answer. Instead, like magic, he suddenly took out an ancient coin dyed copper green. The coin's casting technology was not very advanced, and it was only engraved on one side. So its appearance was no longer as complete as it was originally. But what surprised Lin the most was that the shape of the coin was different from that of MIDI circulation. Instead, it was round on the outside and square on the inside, with a square hole in the center. Although the engraving on the front is blurred, the Chinese characters, Tombao, can still be vaguely seen. Ignoring someone's shocked expression, Cain said, "This was given to me by Luo Jixani, saying that one day in the future, I would be needed. So I used it as a guide to create my godhood and achieve myself. I think this should be the day he predicted." Logothene, the goddess of fate. This is the only one among the old gods that Finn worked hard to clean up that has continued into the new era. But Finn is not sure whether this is the one from the past. Destiny, no matter what era it is in, seems to be difficult to eliminate. However, ancient copper coins from the Xia kingdom appeared in the Lost Land. And then the goddess of fate intervened. Someone who has been living in the mysterious land until today still thinks that he can use science to analyze this magical world. Unexpectedly, this moment would cast an unknown and mysterious color on the land. If you don't see something you don't know, then it really doesn't exist. There are many thoughts, but they are like a mess with no clue. But when Lin raised his head again, Cain and Freya were playing with 3 new coins that had just been made. Seeing someone come back to life, Cain, as if to show off his new knowledge, twirled a copper coin and blew on it, then quickly moved it to his ear to listen to the sound. At the same time, he asked, "How do you make money make a sound?" "In fact, as long as it is a metal, it will resonate, and different metals will produce different sounds. But to make the resonance sound loud enough for people to hear, The coins must be thin enough. The thickness must be even enough. And the resonance must be the area needs to be large enough, Lin explained. Is this why you make the coins differently from the previous ones? Why? Isn't what you are doing the best reason? Your Majesty Queen. Watching the halfling goddess seemed to never get tired of playing. She exchanged the copper coins for gold coins after blowing, and exchanged the gold coins for silver coins after blowing. The cycle of 3 coins was not enough. So the order was changed again, and the cycle started again. Oh, are you trying to attract people to exchange for new money? Queen thought of the reason behind it. That's right. It's a little gimmick. But as long as it's easy to use and makes people curious, it's fine. And as long as it starts, everything will fall into place. Isn't it? By the way, did you tell Freya that the coin is not finished yet? Where is it missing? Apart from being a little soft, I don't see anything else that needs to be modified on this coin? Kus said as he spoke. I picked up the new coins and played with them. Someone didn't have time to answer the question and just said, Be gentle. Be gentle. I saw that this thing was not easy to break, but it wanted to break the softest gold coins. But I didn't know how to save some energy, so it was broken all at once. He and Freya were in a state of confusion. Shouting and screaming make someone feel like watching a naughty child get into trouble. Chapter 1246, The Problem of Coins. Fortunately, Freya, her tools, and the laser engraving machine were brought to Coin's Kingdom of God. If he had come to offer the treasure with only 3 minted mother's coins, he would probably be in tears now. The Silverbeard dwarves look like Scientologists, a group of atheists. So when they see a living god standing in front of them, they respect him. But just like a magician, they respect the other person's strength. He won't bow like a devout believer like a dog. Lin didn't know why Queen looked at Freya differently. All I know is that this person is a god, and our friendship is particularly good now. Maybe this god has something to ask for. Just watch him stay next to Freya, who is repairing the gold coins, chirping and saying, Look at my nose. It seems a bit flat. It should be straighter. My forehead is not that high, nor are my cheekbones. The ears are smaller. These ears are as big as a fan, which is too exaggerated. Who said there would be no photo fraud without Photoshop? The painters from my hometown in medieval Europe all had their own beauty filters for their eyes. Even in the Han dynasty back home, there were painters who made trouble, making the emperor unable to enjoy beauties, and directly sent Wang Zhaojun out of Sifan. And then, there is what's right in front of you. Never mind. Considering that this big boss is in the temple in the Lost World, the statue of his old man is completely different from his real body. So you should be able to understand that this kind of operation is standard procedure for him. Thinking about the disaster of losing fans after each internet celebrity turned off the beauty filter before I traveled through time. It was really like the Milky Way falling from the sky, and the water was flowing down. So don't worry about small things like this. The most important thing is that Freya doesn't object. The two of them even started discussing how to fix it to make it look better. And looking at Kuyin's posture, it seems that if the portrait on the coin is satisfactory, he plans to do it directly on his face. Just watching their heated discussion, time passed by minute by second. Although Lin deliberately interrupted them and brought the focus back to business. But there is an inexplicable feeling in my heart that if I do this, great disaster will happen. Is this the desire to survive? So, just wait patiently. Wait until they change until they are happy. Magic, let me ask you a question, Kuyin said suddenly. Of course. Someone whose name is called cannot pretend to be deaf and dumb, Lin said respectfully. Your Majesty, please ask. Twist the edge of a coin and hold the face of the coin in front of someone's eyes. Kuyin asked. Why do you use the side face instead of the front face? Well, that's a really good question. Since everyone else did it, I did it too. But this answer will not satisfy this person, Lin said. Most coins with human faces in the world do this. I don't know the detailed reasons. I will just tell you what I think. Well, you say, because the outline of the side face will be more recognizable than the front face. Of course, if you want to recognize a person, the front face will be clearer than the side face. But more details are needed. Considering that on a small coin, there are too many details to engrave. In this case, the side face has an advantage over the front face. Moreover, the coin will be used, and it will inevitably be worn. After wear, the outline of the side face may still be visible, and only the front face may be left. There is nothing visible from the big dough. Your Majesty, what do you want yourself to look like? Yeah. Queen suddenly turned his head and said to Freya, "The side face is better. Just use the side face. Don't change the front face." After saying that, he turned to look at someone again and asked before as for your problem. You said it hasn't been completed yet. So it's because the money is too soft and there's no way to use it. Come on! Fortunately, I was persuaded to withdraw. Someone wiped a cold sweat for himself in his heart. It's just one question after another, asking others to answer which one is better. Fortunately, these two problems are actually the same. So Lin said, the unfinished part that the coin still lacks is exactly to solve the problem of the coin being too soft. Oh, how to do it? The halfling goddess, whose mind was not slow, suddenly thought of a possibility. Said, you are not planning to let me exert divine power on the coins. Exactly. Facing someone's straightforward answer, Queen said with a look of disgust. It's really troublesome. Forget it. There are only 3 of them anyway. So I'll just do it reluctantly. No. 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 Your Majesty. You misunderstood. I want all the coins that pass through your hands. Lin kept smiling and said very cruel things. Kuyen's eyes widened with shock on his face. Question. Do you know what exaggerated thing you just asked for? This is not something that can be solved with 1,000 or 10,000 coins. That's why your Majesty's action is valuable. If a mortal can do something, there is no need for gods to do it. Right? No matter how nice someone's seemingly praising words were. Queen still asked coldly. The reason? His Majesty Queen must have been building a gold flow network with the world trees these days. If so, then you should also know the shortcomings of the flash technique. Are you referring to the problem that alien energy will corrode the teleportation object? Yes, the world trees told me. But they also said that additional protection should be added to the coins. Although the consumption will increase. For them it's not a big problem. Even if it is not a big problem, it is still a problem. When the scale of the gold flow continues to increase and exchanges become more frequent, will it grow to a level that the world trees cannot bear? Your Majesty, you don't think that the power of the world trees has no upper limit? Yes. As you use more money, it is foreseeable that you will benefit from it and your strength will increase. But the growth of the world tree will not be that easy when the upper limit is touched. Any buffer time, and the entire cash flow network will collapse in an instant. Someone's alarmist argument made Ko-een have to pay attention to the possible results. The opportunity for growth is right in front of him. Of course, he will not expect his growth to reach the upper limit of the ability of the world trees. It is even less possible for him to force his growth to stop before reaching the upper limit. However, just as the magician in front of me said, as long as the bank can promote it, its growth can be expected, but world tree is not that easy. In the entire financial system, the world trees can only pay and gain nothing. They can only hope that the establishment of the 9th power will upgrade the entire world, thereby increasing the upper limit of their growth. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Of course, we can also not consider such a problem at this stage. When we encounter that limit, we will think about the solution. It's just that we have to make modifications at that time. And we don't know if we can find a solution, but one thing is certain. No matter what kind of modifications are made, it will definitely be a big change than it is now. Sighing lightly, Queen asked, Okay, you convince me. What do you want to do? Since we want the coins to be able to protect against the erosion of alien energy that may occur during the process of flashing. The relevant protective magic is already familiar to me and the world trees. Since the protective magic is attached, then adding more materials is not a big deal. For example, the problem of making pure gold, pure silver, and pure copper too soft can be solved with magic. In His Majesty's case, it is the power of the gods. We can solve 3 problems at once. But have you ever thought about the issue of quantity? Magician? Perhaps in your expectation, I will grow rapidly. But to give every coin constant magic, I feel that even if I am 10 times stronger than now, 100 times, it may not be possible. Someone shook his finger and said, TSK, 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 TSK. Your Majesty, this is a matter of method, not strength. The blessing of 1 coin or 1 coin is a correct method, but it is not a smart method. Because of this, son, it's like you are manufacturing artifacts in batches. Not just 10 pieces, but millions or tens of millions. And there will even be more in the future. Even if I squeeze you dry, I probably won't be able to do it. What's the smart way? Queen asked curiously. Lin did not answer directly. Instead, he glanced around and said, Half-Queen, I know you should come with me and show up. When Cain heard this, he was shocked again. Could it be that his kingdom of God is more than 2 guests? But for the 3rd person, and possibly even the 4th or 5th person, no matter how he sensed it, he couldn't sense the other person's position. So the conclusion is that the magician lied again? But the truth always slaps people in the face. In front of him, a small green mouse emerged from the hood behind the magician's neck. It used all 4 limbs and ran hard to the magician's left shoulder. He stood up and stared directly at the god in front of him. The next moment, the green mouse jumped forward. Suddenly, there seemed to be countless fine gravels in the air, which were piled up towards the green mouse's body. From bottom to top, the original elemental lord from the earth elemental plane appeared again in the form of a mechanical girl with twin ponytails. However, in Coin's perception, the process of Hefkin's appearance was a moment when warnings of invasion of his divine kingdom constantly appeared in his mind. In other words, those grits come from outside the kingdom of God, and each one of them is a living creature. Elemental creatures also have souls. In other words, the most important thing for them is the soul. Anyway, the body can be replaced at will. In the eyes of gods, the light emitted by these elemental creatures' souls is the same as that of humans, elves, and most Homo sapiens species. It is in a certain part of the body that this group of light is hidden. Then it extends tentacle-like light tendrils to every corner of the body, controlling the body. This is why some people who have lost a hand or foot feel that that part of the limb still exists, because the light whiskers extended by their souls will penetrate into the empty space where there should be limbs, causing cognitive illusions. But Hefkin's situation is completely different. The light of his soul is evenly distributed throughout his body. If you observe it from a subtle perspective, it is actually a single soul that is so tiny that it is difficult to identify, connected with other souls. However, these souls do not exist independently, but have a vague connection with each other, stringing all the souls together, as if they should be one body. Such a soul has never been seen before. So Cain asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Chapter 1247 Methods to Bless Divine Power. Do the Cybertronians from Transformers have souls? Answer, not sure. A consistent characteristic of American comics is that the settings serve the plot. The setting can be changed. The origin can be changed. The relationships can be changed. And even the gender can be changed. All kinds of if lines are flying around. And then it would be nice to put it in the name of a multiverse. So I don't know if Cybertronians have souls. But the robots from the Earth elemental plane do. Strictly speaking, robots are not mechanical life forms like the Cybertronians. They are magical creatures derived from Earth elemental creatures. Therefore, the robot has a soul, and it is also bound by the spirit of the Earth element. That is, the fire after the spirit of the Earth Mother was replaced. However, there may be an exception to this. Queen, the queen of the hive, exists in the form of countless nanoworms, which can be combined into any form she wants. And as long as there is enough matter, she can theoretically replicate herself unlimitedly until she swallows the entire universe. However, she did not embark on this seemingly smooth path of growth because she could not assess what risks she would encounter if she went down this road. When the future is uncertain and unknown, and you resolutely embark on this path because you see a small profit, that is called gamble. However, the characters of creatures that can grow into elemental lords will have a common characteristic. That is, go, with no life limit. They don't need to gamble like mortals who have a life limit to build their own future within a limited time. Infinite time is their greatest weapon. Therefore, Hefkin stopped expanding after increasing the number of nanoworms to enough to form an imaginary level colony ship on its own. She needs to figure out what she has become before she can consider the next step. To describe it in terms of building a house, you need to lay a solid foundation before building a tall building. Instead of seeing that building a building is easy, just build it regardless. And a very unexpected discovery is that Hefkin feels that her connection with fire is no longer as clear as it used to be. It was this change that made her stop in her tracks. So when faced with the question of the halfling goddess, the twin-tailed mechanical girl could only spread her hands, shook her head and said, "I don't know what I am now." After Hefkin noticed something strange about herself, she immediately confirmed one thing. That is, she could not change back to a normal robot. But she was more excited than regretful. It's like she was a metal person in the age of elemental creatures who emphasized physical strength. But she liked to study magic like a gym person. She is not afraid to explore the unknown. But she is never reckless. Lin raised his palm to the sky and asked Hefkin to differentiate some nanoworms and hold them in their original form on his palm. The nanoworms piled up like a hill on his hand were still so numerous that they could be seen with the naked eye even if they were not aggregated. Raising his hand in front of the goddess of gold coins, Lin said, "Any single individual is her. But it is not her. Only the whole is her. The Hefkin of the Earth Elemental Plane. The Hive Queen of the Robots. I am like this say. Does your majesty understand?" He seemed to understand, but was confused. Queen simply shook his head and said, "I don't understand. Explain it clearly." Throwing the nanoworms in his hand onto Hefkin's head, Lin used the whiteboard technique to simply draw a magic circle in the air. It is just a 5-pointed star with 2 concentric circles on the outer circle and 12 runes in the circle. This is the spirit gathering array that magicians first learn when performing primary meditation. This is a complete magic circle. What was originally a simple line suddenly split into 2 from the middle. And at the same time, the shape of an object appeared behind the magic circle. It was also made of whiteboard penmanship, making the diagram look like a magic circle carved on 2 stone slabs. In actual use, because the magician has to sit in the spirit gathering array to meditate, the area of the spirit gathering array is not small. So when it comes to painting or engraving, there is no great emphasis on the need to paint on a complete object at the same time. The cheap magic material usually used as the base is pieced together into a large area. So the magic circle is divisible. But it must be pieced together as a spell model. In fact, it can be used this way. But it doesn't make sense. To illustrate with physical phenomena, copper wire can conduct electricity. But it does not need to be complete from beginning to end. Broken copper wires can still conduct electricity. Just connect the broken parts or even touch them. When the voltage is high enough, the 2 copper wires don't even need to touch each other. They only need to be close to a short enough distance for the electricity to jump over. Specifically refer to the lightning striking from the sky. The conduction of magical power is very similar to the conduction of electrical energy. It does not require that the conductor be a complete thing formed in one piece. It only needs to comply with certain splicing rules. Before time travel, the only thing someone knew to be useless if it was broken was the optical fiber used for communication, rather than going through the troublesome welding process. Most people will simply replace it with a new one without having to worry about signal degradation. However, when Lin explained, he did not stop the magic circle's motion changes in midair. The magic array stone slab that was divided into 2 pieces on the left and right was redivided into small blocks of 10 by 10. And the same things on the second and third layers appeared at the same time. The magic circle can be divided, which means that we can divide the magic circle into smaller units and have second and third preparations. When any part of the original magic circle is destroyed, the prepared part can at the top let the magic circle continue to operate normally. The result of the magic circle's operation will have the same effect on every part. Do you understand? Hearing this, Queen said, "The idea of substitution is quite novel. Regardless of how to do the substitution, the magic circle can be divided into combinations. Even if I am not a magician, I know that. This is common sense. But this is what we have to do. What does it matter?" Lin flicked his fingers, and the schematic diagram of the magic array slate drawn in the air using whiteboard techniques immediately turned into coins. Although there is a slight distance between the coins, the magic array pattern remains the same. Lin continued, "The same principle applies to coins. What we need to do is not 100,000 or 1 million coins that are infused with divine power and are equivalent to artifacts, but a group of artifact-level coins, and the abilities of this group of artifacts. In addition to keeping the coin strong and making it difficult to be damaged by external forces, it also protects the coin from being eroded by alien energy during the flash technique." Although he had some enlightenment and understood what the magician in front of him wanted to do, Queen murmured, "How is it possible to do such a thing? Why is it impossible? Isn't there a successful example here?" Lenny waved his hand, as if to introduce the twin-tailed mechanical girl beside him. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The 3 voices came from Coin, Hefkin and Freya, naturally representing 3 moods. Queen suddenly realized that Hefkin felt like he was lying on the ground, and Freya was just making a sound and supporting him in response to the situation. As for this distributed structure, it is no longer appropriate to use the metaphor of copper wires and electricity to explain it, but to use a metaphor that everyone in the information industry understands. It is a disk array. Each coin is like a physical hard disk. Some coins store certain parts of data, and some coins are used for backup. All coins together form a complete data. That is, a high-capacity virtual disk. It's just that the data stored here is a magic circle that can exert supernatural effects. Seeing the halfling goddess and the twin-tailed mechanical girl falling into thoughtful moods at the same time, Lin gave them some time to think. But before they could think it through, they said, "The coins I envisioned are not only constructed in this way, and in order to save effort, this power must also borrow the power of the Midi Dragon Vein. But it is not about combining the coins with the dragon veins of the lost land are tightly connected, but the concept of money that you belong to, Your Majesty Queen, is the main one. Although Hefkin's situation is not the same as that of divine power, I believe that if she can succeed, you must be able to do it." References. However, although the halfling goddess looked at someone and listened to all the words, she did not make any reaction and was still thinking. Lin stood in the position of convincing this goddess and tried to continue her efforts. He asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything to worry about? Or do you think that after this matter is completed, it will not bring any benefits?" Coin finally answered someone's question and said, "No. Judging from the results you described, it should be of great benefit. So you think things are impossible to achieve and everything is just wishful thinking?" Lin asked again. "No. Although there are difficulties, but with so much help from you, I think it is possible. If that's the case, why not do it? The so-called success is the result of accumulating a little bit of advantages, and eventually it will come naturally. And these advantages are what you have to work hard to achieve. If you want people to sit at home, success comes from the sky. It's just bad luck. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't believe in my luck." Someone thought to himself, he was forced to travel through time. How bad does he have to be to encounter such a bad thing? Is it because you didn't study when you were a child? Or did you do too many immoral things in your previous life? However, Kuyin's reaction was different from what someone imagined. The halfling goddess took a long breath, turned her head, and said to Freya, "Do you know what I hate most about this guy? He always comes up with a bunch of reasons that people can't refuse." "Ha ha." Lin pretended to giggle a few times. "Don't refute or say anything at this time, because no matter what you say, it will sound like you are showing off your power and will only make people unhappy." Fortunately, Kuyin did not intend to deliberately play devil's advocate, but said, "Okay, you have said so. If I don't do it, it seems that I will suffer a loss. But I have another problem. Your Majesty, may I ask?" Twisting a newly minted coin, Kuyin said, "According to your request, we don't have to use new coins. Can't we use old coins? Why do we need to mint new coins?" Chapter 1248 Pricing of New Coins. "Yes. What I hope your Majesty will do is applicable to any coin. But if you want to take the power of all the coins in the world, in addition to using violence, you can only find ways to attract people and establish yourself as irreplaceable status. That is to say, in addition to the title of the goddess of gold coins, you have to do things that only you can do but ordinary people can't do in order to attract people to give up using original coins and switch to new money." Lin nodded. He picked up a new silver coin and placed it next to his face to emphasize. After thinking for a moment, Kuyin asked, "Does this have something to do with the metal-related godhead you gave me?" "Yes." Lin picked out several good coins, bad coins and ordinary coins of different appearance and origin from the money box he brought, displayed them on the table, and said at the same time, "The coins currently circulating in Mini, the biggest problem with coins is that their values are inconsistent. Therefore, in terms of use, good coins are the most popular and ordinary coins are the most widely circulated. However, although bad coins circulate in limited areas, they are the only medium of exchange in those limited areas. But once you leave those places, bad coins will be refused and may even be discarded directly. Money is thrown away, something that is hard to imagine before someone travels through time. But in Lost Land, it's not big news. Speaking of which, this is also due to some preconceived notions. Some things that people in time travel take for granted are not so natural in Lost Land. On Earth, no matter which country, the currency issued by the country has legally guaranteed purchasing power in that country, as long as it is banknotes or coins in circulation. The party being paid must accept it. Otherwise, there is a risk of breaking the law. Even currency cannot be damaged at will. Otherwise, it will also violate the law. But in Lost Land, the reason why coins have purchasing power is that they also have value. From the perspective of barter, it can be understood that a certain amount of coins has equal value to the thing to be purchased, so it can be exchanged fairly. But bad coins are no longer included in this list. Imagine going to the market to buy eggs yourself. When the price of eggs is the same. There are good eggs. But the boss refuses to give them to him and insists on giving him rotten eggs. If you don't smash the stinky egg directly into the boss's face, you are already well educated. As long as you are a normal person, of course you will choose eggs that are not broken. The situation of bad coins is equivalent to rotten eggs in lost land. Given a choice, no one would accept bad money. The situation where bad money drives out good money does not exist in lost land. When some reputable big businessmen get bad coins, they will throw the bad coins into the river, the furnace, or any place where the corpses can be destroyed, and then ask the buyer to buy the goods. Please take what they can accept. Coins come. This is the norm in lost land. And it is also what surprises Lin. But does bad money have no value? It also contains precious metals. But the proportion may be lower. Or they were originally ordinary coins or good coins. But due to the wear and tear of long-term use, they not only twisted and deformed, but also lost weight. So they were not accepted by others. But there is still precious metal in these coins. Which does not mean that gold has completely disappeared. Ku'in was once an adventurer traveling in the lost world. And he also played the role of a logistics manager supporting a legendary team to fight against the remnants of the Dark Legion. Coins of that era were more confusing, and their value was more difficult to judge. There are even counterfeit coins circulating, using brass instead of gold and tin instead of silver. All kinds of counterfeit coins emerge endlessly. So Ku'in understands very well that a coin whose value is widely recognized is very fortunate for its users. At least when you want to buy a life-saving potion, you won't be turned away by the merchant because the coins you carry are not recognized, resulting in the person you want to save unable to save. What could be more regrettable than letting your companions, who might survive, die in front of you because you are helpless? It's just that after becoming a god, like most gods, he only represented concepts and passively responded to the things requested by believers. But not everything can be done. There is still a long way to go before oneself or any god is omniscient and omnipotent. He never thought about doing anything proactively. It wasn't until this magician appeared in front of him that he knew that he might be able to do a lot of things. Not to mention that these things are of great benefit to myself now, rather than simply giving without expecting anything in return for some ideals. Now that he understood the role he should play, Ku'in didn't pretend to be pretentious and asked directly, "Then what should I do? This time, you won't throw another question and ask me to figure it out on my own." The halfling goddess words and eyes could not hide the worry. "I don't feel like a god anymore. Like a servant enslaved by this magician." Lin laughed loudly and said with a smile, "How could it be? This matter is very simple. But only His Majesty can do it. Say it. Your Majesty, you have mastered a magical technique that can identify coins. And this is an extension. If you master the divine power I provided before, I wonder if you can analyze the pure metal content of each coin. What proportions? And how much weight?" But Ku'in flipped his hand and transformed into the godhead from Vulcan, originally a manifestation of the divine personality that constantly changed its appearance like an amoeba. It turned out to be quite well behaved in the hands of a real god. Round, like an egg. When Lin saw this, he was surprised and said, "Your Majesty, you didn't absorb it. Except for gods with similar concepts, which can directly expand one's divine power if absorbed. Absorbing unrelated gods is no less than poison to us. You won't necessarily die if you eat it. And it won't necessarily be beneficial if you survive it. Or it may just make myself weaker. I have to determine what I need to really help increase my strength. And that's what I can keep. And let it go back to its original state. The forms are waiting for those who are willing to collect and condense them. That's it. I thought it would be like the Great Return pill or some small blue pill. If you take it, it will directly increase your skill for 100 years. It seems that I am too superficial. But what is the most primitive form of the Godhead? Oh, are you interested in knowing?" Ku'in looked at someone with a half smile. Lin shook his head and said, "Forget it. That kind of thing is not important. Let's focus on your Majesty's business first." As he said that, Lin took out a water cube. The length, width, and height are each 10 centimeters, at 4 degrees Celsius and the maximum density. This water cube weighs exactly 1,000 grams. Lin roughly explained the standards of weights and measures, and then asked Ku'in to start analyzing the metal content of the coins currently in circulation in the land of Qi, with a benchmark for comparison and the help of the metal godhead. This work proceeds faster than someone imagined. What Lin did was to standardize the information that was finally generated. What was necessary to know? What could be made public? And what was the key point without any errors? After analyzing the composition of each coin, the next step is to compare it with the mother money and calculate how much mother money the coin is equal to. Of course, Lin had already taught the halfling goddess the relevant knowledge of the 4 arithmetic operations that would be used in this. It will come in handy for bookkeeping in the future anyway. How could a god related to money not even know the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? However, after analyzing the composition of the coins in circulation and comparing the weight of the mother coins, Ku'in got a result that surprised him. He carefully twisted the 3 mother coins of gold, silver, and copper and asked, "Are you sure this result is correct? Your Majesty, what do you think is unreasonable?" Lin asked. "According to your request, only the weight ratio of pure gold, pure silver, and pure copper is calculated. Ordinary coins are approximately equal to 0.9 to 1.1 new coins. And good coins have an exchange ratio of 1.2 or even 1.3 or more. However, it is regarded as inferior. There is also an exchange ratio between 0.6 and 0.7 coins. Is this standard really correct? Well, maybe I should ask, is it feasible? Of course this is feasible. Ordinary coins are the coins with the most circulation. Only by using the coins held by the most people as the standard can we avoid the shrinkage of wealth in the hands of everyone to the greatest extent. Good coins are generally more valuable. Yes, it is used as big money in many places. I have even seen one good coin worth 2 ordinary coins. So it can be exchanged for more new money, and not many people will object. Moreover, the source of the good coin is, the 5 empires cannot be coerced by force. The only way to make them willingly give up their own coins is to make them feel profitable. As for bad coins, no one is willing to accept them. We have given a value affirmation. It will only make people who keep bad coins feel like they are getting a bargain. This is the solution with the least resistance. Well, that's true. But have you ever thought about a question? What is the problem? Just looking at the weight. What if someone brings something that is not money? Ku'in asked. Hearing such a question, Lin's eyes lit up and said, Take it. Why not? Whether it is a vessel or raw ore, as long as it contains gold, silver, or copper, it can be exchanged for the same according to the analyzed ingredients. The only concern is that if someone brings an artifact from another god, such as a holy symbol or a statue, should they accept it or do they have a choice? Collect it if it is there, but don't collect it if it is there. But Ku'in pointed unceremoniously at the coin circulating on the table, and said, But have you ever thought about that besides gold, silver, and copper, there are many other metals? What to do with these garbage? Your Majesty, these things are also money. You shouldn't think that your temple or church in the world, the priests and monks there, or the clerks of the future bank will just drink the northwest wind. The financial mechanism I have initially formulated, in addition to the storage fee when depositing money, and the handling fee when transferring money, you would not think that in the early days, that fee could cover the huge expenses of setting up a bank in the world. I never expected it. What is donated by believers, and can be responsible for its own profits and losses is a sound organizational structure. No wonder you suggested that I collect even the raw ore. It turns out that was your intention. Chapter 1249 Copying Miracles. Of course, Your Majesty, in 1 coin or 2 coins, the impurities of non-target precious metals will only be regarded as garbage. But when the number of bases increases, the accumulation of these miscellaneous metals after purification will be considerable. Find if you sell it to a place or organization that has a need. You will have the funds to run the bank. After thinking about it, Lin emphasized things other than organizational operating costs and said, And in the early days, the bank staff had to be recruited locally, which made it easy for them to be controlled by local snakes. But we don't let unrelated people have the opportunity to get their hands on the money. People who enter the bank also get the salary paid by the bank. This has let them have no excuse to be controlled by outsiders and carry out sabotage or other harassment inside the bank. Only by doing this can we truly ensure that the bank belongs to you and cut off the room for others to interfere. Then you can identify him as an enemy or someone with evil intentions and kill him directly. I believe he won't hurt innocent people. Speaking of which, I haven't known this magician for a long time. But Ku'in had a feeling that no matter how exaggerated he said, it would be easy for people to accept it naturally. Because of the strict rules and regulations in all aspects, he will arrange it almost the same, and others can only fill in the details. In fact, this is the innate advantage of Chuanzhong. It's not that someone has great intelligence, It's just that he has transferred what he saw and heard before time travel, and those methods that have been proven to be useful. Especially on the internet. Countless keyboard warriors and second-guessers can always analyze a matter in different ways. As a professional troll, it was a basic skill to speak so loudly that people were speechless. However, when you actually get involved in business, look at someone's performance. Repairing a magic tower, finishing it, and then being peach-picked. The first college with free and compulsory education was established in Midland. The students betrayed and were driven away. He built an airship. But instead of being held up as a treasure by the goblin father and daughter, he was feared like a tiger. If we can't meet, we won't meet. In fact, we haven't seen each other since we parted ways in the Holy City. He tricked 4 dwarves into working as thugs and tools. But only one remained with him. And he and the other 3 parted ways on bad terms. But one of them is the future leader of the Silverbeard dwarf clan, and will always go back. The people who remain around me so far are either homeless or have ulterior motives. The only ones who could be called stupid to stay were probably the 2 apprentices who had followed him the longest. It's just hard to say whether they really stay because they admire someone or because they sympathize with someone. Such a tragic record is also the reason why someone is reluctant to personally intervene in the management. I'm afraid that a guy with maxed out talking skills and a scumbag in actual combat, will screw up again. Simply put, you are born green. If you want to be the king and the flower with a flick of your tiger's body, just go to sleep. Of course, Coin doesn't understand someone's self-pity. After he understood what he had to do, he did not hesitate to grab the money box that someone had specially brought. He saw the coin slowly floating into the air like feathers, following a certain pattern. Flowing. In the process of flowing, each coin seems to have missed drifting out from the body, and its volume shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a sign that the metal components of the coin have been dissociated. Not only did all the metals return to their original colors, but the mist-like metals of the same color were also concentrated towards a certain place. Lin could see that the flow trajectory of the coins in the air should be the structure of a spell model. And it was also the way the power flowed in it. At first glance, it looks like the goddess of gold coins is casting magic. But in fact it is not magic. At least as a magician. If I want to use my power in the same way, nothing will happen. There is a fundamental difference between divine magic and magic. Even if a magician can analyze divine magic, he cannot use it. At most, it can imitate the effects of divine magic and create a similar magic. As for the essential difference between the two, Lin has not yet studied it. Perhaps the secret lies in that special arrangement of manifestations of divine power. Judging from the results, one of the big differences between the two is that magic cannot be solidified on carriers other than magic materials. At the moment when the power is continuously transmitted, the expected effects of magic will be produced. But when the supply of power is interrupted, the ordinary object that was cast either returns to its original state or collapses. But the blessing of the gods can be applied anywhere, including ordinary objects. Which is why Lin did not take the initiative to enchant the new coins he designed. In addition to not wanting to overstep his authority and steal Kayun's job. Another reason was that he was unable to apply magic to ordinary metals and maintain its effect. And the money box someone brought, containing thousands of coins of various colors and weighing hundreds of kilograms, was instantly broken down into piles of pure metal under Kayun's magical analysis. Even some parts that were obviously oxidized, that is, the patina produced by the copper coins, disappeared under the influence of magic. This shows that magic and magic are unreasonable. And not only the coins were decomposed, but also some of the fine powder in the cash box floated into the sky and joined the ranks of being separated and analyzed. In fact, these fine powders are also precious metals. They are the powder produced by scraping coins when they are collected. This is why coins become lighter and lighter after long-term use. It's not necessarily that the person who took over the deal deliberately did it to steal something or lose something. It is purely the result of poor storage methods. However, this kind of analysis speed is far from the limit of the gold coin goddess, because he is now holding Vulcan's metal godhead in one hand while groping for ways to separate pure metals. If he were to become more proficient and completely absorb the useful parts of Vulcan's godhead, this process would probably be completed in the blink of an eye. Of the various pure metals that have been separated, gold, silver and copper account for the largest amounts. It's just that these precious metals are broken down into tiny particles floating in the air. They look like a mist to the naked eye. The visual experience is very special. Other metallic substances associated with gold, silver, and copper ores are regarded as impurities. as Lin imagined. In the case of large-scale refining, the weight of these associated ores is also quite large, such as nickel, cobalt, lead, antimony, etc. Lin asked the halfling goddess to synthesize these non-minting metals into palm-sized metal ingots. Lin even saw titanium and really didn't know where it came from. It's just that MIDI doesn't have alloy material technology. It's hard to say whether these rare metals can be sold at the price they imagined after being purified. But even if no outsiders want to buy it, Lin can still find a way to get the automobile manufacturing and R&D center to buy it. The cars manufactured by the center, even if they are affordable mass-produced models, still cannot get rid of magic materials. At least for parts such as engines and transmission shafts that place great emphasis on metal strength. Ordinary iron materials simply don't pass the test. Only high-strength magic materials can be used. The pure metal purified by Kuin can be used as the material for experimental alloy steel. As long as we can completely get rid of the need for magic materials, not only the output can be increased, but the cost can also be reduced by 10 to 20%. I believe that the other two partners will not refuse to approve such R&D funding. Of course, someone still speaks out, exhausting the magicians and engineers underneath. After separating the metal, the next step for coin is to mint coins. As far as Lin knew in the past, even the god of forging worshipped by the dwarves still had furnaces and hammers in the kingdom of God. His method of making artifacts is still hammer after hammer. When Lin first planned, he also wanted to establish a coin production line in Kuyin's kingdom of God. But as soon as such an idea was proposed, it was shot down. When the god of forging creates an artifact, he must slowly smash it with a hammer. But what he made was a divine weapon. All our halfling goddess has to do is mint coins from non-divine precious metals. Then as long as you have the mother money and materials, you can continuously copy it without any errors. And the same is true in reality. Although it is not a power that Coin himself has. Specific abilities must be drawn from Vulcan's godhead. But those mist-like metal particles surrounded the three mother coins. And according to their respective materials, they aggregated into gold, silver, and copper coins in midair. It maintains a floating state and slowly rotates. It's just that no matter whether it is gold, silver or copper, its weight is not enough to be made into a full coin. The last coin only gathered half of it, or even stopped when it was only a third of the size. In this way, Ling counted the difference in the number of coins before and after recasting, and found that it had not shrunk too much, and was still about 95%. My little used cash box is specially used by the two apprentices at home to throw out bad coins. The transactions between the Gwain Empire and the holy city of Starry are mainly based on good coins minted by the Empire, not to mention bad coins. Even single-sided ordinary coins have a high chance of being rejected. There is no one who throws ordinary coins directly. However, the income from the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce, that is, the Ruan brothers, is inevitably mixed with ordinary coins, regardless of the type. These single-sided coins were all thrown into the box brought by Lin to his two apprentices. Now I just used it to try to mint new coins for the halfling goddess. After using unreasonable methods to copy the new coins, the work is not over yet. There is still the most important step, which is the blessing of the gods. This was also the first time that Lin witnessed the entire process of blessing from the gods up close. For magic enchantment, magic patterns must be carved on the target object. A skilled craftsman can hide this pattern so that it is difficult for others to detect, thus preventing the item's enchantment from being destroyed. But a more skilled magician can construct a spell model based on the enchantment content before it is launched, and attach this non-existent entity, which is only constructed by power, to the item to achieve the purpose of enchantment. The former has a stable effect, but has the risk of being easily damaged. The latter is difficult to destroy, but the effects produced by good magicians and poor magicians are quite extreme, and the effects attached to items are also quite unstable. Therefore, the latter is mostly used in battles as a temporary powerful enchantment effect that will automatically dissipate once the time limit has passed. This is the fighting method that a branch of magicians, called Magic Sword, specializes in. The blessings from the gods are completely different. It's like a big dye vat. All items soaked in the dye vat will be dyed with the color of the dye, and none of them can escape. In that light science sacred light, each coin was imbued with the divine power belonging to the goddess of gold coins. A blessing from the gods. Chapter 1250 Divine Blessing. Although Lin suggested that coin refer to Hefkin's situation regarding the magical structure of coins as conceived by Lin, the halfling goddess did not actually inquire or make any move that looked like analysis. He just glanced in the direction of the twin-tailed mechanical girl, and then went straight to work. It seems that everything is familiar and can be carried out without thinking. Is this because the gods already have such technology and ability? They just need ideas? Or was it that one glance that allowed him to see through the Hive Queen of the Earth elemental plane? While he was doubting, Lin realized that something was not right with Queen. He seemed to be dismantling himself and integrating it into the magical structure of the coin. The halfling's divine body exuded pure white light, just like the coins that had been analyzed and dissociated by the god before. The same mist also emitted from his body and floated in the direction of the coins. This scene is both strange and ominous. Lin didn't hesitate and planned to interrupt Kuyin's ceremony. But no matter how he slapped the body of the halfling goddess, or jumped around and scratched at the connection missed between the goddess and the coin, he couldn't stop the whole process. The silver-bearded dwarf Freya and the twin-tailed mechanical girl Hefkin, who had been watching, saw someone's movements and realized that something was wrong. The mechanical girl just tilted her head and re-observed the entire process of the divine blessing ceremony, trying to find the part that made someone worried. Freya was worried about this new friend she had just made. "Sir, what happened to Her Majesty the Goddess? Is there any hope?" The question was asked as if the goddess could just give up the treatment. Although he didn't know what Kuyin was doing now, Lin was not naive enough to think that it would be a good thing if he was about to lose himself. But how to pull people, gods out? Someone will be in trouble. And will there be any problems if we forcefully pull God out of this state? But it didn't take long for someone to decide that he didn't want to do it, because Lin found that when he figured it out, he probably wouldn't have to think about it anymore. Although I don't know how the magic works, destroying its process should be no different from destroying the process of casting a spell. In other words, there are no more than two methods. 1. The target disappears. 2. The process is interfered with. So without further ado, the flash technique is activated to teleport all new coins from their original locations to other places. Then the night starry sky unfolds. This is someone's best weapon to suppress the divine realm. And everything developed just as someone had guessed. In the night starry sky, under the gaze of many wills of the earth, Ko-in was suddenly ejected from his original situation. The halfling goddess, whose eyes had disappeared and only the whites of her eyes were left, regained consciousness and assembled her divine body, which had faded away from most of its atomized form. After he came back to his senses, he took a look at the situation around him. He immediately crossed his arms and said with a sad expression, "You have finally done something to me. Come on, be gentle, or give me a good time." Lin didn't hesitate and gave this nymphomaniac goddess a blow on the forehead to help her wake up and feel better. Help the other person wake up. Put yourself in a good mood. Then the night starry sky was revealed. Holding his forehead, Kuyin complained dissatisfiedly, "Damn it! You actually offended the majesty of the gods. Do you know that this will have serious consequences? What could be more serious than my partner disappearing himself and me having to find someone else to replace him?" Lin retorted rudely, then asked, "What just happened to you?" Controlling his tearful expression, Kuyin returned to his normal mood and thought about someone's problem seriously. Said, "I was just thinking about whether it should be integrated into the power of protecting coins. And by the way, into the money flow network that you mentioned in cooperation with Yggdrasil. By doing this, would it make the entire system work better?" "For perfection. Because you have always emphasized the need to eliminate human thoughts in this system." And then I continued to think about it unknowingly. What? I didn't know very well until I was kicked out of that state. Is this entering the Tao? Are the gods of Midi also playing this trick? Lin glanced at the halfling goddess and asked, "Do you feel anything different now? Are you weaker? Is there something missing?" "That's not true. It's just..." Kuyin waved his hand casually, and the new coins that Lin had removed using the flash technique were controlled by him again, floating one by one into the air in front of him. I feel like the money has become a part of me. It's hard to describe that feeling. With a flip of his hand, Lin used the flash technique to grab a new copper coin and observed it carefully. Just now, in order to decipher Kuyin's state, I used a flash technique, but I didn't have time to observe the condition of the coins. It was used again this time, but there were no traces of the after effects of the flash technique on the copper coins. That is, being eroded by alien energy. Then he plucked the copper coin in his hand hard. Although copper coins are the hardest among gold, silver, and copper coins, with my current demonized body, it is not a problem to break coins without using auxiliary magic. But the thin and large copper coin in his hand was not flattened by himself. Scratching the surface of the coin with your fingernail did the same thing. leaving no trace. Lin tried silver coins and gold coins again and confirmed that Ku'in had actually fulfilled his request. However, on the coins, there is only a vague divine power. If you don't pay careful attention, you still can't feel it. This is based on my own observation skills. If you are an ordinary person, you probably won't notice anything strange on the coins. Seeing the magician in front of him, tossing the coins in various ways, but unable to destroy them at all, Ku'in smiled triumphantly and said, "Well, I did a pretty good job. It's really good. It's better than I imagined. I thought that the coin would be like an artifact, as obvious as a light in the dark night. I didn't expect that the divine power could be diluted to the point where it's almost invisible. And it's also with such a good effect. This level of consumption won't be too much of a burden on you. Right? Hey, I can eat no matter how much I eat. I'm not afraid of overeating," Ku'in said confidently. "Can you take back your divine power? Only take back this one. And keep the others unchanged." Lin held a copper coin and raised it in front of the halfling goddess and said, "Take it back? Why? It should be a good thing to have the strong blessing of divine power, so that the coins cannot be destroyed. But under certain circumstances, it will become a bad thing. Which one do you think it is? Do you need a hint?" Ku'in thought for a while, and then thought of a possibility and said, "Is the owner planning to melt the coins and use them for other purposes?" "Yes, this is exactly the case. After all, coins are precious metals with other uses. Rather than making people worry about destroying the protection of divine power, it is better to allow this power to be recycled. For example, someone wants to melt copper coins and obtain a large amount of pure when making other things out of copper. He can pray to you and ask for your divine power. In this way, he can use normal methods to reforge the copperware without having to find a way to break your divine protection. Therefore, he can recycle this one alone. The power of coins?" Pushing the copper coin in his hand to Ku'in again, the halfling goddess severed her connection with the coin in the blink of an eye. The copper coin, which had lost the protection of its divine power, could not even maintain its own shape. It twisted and deformed on the spot, turning into a copper lump whose original appearance could not be seen. However, the silver coins and gold coins held in the same palm did not lose their divine protection. Lin tried a few more times to make sure that the two coins were still strong, and then praised, "It's really well done, Your Majesty. It's really well done. It's much better than I imagined. Is this good? I feel like I can do more. It's like the state I just entered," Ku'in said. Mentioning that special state again seemed like a great opportunity. But in fact, after thinking about it carefully, someone felt that it was a bit unreliable. And from what Ku'in said, we can guess that he can enter that state again at any time as long as he wants. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Lin thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide in this matter. Maybe if he spreads out what he knows and lets Ku'in choose, he might still have more room to operate. If it is concealed, Ku'in will know about it in the future and make an impromptu decision. If it goes against the plan, he may be caught off guard, which will make it worse. So after Lin thought about it, he said seriously, "Your Majesty, I have to tell you about this matter." "Well, tell me." Ku'in opened his eyes wide, waiting for someone to speak. "Actually, I have several concerns about the state that Your Majesty is about to enter just now. Are you still you? And after you enter that state, is there any possibility of recovery? The most important question is, after you enter that state, is it possible to modify the entire system? Why restore it? Why modify it? If you change it arbitrarily, someone will definitely gain and someone will lose. You are the one who said it is selfless." "Okay, I shot myself in the foot," someone sighed in his heart. "And as a god, even if it is only a weak divine power, he will give up his own will at all. Unlike a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. What is a god?" This question may have to be rethought by someone, but you still have to say what you need to say to avoid regrets. "Your Majesty, you don't think that the money flow network we have established today will last for countless years without modification, isn't it?" "Of course not. Perhaps virtue, kindness and love are eternal. But the way to use money should not be like this. Society will progress. Habits will change. And the way of transactions will also change accordingly. And money is only one part of transactions. If this tool remains the same and cannot be changed, what do you think will happen? What kind of thing? The old stubborn system that restrains the progress of the new era will only end up being swept into the grave. Even if there is a group of supporters who are willing to stick to tradition and protect the old things. Their final result will be nothing more than being buried with them. The halfling goddess was frightened by the scaremongering of the magician in front of her again, and thought about various possibilities in her mind. It's a pity that the answers don't seem to satisfy me. Lin Gum continued. Even if there is a method that is permanent, it will only become full of loopholes under the ravages of time. There will still be people supporting such a method, but in fact it is just to exploit loopholes and wander around the rules. In addition, to earn your own benefits instead of really willing to abide by the rules of the method. Do you really want to become like that? Chapter 1251 The Prospects of the Road to Money. With a long sigh, Kuyin said, I just said, I hate your way of persuading people. The halfling goddess did not forget to look at Freya and Hefkin, who were also present. There is no pure muscle stick that can be taken by Lin. Someone's warning words seem to have nothing to do with them, but applied to their respective situations, it seems to illustrate the problems encountered by their respective ethnic groups. Although the Silverbeard dwarves pursue technology, they are self-contained and do not have sufficient resource supply, even if the conspirator named Guardian, who actually intends to wipe out the entire clan, does not take action. In the long run, the Silverbeard clan will eventually disappear in a mysterious way. This is especially true for elemental creatures. The long life makes most elemental creatures lose the motivation to move forward. Whenever something novel enters the circle, it is like dynamite being lit in a pond, blowing up a whole pond of fish. Only a few can adapt and survive, and they will repopulate a pond of fish adapted to the new evolution. Then wait for the next firecracker. This is a strange endless loop. The pattern remains unchanged. Every time an elemental creature advances, it comes at the expense of countless lives. But to them, it's just a recreation. Nothing more. Although I don't know what kind of little theater the two little guys next to me, who are only as tall as my waist, have in their hearts. Faced with the halfling goddess's complaint, Lin could only say helplessly, I don't want to either, Your Majesty. But there is a saying in my hometown that good advice is offensive to the ears. What I say now may not be pleasant to the ear, but after listening to it, I can at most feel good. It's just depressing. But if things break out in the future, it may kill me, although I may not know where I will die. But instead of being cursed by you, I think it is acceptable to be complained now. But Kuyin is not someone who just complains and doesn't think. He remembered the key points of the magician's words in front of him and asked, You just said that the future will change. So you don't suggest that I fix the rules of money. You shouldn't have even considered how the future will change. Well, these are not things that need to be discussed now. But since you asked sincerely, and also considering that I may not be there at that time, I will talk about it now. Your Majesty, just listen to it. The future is still adjustments should be made based on actual conditions. Speak, my chosen ones. What will the future look like in your prediction? Your Majesty, it is too much to make predictions. Those are all problems that society will encounter sooner or later as the society continues to develop. When the economy continues to develop and business transactions are booming, there may be a dilemma of not enough money. After all, we are now using the 3 precious metals used to make coins have uses other than coins. Even if all the gold, silver, and copper in the entire land are cast into coins, the money cannot buy the resources in the entire land. This is not poverty, but it's the lack of currency in circulation that limits economic development. Do you understand this premise? For people who don't have a macro concept, someone's explanation only makes the gold goddess more confused. Lin had no choice but to explain. Let's take an extreme example. Suppose we force that all transactions in the land can only use new coins. But the new coins are only the box you just created. Then when there is insufficient coins, will the trading activities in other places come to a standstill and become impossible to carry out? Ah, I understand. Isn't it just that others won't use other methods to trade? Kuyin thought he had made a very smart idea and was feeling very proud. Of course, people are alive. If one road doesn't work, just take another road. But in this case, your believers will run away. Ah! The halfling goddess' face turned stiff. A tiger paw tightly clasped a magician with a tearful expression. At this time, there are 2 ways to solve it. There are 2 of them. Tell me quickly. Kuyin asked hurriedly, wiping away tears that were not sure whether they were real or fake. One is to continue to maintain the value of the currency itself. But we can just find things with higher value and mint them into money to increase the total amount of value corresponding to the currency in circulation. Buy more expensive than gold coins. Do you mean gem coins and the like? Kuyin asked inferences. Something like this. But not gems. Why? Faced with the goddess's doubts, Lin explained. The material selection of coins must have several characteristics. The first and most important one is the consistency of the material value. The value of gold, silver, and copper depends on the purity. As long as the purity is similarly, we will consider it to be an item of the same value. But gemstones will have different prices depending on the type. Even for gemstones of the same type, the value will fluctuate depending on their appearance. Coins are suitable as a medium of exchange. Not to mention that after cutting gems into money, it is not like gold, silver, copper and other metals that can be recycled or even cut into money, which will reduce the value of the gems. If gems are not suitable, what else is suitable? Kuyin thought. In fact, there is something that has long been regarded as hard currency and is circulating in the world. But no one treats it as money, Lin prompted. Kuyin suddenly realized and said, "Ah, the 7-color magic stone. Yes, it is the magic stone. The value of the magic stone is the power contained in it. So no matter how it is cut, its value is calculated based on its size. The appearance is divided into 7 types. Although each level there are different shades of color. But generally speaking, as long as they are of the same color level, they will be recognized as having the same value. And this color grading cannot be faked. Although it is not like metal. It's so convenient. But at least it can be solved with magic, unlike gems. Once cut, it can't be returned. Maybe the red stone is cut into coins, and its value is about the same as gold coins. But the value of orange stone and above is even higher, on top of the same volume of gold. When it reaches the level of a purple stone coin, it may be an exaggeration to say that one coin can buy a city, but if it is used to buy other rare and precious items, no one will refuse it. The reason why MIDI retains the form of barter transactions is mainly due to 2 aspects. One is a large-scale transaction at the national or city level. The other is a transaction of extremely rare items. The amount involved in the former is too large. And at this level, any transaction has strategic significance and is not purely for profit. At this time, there is no use in exchanging coins. It is better to trade other materials of the same strategic level. For example, food can be exchanged for iron. Salt can be exchanged for magic stones, etc. The latter involves some extremely rare items that are difficult to price. Instead of selling these things for money, it is better to exchange them for some special items that are also too rare to circulate in the market. Any price calculated in terms of money looks like a low sale in the minds of the holders. But if it is really possible to mint coins with magic stones, then it will really be possible to buy these items that were difficult to price in the past. Because high-grade magic stones, especially purple level ones, in addition to the value they represent, the strategic significance they can use for magic is also difficult to ignore. Kuyin also understood why the magician in front of him didn't tell him this method immediately. It was really not useful at this stage. Even the 3 coins of gold, silver, and copper are still quite confusing in the current lost world. The magic stone coins are created just to kill someone, neither required nor necessary. But this also made the halfling goddess curious about what the other method mentioned by the magician was. Seeing that the person in front of him had understood what he had said before, Lin continued, but he raised a seemingly unrelated question. Money, that is, the 3 functions of currency, is as a medium of transaction, to facilitate accounting, and to store money. Value. Question. Which of these 3 functions is a non-essential function of money, coming from a group that eats from a big pot and works together? The silver-bearded dwarf Freya thought about it, but couldn't figure it out for the time being. The other one comes from a world where you grab whatever you need. The more advanced ones are all kinds of theft and deception. The same goes for the Hive Queen, who has no concept of money. But as the goddess of gold coins, Kuyin comes with divine understanding and divine calculation. When someone farts, he can tell you what he ate yesterday. Naturally, once Lin raised his head, Kuyin could come up with a whole set of possibilities. So he was again shocked by someone's vision of the world and asked aloud, "What on earth are you thinking? It seems you understand." Hee. She is indeed the goddess of gold coins. She is so sharp when it comes to money-related matters. Of the 3 functions of currency I just mentioned, the first 2 are really important. The third stores value. In fact, it is just to protect the purchasing power of currency. This is actually a constraint on the economy. But from another perspective, I will not talk about the theory behind it. But let's talk about the prerequisites for doing this. To be able to separate the value of currency from the currency itself, Users must first trust the issuer of the currency and believe that the number given by the other party can be used to trade the items they need, and that everyone must believe in this. Then this number can be called money, which is what I call currency. If this most basic trust does not exist, and in fact it cannot buy anything, then it is just a meaningless number. Is such a thing possible? So I said, trust is the prerequisite. If you can't do this, all these assumptions will be like a mirror, so unreliable. In addition to trust, you also need to have a certain degree of strength and not be afraid of anyone's challenge. That kind of strength. More importantly, you must have the wisdom to control money, because at that time, the flow of money will be like a torrential flood. If you cannot control it, it will be like a flood that breaks the embankment and everyone will suffer. Speaking of this, someone sighed inexplicably. Then he stood up straight, straightened his appearance, dusted his sleeves, bowed respectfully, and said, "If one day, Your Majesty, you choose such a path, please remember what I said today. The source of Your Majesty's strength. It comes from the normal operation of the entire money system, not the numbers accumulated in your hands. Greed should not be your attitude. When you start pursuing what mortals call profit, that is the moment you fall into evil ways. It can be good or evil, but its true stance should be absolute neutrality. Money is just a tool, and tools should not have personalities. That is what people have." Chapter 1252 Human Affairs. Seeing the cautious attitude of the person in front of him, Queen looked equally serious and asked, "Is the second method you mentioned really so easy to lose control of, and can it cause such great harm? Didn't I say that the third function of currency itself has storable value, which is a constraint and a protection? Because using the first method, you at least have a reference basis for comparison, and know that circulation is in the mystery. What is the value and purchasing power of land's money? But abandoning the second method of storing value depends entirely on the wisdom of the controller. If you are interested, I will have time in the future. Let me tell you about economics. But this subject is not what I am good at, and I only know a little bit about it." Maybe someone was too alarmist, and for a while, the atmosphere became quite solemn. Of course, Lin was not used to this kind of morning atmosphere, so he laughed and said, "But before you get to that point, Your Majesty, you still have a long way to go. Let's go. Watch and learn. Over there before that. Please do me a little favor." It was as if he suddenly realized that what the magician was talking about was not the problem he was facing. Queen put aside his unnecessary worries, restored his original cheerful attitude, and asked, "If you want to ask me for anything, just tell me." After receiving permission, Lin suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. But when he reappeared, he brought 3 more boxes. Each box was larger than the first cash box Lin brought along. Someone opened the 3 boxes with a smile. There were more and more coins, and they were almost full. Everything you can see are good coins minted by the Guana Empire. Gold coins accounted for the bulk, nearly 2 boxes. There were less than half a box of silver coins, and the remaining space was filled with copper coins. Someone smiled and said, "Help me convert this money into new coins. Oh, by the way, I will also take away those miscellaneous metals. I have a use." A certain halfling goddess was dumbfounded and said, "You should know that in the deposit rules you gave me, I will take a certain percentage as a storage fee. It will not be in vain." Hey, of course I'm familiar with those rules. But the premise for collecting the custody fee is to use the money flow network built by the World Tree to transfer the coins from the mysterious land to your kingdom of God and deposit them into your personal account. That's why you need to pay the storage fee. Although there is no need to transfer the money, it is also an action from one account to another. So I have to pay a transfer fee similar to the storage fee. But I moved the money myself. And I didn't. It needs to be deposited into a personal account, and I will take it all away. It is not eligible for any fees, so I don't have to pay anything. Right. You are sophistry, Queen said angrily. Lin put on a proud expression and said, No, I'm not making excuses. I'm just teaching you to be good with my actions. Any system will have loopholes, and a rigid and unchangeable system means sitting back and watching those loopholes be exploited. Just like me today. So we have to respond flexibly. But we don't think about how to seal the loopholes that appear. It's not enough to do anything too much. So we focus on the big things and plug the serious loopholes and flaws. Loopholes that seriously endanger the entire system may be concentrated in the once-a-decade review and corrected at once. I am not saying that we should not change it, but there is no need to change it in such a hurry. which gives people the wrong impression of the review cycle. That's it. How long you want to make it depends on your Majesty's wishes. However, all modifications must adhere to one principle. That is, the rules are not retroactively established to tell others how to act. It's not about punishing behavior that happened in the past when it wasn't governed by rules. You're just quibbling. Queen puffed out his cheeks and muttered dissatisfiedly. Practice brings out the truth. Your Majesty, please give me these 3 boxes of money, Lin Xiao said with a smile. In the end, someone successfully returned home to the holy city of Estali with a total of 4 boxes of money and hundreds of kilograms of miscellaneous metal ingots without any extra expenses. Speaking of which, someone's unreasonable attitude towards divine power has once again refreshed their understanding today. On Earth, purifying metals is a major science. Many metals that have been widely used in modern industries, such as aluminum or titanium, are actually abundant in nature, but they mostly exist in the form of various compounds. However, there is still a long way to go before the purification method can move from laboratory to industrialization, and then from industrialization to commercialization, and even become profitable. Even the cost remains high, making things that are available everywhere become unattainable after purification. But with the help of Vulcan's godhead and the halfling goddess, who was familiar with metals, separating and purifying these metals was as easy as breathing. Perhaps this is the true value of becoming a god. In one's own domain, those things are like instinct. Now that the 2 major events of coinage and gold flow network are advancing, it is time to turn our attention back to the lost land, the place closest to money users. Lin, who was just sitting in his room, thinking about where to start, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of panicked footsteps. Teacher! Teacher! It's not good! There was a thief in our house, and all the money is gone! The older female apprentice opened the door in a panic and shouted inside. As soon as the panicked Halumi entered the door, she saw Freya packing and sorting out the simple laser engraving machine and the 4 open cash boxes in front of her teacher. Ah! The older girl was stunned for a moment, then said with relief, Teacher, you took it away. It's just, why does it look a little different? The coins in the money box are no longer stacked in a messy way like in the past. Instead, they were neatly stacked in a straight tube shape. The neat arrangement greatly increases the capacity of the cash box. The 4-port cash box that was almost full now has a lot more space. The reason why old coins cannot be organized in this way is because the appearance of old coins is irregular, and it is difficult to stack them into a straight tube. Even among the 5 empires with the most sophisticated coin minting technology, the double-sided imperial coins, which are regarded as good coins, are still slightly uneven in thickness. You can't tell it just by looking at 1 or 2 coins. But when the money is piled together, the skew and distortion are obvious. This also highlights how exquisite the 3 mother coins handmade with Freya's skills, and the coins copied by the divine power of the gold coin goddess are in every aspect. Halumi picked up a new silver coin from the cash box and examined it carefully in her hand. The feeling of using money for a long time made her money weigh about the same as the silver coins she used in the past. It's just that the production level is really far different from the past. I looked at the front and back of the coin and saw a strange face and a strange badge. Halumi asked curiously, Teacher, where did you get all this money? I asked the goddess of gold coins to make it herself. But the mother coin is Freya's work, so praise her. The silver-bearded female dwarf smiled cheerfully after being complimented. She carried the heavy laser engraving machine on one shoulder and a large baggage in the other hand. Inside the baggage are miscellaneous metal ingots brought back from the kingdom of God, 1 of each type. Get ready to go back to the car center. After saying goodbye to the female apprentice, Freya carried the hundreds of kilograms of goods and walked out alone. As he took each step, the floor creaked with difficulty. It looked like someone was frightened, fearing that a big hole would be made in the floor. After saying goodbye to the silver-bearded female dwarf, Halumi returned her focus to the coins. She pursed her lips, squinted her eyes, looked at the hot, newly minted coins, and said doubtfully, Will others accept this? Money is money, as long as it contains gold, silver, and copper. There will be no one who won't accept it. What? Is there someone coming to collect money? Yes, teacher. The businessman we deal with is coming to collect money. Lin directly pointed to the cash box in front of him and said, According to the ratio of 1 to 1. Count enough money to pay the other party. If he is not willing to accept it, first use magic stones of similar value to cover the shortfall. I will add it later. This is the new currency I will promote in the future, which will replace all the old money currently in circulation in the land. Although there are still some doubts, apprentices have become accustomed not to question their teachers. After counting the sufficient amount of money, he was ready to meet the merchant who came to collect the bill. But before she left, she was called back by her teacher. Lin said, "Girl, go check if Yuzov and Myra are free tonight. If so, invite them back for dinner. I have something to explain." "Okay, teacher. Do you have any other instructions?" Halumi asked. Lin shook his head, and then his blonde female apprentice said, "Teacher, I'll go down first." "Well, go ahead." Lin is not worried at all about whether the new currency will be accepted. As he said, money is money, and as long as it is not fake, there is no reason why it cannot be used. But the focus is on promotion. Perhaps with the help of the forum, information has soared from the slow pace of the past, and it can almost keep up with someone who traveled back in time to the era of information explosion. But there is little progress in other aspects to promote new money in such a fascinating place. Even though I appear confident in front of the goddess of gold coins and the world tree, most of it is actually pretending. For the promotion of the elf kingdom, proposals have been submitted to the 5 elf kings through the Fat Elf Wild Walk. As an outsider and a human being, it would be unsightly to interfere too much in matters of national policy level. That level of advice is enough. The forum is said to be a promotion, but in fact it is just an inducement for people to use the money network established by Queen. After all, there are only a minority of people who will buy things through forums. The current lost land is not yet the era of universal online shopping before someone traveled through time. The only really useful sword in hand is actually the technical guild. But this guild is not an organization with strict upper and lower classes. It's just relying on reasonable systems and visible profits to induce people to gather together. If you want to order anyone, you will probably be choked with, "Who are you?" Therefore, we still have to discuss the specific method with Yuzov Gantia and Dark Elf Meyer. Chapter 1253, How to Take the First Step. "So this is what you, sir, have been busy with during this time." In the small living room, Yuzov and Maishan each grabbed a few new coins and looked at them. The Wood Elf tribe, protected by the World Tree, does not use money for internal transactions. Even if there is a transaction, it is the kind of barter that does not care about the value and does not require exchange on the spot. Although in a society where people interact with each other, it is more like giving gifts as a favor. Even the Dark Elf tribe, which is incompatible with the elf tradition, has an internal economic environment similar to that of other Wood Elf tribes. But Melson, who was once a Dark Elf priestess, didn't know anything about money. She was the kind of elf who lived in the clouds and didn't eat the fireworks of the world. Her experience in human society and her recent work in a technical guild have made her more keen on money than other elves. In the technical guild, My Erzon not only serves as Lin's agent, managing his income and property within the guild, but also serves as the supervisor of the guild and the most annoying job, the acceptance officer, for the work results of each group of craftsmen. The internal review and acceptance of quality is related to the rise and fall of the craftsman's evaluation, as well as the evaluation of remuneration. If a customer has doubts about the construction, the acceptance officer will sometimes accept the customer's complaint, and sometimes communicate with the customer from the perspective of the craftsman to see whether the craftsman's work results are worthy of the remuneration he received. It can be said that holding the position of acceptance officer is like having the power of life and death in the technical guild. And my Urshu's taste, cultivated by her spiritual inspiration, as well as her beauty and strength, made her the most respected acceptance officer in the technical guild. Of course, she has no shortage of suitors who show her love, although everyone knows that she is a follower of a magician. As long as there is no clear marital relationship between the two, followers of the magician can still pursue their love. There are even people who will follow this relationship and cling to the magician. Although in Meyershan's condition, she herself and the world tree fastness behind her are the real thick thighs. No one wanted to cling to the math guru, who claimed that escape was his forte. And Meyershan's experience of being able to stand out from the Dark Elf tribe and become a female priest made her skillful in using various means to control people's hearts. The reason why someone has such a great influence on the technical guild is because Yuzov, who loyally and justly supports the guild system, and Mercy, who is both respected and feared, are firmly controlled by each other, one strong and the other soft. It is closely related to the technical guild. Within the holy city of Estali, there are many people who are jealous of such an organization and have tried to seize power more than once. But at most they attracted some people and formed factions. But no one really threatened Yuzov's position or blatantly opposed Mircha. Therefore, if Lin wants to use the sword of the Technology Guild to promote the new currency, he must of course rely on his two generals. Someone with good talking skills may be able to lay out strict rules on certain systems and copywriting. But in terms of specific implementation and person-to-person contact, he is really not as good as Yuzov, a senior adventurer from the original Turtle Dove Alliance, and Melson, a dark elf who has climbed to a high position. Therefore, Lin did not hide anything, and was even involved in the plans of the World Trees. But the focus of the story is how the craftsmen who work in the technical guild use Kuyin's gold flow network to deposit the rewards they receive into the divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. There is no need to carry it with you and become the target of bad guys. Of course Yuzov could see the benefits in this, so he asked in detail about his doubts. However, Lin was unable to give any more answers, and replied with a hint of helplessness. Actually, I also want to be more clear, but I have put forward my method suggestions to His Majesty Kuyin and His Majesty Yggdrasil. But I'm not sure whether they will fully comply with it when building the entire gold flow network. After all, it was me who suggested that they should make some modifications that they think are necessary. So the detailed measures will have to wait. They can only confirm it after they complete the network construction. Then, sir, another question is if the guild's funds want to be deposited in His Majesty Kuyin's Kingdom of God. What should we do? You can't designate a person and deposit them into his personal account. In this case, if this person has an accident, what will happen next? It will not be inherited by his spouse and children according to the inheritance rules after the death of the account owner. Yuzov asked again. A careless traveler sighed. We all know that no matter where the legal system is on Earth, there are so-called natural persons and legal persons. When I was designing the Midland version of the deposit account, I only wanted to bind my soul. The question is, where is the soul of the legal person that can be bound? As Yuzov asked, even if a legal organization has a dedicated financial or accounting team, it is not appropriate to put the organization's funds into private accounts bound to the souls of these people. Therefore, designing a security authentication mechanism for bearer accounts is still something that cannot be avoided. Lin said, I know about this matter, and I will go to His Majesty Kuyin and others to resolve it. But today I come to you to ask about the implementation of the new currency and the new system established by His Majesty Kuyin. In terms of specific operations, those of you who are closest to the group of craftsmen, do you have any ideas on how to build a temple for the goddess of gold in the holy city? Well, why don't you consider establishing a church first and build a temple directly? Yuzov said, apart from the regulations on building materials, the visible difference between a church and a temple lies in the size of the prayer room. Also, the former is usually a single building, while the latter is mostly a group of buildings. Both serve as living quarters for religious people, and naturally have facilities such as altars. But the temple has a separate hall that can accommodate many believers to pray together. The prayer area of the church is rarely set up alone, and the space is usually not large. However, there is no strict distinction between the two shapes. Even different gods have different habits. For example, the shady evil god certainly cannot build a gorgeous temple in the city. Sometimes temples dedicated to evil gods are built in hidden caves, and sometimes they are underground cities or residences of underground races. However, in general perception, churches are smaller and temples are larger. So Yuzov was quite surprised that the magician he chose to follow carried out this matter in such a big way. After thinking about it, Lin said, as for the deposit function of the gold coin goddess, my idea is that as long as you use Her Majesty the Goddess's holy emblem, you can save money anytime and anywhere, and send the coins to the goddess kingdom for safekeeping. But when it comes to withdrawing money, only in specific places. This can prevent thieves or robbers from seizing money from people or getting money at the same time. Without this inducement, that kind of viciousness should be eliminated. Behavior decreases. Lin also used whiteboard pen skills to draw a schematic diagram of the cubicle where cash withdrawals would be made. Although I haven't made a complete design yet. In my mind, the church and temple of the gold coin goddess are the designated withdrawal locations. In addition to communicating with the gods, you can also withdraw money from your account here. To do this kind of thing, of course, is not suitable for doing it in public. So some small private rooms are needed. In this way, how much money each person takes out, as long as it is not an exaggerated amount, should not be visible to others. This should ensure the safety of the withdrawal. Such consideration is indeed necessary. Yuzov looked at the schematic diagram and imagine the general scene. At the same time, he said with a smile, sometimes men also want to hide some private money. Let others directly see how much money they have withdrawn. And they will not be able to tell their wives clearly when they go back. I have met many people who come looking for me privately. I just want me to reduce the amount of remuneration on the surface and give it privately. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Ha ha. Lynn laughed. However, the only woman present, even though she was a dark elf, still gave the two men a blank look. Lynn coughed, pretending to be nonchalant to avoid embarrassment, and continued, to cope with the usage of the technical guild and even outsiders. There must be enough separate compartments, and the space required must be large enough. Make a small one. The church may not be able to meet the demand by letting the gold coin goddess staff move in. Is that why we need to build a temple directly? Yeah. Think about how many people are working as counter clerks in your technical guild now. There were initially only 3 counter clerks in the guild, and one of them was stationed permanently, and Melson was one of them. In addition to directly accepting entrustments from customers, they are also responsible for publishing the entrustments on the corresponding bulletin board according to the grade. Register the team of craftsmen entrusted with the job and pay them after completing the work. The work history and completion status of each team should also be recorded to evaluate the team's level. At the same time, although the clerks are not responsible for judging the craftsmanship level of the craftsmen, the records before and after the event all depend on them. In addition, there are also the processing of patent technology applications and the business processing when someone wants to purchase the right to use the patent. It can be said that in the technical guild, all the chores that have nothing to do with technology are likely to be performed by these counter clerks. Today, the division of labor among these clerks is more detailed, and the number of people is certainly much larger than in the past. In order for these people to work, the Technology Guild also carried out an expansion, separated the original functions of the tavern and accommodation, and built another house. The guild lobby, which originally combined functions such as dining, drinking, accommodation, and technical guild entrustment, is now used purely for handling guild affairs. If the Temple of the Gold Coin Goddess was to be open to the public in addition to serving people from the technical guild, even if it was not built on a larger scale than the current guild hall, it would at least require the same level of buildings and manpower. If the coin deposit and withdrawal function of Goddess Coin can really be promoted. It's just that, sir. If you want to build a temple, you will have to spend a lot of money. As far as I know, the belief in the Gold Coin Goddess is not widespread, and it is difficult to raise enough funds, even if you are willing to spend your own if you want to gamble your wealth. Let's not talk about how to recover it. Your current assets are not enough to build a temple, unless you borrow money from the Grand Duke of Kalway or the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. However, Duke Kalway is preparing for war, so he may not be able to help. Busy. So the only option is to find the Chamber of Commerce? Maybe not only the Ruan brothers, but other members of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce are also interested in cooperating with us. Yuzov said to himself. Chapter 1254 Bank Construction. Yuzov's concerns are well-founded. In the Lost Lands, besides building a city from scratch, the most expensive building is to build a magic tower. 3 levels are the basic level, with each additional level at least doubling the price. Up to 5 levels. A more intuitive comparison, taking the Guana Empire as an example, to build a 5-story tower for Dharma saints to settle in, not counting some additional facilities and structures, only counting the basic expenses, would require about 3 years of the Empire's total tax revenue. If you want to build more weird things, there is no upper limit. Therefore, every magic tower that has been handed down to this day is the result of continuous modifications and additions by successive tower owners. For the first tower owner to see, some of them would even make them unable to recognize that they were their own works. The temple, as the name suggests, is the palace of the gods. Except for the lack of energy supply facilities such as energy pools, the materials and specifications of the exquisite temple are not inferior to those of the magic tower. It is conceivable that the cost will definitely keep those who pledge to raise funds to build the temple busy for a lifetime. And they may not be able to build an area the size of a toilet. By the way, church buildings are not so particular. Maybe an ordinary house can be used as a church with some planning. This is also a big difference between the two. Of course, you have to be careful. Compared with the magic tower, there is no upper limit. On Earth, can a 3-story house, a luxury villa, and a residential complex be compared to each other? However, in response to this follower's concerns and suggestions, Lin just smiled and shook his head, saying, "There will be many places for cooperation in the future. This gold coin temple next to the technology guild must be built by ourselves, so that we can follow our ideas and serve as a model for others. If I just find collaborators from the beginning and just integrate their opinions, I will just work on their ideas and don't have to do anything else." The situation someone mentioned was exactly what was experienced during the establishment of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. Kawei Gong and the Wan brothers from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce were the partners agreed upon from the very beginning. Both parties contributed money and people, and one person contributed his brains. As a result, the person who came up with the idea almost brain-dead himself just to integrate the opinions of the two investors and not deviate too far from his own plan. Maybe Mitty doesn't have the idea that the customer is God, but the rich are the boss is a universal truth. Not to mention that one of them not only has money, but also has power and soldiers to see if others are afraid of him. Lin didn't want the same thing to happen twice. So he said to Yuzov, "In short, let's build a demonstration building by ourselves first. And don't be influenced too much by others. Others can do whatever they want on their own sites. My plan, but if we want to spread it to the entire land as quickly as possible, we must cooperate with the local people. Anyway, the god Ku'in is dealing with them, and it is not up to us whether they follow the requirements. The financial part is not easy. I can use segmented settlement to reduce the burden of payment, but I'm afraid there will still be a gap." Yuzov secretly calculated the cost of a temple and the net worth of his chief master. Lin smiled and said, "What if we don't use the standard temple construction method?" "Oh, Yuzov said with sudden realization. "Sir, you mean covering ordinary materials with magical materials? This is how someone built his mansion in the holy city of Estali. Be a little more economical. You don't need to build the defense facilities to a watertight level. You can just use ordinary materials to build them in many places. Anyway, there is a hotel for the Turtle Dove Alliance and adventurers nearby. It can still be done by recruiting temporary manpower to repel the foreign enemies. What's more, no money will be released in the temple, and it will be sent directly to the god's kingdom of the gold coin goddess. As long as you are not mentally ill, you should not go to the kingdom of God to rob it. You can grab more valuable things, instead of heavy gold coins." "Well, that's true." Yuzov compared his experience a little, estimated the cost, and said, "In this case, it won't cost much. With the property you have deposited in the guild, sir, we should be able to solve the problem." "Yes. Do you need support from the guild? The current situation over there is not easy to operate," Lin said. "I also know that this follower just mentioned it casually. In the early days of technical guilds, the rules were not that big. Although it's someone's insistence, public accounts, salary accounts, and private accounts are calculated separately. The money is kept together, and sometimes misappropriation is inevitable. But it can always be made up quickly, so that the ticket will not be delayed and the skylight will not be opened." But as the guild developed and more people joined, someone emphasized that the financial accounts must be very clear and open to everyone. At the same time, as long as anyone has doubts, the coin stored in the guild can be publicly counted at any time under the witness of witnesses. It was this kind of action that had never been seen before in Midland that made Yuzov's position in the guild unshakable. No one believed that such a fool would appear again. Yuzov could be regarded as a compromise reached by all forces and grassroots craftsmen. But precisely because of this action, what Yuzov just mentioned became impossible. Maybe he relied on the power of the guild leader to use it privately, and maybe someone would come out to check the accounts if he turned around. This old archer from the Turtle Dove Alliance has already made many people dissatisfied. You can pull him down and beat him to death. No one will show mercy. Yuzov, who was well aware of the situation, couldn't help but sigh. He may appear to have a high position on the surface, but he is actually walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you may end up being shattered to pieces. Not to mention that I live in a city of magicians. No matter how good the craftsmanship is, no matter how many people I recruit, I am still no match for the magicians. Therefore, he has always carefully managed the relationship between the guild and other organizations in the holy city, for fear of being destroyed overnight. The current situation is that everyone wants it, but no one dares to reach out first. Not to mention that the main backer of the guild is the Banju Alliance. So no one is sure that they can win without injury. The one who reached out first might have exhausted the strength of the Turtle Dove Alliance in the holy city, and then was stabbed in the back when he turned around, allowing others to pick the fruits of success. But Yuzov still had other methods. he said. If the guild's money is not enough, I actually still have some savings. Lin directly interrupted his follower and said, Forget it. I know that most of your money has been used to relieve the members of the Alliance, and there is not much left. Even if it is not to build a standard temple, the little money you have, it can be of some help. Yuzov smiled coquettishly. Lin added, Speaking of which, what we are building is not a temple, so I plan to change the name to a bank. Meyer asked curiously, Why do you want to change the name? And why do you want to call it a bank? If you name the temple of the gold coin goddess, it will easily prevent devout believers from other churches from coming in. Some people may also worry that if they are not believers, they will be forced to donate after entering. In this case, it is better to call the church from the beginning the colors are weakened, making the bank a neutral place where everyone can come and go freely. Of course, fighting inside the bank is strictly prohibited. As someone said, the concerns outsiders might have are justified. More than 300 years ago, during the craziest era of religious wars, the way the Templars and monks preached was to use a holy book in one hand and a mace in the other, while asking if they were willing to convert or convert. Usually no living person refuses, because those who refuse are dead. In this way, each church of gods, regardless of its good or evil stance, would brush it 3 or 4 times, often turning a living town into a dead town. When things got to this point, the secular nobles couldn't bear it anymore. Perhaps the theocracy colludes with the political power to maximize the exploitation of the people. But only if there are people who can exploit them. Kill them all and skin them. Who will they take? Is it possible to cut the body into meat? Remove the bones? Make soup and sell it? Therefore, in the later period of the era of religious wars, nobles from various places intervened forcefully and completely wiped out the armed forces of various churches. But he did not invade the kingdom of God and try to destroy the belief in gods. If the bottom line is not touched, the church's armed forces are just the church's armed forces, and God will not personally show up. In fact, such a limit also implies the dissatisfaction of the gods with the church's armed forces. If you are used to using violence, there will always be people who will do something conveniently and cover it up under the righteousness. But the nobility's destruction of the church's force did not leave them unscathed. It was precisely because of experiencing this crazy turmoil that Media entered the next period of recuperation. All countries and forces are accumulating strength, opening up wasteland, and competing with nature, especially the pressure from natural counterattacks. The harassment of warcraft and uncivilized races allow the world of Homo sapiens to temporarily put aside their prejudices against each other and consolidate and preserve the fire of civilization. But the madness of religious wars has not yet been completely forgotten. This is also the reason why secular power will not specifically support or even combine with the divine power, even if it does not deliberately suppress it. That's why Lin had the idea of asking banks to reduce their religious overtones. And he continued, As for why it is called a bank, it is just a habit from my hometown. It seems that it is called a bank. A bank. A bank. A bank account. The bank account does not work. There is no ticket. It is really nonsense. In short, you can call her by any other name. Please discuss it with the gold coin goddess. Discuss it with God. Yuzov and Maryan ignored this opinion at the same time. That is not something that ordinary people can do. And no matter how high their achievements are, they still belong to the category of ordinary people. Lin suddenly added, By the way, in fact, you don't have to deliberately save the funds, because after the bank officially operates, they will amortize the initial construction costs. And it is not me who will pay for it. Money. Future construction in other places should also follow this model. This is to minimize the possibility of outsiders controlling the bank. After all, the bank is still a temple of the goddess of gold coins. And this is what I drew. A draft. Lin unfolded the water mirror screen in the small living room and showed several sketches. Specifically, it refers to the grand and luxurious architectural styles of some large banks with history in Europe and the United States. Of course, exquisite sculptures and pictures are also indispensable as decorations in the hall. On the one hand, it is also because this style is closer to the original style of MIDI and is easier for people to accept. If a building suddenly appeared that was too out of the ordinary, people might worry that it was a temple of an evil god designed to lure people into it. So when it comes to style and design, being safe is good, being safe is best. Chapter 1255, The First Bank Head. After showing a few pictures, Lin ordered, Yuzov, just use these drafts, and you can help find someone to perfect and estimate them, as long as the price is not too outrageous. Just issue the contract and let people start the work. The building body and pillars. I estimate that the cost of the reinforced concrete structure can be saved a lot. However, those sculptures may need to be customized. The cement molds are rough prototypes at most, and they need to be constructed on site, which may not be cheaper than a professional stone carver. Yuzov patted his chest and said, "Sir, don't worry. As long as it is not a magic material, the price will be limited. As for sculptures, the guild has nothing but the most craftsmen. You don't have to worry about the cost. Everyone is involved in the internal projects of the guild. I'm happy to do it. If we didn't have a minimum salary requirement, I'm afraid everyone would be willing to pay." The projects contracted by the guild are all public constructions that everyone can see and use, which makes it the best stage for craftsmen to compete in their skills. If you do it too badly, you may be ridiculed for the rest of your life. More importantly, these projects have high ratings in the guild, making them very attractive to craftsmen who want to improve their own ratings. That's why Yuzov said this. In these days in MIDI, there is no equation between public works and shoddy projects. However, my Erzhan, who had been watching the discussion between the two men and was not very able to intervene, asked someone after seeing the outcome of the discussion, said, "Sir, if you come back to me this time, I won't be listening to the chat between you two. I came back to tell you that I hope you will be the first person in charge of this new bank." Although the words were meant to be inquiring. In fact, for my Erzhan, when a person of Lin's status spoke, it was equivalent to a decision, unless there is a really good reason or an unexpected situation changes something. But the dark elf was still curious and asked, "Me? Why me? Sir, just like building this first bank, I don't want too many people and too many opinions to interfere. Of course, I also want to choose someone who can be trusted and can handle the situation. If this person can't do anything, if you understand my thoughts and mess around, even if you don't mess up the matter, just add some trouble to the bank's promotion, I may be beaten by the goddess of gold coins and the 25 high-ranking officials, including your majesty, looking for trouble. So, you are the best choice. Key points: trust and ability to hold the position." My Erxie playfully rubbed one of the 7 commandments on her hand, the cyan horse, and said with a half-smile, "Trust? Sir, do you really trust me? Although I claim to be a slave, I am considered a follower in the eyes of outsiders. But compared to others, I'm still far behind. At least, I have never experienced this before. At least between magicians and their followers." Yuzov, who was sitting next to him, shuddered just listening to it. The relationship between a magician and his followers is not only between people of the opposite sex, but sometimes even people of the same sex and race. When Merchant chose him as a follower to be present, mentioning this incident not only disgusted the magician, but also disgusted him. Lin looked helpless in the face of the provocation. The wrestling between the world trees behind the elves made someone have to hold a bowl of water flat without anyone touching it. The ancient fastness took advantage of the opportunity and caused trouble, which already made him feel the pressure. If something unexplainable happens, the consequences will be endless. So someone can only avoid sensitive topics and say, "Isn't this giving you a 7-ring ring? This means that as long as you are in danger, I will definitely help. Isn't this kind of trust enough? And didn't I say, among the conditions, there is also such a thing as controlling the field, and there are no talents around me who can do this." "Well, your 3 apprentices?" Meyer asked tentatively. "Stop it. You don't know the virtues of those 3 magic apprentices, who haven't even grown hair yet. Don't talk about trying to control the situation. Don't be suppressed by a group of rough guys. I should be laughing." "Well, that seems to be true." Meyer asked again. "What about Freya? Silver-bearded dwarves are pretty good at playing tricks. Just rely on their thorough knowledge to deal with people. Don't be betrayed and happily thank others." "So true." Meyer unconsciously turned his eyes to Yuzov, who was sitting beside him. It gave a certain human being a chill. Seeing this, Lin smiled and said, "The burden on Yuzov is already heavy enough. The technical guild will be lucky if it can be managed well. If I add another burden to him, wouldn't I be too inhumane?" Yuzov Gansha seemed to have good grades, but he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of Meyer. This was taking the power of the technical guild into their hands. They didn't know what they could do, and it would arouse the wariness of the magician. So the Dark Elves didn't even think about it. With the same idea, the magician is also surrounded by Ezio. Well, that's an age when you're still playing with bugs. That crippled old black dragon can handle some weaklings just fine. In the eyes of a truly strong person, It is just a pile of materials prefixed with Dragon Clan. Not to mention that this old black dragon spent his daily life either sleeping or bragging about the past. Killing a few knights on a given day, and eating a few brave men on a given day. It's just that those naughty kids like Ezio liked to hear it, and took it seriously. Thinking of the last one, Melson couldn't help but mention that one person. So, where is Lady Finn? Or is it her taciturn little follower? They. Do you think if you let them come out to calm things down, there will be people left alive in the end? Alas, it is. Meyer sighed heartily. In this way, I am really the best choice to be with this magician. In fact, Melson had no intention of refusing from the beginning. She just teased the magician. Now that all options have been exhausted, the dark elf took the matter of course and said, "Since Sir feels that I am the most suitable candidate, and my lord has also asked me to do my best to fulfill Sir's request, then I will accept this task. It's just that I'm alone and can't handle such a big stall. Should I continue to borrow people from the technical guild?" A pair of beautiful eyes glanced aside. Yuzov could not count how many times he felt frightened. But when it came to the issue of borrowing people, the powerful president shook his head like a wavy drum and pleaded. "Sister, without you, it's enough for me to have a headache. You still have to take care of me from my side. If you poach people, the guild won't open the skylight tomorrow. Although the technology guild has lent support behind it, and many paperwork has been made into forms similar to those in the forum, making it easier to fill in, access, and record. Many things still require people to contact and arrange them, as the unit has to cope with the volume of a large city. The Technical Guild has become a busier place than the Magicians Guild, the Adventurers Guild, and the Mercenary Guild. Therefore, Yuzov's plea was not without reason. My Urshu is considered a general, and it will be a headache without her. Nowadays, the affairs of the guild are quite complex, and it is not that easy to train a qualified clerk. If there were just one less group of people, and there would be no need for other families or organizations to plot against him, Yuzov would want to hang himself. However, my Urshu's request cannot be ignored. But in someone's plan, it is not difficult to solve it. Lin said directly. Go to His Majesty Fasces to ask for someone. See if you have anyone trustworthy in the tribe and bring them out. His Majesty the Otherworld Trees can also communicate with them and ask them to send some people. Help. Even if you don't need much in the early stage, you will still need it later. Well, so many people are needed? Is there any arrangement? The Keenmeyer asked, realizing that there should be a follow-up to the magician's arrangement. Len didn't show off and explain. Didn't I say that we want to promote the bank to the whole country? But it is not necessarily possible that the local lords or families can understand our ideas, or think it is necessary to invest in some relatively remote small businesses. Place. It is up to the elves to fill these vacancies. First, it is easier for the elves to gain the goodwill of humans. Secondly, with His Majesty the World Tree as your backer, your safety is more secure, and may also include training tasks. In addition to finding a reasonable work process as a model in practice, the elves who have completed the training will also be sent to various places to develop the bank's business. You can keep a few experienced people around. Once they get started, let them go out and develop. That's the plan. Mailhow had no doubt about World Tree's support for the magician in front of him. It could be said that as long as it was a request he made, Melson didn't think there would be any hesitation among the majesties behind her. This level of trust would make even the elves who have served the World Tree jealous for generations. They didn't get to the position just by flattering others, but they really helped Yggdrasil to get where they are today. And the help is beyond the power of the elves. As for whether the elves are willing to cooperate, this is not a problem. For all the Wood Elf tribes under the care of the World Tree, what is the most precious thing for the elves? Answer: the opportunity to leave the tribe and travel outside. No matter what the cost of this opportunity, even the possibility of being captured as a slave by some humans with ill intentions, still made the elves sharpen their heads and dig in. It's not that life in the tribe is scarce. The elves live a hot life, so everyone wants to escape from that environment. Exactly the opposite. The environment under the care of the World Tree is quite prosperous, coupled with a regular life bound by the precepts. It can be said that as long as the Wood Elf reaches the age where his talent is confirmed, except for the day he will die which cannot be predicted, how he will spend his life has been clearly planned, and there will be no surprises. But life always needs some excitement. Life outside the tribe is not only chaotic, disorderly, and unpredictable, but may also be life-threatening. Some Wood Elves will become addicted to this kind of life, while others will become more determined to stay in the tribe and live a prosperous and stable life. regardless of the type. Wood elves cherish and value the opportunity to travel outside, even though the living environment of the Dark Elf tribe is different from that of the ordinary Wood Elf tribe. Under the competitive strategy of the ancient fastness that is very different from other world trees, there is definitely a lot of internal stimulation and life threats. But the Dark Elves also value the opportunity to travel, because for them, it is more like an opportunity to relax, instead of worrying about whether your lover will cut off your head while sleeping. Chapter 1256. Borrow an umbrella on a sunny day. Take it away on a rainy day. Not long ago, World Tree recalled all the Wood Elves. The members of the Ikaruga Alliance were so obsessed with their elf companions that they completely disappeared. But this caused a wave of heated discussion and concern. The same situation reached the ears of nobles and magicians. Most of them believe that a new wave of World Tree war will arise. Interested people are all gearing up, waiting for a good opportunity to pick up bargains. Whether it is breaking into the territory of World Tree to plunder, or capturing the elves of the defeated army, there are huge and coveted benefits. It's just different from what these people imagined. The Wood Elf tribe is indeed preparing for war, but it is not to attack each other, but to train troops. A new form of mobilization tactic that can only be used by the World Trees and revolves around the flash technique. My Erzon even had a secret order. As long as the magician's life was in danger, or if he was in need, he could assemble a wave of at least 3 large elven coalition forces within 10 minutes. 2 legions can be reinforced within half an hour. And there won't be any random recruits. They will all be strong men from the elves, who use holy robes and holy bows as their standard equipment. It's just that my Erzon couldn't bear to complain about his majesty. 10 minutes when life is in danger? Half an hour? This much time is enough for the magician to escape to the ends of the earth, and make sure no one can find him. Unless the magician needed manpower to start a war. Melson didn't think he would use the secret order. In short, the Wood Elves are now in a state of canceling their travels. In addition to training soldiers within the tribe, they are also learning necessary new knowledge. Life is both fulfilling and boring. Fulfillment is because there is almost no time to relax and take a breath all day long. Boring nature is because the extra knowledge and training are more boring than the daily life of elves. However, with the endorsement of the magician, as long as he made a request for manpower, the 20 Wood Elf tribes would be a treasure trove of talents for him, and even the 5 elf kingdoms would not have much resistance. Then I won't be afraid that the elves who are eager to live outside the tribe will not come to curry favor with me. Meyer was even thinking about what kind of benefits he could use this opportunity and power to gain for himself. In the past, when I was in the Dark Elf tribe's intrigues, I couldn't imagine it. Therefore, she, who was once a Dark Elf priest, agreed to the request of the magician in front of her without hesitation and promised to shoulder the responsibility without any worries from the trouble-free magician. There are just some things that Meyer has to ask first. Sir, are there anything you should pay attention to in the banking organization you want to establish? Lin thought for a while and said, the implementation details and precautions are included in document number 10. However, the specific plan depends on how the gold flow network constructed by Ku'in and Yggdrasil operates before it can be determined. You first let's find out from there. But since you asked, let me emphasize one thing. In the future, banks will never engage in lending business. That is, lending money to others, nor will they act as middlemen to help rich people with debts. This is absolutely prohibited. Hey, I can't borrow money. Yuzov had a greater reaction to the prohibited items than Melchaw, noting that he was the center of attention. The president of the Technology Guild explained. Actually, even though the Technology Guild seems to be doing very well, in fact there are many people who need to borrow money, but they are not in a hurry. Instead, we hope to purchase more equipment and recruit more people quickly so that we can expand our business projects. Although there are many people lending money in the Holy City, they have many restrictions, strict requirements, and high interest rates. If money is not so troublesome, I believe there will be many people who want it, which will be more beneficial to the bank's promotion. Although the request seemed quite reasonable and conducive to economic development and banking business promotion, Lin shook his head and refused. He explained, from a personal point of view, it seems to be a good thing to be able to borrow money from the bank, even if the interest rate is higher. They believe that the job they receive from the guild can easily repay the debt. But overall, from the perspective of the goddess of gold coins, this will allow him to embark on a different development path and become an evil god that is millions of times more evil than you can imagine. The truth behind this is very clear to me based on your current knowledge. It's hard to explain. I'm not against lending. After all, This kind of behavior has been around since before money existed. But this kind of thing cannot be operated in the name of Queen. And the consequences are unimaginable. Although someone said something serious, Yuzov was not the kind of person to blindly follow his words. So after struggling for a while, he asked, "Sir, can you try to explain it? See if I can understand the disadvantages of this." "Well, okay. I'm going to pick out a shortcoming that has nothing to do with the overall situation. You should understand it. Let's presuppose the positions of the two of you. Yuzov is a craftsman who needs to borrow money to develop. And Maishan is. The person in charge of the bank has a different position. So that's okay." The two audience members nodded. Len Kai continued, "The situation is what you just said. Yuzov. In order to make more money, craftsmen need early investment. That is, hiring more helpers, buying cars or trucks, and then being able to make more money, carry more cargo, and do more things in the same time. Of course, you also need to buy the tools you need for your work, as well as the newly hired helpers. These require money, rather than relying on what you have now. A suitable job doesn't earn much. But if you work slowly and save slowly, you can one day expand to the desired size. It's better to borrow a sum of money and scale up at once. And then you can make a lot of money. That's what you think, right?" Yuzov nodded. Then the bank evaluates the situation of the craftsman. He has good skills and a wide range of people. Everyone likes this person and is willing to hand over the work to him. In other words, when the craftsman expands his scale, he being able to take on enough business and give full play to his expanded workload means that in the eyes of the bank, this person has the ability to repay in the future. And there is no need to worry that the money will not be returned after it is loaned out. You think about it in general terms. Can you borrow this money? Since you can repay it, why not borrow it? The bank will charge interest. Right? Asked the dark elf. Collect it. Of course. Why not? Borrowing money does not charge interest. And it is not a charity. Okay. Then the bank will lend the money out. But in fact, there is no smooth sailing at work. No matter how good the ability is, God will provide it. Unpredictable situations are always possible. And there is always the possibility of encountering something that is beyond the ability to predict. For example, this craftsman was particularly unlucky. During a construction trip, he encountered a powerful monster attack, or was involved in two. In the duel between powerful magicians, this unlucky craftsman lost most of his manpower and all the tools he used to make money. Fortunately, he escaped with his life. Is this possible? Lin finally asked. Yuzov nodded and admitted. Although it is unlucky, it is really possible that this kind of thing will happen. It has happened many times in the guild. And every time everyone has contributed to help tide over the difficulties. What is even more unlucky is that everyone is dead. Only the orphans and widows in the craftsmen's families are left. Sometimes, they can't survive without help from others. Well, the craftsman in our example is not so unlucky. At least he came back alive. Although he is nothing now. As long as his people are still there and his craftsmanship is still there, there is a chance of making a comeback. So now the problem is, those who followed the person who died in an accident needed to be compensated by his boss. He still had to find a way to complete the work that he couldn't complete. Otherwise, he would have to pay liquidated damages and rebuy the lost tools and equipment. So he had to recruit new people. Go to the bank to borrow money. Then the question is, Melson, do you think you should lend this money? Although he was not asking himself. Yuzov nodded and said, Of course. The dark elf shook his head, cut off the man's words, and said, Of course I won't borrow it. Why? Yuzov asked loudly, mixed with surprise and confusion. Without waiting for anyone to explain, Melson first spoke about his thoughts. Does the bank have its own money? No. So the money lent by the bank is actually someone's money deposited in the bank. Since it is other people's money, the bank must be responsible for it. Because for His Majesty Queen, the most important thing is it is not the belief of believers, but the trust of bank users. They dare to store their money in the bank because of their trust. If their money disappears for no reason, then this level of trust does not exist. If it doesn't work, no one in the bank will use it. After telling a major premise, the dark elf looked at Yuzov, who was full of doubts, and said, If something bad happened once, will it happen again? No one can guarantee this. But let's see. I think that can explain a lot about the way gamblers in casinos look after they lose. So why should I lend money to a person who is desperate to make a comeback in one fell swoop? Pay off what you owe first, and then consider borrowing the second amount. The bank must be responsible for the person who deposited the money here, but it should not be responsible for the consequences of other people's failed risks. The debt must be repaid. This is my attitude. I don't even rule out confiscating his property to pay off the existing debt before he loses everything. Yuzov's face was quite ugly, but he could not refute Meyer's argument. Looking at the arrogant look of the dark elf and Yuzov's attitude like a bereaved dog, Lin sighed and said, "This is what I want to say. Borrow an umbrella when it's sunny and take it away when it's rainy. Banks are not charity. If it starts to pursue profits, it will become the power monster that you Turtle Dove Alliance hates the most and is called oppression. At that time, will you stand on the side of the bank and force those who have not paid? Or stand on those people? With such a stance, the bank is allowed to squander money that does not actually belong to the bank, and eventually its credit goes bankrupt. Sir, Yuzov squeezed his voice, but didn't know how to answer. Chapter 1257. Listen to the holy voice. Lin Kai explained a frustrated follower and said, I don't deny that maybe someone can use the borrowed funds properly. In the end, not only can they repay it smoothly, but they can also make their career grow. But considering the worst case scenario, do you think what should the goddess do? If it is difficult, why not do it in the first place? Anyway, even if the bank is not in the lending business, there will be others who will satisfy it. Anshin serves as a financial tool to ensure the safety of property, allowing the majesty of the goddess of gold to spread throughout the entire land in a positive image, instead of being a man-eating beast that eats the last bones of those unlucky people. Isn't that great? Yuzov sighed, lowered his head and said, Okay, sir. It's just that I didn't think well. It's just... He raised his head with a worried face and said, Sir, don't consider the worst case scenario. It's just a matter of borrowing money, which is good for borrowers and profitable for banks. According to your plan, banks will be spread all over the country in the future, when there are always some places where local people are used. It will be difficult for you to control people from contacting this aspect of the business. Someone showed a smile that he thought was kind, but was actually a sly smile, and said, So, Melson, your job is very important. Make sure that all the elves who go out after training in the first bank will not violate this taboo. And in the future, I have prepared a big gift for those who cross the red line. I can guarantee that even if the whole family is not dead, there will be no one who dares to do such immoral things in the name of Queen. He will be bruised and ashes will be thrown away, and he will not die well. The originally proud dark elves and the dejected followers all felt a chill in their hearts when they saw someone with such an expression. The reason why Germain, the silver-bearded dwarf, was dissatisfied and left was precisely because of the hidden bad character of the magician. He was always gleefully digging a hole in a place most people didn't know existed. When someone fell in, instead of rescuing them, he filled the hole and buried them with a smile. Many times, others don't even know they've walked into a trap. Or it would be like the goblin father and daughter being forced to swallow smelly dog shit, which would be so uncomfortable. The incident in front of him now is not a reflection of his bad character, putting a fragrant bait in front of other people's eyes. Although I repeatedly emphasize not to eat it, I'm afraid not many people can resist such temptation. However, unknown to everyone, this man has prepared another big gift. A surprise that no one wants for those who eat the poison bait. If this is not called evil, then even demons can really be counted in the good camp. Shaking his head, Yuzov tried to forget everything he had seen and heard before. In order to change my mood, I asked about another thing that I had originally thought of. He held the new coin and asked, Sir, as long as you deposit the money into the goddess kingdom, will it definitely become this new coin? Can't you keep the old one? Pulled back from his evil thoughts, Lin asked puzzledly, Why do you have to use the old one? I know some old guys who may be scared by bad coins. They really don't accept good coins from non-empires. Some people even only accept coins from the Guana Empire, and are not even willing to take money from the other 4 empires. There are also those who are so stubborn that they are willing to cut prices when the opponent's Guana Empire coins are not enough. In the past, some people took advantage of their personality and kept their remuneration very low. Anyway, they only had so many Guana Empire coins, whether you like it or not. After the guild was established, as long as it was not for work in other places, the commission remuneration would be deposited in the guild. Give them coins they can accept so that these people will not be forced to do things at a loss. After thinking for a while, Lin said. Basically, this is a question of the credibility of the currency, not just a certain kind of money. Try to contact them and see. And after changing to new money, because of the blessing of the goddess's power. Therefore, the coins are not easy to be destroyed, and the value of the coins is relatively easy to maintain. Moreover, it is easier for the world trees to transfer the coins, which is conducive to long-term development. Besides, the unification of coin values is also beneficial to both buyers and sellers. I don't think the reasons are tenable or suitable for future development. Yuzov was a little embarrassed, but he didn't insist anymore and said, Okay, I'll try to talk to them. But sir, you mentioned that the coins are blessed by divine power, so they are difficult to destroy. What do you mean? Pointing to the coin that the other party was playing with, Lin said, The thing is in your hand. Try it and see if you can bend it and leave a mark. Although they didn't believe it, Yuzov and Marshan still used the conventional gold coin inspection method, which was to bite it with their teeth. Unfortunately, after one bite, the gold coin that should have teeth marks was intact. The two of them were confused, and they broke and folded it. But it turned out that they couldn't cause any damage. Yuzov's first thought blurted out, Is this fake money? Lin laughed and said, Of course it's true, and it's even weighing. As he spoke, he fiddled with a small scale placed on the corner of the table, signaling to anyone who had questions to weigh it. In fact, the original circulating coins of Midi, even if they come from the same source, have slightly different weights. The gold, silver, and copper coins made by Lin do not depend on the purity, but only on the weight, which is roughly the average value of old ordinary coins. So there will still be situations where old coins are heavier than new coins. But the difference is not big. Melson, who was once a dark elf priest, did not draw such arbitrary conclusions. She held the coin in her hand and closed her eyes to explore. After a while, he said, Although the power is very weak, there is indeed a little bit of divine power hidden in the coin. Opening his eyes, Melson seemed to be unable to figure out something, and murmured, How can this be done? If someone asks such a question, just reply miracle. Someone doesn't feel that this kind of thing needs to be explained to outsiders. Thinking of another question, Yuzov asked, What if the coins are to be used for other purposes? Such coins are not easy to use. If you want to recast it, you only need to pray to the goddess and ask her to take back the power. You can give it a try. One person and one dark elf looked at each other. They prayed in the usual way, holding their fists and praying silently. Of course, they first complimented the gold coin goddess with their own words, and then said their destination. When the prayer ended, although they could not see it, they clearly felt that something very important had floated away from the pile of coins in front of them. The next moment, the originally beautifully carved and crystal clear coin began to twist and deform, returning to its original appearance of a small lump of metal. Seeing this, Yuzov picked up the golden lump and bit it. This time the teeth marks were left successfully. He said in surprise, There is really divine power in it. So what if we want to turn it into money again? Lin answered, Deposit it directly into the goddess's kingdom. When you take it out again, you will get coins instead of small gold nuggets. Aren't you going to be charged another deposit fee? Yuzov asked. That's right. The goddess has used her supernatural power to help you, so it's reasonable to charge a certain price. Although this was the truth, Yuzov still found it strange. Picking up the intact coin that had not yet deformed, he struggled for a long time and then said, It feels like something is missing. What's wrong with something? Lin was puzzled. Yuzov explained. After that, when the bank is built and the functions of the gold coin goddess coins and banks are started, it will not be a problem for the technical guild to fully use the new money, as long as the value of the coins is recognized. What money is used will only be determined within the guild. Question. I still have the power to decide these small things. I just want to promote this new currency and make people outside the guild willing to use it. It seems that there is still some incentive. Yuzov thought for a while and tried to explain his thoughts more clearly. Perhaps this will only allow people to use the functions of the bank when necessary, instead of deliberately exchanging currency. After all, depositing money into the bank will be charged, no matter how low the ratio is set. It is there will be a sum of money taken away by the goddess. This is correct. And if the coins are not easily destroyed, some people may be worried about the authenticity, although they can request to take back the divine power and melt the coins directly to confirm the purity. After all, not that convenient. There is a simple way to distinguish authenticity, Lin said with a smile. Oh, What? Not only Yuzov was interested, but also Meyer looked curious. Yuzov even thought about praying and asking the gods directly. This is indeed a good approach. But something always felt wrong. But Lin did not ask his followers to pray to the gods again and ask about the authenticity of the coins. Instead, he gently twisted the center of a gold coin and said, "Listen to your majesty's holy voice." After saying that, he blew on the edge of the coin, and then quickly put the coin to Yuzov's ear. The humming sound is endless. Yuzov was surprised and said, "What is this sound?" "What? There is a sound? What kind of sound?" Melson asked curiously. Lin used his fingers to flexibly play with the gold coin he blew. He pointed at the coins on the table that had not been drained of the magic power and had a complete shape, and said, "Take any coins on the table, and you can try them. Each type of coin has only one sound. Look for this sound. You won't get fake money." Merle picked a silver coin, blew it casually, and put it to her ear, but she didn't hear any sound. She glanced at a certain magician with a suspicious look. Lin remained silent and just demonstrated again. He put the coin to his mouth, blew hard towards the edge, and then immediately put it to his ear. During the process, his eyes were extremely provocative. After watching the demonstration, Marshawn immediately corrected his blowing movements and position. This time, the silver coins whispered in my ears as expected. Crisp and pleasant, the dark elf's expression changed from suspicion to surprise, and he seemed to be intoxicated by the sound. Yuzov exchanged several different coins in turn, and while blowing and listening, he said, "Coins? Huh? How is it possible? Huh? It makes a sound. Huh? This? Huh? It's really weird. Huh? It's true. What a weird trick. Whoa! What a charm." If the buzzing sound of the coins hadn't stopped immediately, Lin would have been afraid that the follower would put money into his ears. Looking at the two people in front of him who couldn't put it down, Lin smiled and said, "This is money. You throw it on the street and look at it. As soon as you turn around, it is picked up by others. There is no need to add any charm magic." Chapter 1258, A Different Start. Even though a lot of planning has been done, as a time traveler, I am confident that I have imagined everything. But as the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. In the end, the beginning of the belief in the gold coin goddess was completely different from what someone imagined. The beginning of everything, of course, started from the day when Cain and the World Trees completed the construction of the Gold Flow Network. Although this huge project spread all over the land seems very difficult, there are various levels of beings involved in its construction. To them, all this is a matter of thought. The most difficult part is where the idea comes from. But as long as you have an idea, realizing it is a piece of cake. Also because someone reminded me to leave room for correction. Therefore, the legal person certification issue raised by Lin was quickly added to the Gene Lu network. However, the construction of new banks was not that fast. Even the design stage has just been passed, and the foundation has just been laid. Even if the above-ground building only has 2 floors, it cannot be built in a day or two because of its large area and numerous decorations and carvings. Is Cain anxious about the implementation of the bank? Of course urgent. After all, it's about your own beliefs. Although bank users are not necessarily fanatics, the power provided by individuals may be so meager that it can only be used to fill a gap between teeth. But as long as the base is huge and the number is large, the accumulated amount will be amazing. And since she has paid so much, the gold goddess certainly hopes to see results as soon as possible. However, the bank building that has not yet been completed was commissioned by the guild. The craftsmen who accepted the commission did not understand the purpose of the building that the guild wanted to build. They only knew that it was a work commissioned by the magician behind the president. The opposition within the guild took the opportunity to connect in private and prepare to protest against the president's private use of public weapons. After all, the guild's internal delegation has many conveniences and benefits. Generally speaking, only work related to the guild can issue such a commission, rather than an outsider who has nothing to do with the technical guild even on the surface who can issue such a commission. Under pressure from all sides, Yuzov decided to first erect the holy symbol of the gold goddess in the guild hall to activate the function of a bank. In addition to letting the members of the guild know the functions and uses of the bank, it also saves the idle gold goddess from staring at the two mortals. The person being stared at said it with great pressure. The first step is not to promote the functions and usage of the bank so that all guild members will understand. It's just that the technical guild itself uses it first. There are 3 sources of coins placed in the guild. One is the funds belonging to the guild, and the other is the remuneration or part of the deposit from the commissioned work. There is another type, like Lin, where the profits from selling patented technology have not yet been taken away. In short, not all the money stored within the guild belongs to the guild. Some of it is only temporarily kept. Someone's original plan was to have the technology guild deposit all the money into the goddess kingdom of gold coins, and at the same time recast them into new types of coins in the goddess's kingdom. When the guild wanted to pay any fees or rewards, it was taken out of the kingdom of God and issued in new coins. In this way, guild members become familiar with and accept the new money. As for the acceptance of the new coins, in fact, as long as the purity of the precious metals of the coins can stand the test, Yuzov agrees that no one will insist on refusing. If you do this, you will be charged a large storage fee by the gold goddess. A certain magician who came up with the idea didn't want to find any reason to help the guild save money in this area. But compared to the guild's original method of collecting coins, it is hundreds or tens of thousands times safer, even after calculation. The cost is definitely lower. Documentary data and patent data related to the technology guild can also be stored in the magic stone and backed up on the forum, so it cannot be lost. But money is physical and cannot be stored in the cloud. Therefore, in the early days of the guild's establishment, a very strong treasure box was built in the president's room, and multiple protective magics were added to it. At the counter clerk, only a small amount of working capital is placed, and the rest is locked in a treasure box. When you rest at night, lock all the money in the treasure chest. When the guild gradually expanded in size, and the funds stored in the guild could no longer fit in one box, Yuzov built a treasure house in the guild. The outer wall and the treasure house door are both made of metal, and even magic bombardment can be defended to a certain extent, and then a few good players will be sent to take turns to defend it. The trouble is, there are not many people who are trustworthy enough to guard the treasure house. Not all members of the Ikaruga Alliance are people of high moral character. Most of them are from 3 religions and 9 streams. Everyone just has the same ambition, and to be qualified to guard the treasure house. One cannot be too mobile. If you are looking for a short-term job to make quick money, the treasure house gate guard is definitely your next choice. So Yuzov has been very troubled by the choice of guard. When the technical guild reached its current scale, the treasure trove of coins was in need of expansion. One can imagine the huge amount. What's more, in the foreseeable future, when the craftsmen of the technology guild fully utilize the convenience of cars and trucks and extend their work to places outside the holy city of Estali, there is a high probability that the size of the guild will continue to grow. Yuzov gets worried just thinking about how many coins will be kept in the guild by then. Now, in order to make up for the lack of trustworthiness of the treasure trove guards, Yuzov employs the method of hiring multiple people to guard at the same time and monitor each other to ensure that the treasure trove is not lost. Even so, the rumors about where the thieves are eyeing the treasure trove of the technology guild never stop. It can be said that Yuzov has not had a peaceful sleep for a long time. Now that you can send coins to Koyin's Kingdom of God, you can not only save the cost of hiring guards, more importantly, without the little thief to worry about, Yuzov could finally sleep peacefully. Moreover, such an action also solved a potential crisis for a guild. That is to turn bad money, which was originally called bad money, into a circulated currency. Most of the sources of these bad money are members of the Turtle Dove Alliance from other places. They will inevitably bring some bad coins that cannot be used within the empire. When they only have the bad money left with them, they will of course ask the president, who is also a member of the alliance, to find a way. Otherwise these people will have to sleep on the roadside without enough to eat. In the spirit of alliance and mutual assistance, Yuzov agreed to provide food and accommodation operated by the guild and collect these bad coins that no one wanted to receive at a discount. It has become the only place in the holy city that accepts bad money. Sometimes, the guild's large amount transactions or commissions are mixed with a small amount of bad currency. I just didn't notice it during the inventory, so it was accepted by the guild clerk. Afterwards, it was discovered that the murderer could not be found, and the guild could only suffer. Yuzov could not pass such losses onto the hard-working counter clerks. He could only scold them and ask them to pay more attention next time. It is true that some people are deliberately sneaking around, passing on their own losses, and taking advantage of the guild. But sometimes such behavior is not intentional. Due to poor preservation, the double-sided coins minted by the empire suffered from undue wear and tear, causing the coins to decline in value and become bad coins and bad money in the eyes of ordinary people. This may even be caused by the users themselves. Nothing was discovered. This money is sufficient in the guild's accounts. But like other bad money, it has become a non-performing asset that cannot be spent. It is conceivable that in the long run, these bad money will become a burden and loss to the guild, now that it can be sent to Kuyin's Kingdom of God for recasting. That is great news. Although the exchange ratio has decreased based on the amount of pure gold, it still retains part of its value. Unlike before, bad money will be thrown away directly and has no value at all. Over time, the money belonging to the Technology Guild increased. As for the deposited trust funds, Yuzov chose to keep the old coins because of the exchange ratio between old and new coins. Notify and wait for the entruster to retrieve it, exchange it by himself, and then deposit it into the guild to become the entrustment fund. After the opening of banking services, the guild no longer accepts old coins of varying values to avoid exchange disputes. This is what Lin envisioned from the beginning. After all the coins of the Technology Guild are replaced with new money, all the amounts paid by the guild, or the remuneration of the craftsman after completing the commission, will be paid in new coins. This will gradually replace the coins circulating in the market. The actual situation is the other way around. Yuzov requires all clients to exchange the new coins on their own before issuing commission tasks in new coins. Of course, the association's own expenses, the salaries of internal clerks, and the fees charged by the patent holders after the patented technology is licensed, will all be paid in new currency. Even though this new currency promotion model is a bit forced, it is not the same as what someone imagined. However, the results were as expected by Lin. The new coins were not only accepted by people in the Holy City, but also quickly replaced the old coins in circulation. Moreover, the fierce replacement of old and new coins exceeded Lin's imagination. The real reason is not the resonant sound produced by blowing the coins, but the exchange ratio. A good coin minted by the Empire can be exchanged for 1.2 to 1.3 new coins after analyzing the composition and weight of pure gold. Of course, coins below the decimal point cannot be withdrawn, but they can be accumulated in the account. Even if it's just a passing transaction, and you withdraw it immediately after depositing it into the account, you will still be charged a storage fee. But people living in the Holy City mainly use coins made by the Guana Empire, and fine double-sided coins. This means that as long as you exchange the gold coin goddess's new money, your wealth will still increase after deducting the storage fee. Plus, bad money can also be exchanged. Those who have such bad coins in their homes that they don't know how to deal with, but are reluctant to throw them away, hear this news. It would be a shame not to throw them away quickly, and keep the eyesores and exchange them for golden coins. Suddenly, because the bank had not yet been built, banking services were temporarily opened in the lobby of the Technology Guild, making the already busy guild crowded with a bunch of irrelevant people just to exchange the coins in their hands for gold that could be blown. Coin, silver coin and copper coin. People now don't even mention the old gold, silver, and copper, and directly use the holy name of the goddess as the name of the new money. At the same time, the bank construction project, which originally attracted a lot of dissatisfaction, became the first priority in everyone's consensus. Anyone who had time, or whose commissioned work had come to an end, was involved in the construction of the bank. It is really impossible not to speed up bank construction. The guild hall was packed with people, which affected the conduct of daily business. Not to mention the people within the guild who are anxious to exchange new coins. Instead of queuing up and getting angry, it would be better for everyone to build a bank that is not inferior to the size of the guild lobby. Chapter 1259, The Resentment of Queuing. Is there any objection to the construction of the bank? Or are you planning to take this opportunity to interfere with the guild leader? No one dares to have it. Look at the current bank construction site, which is full of construction workers. This is because most of the materials are ordinary building materials, and there are no magic materials inside. Otherwise, even the magician might jump down to help build it. For no reason. Just because of the only large holy emblem of the gold coin goddess in the lobby of the Technology Guild, which is also the only place currently used to activate personal accounts or log into legal person accounts. There is a long queue in front. From time to time, people would be led to the front of the queue by the guild clerks, making those at the back angry but afraid to speak. There was no way. The first people who were picked up were the great magicians, and then the magicians. They had to come in person, leaving no apprentice representatives. Next are those with magic apprentice status. And finally are ordinary people and followers of magicians. The 4 levels of blocks are then lined up in the order of first come, first served. Don't discuss issues of fairness and unfairness with the great magicians or mages who are walking ahead. if they were asked to answer. A fair approach would be to kill all those who were not as strong as him, but dared to be in front of him. Of course, the dead do not need to open a bank account, so the priests can go to the front of the line. This ensures fairness, and no living person will have any objections. Power and financial resources are of no use in a place like this. Even if the noble lord comes in person and his fists are not strong enough, please queue up at the back obediently, according to the banking rules established by the goddess of gold coins. After activating a bank account with your personal soul, you can save money no matter where you are as long as you pray to the holy symbol of the goddess of gold coins. Unless the thing you want to save is not money, but precious metal, art, or raw ore. In order to avoid thieves or theft of ores, if you want to exchange non-currency precious metals into money, you have to bring the items to the bank to process them. If you want to deposit money or non-money that is not minted by the goddess of gold coins into a bank account, the things to be deposited will not be sent to Ko-Yin's kingdom of God in the first time, but will be authenticated first. Under the intervention of divine power, the precious metal content of the items to be deposited will be determined, and how many coins can be exchanged for them is calculated. In addition to using text to appear in the depositor's field of vision, and displaying the results of judging the content and calculating the exchange, it will also use a voice to explain. After all, there are many people in MIDI who are illiterate and do not understand mathematics. It is impossible to expect everyone to know how to read and calculate. This is truly the sacred sound of the gods. After the results are displayed, depositors will be asked if they are willing to use this conversion ratio to convert the items they brought into coins and deposit them into their personal accounts. Only if you agree will the final work be carried out. If you disagree, please take the original thing back. It is impossible to send something to Ko-Yin's kingdom of God and expect the same thing to be sent out afterwards. It will definitely be cast into coins by divine power. There is no other choice. In fact, Ko-Yin had discussed this with a magician who came up with bad ideas. Although the gold flow network built by the World Tree is called the Gold Flow Network, it can transmit more than just money. There is no problem if you want to teleport a living person. After all, it is essentially a flash technique. So why don't banks accept art, gold nuggets, silver nuggets, or even rare magical materials? Someone just poured a bucket of cold water and said, "My Majesty, you will not forget that there is someone above you, one of our 8 great powers, the Lord of Wealth. Now you can send the gold, silver, bronze, and ore to entering the kingdom of God, and then directly converting it into coins is honestly a sidestep and walking in a gray area. Do you want to expand your functions and start a war directly?" Ko-Yin was scared. What kind of god is the Lord of Wealth? It is unclear to other gods. Is it unclear to the subordinate gods that part of his power comes from? The means to obtain wealth and protect wealth cannot just rely on words, especially in a barbaric world like Lost Land. If he gets over the line, then instead of starting a fight, he will be killed on the spot. War is a word that is only used when both sides are evenly matched. Ko-Yin wondered if he could kill someone with just one finger. So the gold coin goddess said angrily, "Coins are just fine. Coins are very good. By the way, should I, the gold coin goddess, change my name to the coin goddess? Otherwise, one day a silver coin god or a copper coin god will come out and steal business from me. It doesn't seem to be a good idea." Oh, they're all stealing business. His Majesty decides for himself whether to change his name or not. His attention returned to the bank construction site, where the technical guild was paralyzed by the crowd. If it were so easy to save money, people would just come to the guild, in front of the great holy emblem of the gold coin goddess, and activate their personal account. After going back, decide whether you want to carve a holy emblem of coin yourself, or before leaving the guild, buy some coin necklaces or coin bracelets that the apprentices are making, and then you can hide them at home or in your private room. Money place to save money easily. The gods of Lost Land respond to the prayers of mortals. But there is no such thing as a busy situation. Not to mention that someone taught the goddess to come up with some automatic response plans, which is easy and effortless. It just takes some effort in the early stage of setting up. It stands to reason that if the task of saving money can be handled in this way, the queue of people in the technical guild should be digested quickly. There won't be such a long queue. So many people are about to have a mental breakdown. But unfortunately, if you want to withdraw money, you can only do it in front of Ko-Yin's great holy symbol. The main purpose of everyone who comes to queue is to exchange money, not to save money. Therefore, no matter whether it is bad money, good money, fine money or bad money, after entering Ko-Yin's kingdom of God and passing through the water, it becomes new money and is taken out. Even if you walk around like this, you will be charged a storage fee, and coins below the decimal point cannot be taken out. But overall, everyone's money has increased. So there are quite a few people queuing up. Although there are many magicians and great magicians in the holy city of Starry. However, those who truly rely on their status are unwilling to crowd or line up with others on this sunny day that has just entered autumn. The people who come are all very greedy for money. There are very few great magicians with this kind of personality. Basically, as long as they show up. Except that they cannot drive away the people who are doing the exchange work. Most of them can queue up to the front and wait with the people who are also great magicians. It takes no more than 3 or 5 people to get their turn. There are also people who rely on their own strength and try to drive away people who are exchanging coins. But they forgot that there is a God on the other side of the coin exchange work. Even those with weak divine power will be injured if they are caught off guard by a thunder of divine punishment. Even if they don't die. So everyone is at peace. There may not be many great magicians queuing up. But this is a holy city. A city for magicians. The number of magicians queuing up in the second echelon directly made the people in the third and fourth echelons behind them despair. It didn't matter that the people in the front moved slowly. People were leaving and coming. And they were cutting in line one by one. The people behind were angry, but dared not speak. Just because you can't win. Neither Yuzov nor Maryen intends to change this fair approach. When I saw those who had finished their business leaving, some were blowing the new coins to listen to the sound. And some were playing with the new coins, as elves learning to maintain order in the queue. Let the new coin roll on the back of your finger. From the front to the back. And then from the back to the front. Some people also use magic tricks unfamiliarly. Hiding money, and then conjuring it out. All these actions are like showing off to the people who are still queuing up behind. So people who felt that there was no hope of queuing turned around, and went to the bank construction site to move bricks. If you build the bank early, there will be more great holy symbols that can directly communicate with the gold goddess. And everyone will not have to wait in line to get angry. These words were guaranteed by the guild master of the technology guild, and the elves who claim to be the priests of the gold coin goddess. Since public anger cannot be offended, and the majesty of the gods cannot be offended. Can you find some convenience for yourself from other places? At least those elves who look cute and call themselves gold coin goddess priests are easy to bully. Then this group of people with unclean hands and feet, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, thoroughly experienced what it felt like to hit an iron plate. Although the building itself of the first bank has not yet been completed. Since banking business is to be carried out, manual explanation and guidance are still needed. He had promised before that he would not borrow clerks from the technology guild. So it was natural for Marshawn to seek help from his backers. Putting the elves into the upcoming bank promotion was Lin's idea from the beginning. The elves in the Turtle Dove Alliance will be recalled by all the Wood Elf tribes. In addition to training and preparing for war. It is also for emergency training. When Ku'in came into contact with the world trees, he began to build a gold flow network. And the relevant knowledge was also imparted to the elves immediately. So when Meyer asked for help, each Wood Elf tribe first sent 1 or 2 people to the holy city of Starry to serve as an outpost for the development of banking business. Since they have been prepared for a long time, and are the first batch of people who are highly valued. Of course they cannot be some 3-legged cats or rookies. In fact, the elves sent here were all elves in their prime. And they were at least tribal priests or above. In other words, these elves are qualified to communicate directly with His Majesty World Tree, and can also serve as spokespersons to convey the holy message. Another characteristic is that this group of elves are very capable of fighting. And they must be the strongest group of people from each tribe. There is no way. In this world where strength is the most important. If you want to get high in the Wood Elf tribe, you don't have to look at your bloodline. Only your fists. To be able to reach the position of a priest. In addition to passing the knowledge test, one must also convince the public with his strength. And even one thing will not suffice. These elves are rare and powerful in human society. All nobles or organizations are willing to hire powerful talents to be guests. Maybe as long as 1 or 2 are hired. The force can grow significantly. Now they are gathering in technology guilds to become bank clerks, who are about to start their careers. Regardless of whether anyone suspects there is a conspiracy behind this. Those who want to intimidate the elf girl to move their position forward in the queue have experienced once how the delicate pink fist can exert the power of a siege ram. Then everyone became calm. And the restless ones were glued to the wall. Chapter 1260 The Risk of Convenience. Due to the rules and methods of using the bank, it was put on the forum early and spread widely among the residents of the holy city of Starry. Therefore, the actual work content of the first batch of elves who came to work in the bank was not what someone imagined. They amiably explained what they could do and the steps to people who came to the bank for the first time or who were not familiar with banking business. Their job is more like security at a bank, specializing in suppressing people who get angry while waiting in line, or taking the trouble to explain things that are unreasonable or that they can't do anything about. The biggest question, of course, is this one. Why can only the Great Holy Emblem activate a personal account and withdraw money, instead of being able to use it anywhere regardless of the shape of the Holy Emblem, like depositing money? The L's explanation at the beginning must be this sentence. In this case, thieves and robbers must be very happy, because it is like you are carrying all your wealth with you, waiting for their patronage. Is it really good to do this? Then the person asking the question usually becomes silent. Security and convenience are like two ends of a tug-of-war, even on the earth where people from time to time have lived. The popularity of convenience is based on a strict security mechanism and a stable social environment, both of which are indispensable. If personal safety is threatened at any time, can we expect the safety mechanism to play any protective role? Just like the theme of the Hollywood movie, The Firewall, starring Harrison Ford. No matter how powerful the firewall and rigorous security mechanism are, people are still its weakness. In reality, security breaches due to user negligence abound. Unfortunately, there is no stable social environment in MIDI. Traveling from one city to another, you may pass through the territory of Warcraft and become the food of natural creatures. Such a world has nothing to do with security at all, let alone thieves, robbers, and traitors inside and outside, collusion and so on. So Lin didn't want to bother designing any security mechanism at all. If Cain is really open to withdrawing money from anywhere, then no matter how safe the security authentication mechanism is designed, if a living person is kidnapped in the suburbs and tortured in various ways, people can willingly empty their accounts and give them to the kidnappers. Uncle. Even if some people grit their teeth and fight to the death. This is a world of magic. There are various mind control magics emerging one after another, and there is always one that works. Then the result is still the same. That is, all the wealth is wiped out. Even great magicians may not be immune to this. The strength of the great magician only ensures that they can fight well, not that they will not die or be caught. If one is not careful, or has a mental calculation, no matter how powerful the magician is, he may capsize in the gutter. So inconvenience and security are placed at two ends of the scale for people to choose. Anyone with a normal mind will choose security. As for the inheritance mechanism of personal accounts when the holder dies, someone has already considered it. Inheritance after death is regarded as a transfer, which means that Cain will only charge a handling fee equivalent to the transfer, which is 5 10,000s. Unlike the inheritance payment of a noble, in this era of mystery, there is no such thing as inheritance tax. Most people won't be able to use it, because there won't be any valuable legacy passed down. But it's different for nobles or manor owners. They have land, fiefs, and titles. When the original holder dies, if his heir wants to protect his rights, of course he must find his own lord to approve it. In order to gain this recognition, a large inheritance had to be paid. There is no fixed amount of inheritance money. It all depends on your preference. However, this kind of thing based on one's own feelings is the most troublesome. Anyway, it is impossible to get approval easily without bleeding a lot, if it is not recognized by the feudal lord. The most serious situation is that the land and fiefs will be deprived and transferred to other people. On Earth, even in modern times, this is nothing more than turning this inheritance money, which depends on your heart, into an inheritance tax with a prescribed proportion. As long as a person dies, he cannot survive. There was even a period when the inheritance tax on nobles in Eagle Country was as high as an insane 80%. It can be said that as soon as a person dies, the family property is almost confiscated. It's good to listen to those big guys who are ranked on the Forbes wealth list, who claim that they will donate all their property and will not let their children inherit it. They just use the foundation to avoid paying inheritance tax. After all, Magnesium Emperor's inheritance tax is 50%. This means that as soon as a person dies, half of his property will be taken away by the government. How could those really rich people allow this to happen? But the gold coin goddess herself has no need for gold coins, because if the gold coin goddess increases her power by collecting gold coins, her money-making behavior will only prompt humans to look for trading media or means other than coins, thus cutting off the foundation of the gold coin goddess existence. It is impossible to collect all the coins in the world and eventually become the god of gods. That would only destroy himself. Therefore, The way for Kuyin's power to grow should be to strengthen its power through the circulation of money, which is the route planned by Lin. Under such a premise, if the original holder dies, his assets will be frozen in the kingdom of God. This kind of thing that the Bank of the Earth desires is not good for the goddess of gold coins. On Earth, such unowned accounts are actually equivalent to small bank vaults. In name, they are waiting for someone to come forward and claim that they have legal inheritance rights. But on the other hand, they are secretive and prevent others from checking the accounts. The most famous one is that during World War II, a certain ethnic group had a large number of accounts in Swiss banks. Due to the massacre of a certain madman, the money became an unexplained taboo of the bank. But this is not what the goddess of gold coins needs. Coupled with the binding of personal accounts and souls, when a person's soul disappears, Kuyin can certainly detect who has died. Then the deposit in his account will be transferred to the account of his heir or designated person after a certain period of time, and only the transfer fee will be deducted. The reason why we have to wait for a while before taking action is because the lost land can be resurrected. Wouldn't it be funny if a person was resurrected and his property was first divided up as inheritance? On the contrary, even if a person dies, as long as the soul still exists, that person can definitely use the money in the bank account. This means that the banking rights of the undead, and lich are also protected by Kuyin. In short, such a design for the goddess is to keep the money flow alive and not stagnant in one place. The more troublesome part is the identification of the successor and the designated person, and whether the basic rights of the blood successor should be protected. For example, I heard on Earth that a certain man, with the certification of a lawyer, assigned his property to a little vixen who appeared out of nowhere. As a result, his wife and biological children did not receive a single penny. Or a situation where all the property is given to a certain child, and the other children receive less than half a cent. In fact, the law usually guarantees the inheritance share of direct blood relatives, and you can file a lawsuit to get back your share. However, the land itself has its own rules regarding inheritance. Although there are slight differences in different places, Lin decided to leave this issue to the people of Midi to discuss it themselves. Because this thing is something that has no standard answer. No matter how you do it, the party who suffers will be scolded. It's better to leave this hot potato to others to worry about. In short, the issue of withdrawing funds only using Kuyin's great holy emblem was still accepted by the Midi people. In fact, in Lin's plan, various functions will be opened one after another, but there is no rush to open them all at the same time, because people's usage habits will change and adapt. If there are too many suddenly, too fast, and maladaptation occurs, it will bring disaster. For example, in my own memory, when plastic currencies such as credit cards first entered the society I lived in before time travel, a lot of people mistakenly believed that the convenience brought by delayed payment was their own consumption power. So not only did they max out their credit cards, but they also fell into the HL of using their cards to support them, and eventually became a card slave. That is, a person who owes huge debts due to credit cards. In the same situation, if the bank that you promoted suddenly opened up too many functions that you were accustomed to before time travel, it would very likely defeat the fragile economy of the land in one fell swoop. This does no one any good. In fact, when Lin reviewed his actions these days, he unexpectedly discovered that he seemed to have inadvertently avoided a crisis. That is the inflation that may be caused by exchanging old and new coins. Inflation does not mean rising prices. Rising prices are only the result of inflation. But it does not mean that all the reasons for rising prices are caused by inflation. In an environment where the size of the economy is equal to $100, if a currency of $100 is issued, a person holding $10 can spend $1 to buy goods worth $1. But when the economy is only 100 yuan in size, and 200 yuan of currency is issued, then people have to pay 2 yuan to buy the same product. For this person who only holds 10 yuan, things have become more expensive. 1 yuan becomes 2 yuan. Strictly speaking, this cannot be regarded as things becoming more expensive. But that money has become thinner. Originally, the exchange ratio of the imperial good coins designed by Lin to new coins was as high as 1.2 to 1.3, which gave many people the illusion of increased wealth. However, when calculating the total weight of precious metals held by each person before and after exchanging coins, the total weight is actually slightly reduced, because the storage fee was taken away by the goddess of gold coins. But the final calculated number of coins only increased. Such a situation may have had the consequences of inflation. But in the end nothing happened. When someone recalls this episode afterwards, He is honestly frightened. After reviewing the possible reasons, one of them is that the technology guild, the largest manufacturer complex in the holy city of Starry, did not change its pricing and valuation figures during this period of time. This also allows all small businesses that produce basic necessities for people's livelihood, such as bakers, butchers, fishmongers, etc., to maintain the sales volume of their products and stabilize the market. Second, although the exchange of good coins for new coins has increased, the exchange of bad coins has decreased, and the exchange of ordinary coins is close to a 1-for-1 ratio. When the number of coins exchanged increased or decreased, although the amount of property of the residents of the holy city increased, they did not think that the value of the coins had changed. Not to mention that precious metal currency itself is valuable, not banknotes, only numbers. So when people sell goods, they still maintain the same pricing as in the past, because they believe that the value of the precious metal they can receive remains unchanged. All in all, this is a good thing. Lin could only lament that ignorance is bliss.